The victory in battle always involves the division of benefits. Someone mentioned the slave army. Some said that the slave army made a significant contribution this time and suggested giving all eligible members a chance for promotion, similar to what General Lin did. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Just looking at the nearby situation, the heads taken by the slave army were credited to their own commanders. If these were shared, it would rob many military leaders of their chances for promotion. Then, the military officials in the court began to argue, their faces turning red and voices rising. The civil officials crossed their arms, watching the spectacle. Yuan Wan watched in astonishment. She had never seen such a way of arguing in court before. The opposing military officials didn't debate with words but raised their fists like large cooking pots, fighting each other and glaring. What are you worried about? Am I wrong? Slaves shouldn't be given opportunities. What's it to you? Some slaves are good and deserve a chance. As for the neutral military officials in the court, they seemed like a group of fire stirrers, joining whichever side was stronger. Their main focus was not on right or wrong, but on whose fists were bigger. Yuan Wan wondered, don't her brother and nephew stop this? She quietly looked up and saw the emperor and the crown prince calmly sipping tea, their expressions relaxed, embodying a civilized attitude. Yuan Wan. Now I understand why the military officials don't speak during court sessions. System. I understand too. If the civil and military officials debated like this, the second sentence from a civil official would likely be begging the military official not to punch him to death. All civil officials. The crown prince's tutor rolled up his sleeves again, revealing solid muscles. Seeing that the civil officials seemed eager to join in, the emperor rubbed his forehead and gave the crown prince a look. Crown Prince. Just as he was about to mediate, the youngest general, Captain Zhaoshan, knocked down the opposing leader with a punch. Then he said, slaves are worthless. If they had a chance to rise, that would be a serious crime and rebellion. His voice almost filled the entire court. At that moment, Yuan Wan looked over curiously. Yuan Wan. Why is he so worked up? It's like he's been wronged by the Xiongnu. Is there any gossip? Captain Zhaoshan, who was excited. System. Let me check. Well, his family wasn't wiped out, but he does have a grudge against slaves. They took his wife. The previously defeated generals perked up, staring intently at Captain Zhaoshan. Captain Zhaoshan instinctively pulled back his finger that was pointing at the other side. Yuan Wan, really? His wife was taken by a slave. System. Yes, and it happened twice. Captain Zhaoshan was speechless. The system is making things up. He wasn't robbed twice. It was just once. Yuan Wan. How could this happen? In a feudal society, being robbed of a wife by a slave. Does he have some major flaw? The friends nodded in agreement. Yes, the gap between slaves and capable young men is huge. Why would women choose a slave over him? Does Captain Zhaoshan have some significant shortcoming? Some court officials looked at Captain Zhaoshan's midsection. Captain Zhaoshan's face darkened, his fists clenched, feeling frustrated and unsure how to explain himself. System. No, he is healthy. In fact, his physical fitness surpasses 95% of the officials present. Yuan Wan stroked her chin. Then why? Come on. Spill the tea. System. All right. The first time he was robbed of his wife, Captain Zhaoshan was engaged to the granddaughter of the former Minister of Revenue when he was young. However, this minister supported another prince, so, during the internal conflict in the Great Xia, the minister was arrested, the man was conscripted, and the women were exiled. Captain Zhaoshan spent a lot to rescue his fiancée alone. Yuan Wan stroked her chin. That shows he has feelings. Why would he be abandoned? Captain Zhaoshan was almost in tears. Yes, he couldn't understand why he was not good enough. System. He is good, but his fiancée was more concerned about her family. When she learned that her other family members couldn't be rescued, she wrote a letter to break off the engagement and ran away. By the time Captain Zhaoshan looked for her a year later, his fiancée had already married a local slave. Yuan Wan, what? She likes that slave? They are getting married so quickly? System. The marriage isn't because of love. that slave has a strong influence among the other slaves in exile. The fiancée married to protect her family. Later, both of them were once wealthy but were exiled, so they found common ground and fell in love. The officer, Zhao Xian, couldn't believe it and even thought about taking her by force, but the fiancée threatened to harm herself, so he returned in despair. The onlookers suddenly understood and looked at Zhao Xian with narrowed eyes. No wonder he was so vulnerable. Zhao Xian's friend patted his shoulder and quietly said, "There are plenty of good people in the world. Why be so fixated, brother?" Zhao Xian felt a pang in his heart and pushed his friend's hand away. Yuan, what about the second time? System. The second time? It hasn't happened yet, but it will soon. His father-in-law is also in the palace. Officials. Wait, this rebellious girl comes from here? It can't be from their own family, right? Among them, Prime Minister Li was the most nervous because no one had more daughters than his family. In other words, his family's chances of winning were the highest. Prime Minister Li couldn't help but grip his hands gently and silently prayed. But often, reality doesn't change based on people's wishes.
Yuan. Wow.
Who is it? System. It's a familiar face from your gossip, Yuan.
Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister Li.
His anxious heart finally sank. Other officials let out a sigh of relief and looked at Prime Minister Li with schadenfreude. You tried to scheme for half the court's father-in-law status. Huh. How disappointing. Yuan. Why is it him again? Wait, that's not right. Didn't you say before that he only has one daughter who doesn't like Qi Quan and ran away for marriage? System. It's still that daughter. Prime Minister Li's eyes widened. Why her again? Yuan, huh? Isn't she Qi Quan's fiancée? How did she get involved with Zhao Xian? Is it a case of a woman marrying twice? Other officials looked at Prime Minister Li in shock. Unbelievable. You opportunist. How shameless to have a woman marrying twice. Qi Quan. Zhao Xian. System. It's not exactly a case of a woman marrying twice. Yuan. Then what is it? System. After Qi Quan broke off the engagement, Prime Minister Li found his daughter's lover and imprisoned him, then arranged for her to marry Zhao Xian. But Prime Minister Li's daughter was stubborn and secretly ran away with her lover, who had been turned into a slave. This is why Zhao Xian was proposed to again. Zhao Shen, the officer, clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger. Li, the Prime Minister, felt a jolt of worry. After Qi Quan's broken engagement, he had thought about breaking up his daughter's affair and finding her a new husband, but he never expected this outcome. This was truly frustrating. At that moment, Zhao Shen's uncle stepped forward. Li felt another jolt of anxiety, but maintained his composure, greeting the man with a respectful gesture. General, regarding your statement about not supporting slaves gaining military ranks, I also think.
Oh.
The uncle landed a punch near Li's eye. Li covered his eye.
Zoksin zum glasnarad ludli. Ah.
You actually support slaves being promoted to military ranks? Don't think just because you're a scholar, I won't dare to hit you. Other officials twitched slightly. They clearly heard Li back down, yet this man was determined to fight. Considering the recent events, they quietly looked away. Yuan, who was ready to continue watching, was shocked. Is the military officer really trying to fight a scholar to gain an advantage? The system commented. No wonder other countries call Daxia a barbaric nation. The emperor frowned and gave a look to the minister of personnel. The minister quickly joined with several other scholars to stop Zhao Shen's uncle from continuing his attack while criticizing him for being unruly and lacking martial ethics. Eventually, they managed to calm both sides down. At that moment, the system slowly spoke again. Actually, Zhao Shen doesn't need to resist the slave military system so much, as he is also a beneficiary of it. The onlookers were confused. What does that mean? He's a beneficiary? The opposing generals were even more puzzled and angry. Aren't you on our side? You traitor! Zhao Shen quickly shook his head. No way. A slave like him would never help those trying to rise up. Yuan asked, Huh? What do you mean? The system replied, In a few months, when your brother investigates the remnants of the Huainan king, he will discover that Zhao Shen's mother was a backup plan arranged by King Qin and had helped hide someone who attempted to assassinate the emperor. Zhao Shen stiffened, looking at Yuan Ruan in disbelief. The emperor raised his eyes slightly, expressionless. All the officials felt a tightness in their hearts. Even the generals who had been passionately debating lowered their voices. King Qin was the most valued prince after the former crown prince was deposed. When the emperor staged a coup, King Qin had led troops to rescue him but ultimately faced defeat, resulting in deaths and exiles in his family. Yuan Ruan, ugh. My brother definitely won't let this go. This means that Colonel Zhao Xian will have his home raided, be exiled, and become a slave. System, exactly. He really is in a tough spot. Colonel Zhao Xian became a slave and was lost for a while, but with help from his first fiancée, he managed to get back on his feet. How should we put this? Once, kindness saved him, but now it feels like a boomerang hitting him instead? Yuan Ruan's expression was slightly strange. That's hard to judge. Colonel Zhao Xian was completely stunned. Not only had he become a slave, but he was also helped by someone he once disliked. This felt like a shocking blow to him. The onlooking officials looked puzzled. Just hearing this made them feel sorry for Colonel Zhao Xian. At that moment, the system suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, I can't believe he did that." No wonder he was kicked out by his former fiancé's family and almost got hurt. The officials perked up their ears. Yuan Wan was curious. What did he do? Was his way of achieving merit very extreme? System. Huh?
No.
He joined the army through normal channels and achieved merit. He actually did quite well. While escorting a merchant convoy, he uncovered a plot by the Xiongnu tribe, seizing about 10,000 square meters of land for the Great Xia. Because of this, your brother pardoned him, and he became a minor general, though he wasn't qualified to attend court. The emperor seemed to ponder this. Colonel Zhao Xian appeared revitalized, as if he had received a boost of energy. Yuan Wan. Wow, this person is impressive. He really needs to support the military merit system for slaves. Otherwise, he'll be a slave for life. Colonel Zhao Xian pressed his lips together and quietly took a step toward his colleagues who supported the military merit system for slaves. Yuan Ruan continued. So, how did he get kicked out by his former fiancé's family? System. R1. Because Colonel Zhao Xian's future wife is actually the daughter of his former fiancé. The crowd gasped. Wait, what? Many officials with daughters instantly empathized, glaring at Colonel Zhao Xian. I considered you a friend, and you took my daughter? How outrageous. Several scholars covered their faces, murmuring, the world is declining, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. This is disgraceful. Colonel Zhao Xian was dumbfounded. He wanted to shout, no way. I didn't do it. That's impossible. Yuan Ruan's surprised, chubby cheeks bounced. What? Is Colonel Zhao Xian really being ungrateful? Wait, I think I've read this plot in a novel before.
Who was it?
Among the 7 disciples of Wudong, it's that one, Yang Buhui, right? System. Wow, now that you mention it, that's true. That girl fell in love with her mother's former fiancé, Captain Zhao Shen, and they eventually got married. Rumor has it they had several children. I'm wondering if they might be like the main characters in some melodramatic story, or at least a supporting couple. Since learning that the Xia kingdom is struggling due to the lack of main characters, the officials have become very sensitive to these 4 words. They all looked at Captain Zhao Shen, curious about the system's criteria for judgment and whether they could discover something useful. Captain Zhao Shen couldn't hide his excitement. He hoped the system and the national teacher would praise his character, which might make the emperor value him more, perhaps avoiding the fate of exile and servitude, or at least not being enslaved. Yuan Wan suddenly became curious. Huh? Why do you think that? System. Because Captain Zhao Shen was a pure girl before getting married. Onlookers? Captain Zhao Shen's mouth twitched slightly.
Yuan Ruan. Ah?
But Cheng Weining and the second princess were also pure girls before their marriage. System. That's true. But in the story, their marriage was not smooth, and they faced immorality during their union. Stories with questionable morals are often reported and taken down. Do you think they can become the main characters? What kind of fortune would they have? Onlookers? Although they didn't fully understand what taken down meant, they could guess. Would something so trivial really be banned? Are people in later generations so conservative? Yuan laughed and burped. No problem. Ha ha ha, you've made me see things clearly. Especially since Captain Zhaoshan was exiled and married as a slave. He should be around 30. After all these years, maintaining his purity is quite unusual, which does resemble a story setup. Captain Zhaoshan looked a bit embarrassed. The officials silently reflected. They indeed couldn't achieve that. At that moment, one of the officials whispered, "Why not let our sons do it?" Several officials' eyes brightened.
Right.
If the sun can do it, why not? So many elemental buffs stacked up. It really feels like the main character. Yuan, yes. But his official rank is a bit low after he stepped up. If he could become the only general in the entire Xia Kingdom, then that identity would really fit the main character. The Minister of War and General Zhao Wu looked at Captain Zhao Xian with their arms crossed. Captain Zhao Xian's eyes widened in shock. System, that's right. Even in farming stories, most main characters saved our princes. He hasn't even reached the 6th rank. Hey, Juan, I suddenly thought of something. He still has a chance to be the main character. For example, if his wife is taken away, he could turn dark and seize power. Then he would have that identity too. Yuan, ha ha ha. You must have read so many dramatic stories. That actually makes some sense. The Emperor and the Crown Prince. Captain Zhao Xian immediately knelt down, tears in his eyes. Master, are you trying to get me killed? The officials nearly burst out laughing. Young master, do you remember? Besides being the national master, you are also the princess appointed by the current emperor. If there's a power grab, what will you do? Yuan just saw it as entertainment, enjoying the moment, laughing, and then forgetting it. Little did he know that the ministers in the court had completely shifted their focus from arguing to dancing, all deep in thought. After the court session, the crown prince left with Yuan. The emperor stayed behind with Captain Zhao Xian and a group of senior officials. The emperor silently looked at Captain Zhao Xian. Captain Zhao Xian knelt properly, then fell silent, bowing his head to the floor. It wasn't until his forehead was bleeding from hitting the ground that the emperor gently said, "Stop." Captain Zhao Xian immediately straightened up and humbly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The emperor remained silent for a moment before looking at Prime Minister Wang. "Minister, what do you think about this matter?" Prime Minister Li glanced at the emperor in surprise, and the other officials exchanged looks. Among the two prime ministers, Prime Minister Wang was relatively mild and conservative, often opposing the more radical emperor. So, knowing that Captain Zhao Xian was guilty, the emperor surprisingly asked the conservative Prime Minister Wang to speak first, clearly indicating a desire for leniency. Prime Minister Wang understood and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I believe that the major case from years ago has already settled. We can hold individuals accountable, but there's no need to stir up too much trouble." The emperor then looked at the other officials. Each official echoed Prime Minister Wang's sentiment, suggesting that if anyone should be punished, it should be the individuals hiding or fleeing, while others shouldn't be turned into slaves. Confiscating property would suffice. The emperor then turned to Captain Zhao Xian. "What do you think?" Captain Zhao Xian knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I have a different opinion." The Prime Minister and others frowned. "Young man, being greedy is not good." The emperor rubbed his forehead and said, "Go on." The officer, Zhao Xian, replied, "I am willing to accept any punishment for my mother." After a pause, he added, "I only wish for one thing. I hope Your Majesty will send me to serve under General Lin Shao." The emperor's eyes widened. The other officials were momentarily stunned, then gasped, "Wait, you don't mean you want to complete that national mission, do you?" Someone couldn't help but ask, "Are you confident about the Black Widow?" The officials glared at him disapprovingly, and he quickly covered his mouth. Zhao Xian cupped his hands and said, "I do not have confidence. I just do not want to seek out young women." As for everything else, I will let it happen naturally. The emperor pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. I agree. Zhao Xian gratefully bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. To save his mother's life, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. Once the officials left, the emperor waved his hand. Song Wei appeared instantly and said, Your Majesty, people from Chun and Shu have gone to Wutai Mountain to see the Empress Dowager. The emperor squinted. What did they say? Song Wei replied, I only heard them mention matters regarding Chen's envoy to the Great Xia. After a pause, he continued, The Empress Dowager is likely to set off soon. The emperor responded with a grunt. You may leave. Song Wei bowed and exited. Wutai Mountain, the once serene back mountain, now felt warm and inviting, like a children's playground. The furniture around was wrapped in soft silk. A gentle-looking eunuch in black was soothing the little princess in his arms, but soon he handed her to a nearby maid and lowered his head to the newcomer. In a low voice, he asked, What is it? The eunuch hesitated before speaking. My lord, do you really want to return to the palace? The newcomer, slender and delicate, held a cup of tea and took a sip. When did the Great Xia become a den of danger in your eyes? The eunuch replied softly, Concubine Rong, Consort Da, the second prince, and even the little national master from the state of Chung have disrupted so many of your plans, and there are rumors about the national master outside. The Empress Dowager said, Will the spring rain festival heal the wounds on you and me? The eunuch shook his head. The Empress Dowager continued, You also saw the good luck bags sent by Chen. Can they block the harm of weapons? The eunuch wanted to speak but hesitated, shaking his head again. The Empress Dowager then said slowly, People are often foolish. These are just small tricks. They are not to be feared. In the palace of the Xia Kingdom, today is a day off and there is no court meeting. Yuan Wan woke up late, around mid-morning. While she was getting dressed, she heard the cheerful giggles of a baby outside. Yuan Ruan's heart raced as she saw Consort Rong and the seventh princess, Chiyu, each carrying a little baby. The twins waved excitedly at Yuan Ruan. After being placed on the bed, they happily crawled over to her, covered her face with drool, and then snuggled up to her, yawning and falling asleep. The queen and Consort Rong watched the three little ones playfully pushing against each other, feeling utterly charmed. Yuan Wan struggled to move her body to avoid the tiny feet pressing against her. She helplessly looked up and thought, Do I really have such a connection with babies? The system replied matter-of-factly, Children under 3 are very sensitive. You are a symbol of the nation's fortune. Of course, they like you. Chiyu narrowed her eyes and subtly pulled Yuan Wan away from the 8th princess and 8th prince. The twins immediately rolled into a ball. When the two little babies bumped heads and woke up, they looked up at Yuan Wan with big eyes and simultaneously reached out their tiny hands, letting out loud cries. Chiyu froze in place. Consort Rong, confused by Chiyu's actions, stepped forward to pick up the 8th princess and 8th prince. She shot a glare at Chiyu, saying, You're old enough to stop fighting over this. Chiyu pursed her lips. Consort Rong sighed and looked at Chiyu. I won't treat you unfairly. Just behave yourself in the palace. She wanted to say more about the ways of the world but hesitated, knowing that Yuan Wan and Chiyu had different situations and treatments in the palace. Chiyu needed to be more reserved, but the little national master did not. Chiyu replied, I understand, mother. Consort Rong wanted to say a few more gentle words, but suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard outside. Everyone turned to see the first princess running over. She didn't expect there to be so many people in the tent. After a moment of surprise, she said, This is amazing news. The improved weaving machine. Yes, Lord Chung has created a weaving machine. Yuan Wan. System, Love Brain is working hard. System. It's rare. She's not completely lost in romance, good job. Yuan Wan playfully cupped her face and exclaimed, Wow. Improved weaving machine. Sounds so impressive. The other three laughed at Yuan Ruan's exaggerated performance. Rong Pin tried to hold back her laughter and joined in the exaggeration. Wow. How is it improved? How amazing is the weaving? The eldest princess instinctively followed along, saying, "Wow, that's really impressive." But then she quickly regained her composure. Ahem. This weaving machine can operate without human power, which is very impressive. Yuan Wan was nodding along, thinking about how the daxia had evolved from hand-cranked weaving machines to foot-powered ones. This was a significant step in science and productivity. But when she heard the eldest princess say that the weaving machine could almost operate without human power, she was stunned and nearly fell out of Qiyu's embrace in surprise. "Be careful." Qiyu held Yuan Wan tightly. Yet, Yuan Wan still leaned toward the eldest princess, trying to see her better. "No human power? For weaving?" The eldest princess paused for a moment. "Yes." Then she smiled. "Isn't it amazing? But it's not as impressive as the national teacher." Yuan Wan was shocked, exclaiming, "He's much more impressive than me." The three princesses initially thought Yuan Wan was being modest, but then they were overwhelmed by her astonished thoughts. "Yuan Wan, I can't believe it. Cheng Wei-ning is some kind of mechanical genius, an academic master? What era is this? How can he create a weaving machine that requires almost no human effort?" The three princesses were startled and quietly listened in. "System, I'm shocked too. I remember the previous gossip mentioned that it was made to prevent the second princess from getting tired, specifically a foot-powered weaving machine." "Yes, I remember it was the foot-powered version. How did he create something even more impressive after getting married? Is love making him crazy? Is technology going wild too?"
Yuan Wan, wow.
"I'm so curious. I need to see it for myself. I might witness history." The three princesses. "Is it even more amazing than what the little national teacher predicted? How incredible is it?" Yuan Wan reached out. "I want to go see it." "I want to see." Chiyue was the first to agree, nodding and walking outside. After taking a few steps, she returned to the Grand Princess and asked, "Where is it?" The Grand Princess was momentarily stunned, then replied, "Right here." After a pause, she walked ahead of Chiyue and said, "Let's go, I'll take you there." If even the national teacher was surprised, she definitely wanted to take a closer look. As the Grand Princess and the seventh princess led Yuan Wan outside, they unexpectedly saw a small figure squatting at the door. Chiyue suddenly stopped. The Grand Princess almost bumped into the figure and stepped over it. Grand Princess. Small figure. Soon, the fifth prince, looking like a mushroom, turned around and suddenly cried out, "A gentleman should not be humiliated by someone stepping over him." The Grand Princess felt embarrassed, but managed to steady herself and said, "I didn't see you just now. It was truly unintentional. Are you okay?" Just when Yuan Wan thought the fifth prince would cause a scene, he suddenly wiped his eyes. He looked at the Grand Princess with a pitiful expression and said, "I'm fine. Actually, I'm used to being ignored." The Grand Princess's heart softened a bit as she helped the fifth prince up. "But has someone been bullying you?" The fifth prince bit his lip, looking forlorn. "No, it's just, I live alone, and I'm scared." After saying this, he looked at the Grand Princess with hopeful eyes. The Grand Princess's expression became gentler.
System, wow.
This guy is really trying to play it up. Yuan Wan was taken aback. "System, why do you say that?" "System, I'm serious. I'm not lying. I just saw him hanging around the national teacher's residence for several days. He originally wanted to provoke you into feeling guilty, so you would help him. Now, he's just switched his target to the Grand Princess." The Grand Princess's expression instantly became a bit more serious. "Yuan Wan, he wanted to provoke me? What does he want me to do? Is the Defei sick?" The Defei had been sent to the Cold Palace and would likely be neglected. Although Yuan Wan disliked her, she wouldn't just stand by and do nothing.
System, no.
"He wants to provoke you into promising to get the Defei out of the Cold Palace." Yuan Wan twitched her mouth. "Who gave him that idea? He really hates the Defei." The Grand Princess and the seventh princess felt the same way. If this continued to bother the young national teacher, the emperor might get angry, and the Defei would be in even more trouble. "System. No, it was his own idea. He thinks you're favored. Oh, he has something in his hand." At that moment, The fifth prince pouted and suddenly leaned closer to Yuan, saying, I have a secret. I want to trade it with you. I know who leaked the emperor's travel route back then. Yuan, the eldest princess and the seventh princess. Yuan tilted her head, pretending not to understand, while thinking wildly. He really knows? That jerk who hurt my brother. System. He really does know. It's the fourth prince of the Chu kingdom. He overheard the concubine complaining. Oh, and there's another scoop, Yuan. Do you remember when Rongpin's father caused a scene? This scoop says the mastermind is also the fourth prince of the Chu kingdom, TSK. The eldest princess gasped. Is it that thrilling? The seventh princess's eyes flashed with sharpness. The Chu kingdom was reaching too far. Then, the seventh princess coldly said to the fifth prince, Ninth sister is still young and doesn't understand what you're saying. Let's talk when she grows up. Such troublesome matters shouldn't drag Yuan down in public. The fifth prince was taken aback and quickly said, then I can exchange with you. The eldest and seventh princesses exchanged glances. Giving this information a proper way out wasn't bad. But soon the fifth prince shook his head. Forget it. The eldest princess pretended not to understand, squatting down with a smile. Why forget it? Fifth brother? The fifth prince wanted to say it was because they didn't have the status of a national teacher, but having experienced the ups and downs of relationships, he held back. He only asked casually, Can sister let mother leave the palace? The eldest princess twitched her lips. He had high hopes. Seeing the fifth prince distracted, she stood up and said to the seventh princess, Let's go. We have things to do. Under the astonished gaze of the fifth prince, the seventh princess picked up Yuan, and they quickly left together. Soon, the princesses arrived in the outskirts of the capital in a hurry. As soon as Yuan got off the horse, she saw the emperor and the crown prince emerging from a large crowd and walking towards them. Yuan excitedly waved her little hands. Father, brother. The emperor and the crown prince both smiled and couldn't help but wave back. Yuan continued, Second sister-in-law, where are you? The smiles on the emperor's and crown prince's faces froze. The emperor pinched Yuan's cheek, and the crown prince gently touched her nose, then took her in his arms, whispering, You little rascal, don't you miss your brother and father? Yuan's loud voice rang out. I do, I miss father and brother. System. TSK. I didn't expect your brother and big nephew to be so clingy. Yuan chuckled, puffing out her chest. That's my charm. System. Haha, yes. The emperor and the prince both chuckled, and then the prince continued, What made you suddenly think to find your second sister-in-law? By this point, the prince had walked up to Cheng Weining. Cheng Weining felt the gaze of the emperor and the prince and instinctively lowered his head even more. Yuan also saw Cheng Weining and couldn't help but grab his clothes, exclaiming loudly, He is amazing. Really amazing. The emperor and the prince were taken aback. They knew Cheng Weining was impressive. The officials had gathered here because they heard about the automatic spinning wheel he created. But hadn't Yuan and the system predicted this already? Why were they still so surprised? Yuan's enthusiasm for Cheng Weining also caught the attention of the other officials. The Minister of Works couldn't help but rub his hands together and said, Your Majesty, shall we go take a look? Seeing Yuan nodding repeatedly, the emperor agreed. Let's go. A quarter of an hour later, everyone arrived at the stone bridge in front of the small waterfall. The nearby poplar trees had begun to turn slightly red. The waterfall was interrupted in the middle by two wooden channels, and with the impact of the flowing water, a large circular axle on one side turned, along with a huge textile wheel axle beside it. Just by looking at the dozens of spindles spinning together, one could tell how powerful its spinning ability was. The emperor signaled Cheng Weining to give it a try. As strands of hemp yarn were woven from the machine at an unimaginable speed, everyone was left speechless. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Is it really not powered by human effort? Could it be that we just didn't see it? After saying this, the person rushed toward the large disc with others, circling it several times, not even sparing the nearby bushes and fence. One by one, They emerged excitedly shaking their heads. The Emperor and the others looked increasingly delighted. Found it! A sharp voice suddenly called out from nearby. Look, look! I see someone pulling the rope. The person shouted while dragging a muddy farmer over. The farmer, initially nervous, quickly said no. I wasn't pulling the textile machine. I was just doing my routine check every 3 days to see if any threads were broken. The official who had pulled him over felt embarrassed and coughed. I must have seen it wrong. Ahem. Is this machine difficult to use? What is its principle? The farmer, nervously clasping his hands, replied, I don't really know. I just open the gear behind it. There are about 28 spindles, and my wife said it's 10 to 20 times faster than his. At this statement, everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, the Minister of Works, who had just carefully examined the textile core, quietly said, there are actually 28 spindles here. I think we can add more. In the future, there might be 30 spindles. Common households usually have at most 2 spindles, and many only have a single hand-operated spinning wheel. The difference is huge. It's more than 100 times better. This isn't just a loom. It's a blessing from the heavens. As he spoke, he looked at it as if gazing at a long-desired goddess. The Minister of War also praised, and it doesn't require manual operation. It only needs waterfall water. Amazing! With this big machine, my lord, can we provide clothing for all the soldiers in our army? The Minister of Works didn't even glance at him. You should ask the Minister of Revenue about that. I only handle materials. I can't speak on other matters. Regardless of whether their discussion involved disagreements or arguments, they all wore excited smiles. The Crown Prince held Yuan Ruan as if he were holding a lively little creature. If he wasn't careful, the creature might slip away. Yuan Ruan looked around and remarked, Wow, they really made a water-powered spinning wheel. It's incredible how far we've come. The system glitched for a second. I thought he was strong, but he's even stronger than I expected. How is he so amazing? Yuan Ruan, could he actually be leading us into the steam age? Yuan Ruan replied, no way. If that's true, he could elevate the technology of the 4 nations. A sharp glint flashed in the Emperor's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Prime Minister Li. Clearly, both had picked up on the phrase steam age. The system said, no, it shouldn't be that far yet. There are still many materials that can't keep up. But this is already impressive. How he thinks and acts is beyond comprehension. Yuan Ruan responded, System, stop being mysterious and just tell me what's going on. The courtiers who couldn't get close to the waterfall looked over. The system continued, let me see. I can only say that it's typical of Cheng Weining. His motivation is indeed for the second princess. Yuan Ruan confirmed, that's for sure. System, just tell me what the second princess did. The system explained, you remember the fortune bags she made, right? The second princess not only wrote on the bags, but also didn't rest afterward. She personally wove fabric to make the bags. Once she finished, she became addicted to weaving and wanted to make gifts for your brother, your nephew, and you. However, she wasn't very skilled at weaving and often pricked her fingers, even getting some cuts, which made Cheng Weining feel sorry for her. Yuan Ruan covered her mouth. I get it now. So Cheng Weining wants to invent a weaving machine that won't hurt the princess's hands? System. Yes, and he is trying very hard to find a solution. One time, Cheng Weining accompanied the second princess on a trip, and her belongings accidentally fell into the river and were swept away. Since they couldn't return to the palace in one day, Cheng Weining worried the princess wouldn't sleep well outside, so he immediately jumped into the river to retrieve them. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. What? He jumped into the river just because he was worried the princess wouldn't sleep well? He's really something. The other officials looked at Cheng Weining in disbelief. The Minister of Works rushed to Cheng Weining's side, ignoring his beloved weaving machine, and whispered, How can you act so recklessly? Cheng Weining smiled awkwardly, touched by his colleague's concern. The Minister of Works continued in a low voice, The plow hasn't been finished yet. You can't die. At that moment, an official who had just returned from the northwest nodded repeatedly and whispered, My uncle is still waiting for your well. You can't have any accidents. The Deputy Minister of Revenue also joined in. Exactly. especially for irrigation tools. Our region often lacks water. You need to take care of yourself. Cheng Wei-ning's smile faded, feeling less warm. System. He is usually very cautious, but when it comes to the second princess, he tends to act impulsively. As he jumped into the water to save the cloves, he realized how much resistance the water created, especially when he reached the shore and prepared to use a hook to grab the basket stuck on the waterfall rocks. He truly felt the power of nature. Then, he started to think about how to harness the waterfall's force. Yuan nodded slightly. That's clever. Technological progress often comes from sudden inspiration. I would call him a romantic genius. System. A pure-hearted warrior, indeed. Cheng Wei-ning blushed slightly. Yuan stared at the waterfall for a moment and said to the system, I just thought of another great use for this. Nearby officials looked up in curiosity. System. What is it, Yuan? Yuan, a water-powered cart. Using the flow of water to drive the cart, allowing for water lifting and irrigation. Isn't the principle similar to this water-powered spinning wheel? It's even simpler. You don't need to spin yarn, just lift the water. Isn't that more efficient than traditional irrigation tools? The officials immediately became excited.
What?
Such an amazing irrigation tool? The system chimed in. Wow, Yuan, you are a genius. As long as there is water, the water-powered cart can keep moving. How much land is nearby? It can irrigate that much land. But, Erwan, do you think this can be improved? The emperor's pupils narrowed. The Minister of Revenue was so excited that he took out a blank bamboo slip to jot down more of Yuan's words. Yuan. Of course. The principles are quite similar. The hardest parts are twofold. First, to harness the power of a waterfall. Second, the gear mechanism. But these challenges have already been solved by the water wheel. We can use not just water, but also oxen, foot pedals, and wind power, which makes it less dependent on location. Yuan continued. Besides the water-powered cart, there's also a water-powered cylinder cart that stands in the water like a Ferris wheel, using the flow to drive the main wheel. It can then enter the fields without needing a waterfall. Its application is broader. The emperor couldn't help but look at Cheng Wei-ning. Even the Minister of Revenue, who didn't fully understand the Ferris wheel concept, was quickly taking notes. Cheng Wei-ning nodded repeatedly. Yuan reflected on a few irrigation methods and added, but I think, with Cheng Wei-ning's intelligence, he might figure it out quickly without my help. System, impossible. The officials were taken aback, wondering why the system said that. Yuan, why? The system replied firmly, because the second princess cannot farm. Without that opportunity, what can Cheng Wei-ning think of for irrigating fields? He can only think about his family. Yuan. All the officials. Even Cheng Wei-ning thought that made sense. The Minister of Works couldn't hold back and quickly moved next to Cheng Wei-ning, tightly grabbing his arm and whispering, You don't want to be unable to go home, right? The Minister of Revenue nearly bumped into the Minister of Works, but quickly grabbed Cheng Wei-ning's other arm, whispering, You don't want to miss your child's birth, do you? Officials from the Northwest faction saw no other way and grabbed Cheng Wei-ning by the waist. Cheng Wei-ning was frantically trying to shake them off. System. Erwan, maybe you should remind him. Wait, what are they doing? Yuan looked over curiously, then gasped, What a ridiculous pose. Is Cheng Wei-ning so happy that others are holding him back to prevent him from getting hurt? Cheng Wei-ning was going crazy, no. The Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. The Minister of Revenue suddenly said, Lord Cheng, don't be too excited. We understand. Please calm down and show us something else later. The Minister of Works also joined in, saying, Yes, Lord Cheng, your health is more important. I know you want to continue showcasing the irrigation tools, but look at you. You're already exhausted and twitching. There's no rush. The officials from the Northwest faction understood that the two ministers wanted to use this opportunity to let Cheng Wei-ning reasonably create the water wheel mentioned by Yuan. So, the members of the Northwest faction nodded and tightly held onto Cheng Wei-ning's waist, saying, Sir, hold on. The irrigation can wait, but you can't. I will help you to the side to rest. Cheng Wei-ning. Soon after, Cheng Wei-ning was supported to the side by the three of them. The other court officials almost laughed at the amusing scene. Only the crown prince suddenly felt emotional, thinking, he's grown up. He can now find excuses for himself. However, not long after this reflection, the crown prince became speechless. Because the system and Yuan Ruan's thoughts echoed again. System. Wow, Air One, it seems they really were prepared for the irrigation tools, just as you guessed. Yuan Ruan sighed, impressive. Truly a master of farming tools. The system added, just to clarify, we should specify that it's the second princess's Doraemon farming tools. Yuan Ruan, yes, exactly. I was thinking of other ideas, but seeing this, I bet Chen Weining and the others have already thought of them. The court officials.
What?
The young national teacher has more ideas? Tell us, we didn't think of anything. The officials tried to find a topic, but it seemed Yuan Wan completely missed their signals and stopped discussing farming tools, instead chatting about whether Chen Weining's child would be a boy or a girl. The entire court was anxious, wanting to pull their hair out. They looked around, and then turned their gaze to the crown prince. Crown prince. Another excuse thrown at me. He really can't handle a little praise. After some thought, he approached his father, the emperor, and said, Father, since Lord Cheng has created such innovative crops, I believe discussing how to effectively use these tools and adapt them to our land is an important topic. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Go on. The court officials. Brilliant. The crown prince's suggestion will surely draw the national teacher into the discussion. They listened eagerly. After a while, they despairingly realized that Yuan Wan was completely uninterested in this topic and was instead excitedly betting with the system on whether Chen Weining would have a second child. The crown prince noticed some restless emotions among the court officials, calmly withdrew his gaze, and said, I have thrown out a suggestion to inspire discussion. He then began to explain in detail, mentioning the large water-powered spinning wheel, which requires specific water conditions and must also consider production issues, needing input from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. He also discussed the water-powered turning wheel, emphasizing that different types of water-powered wheels are suitable for various regions in the Great Xia, which requires careful analysis before implementation. After briefly sharing some suggestions, he raised additional potential issues. For instance, the government should encourage the public to use silver or grain for transactions and completely ban private cloth trading before a large supply of fabric appears to prevent financial losses. He then addressed how to keep information about these irrigation tools confidential. As the crown prince spoke confidently, the officials who had been waiting for the young national teacher to speak also calmed down and began to raise many questions, with some quietly offering their own suggestions. The emperor remained expressionless, but a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes as he looked at the crown prince. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Wow, ancient people are really smart. They adapt to local conditions and maintain confidentiality, and they even consider production locations and sales issues. Yuan Wan replied, of course. Although the recommendation system isn't as fair as the Imperial examination, they are still a part of the social hierarchy, so having such insights is not surprising. I can't think of anything better. The court officials were taken aback. Did the young national teacher really say he couldn't think of a better idea? They suddenly looked at the calm crown prince, and then at the composed emperor. In that moment, they seemed to understand the emperor's earlier words. In matters of the Great Xia, we cannot rely solely on the young national teacher. A surge of determination rose within the officials. Yes, we are the backbone of the Great Xia, and we should strive for self-improvement. The system asked, did Yuan Wan think of anything else? Yuan Wan replied, wait. I think of something. Aren't we supposed to develop the Silk Road? This water-powered spinning wheel can be used for silk production. Now we just need the raw material, silk from silkworms. Do you have any silkworm raising techniques? The system responded, let me check.
Yes.
This reward includes techniques for grafting mulberry trees. High-quality mulberry leaves can help silkworms grow better and produce more silk. The officials gasped, what? There's such a skill? The system continued also. There are techniques for selecting and raising silkworms. Additionally, We will provide high-quality silkworm eggs that produce 10 times more silk than the current ones. The emperor immediately turned his attention. The Minister of Revenue stumbled and almost fell to his knees. The other court officials exchanged glances and immediately set aside half of their previous thoughts. Yes, self-reliance is not wrong. Loyal ministers are not wrong either. But the young national teacher is the fortune of our great Xia. In other words, he is like our father. Isn't it right to hold on to our father's leg? That's called filial piety. System. Erwin, let me show you the task. Daily task. Perfect growth diary of silkworm babies. Incomplete. Task requirement. Pull the beards of 10 court officials. 0/10 Erwin. Will you do this task? Yuan touched her chin. Pulling beards? I remember that in Great Xia, shaving beards is a form of humiliation. If I pull them, I won't get punished, right? System. Don't be afraid, Erwin. Who would dare to punish you? Just ask your brother. The emperor twitched his mouth. Although he was happy to think of himself, he didn't need to say it so directly. Yuan, you're right. Such a mischievous child. The court officials exchanged glances and quietly moved a bit closer to Yuan. Yuan smiled and leaned on the crown prince's shoulder, looking around. Then she started pulling, suddenly yanking the beards of the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Justice nearby. The Minister of Justice remained unfazed. The Minister of Revenue exclaimed in pain and jumped up. System, good. 3 hairs were pulled from the Minister of Revenue and 5 from the Minister of Justice. The number of completed tasks has reached 2. The Minister of Justice is a real man, but the Minister of Revenue is not doing well, TSK. Hearing this, the Minister of Revenue became unhappy. If he is a man, he shouldn't be called weak. He suddenly touched the area near his beard. It's so itchy. There are just too many mosquitoes. Did you all feel that? Other officials. System. Itchy? 6. The Minister of Revenue is also a real man. The Crown Prince almost couldn't hold back his laughter and cooperatively said, Indeed, as summer turns to autumn, there are many mosquitoes. Jua was just helping you catch them. Yuan was taken aback and suddenly felt delighted in her heart. Ah, my dear nephew is so clever. That excuse is brilliant. System. Go for it. Yuan continued to lean on the Crown Prince's shoulder, nodding, so many bugs, I'll help you pull them off. Father Emperor, you can see it too. While Yuan was waving the tiger skin as a big flag, the Emperor remained silent for a moment and cooperatively responded with a hmm. The other officials immediately moved a bit closer to Yuan, and some suddenly pretended to be dramatic, feigning expressions of being forced to play along with the mischievous child. Yuan playfully tugged at their beards and happily remarked, I suddenly understand that saying. I like it when others can't stand me but can't do anything about it. It feels great to have that kind of power. The Emperor suddenly laughed, holding Yuan in front of him, and said, Joer, help your father check for any bugs. It would be an honor for them if you could catch some. You're not just pretending to be powerful, you're like a little tiger too. The court officials responded with admiration. Amazing. Spoiling the child, Your Majesty, you're the best at it. Yuan gently scratched the Emperor's back without pulling too hard. At the same time, she mercilessly yanked a beard from the Minister of War. As the system cheered, task completed, Yuan affectionately touched the Emperor's cheek and said, None. Father, it smells nice. The bugs won't come. The court officials were left speechless. All right, are we part of your father-daughter play too? With the Emperor's indulgence and the cooperation of the court officials, the prank task was completed smoothly. The system joyfully announced that the task was finished and a bronze box would soon be delivered. Yuan was also very happy and suddenly asked, How will the reward appear this time? It won't be taken from my storeroom again, will it? The system replied, No. But to ensure your contributions aren't overlooked. It still relates to you. I wrote this. To thank the young national master for curing the illness of his family during the spring rain prayers, a household in the southwest has compiled 3 generations worth of experience in raising silkworms and will present it to you. Yuan exclaimed, Huh? What if my brother sends someone to find it? won't they discover? The system assured her. The letter didn't leave an address. A nameless hero. Yuan Wan responded, got it. Yuan Wan happily snuggled with the emperor, yawned, and was carried away by the crown prince. The emperor looked at the officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue who were related to farming tools. He said, "You all just discussed the pros and cons of farming tools. Please write a memorial and present it to me as soon as possible." The court officials all bowed, yes. The emperor nodded slightly and turned to leave. The Minister of Works, holding the design for the water-powered spinning wheel that Cheng Weining had just given him, smiled and patted Lord Cheng on the shoulder, saying, "Lord Cheng, I'll see you at the Ministry of Works later. I believe in you. Keep it up." The Minister of Revenue handed over his notes to Cheng Weining and earnestly said, "Lord Cheng, the road ahead is long, but it will surely be bright. Keep it up." Officials from the Northwest didn't forget to offer tea from the side, saying, "Sir, I can only support you. The Northwest is struggling. We don't need to build the irrigation wells immediately, but we should think of ways to irrigate our farmland in the Northwest. Come on, Mr. Cheng." Cheng Weining. He felt overwhelmed by the pressure. Cheng Weining was invited to the construction site of the Ministry of Works. Looking at the two big guardians beside him, he rubbed his forehead and began to work hard on creating a series of water-powered devices. With a clear plan, Cheng Weining improved the designs quickly. In just a few days, he produced several versions, such as foot-powered and ox-powered water devices. The wind-powered version, which was most suitable for the Northwest, took him the longest to design and test, but he eventually worked through the night to complete it, tempted by the thought of going home. More than 20 days later, craftsmen from the Summer Kingdom set off to deliver their creations to officials in various regions. Among them, the craftsmen for the Northwest traveled the fastest and received the best treatment, as several officials from the Northwest accompanied them. When they arrived in the Northwest and announced their plans, it caused a huge stir among the officials. All the Northwest officials who could make it were present, looking in disbelief at the foot-powered and wind-powered devices rising from the ground in the Dafu River area. As they watched the water being transported, the Northwest officials clutched their chests in amazement. They tightly held onto their companions from the capital and pointed at the wind-powered water device, asking, "How long can this machine run? How do we maintain it? How often do the blades and gears need to be replaced?" Their colleague from the capital explained in detail, "As long as the wind-powered device isn't broken and there's water, it can keep running. But since water is scarce in the Northwest, be careful." As for maintenance, Mr. Cheng didn't give a specific number. He said this is a prototype, and we can't guarantee its effectiveness. That's already great. The other officials were excited and didn't complain at all. At that moment, a friendly official playfully punched the capital official, saying, "You did well. You just got transferred to the capital, and you've already convinced Mr. Cheng." The capital official shook his head. "It's not just me. It's mainly due to the national advisor's skills. Plus, Mr. Cheng's intention was to prevent the princess from hurting herself while weaving." At this point, he explained the reason behind the creation of the water-powered spinning device. The Northwest officials were speechless. The capital official added, "If he hadn't been so eager to protect the pregnant princess, this wind-powered device might not have been completed so quickly." The officials from the Northwest faction were once again at a loss. They didn't understand this kind of love, but since they benefited from Cheng Weining, they could only mutter, "The national teacher was right. Lord Cheng is quite the romantic." They agreed to stop discussing Cheng Weining, took the blueprints, and assigned the craftsmen. Then, the officials hurried to their districts to gather local farmers to help build the irrigation canals. It was the busy autumn harvest season, and at first, the farmers were reluctant. However, when they learned that these canals would automatically help irrigate their fields, they were amazed. One by one, they eagerly signed up. "Oh my goodness! What great news! I want to help." "Me too, sir. My 5 sons all want to join." The official in charge of registration looked at an elderly woman in front of him and couldn't help but say, "You should keep one son to help with the harvest, so the crops don't spoil." "It's fine. Our land isn't big, and I used to harvest alone before they grew up. Now my daughter-in-law and grandchildren help, the elderly woman said confidently, patting her chest. Water is our lifeline. If we don't work hard now, will we just wait for our crops to wither? We must give it our all. Her words inspired others to raise their hands. My 8-year-old wants to join. My 60-year-old father wants to participate. My 80-year-old grandmother wishes to join. The last request made the recording clerk stumble, and he awkwardly refused. After several days, the emperor received a letter from the Qin kingdom. They stated that their cooperation with the Xiongnu was a misunderstanding, condemned the emperor for occupying Qin territory, and announced that they had sent a delegation. They estimated it would arrive in the capital of Daxia within 3 days. The emperor squinted and waved his hand. A shadow fell from the sky and knelt before him. He maintained a serious expression and said, "Go inform Songwei that the Qin delegation has arrived. They should be close." The shadow obeyed. Just as the emperor was about to leave, he suddenly heard the voice of the chief eunuch outside, announcing that the 7th and 9th princesses wished to see him. The emperor smiled slightly. "Let them in." The chief eunuch hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Father, father." With the sound of hurried footsteps, Yuan Wan stumbled in joyfully, like a fledgling returning to its nest, followed steadily by Qiyu. Qiyu bowed first, and as the emperor approached, she subtly avoided his reaching hand that wanted to assist her. The emperor was not angry. He directly picked up the slower-running Yuan Wan and said, "You've lost weight." Yuan Wan touched the emperor's hair and instinctively acted cute, saying, "I haven't lost weight, hee. Did father think of Joer?" The emperor was taken aback and lifted Yuan Wan high, saying, "Yes.
I really missed you.
Yuan Wan felt happy and quickly replied, "I miss you too."
Father.
The emperor ignored her near slip of the tongue and, feeling touched, pinched Yuan Ruan's cheek, saying, "All right, I will finish my work soon and spend time playing with Joer." The 7th princess crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. The system chuckled. "Oh no, this isn't what you wanted." Yuan Wan snuggled closer to the emperor and said, "Father, you should work well and not waste time on Joer." The emperor sighed. "What about you, Wan?" Yuan Wan happily raised her little hand, saying, "Father, I want to go hunting in autumn too." The emperor replied, "No." Yuan Wan looked at the emperor with her big round eyes and tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Father and 7th sister, she will accompany and protect me." The emperor said, "I can protect you too." Yuan Wan continued to snuggle the emperor, seriously counting on her fingers. Father works, earns money, supports Joer and 7th sister. "Father, you are amazing."
Great.
The emperor gradually got lost in Yuan Ruan's flattery and found it quite reasonable. Finally, Yuan Ruan added, "And I'm super strong. I'm really powerful." After saying that, Yuan Wan made a heart shape with her hands towards the emperor. Suddenly, a small bolt of lightning struck at the entrance of the hall. Startled, the chief eunuch, who had just stepped in, stumbled and fell to the ground. Yuan Wan looked worried and nervously said, Are you okay?" The system quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, Wan, it didn't hit him. He was just startled." Yuan Wan finally relaxed. The chief eunuch hurriedly said, "I'm fine. It was my fault for not looking carefully before coming in to deliver a message. I hope your majesty and Princess Joer forgive me." The emperor squinted and said, "Get up." "What is it?" The chief eunuch replied, "Your majesty, the 5th prince wishes to see you." The emperor waved his hand. "Let him in." Yuan Wan curiously looked over and saw the 5th prince coming in wearing a new royal blue outfit. They locked eyes just as he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled widely, exclaiming, "Father, father, I missed you." He rushed over like a swallow returning to its nest. Being cute also requires the right timing and circumstances. Even an 8-year-old boy can be cute, but who can compete with the younger child who has already shown off his cuteness before? With the same outfit, comparing them side by side makes the young boy seem less adorable. "Stand straight." The emperor, holding Yuan Wan, stepped aside to avoid the boy's hug and complained, "Stand properly. You're not a child anymore. You should have some manners." The fifth prince felt a chill in his heart. The courage he had to be cute vanished instantly. He awkwardly bowed and said, "Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The emperor looked the fifth prince up and down. Seeing his clothes were neat and that he didn't appear frightened or panicked, it was clear he hadn't been bullied. His tone was flat. "Why did you come here?" The fifth prince stammered and didn't dare to answer. Yuan curiously asked the system, "What did he come to see brother for?" "System, let me check." "Oh, it's not that." He heard the nurse and wanted to come and be cute in front of the emperor to make a good impression, hoping that the noble consort could be released from the cold palace again. The emperor's interest was piqued, and he looked at the fifth prince again. "Yuan, I see. I thought he was bold enough to use brother's secret route to trade for the noble consort." The emperor, who had just softened a little. "A secret about the route being leaked?" "System, haha. Actually, it wouldn't help him. He doesn't know as much as your brother. The emperor knows not only about the fourth prince of Chu, but also that the Empress Dowager and others are involved." Yuan felt happy upon hearing this. "Of course. My brother is truly impressive." The emperor.
Wait.
He knows about the Empress Dowager, but he doesn't know who others are. "System, can you tell me more?" While the emperor was thinking of how to trick the system, the fifth prince began to act cute again. The emperor found it quite painful to watch. Suddenly, he pulled the fifth prince aside and called over the crown prince and the third prince, instructing them to take the fifth prince back and review his studies. Fifth prince. Third prince. After that, the emperor announced he would accompany Yuan on a hunting trip. The crown prince quickly instructed the third prince to take good care of the fifth prince and then join the hunting trip as well. This left Chi speechless. She watched as the emperor and crown prince took turns lifting Yuan high, her fists clenched tightly. Even though the emperor decided on the autumn hunt at the last minute, the entourage was still quite large. Yuan spent some time in the emperor's arms, then sat in front of the crown prince, and was later tied to Chi's chest, enjoying 3 different styles of autumn hunting. Yuan was feeling quite happy, but as the hunting was about to end, the crown prince confidently handed her a white fox and said with a smile, "Sister Jiu, I'll make you the cutest cloak." Chiyu brought over a bright red fox and said, "A red cloak will make Sister Jiu look even better." Just when Yuan was in a dilemma, she suddenly saw the emperor approaching gracefully and calmly. She was excited to use the emperor to change the topic, but to her surprise, he was holding a shiny black fox and said, "This one looks better."
Yuan.
The system quietly said, "It's hard to handle the favors of beautiful people. The ancients were not wrong. Choose a one." Yuan took a deep breath and happily rushed over. "Black looks good. Father, make a hat and gloves, love you." "White looks good too, brother. Make a scarf, a beautiful scarf, and hair accessories, love you." "Wow, red. Sister is beautiful. I want the cloak." She was trying to please everyone, not wanting to leave anyone out. The emperor and the 2 others exchanged glances. The crown prince suddenly teased, "Which color does Erwan think looks the best?" Yuan. The system. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Erwan? Just then, the Minister of Rights and the Minister of War hurried over. The 2 looked tense as they stood 2 meters away. Seeing them, Yuan felt like help had arrived and quickly pointed at the 2 ministers. "Father, there are people. The emperor and the others didn't want to put Yuan in a difficult position, so they moved over. The Minister of Rights and the Minister of War both bowed. The Minister of Rights looked anxious and said, "Your Majesty, the delegation from Qin Kingdom has arrived, but 3 members are missing. The other members claim that if they can't find them, it will be seen as bullying by the Xia Kingdom. Your Majesty, I suspect this might be a plot by Qin Kingdom or the other 2 countries." The emperor frowned and said, "Let's rule out Shu Kingdom. That's not possible." The Minister of Rights wanted to ask why, but suddenly thought of the complicated emotional entanglements among Shu Kingdom's leaders and fell silent. The emperor continued as for the other 2 countries. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan and the system were gossiping. "System, give me a spoiler. Which country is behind this?" "System, Erwan, there is no country conspiracy. The three envoys from Qin Kingdom were captured by villagers from Daxia. Yuan Wan was surprised, huh?
Why?
System. They came from Qin Kingdom and saw a large water wheel near the outskirts of the capital, so they wanted to take a closer look. Then, they were stopped by the black iron cavalry arranged by your brother. Later that night, the two secretly went to take a look. Some wanted to catch them, but the three villagers who stayed behind were caught and locked up, while two others were beaten badly. Yuan Wan twitched her lips. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Where are they? System. Not far from where you're hunting. Did you hear that noise? Behind the left mountain, they are still trying to escape. Yuan Wan listened carefully and thought she heard something. She quickly tugged at the prince beside her and pointed in the direction of the sound, saying, Brother, the prey is over there. The prince turned his horse around. Did Jiwa see the prey? Yuan Wan nodded seriously. Yes, I did.
All right.
The prince suddenly pulled on the reins. Let's go check it out. The emperor and Qi Yu immediately followed. The minister of war grabbed a horse from the guards and rushed ahead, but soon turned back to pick up the out-of-breath minister of rights. As they crossed a small hill, they could clearly hear a groan. The black iron riders rushed over first. Soon, the noisy sound stopped. When Yuan Wan and her group got closer, they saw 7 or 8 farmers looking uneasy, surrounding 2 people on the ground. Those 2 were bruised and battered, making it hard to see their faces, and they looked very disheveled. One of the men on the ground saw the black iron riders and suddenly shouted, We pay our respects to His Majesty of the Great Xia. The farmers, hearing this and seeing the imposing emperor and prince, trembled and knelt down, their weapons thrown far away. The oldest among them shouted, Master, we didn't fight for no reason. Someone was spying on the secrets of Great Xia. They hurt someone while trying to escape, and we couldn't let that go. We didn't hurt the other person. The emperor frowned and waved his hand. The black iron riders stepped forward and lifted the 2 men up. The 2, trembling in fear, repeatedly exclaimed, Your Majesty of Great Xia, I, a humble servant, am truly an envoy from Qin Kingdom. I have the travel documents. Respected Emperor of Great Xia, I would never dare to spy on your secrets. I was just wandering outside and ran into some trouble. Yuan Wan saw one of them even wet his pants and was stunned. Wow. Seeing my brother make someone wet themselves, his nerves are really weak. System. Haha, after all, your brother has the reputation of a tyrant. Wait, I just scanned this person and found a red mark on him. Oh no, Yuan Wan, this person was actually from the Xia Kingdom. The emperor was about to order the Minister of Rights to take them back. The Minister of Rights and the Crown Prince both raised their heads sharply. Yuan Wan frowned. People from Xia country? Traitors? System. Well, he is a descendant of a minister who escaped during the rebellion of the former emperor. But that's not the main point. The key is that these 2 intentionally brought another person to be captured by the villagers. He wanted to harm another member of the delegation. The Minister of Rights couldn't help but glance at the person with disdain. Yuan Ruan's small face was full of confusion. What is this person thinking? When representing our country, the most important thing is to unite with internal members. How could he betray his fellow delegates? No matter how big the grudge, it should be dealt with after returning to Qin country. The Minister of Rights nodded repeatedly. System. Jealousy is at play. This person is as petty as can be. He is jealous of the one who came to help him. Onlookers? Yuan Wan sighed. TSK. Jealousy is truly a root of all evil. But it's good. They formed a conflict-ridden delegation, which means our Great Xia will definitely come out on top. System. Haha, you're right, Wan. Oh, the person he is targeting is actually his nephew. Yuan Wan widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Are you sure? The person he is jealous of and targeting is his relative? A younger one? System. Yes. Yuan Wan was about to complain, but quickly added suspiciously, This younger relative isn't adopted, right? He isn't the result of an affair, is he? They must have a blood relation? The Crown Prince slightly rubbed his forehead, unsure how to respond to Yuan Ruan's knowledge. System nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. They are related by blood, and there's no unexpected fatherhood involved. Yuan Wan sighed in relief and then became excited. This person must have some serious issues. Doesn't he know that when one person suffers, the whole family suffers? And when one succeeds, everyone benefits. How did someone with such poor political sense become a member of the delegation? System. Wait, let me sort this out. The Emperor and others looked speechless. The Emperor was too lazy to talk to such a person and ordered the Black Iron Cavalry to take him back for questioning. On the way back, the Crown Prince whispered, "Sending such a clueless person to represent Great Xia shows how little Qin country thinks of us." The Minister of Rights leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, perhaps the officials of Qin country are just at this level." The Crown Prince was taken aback and laughed. After hearing their conversation, the Emperor couldn't help but place Yuan Wan in Qi's arms, signaling him to stand back. He turned his head with a half-smile and whispered, "Impossible. What about the officials of Xia country who were previously suppressed by Qin country?" The Minister of Rights instantly fell silent. System. R1, I've sorted it out. This person isn't lacking in intelligence. On the contrary, they are overthinking things. This statement piqued everyone's interest. Yuan Wan blinked. Is there more to the story? System. Because he discovered his niece's true gender. She's been disguising herself as a boy since childhood, and then was recognized by a certain influential person who recommended her to become a court official in the Qin kingdom. Onlookers, what? This person is a woman. Yuan Wan gasped and covered her mouth. Wow. So he is worried that if his niece's gender is revealed, he will be implicated? System. Not exactly. Onlookers. Huh? Yuan Wan. Oh, come on. Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. System. The day before he was sent on a mission, he was secretly kidnapped and taken to a small dark room where a man in black revealed his niece's secret and claimed that if he didn't cooperate with their demands, they would expose everything. He was so scared that he rushed to his brother's room to discuss it. His brother was shocked too, and then they secretly kidnapped the nurse to find out that it was the sister-in-law who feared her daughter would lose favor and the position of heir, so she raised her as a boy. A shadow of gloom and reflection crossed the Emperor's eyes. He rode back a bit, patted the Crown Prince's shoulder, and signaled him to pay more attention to the inner court. The Crown Prince nodded repeatedly. Yuan Wan was astonished. What? To secure the inheritance, she made her daughter pretend to be a boy from birth? That's outrageous. System. It's quite normal. Your brother once had a concubine who tried to do the same. However, she was foolish and secretly brought in a nurse with bad intentions, which not only failed to hide the baby's identity, but also led to the little princess's death. That concubine suffered in silence, unable to speak out. Yuan Wan was dumbfounded. Such a thing happened in her brother's harem? The Crown Prince suddenly looked at the Emperor, then lowered his head again. The Minister of Rights looked everywhere except the road ahead. She couldn't help but grip Qiyu's clothing tightly. Who? How despicable. So foolish and wicked. They must be exposed. The Emperor's gloomy expression softened a bit. System. I think it was someone named Li Marin. Your brother has already investigated the matter and dealt with her. Yuan Wan sighed in relief. As expected of my brother, he's really smart. So this person in black is a rival who discovered the female identity of the envoy and then tried to manipulate her, right? System. There's a small misunderstanding here.
Yuan Wan what?
System. The rival is correct, but after this person in black learned about the envoy's female identity, their feelings changed quickly. They even fell in love with her and subtly confessed, which made the envoy think the person was gay, causing her to keep her distance and ignore their efforts. The person in black then turned dark, wanting to ruin the envoy's career. Emperor and others. Is something wrong? Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. This rival has issues. If you love her, why would you want to ruin her? System. Yuan Ruan, the orders given were to stop the envoy from leaving the city, not to kill her. Yuan Ruan replied, What's the difference? By exposing the envoy's most important secret, he essentially gave her family 3 options. Either they perish together with the threat, eliminate the threat, or hand it over to him, keeping them under his control. Isn't that similar to forcing the envoy's family to harm her? System. So Guari said that he loves the envoy and confessed. Yuan calmly stated, "System, I remember saying, don't just listen to what a man says, pay attention to what he does and the consequences of his actions." The system screen suddenly flashed wildly, then excitedly celebrated. Yuan is amazing. You are the smartest girl and won't be fooled by bad men. The emperor nodded in agreement, but suddenly stopped. Wait, what does it mean that she won't be fooled by men? No bad men should come within 700 meters of my child. Cut off the source completely. Yuan system, do you have any more information about this envoy who disguises herself as a man? System. None, but when I meet her in person, I should be able to gather more. Why do you want to know? Yuan chuckled. This explosive news definitely needs to be shared with the negotiation team. It's a game changer. System. Okay, but how do you plan to explain the source of the information? Yuan smiled again. System. Have you forgotten my identity? I am the great national master of the Great Xia, known for my miraculous predictions. I'll just go to the master's residence and say I divine some auspicious and inauspicious events, then tell my brother. Simple, right? System. 6. Yes, my dear Yuan, I just saw the envoy from Qin Kingdom causing trouble. Your divination about them is perfect. Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. Her gaze fell on the 2 Qin envoys, who were awkwardly placed on horseback by the black iron riders. She then pulled out a small turtle from her sleeve. Yuan's chubby fingers stroked the turtle's shell as she muttered some words. The prince could clearly hear what Yuan was saying. Delicious fried chicken. Come quickly. Sweet and soft osmanthus rice cake. Hurry up. But he held back a laugh and maintained a serious face, asking, "Ninth sister, what are you doing?" Yuan calmly pointed at the Qin envoys tied to the horse, saying, "I'm divining. They are bad people. His nephew has a background that is fake." The prince continued to play along. Fake? Are they not from Qin Kingdom? Or is it something else? We can investigate. At that moment, one of the bound men suddenly started shaking like he was having a fit and shouted, "No, absolutely not. What do you know, you child? Don't talk nonsense." Before he could finish, the black iron riders punched him hard. Yuan made a heart shape with her hands. Lightning struck right above him. Yuan had planned to show off before addressing the others. She didn't expect the thunder to startle the horse. The emperor, the prince, Qiyu, and other skilled riders quickly held onto the reins. The prince even moved his horse closer to Yuan to protect her from falling. However, the 2 Qin envoys, who had been tied to the horse, fell awkwardly onto the grass. One hit his head on a nearby rock and fainted, while the other had his leg crushed by a hoof, letting out a piercing scream before passing out. Yuan. System. This person is a bit unlucky. The emperor and the prince exchanged glances, sensing that it might be a subtle consequence of the nation's disdain for outsiders. But seeing that Yuan and the system weren't considering this, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Yuan tugged at the emperor's sleeve and softly said, "Father, I want to visit the envoy." System. Charge. Yuan. Let's go. Charge ahead. We might negotiate without a fight. System. Yuan is awesome. The emperor chuckled. Negotiations about territory wouldn't succeed just because of an envoy's secrets. But he still affectionately pinched Yuan's cheek, saying, "All right, I'll take you with me." Yuan gave the emperor a big kiss. When Yuan returned to the small palace of the national advisor, the emperor's expression turned cold as he looked at the Minister of Rights. "Keep a close watch on Qin country. You don't need me to tell you how to do it, right?" The Minister of Rights was taken aback and hesitated before bowing. "Your Majesty, I plan to gather more information. As for whether to threaten the envoy Liu or to win over another envoy, I want to see how both envoys feel about the Great Xia during the negotiations. Regarding the negotiation process, I will be both firm and flexible, delaying the talks to allow General Lin and his team to fully secure the captured cities." The emperor was silent for a moment and then responded with a simple "hmm." After a pause, he added, "There's one more thing. Jewel wants to go to the negotiation site. Please take good care of her and introduce her." The Minister of Rights was stunned again, suddenly feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, when you said, "You don't need me to tell you how to do it," you weren't referring to taking care of a child, were you? But he dared not ask or say more. He could only respectfully see the Emperor and the Crown Prince off. At the same time, the envoy Lu, who had successfully returned from the rural cottage, first tidied her hair, filled in her eyebrows, and did some simple makeup before panting back to the meeting hall. My lord, where have you been all day?" Several envoys waiting in her room stood up, some genuinely concerned, while others were just pretending. The envoy Lu lowered her voice. "I was fine. I fell into a trap set by some petty people." The people from Qin country were startled. Someone asked, "Did Xia country cheat?" The envoy Lu did not respond but looked with a half-smile at the middle-aged man sitting across from her, who had not looked at her. "Lord Zhou, Lu Wen and Lu Wu are your people. What do you think?" Lord Zhou leisurely took a sip of tea. "Lu Darren, your question is quite strange. You disappeared with your uncles, yet you return alone. Instead of asking where your uncles are, you question me? TSK, this is the new generation of officials most watched in Qin country." The envoy group noticed that the two prominent figures were about to clash. Immediately, someone anxiously tried to mediate, saying, "We can't lose face on Great Xia's territory. We have to meet the Emperor of Xia tomorrow. We can't appear bruised and battered." The envoy Lu gave Lord Zhou a deep look, said nothing, and left. 4 days later, Yuan Wan was just about to take a nap when the Emperor suddenly came over and hugged her, saying, "Xiao Jiu, the Qin country envoy group is coming today to discuss matters. Do you want to go and see?" Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly waved her little fists. "System. Why is it scheduled for noon? Erwan, you're still growing. If you go, you'll be sleep-deprived." Yuan Wan, "But I've been looking forward to it for so long. If I don't go, I won't be able to sleep anyway, so it's still sleep deprivation. I might as well go." After chatting with the system, Yuan Wan eagerly hugged the Emperor. "I want to go. I want to go. Dear Father Emperor, what should I do?" At this point, Yuan Wan made a heart gesture. The Emperor looked at her chubby little face, full of energy, and chuckled, haha, as he picked her up and walked outside. "No need." Yuan Wan added, "Father Emperor, should I pay attention to anything?" The Emperor continued walking, calmly saying, "As a winner, you don't need to worry. You can do whatever you want." Yuan Wan. Point 6. System. So bold. The Emperor took Yuan Wan and mounted a horse, heading to the Huitong Pavilion in the eastern district of the palace. The Minister of Rights, waiting at the door, quickly stepped forward to take Yuan Wan. Yuan Wan looked at the Emperor. "Father Emperor, aren't you coming with us?" The Emperor replied calmly, "Erwan can go. I will not participate." System. This is normal. They are a delegation, and their rank is not high enough. Yuan Wan nodded in understanding. However, after the Minister of Rights carried Yuan Wan into the room, the Emperor did not ride away. Instead, he went to a back entrance where the Crown Prince, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of War, and 2 chancellors were waiting. The Emperor paused. "Why are so many people here?" The uninvited officials smiled awkwardly. The Emperor, not wanting to spoil their curiosity, waved his hand lightly, and everyone followed him up to the second floor. This area could not be seen from the second floor, but allowed clear hearing of the first floor's activities. This was also why the Emperor chose this building for negotiations between the two countries. Yuan Wan was carried inside by the Minister of Rights, successfully attracting the attention of the envoys from Qin country. At the front, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a beard, along with a tall, handsome young man, both stood up. They eagerly greeted the national master of Xia country, bringing many small pastries and candies that smelled delightful. Thanks to their enthusiasm, Yuan Wan quickly learned that the middle-aged man was Minister Li, and the handsome young man was actually the envoy Lu, who was disguised as a man. Yuan Wan. Now this is a true example of a woman disguised as a man. There's no sense of incongruity at all. System? Yes. Compared to other young men, she looks much more graceful. Her aura seems the brightest. At this moment, the Minister of Rites politely but firmly pushed through the delegation from the state of Chun and said, "Please sit down and prepare to discuss important matters between our two countries." The Chun delegation looked reluctantly at Yuan Ruan, but when they saw she had no attachment to the candy and pastries, they sadly returned to their seats. System. Haha, they actually hope to win you over with candy and pastries to get you to interact with them more. Yuan Ruan calmly picked up a milk candy. Haha, no way. Am I just an ordinary child? The officials from the Great Xia nodded in agreement, realizing that she was a key figure for their country's fortune, not just a greedy little kid. After eating a couple of bites, Yuan Ruan suddenly brightened up. Wow, this tastes so soft and delicious. But with this little amount, there's no way they can buy me. If they could give me enough for 10 days, no, a month, I might consider chatting with them. System. So amazing? I want to start taste sharing. The Great Xia officials twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths, while the Minister of Rites secretly took away some pastries sent by the Qin delegation. The Minister of Rites glanced at his subordinate appreciatively to distract Yuan Ruan. He whispered, "National Master, during the negotiations, we will need your help to support us. You are a crucial part of our success." Now, not only Yuan Ruan, but also other officials from the Xia kingdom looked over in confusion. The system suddenly interjected, "Send me a gold ingot, and I'll think about it." Yuan Ruan laughed, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Haha. The Minister of Rites was charmed by Yuan Ruan's expression and immediately placed a small jade pendant in her hands, whispering, "Little National Master, do you see that person? When she speaks, just strike her with your words." Yuan Ruan happily held the high-quality jade pendant and followed the direction of his finger. System. Interesting, isn't that a girl disguised as a boy? Perhaps your brother and the others have already noticed something and started making plans. Yuan Ruan stroked her chin, feeling excited. Good. Good. The Minister of Rites signaled for the Deputy Minister of Rites to hold Yuan Ruan and sit at the back, while he indicated for another Deputy Minister and a Minister to sit in the middle. As for himself, he took a high seat on the left side. In negotiations between the two countries, seating also represented etiquette and authority. The Minister of Rites ignored Chen's delegation, sitting high on one side, which could be seen as a sign of disdain. An official behind Minister Li stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Minister, our state of Qin sincerely wishes to communicate with the state of Xia. Please take your seat." Yuan Ruan immediately leaned forward, sensing the first wave of diplomatic confrontation was about to begin. Is a fight about to break out? Will it be like the TV shows he has seen before, where great nations show grace? The Minister of Rites smiled and elegantly walked down, but instead of sitting at the main position at the negotiation table, he took a seat at the end. This move left the envoy from Qin Kingdom a bit confused, and he looked helplessly at the envoy from Li. The expressions of the Qin Kingdom's envoy group were not good. System. R1, the Minister of Rites, is being timid. He came down when called. The Minister of Rites twitched his lips slightly. System. Don't say things you don't understand. Yuan Ruan looked closely and said, "I don't think he's being timid." The other party asked him to come down, and he did, but sitting at the end is still a form of disrespect. It puts the Qin Kingdom's envoy group in a difficult position. The Minister of Rites smiled appreciatively, as expected of my clever little one. System. Huh?
Why?
Yuan Ruan, there's a little psychological study that says when a lower status person asks a higher status person to do something and the higher status person agrees but doesn't fully comply, the lower status person usually doesn't dare to make further requests. I can relate to this. The Minister of Rites suddenly stopped smiling. Who dares to bully our national master? The officials from Xia Kingdom immediately turned serious, exuding a fierce aura, causing the Qin Kingdom envoy who spoke earlier to fall silent and timidly sit back down. The system's voice was also displeased. R1. Have you been bullied before? I will stand up for you. Yuan Ruan, with a chubby face, looked nostalgic. I remember back when school was about to start, My friends had no homework for the winter break, and I shamelessly asked a stranger who was a top student in the library to lend me their homework to copy. Ahem, to reference. The top student agreed, but handed me a Chinese assignment. I wasn't sure if they were politely refusing or didn't hear me clearly, but I didn't dare to ask more. In the end, I ran out of time and just wrote something random. The Minister of Rights nearly spat out his tea. The expressions of the other officials from Xia Kingdom were completely different. The top student official twitched his lips, covering his face. The struggling student officials showed expressions of empathy. System. At that moment, the envoy from Li stood up and walked over to the Minister of Rights, gently sitting down and saying, "I always thought all 4 nations were places of etiquette, but I didn't expect that in Xia Kingdom, the right side is honored." We mistakenly took our seats. As Li moved, the other envoys from Qin Kingdom also shifted forward. System. R1. Why is this person changing seats? Yuan Wan. The main envoy should face the main envoy, and the supporting envoy should face the supporting envoy. Since the Qin Kingdom's envoy group is the one making a request, they must take the initiative to change positions. However, this person is quite proud and wants to make a remark, mocking Xia Kingdom for lacking etiquette. At this moment, the delegation from Qin State had officially begun discussions with the delegation from Xia State about border issues. The Minister of Rights maintained a calm and friendly exchange, like a game of badminton. When the other side made a strong point, he would respond gently, and when they made another strong point, he would return it smoothly. Both sides spoke as if they were enjoying fine chocolate, using various professional terms, unfamiliar cities, and data on casualties and supplies, all flowing effortlessly. Yuan Wan listened to their conversation and grew increasingly sleepy. The system muttered nearby, "R1, this gentle debate is not stimulating at all. It's so boring. Are they trying to out-talk each other?" The Minister of Rights twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth and took a sip of tea, thinking, "Do you even understand the art of language?" Other officials also showed slight signs of discomfort. Yuan Wan yawned. "Well, it shouldn't be too bad. I have confidence in the Minister of Rights. Oh, by the way, we almost forgot. Today, we need to keep an eye on whether Minister Lu speaks, but mainly for her disguise as a man." The system replied, "Oh, I almost forgot. Let me check. Oh my, this girl is actually one of the main characters from the state of Chu." The officials from Xia State widened their eyes. A main character? We are seeing a real main character? Their curious glances fell on Minister Lu. Minister Lu, sitting upright, suddenly trembled, glancing around discreetly, but seeing nothing. Oh wait, she locked eyes with the national teacher, both pairs sparkling.
Yuan Ruan exclaimed, "Ah,
I knew it. This person is disguised as a man to serve in the court. She must be a main character. Tell me more." The system couldn't help but remind her, "R1, calm down. You're acting like you're going to see monkeys." Yuan Wan quickly cleared her throat and composed herself. The system continued. "First of all, this round of negotiations for Qin State will fail. The 2 cities will ultimately belong to our great Xia." The Minister of Rights and his group shivered slightly. They straightened their backs and suddenly smiled at their counterparts. The Qin State envoy, who was passionately debating, felt a chill. Yuan Wan laughed. "Wow, that spoiler caught me off guard. That's great. What happens next?" The system explained. This time, Qin State sent 2 main envoys. Minister Li deliberately shifted all the blame onto Minister Lu. Didn't someone mention a man who liked Minister Lu? He's been trying to undermine her to take advantage of the situation. Yuan Wan frowned and said, "This is so frustrating. I hope the female lead isn't being mistreated." Wait, there's something very important. Is she the female lead of a tragic story or a feel-good story? System, huh? Is that really important? Yuan Wan nodded her round head. It is important. I never read tragic stories. The officials of the Great Xia felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. Even the official who was arguing with the other parties silently prayed that it must be a feel-good story. It would be too sad if they couldn't hear the news for this reason. System, got it. Yuan Wan is too kind-hearted, has strong empathy, and is afraid of crying, right? Yuan Wan rolled her eyes. No, I'm afraid I'll get so angry that I'll have a heart attack and want to go beat them up. System, haha. Well, this story is quite complex. It has emotions and suffering, but I guess you could say it's a revenge story for the female lead. Yuan Wan smiled. Tell me more. System. After Lu Shicheng was thrown into prison, she originally planned to set herself on fire to avoid exposing her gender and endangering her family. Then the Crown Prince of Qin found her and gave her two choices. First, to expose her identity, endangering her family, and die a miserable death in prison. Second, to charm the current Crown Prince of Qin to gather information, and in 2 years, the Crown Prince would clear Lu Shicheng's name and grant her freedom. Yuan Ruan's face showed a hint of confusion. Wait, why would the Crown Prince do that? System. Do you remember the earlier news? The previous emperor of Qin died after taking a certain medicine, and he had no heirs except for one crown prince. After much consideration, the Empress Dowager made the emperor's younger brother the new emperor. So, this crown prince is the grandson of the previous emperor. Yuan Wan covered her face. Wow, I can't believe Qin actually did that. Now I understand why the Empress Dowager of Great Xia made promises to the Prince of Huainan. It seems there are real-life examples. System, exactly. The Empress Dowager of Qin feels guilty and cares for the Crown Prince. Plus, the Emperor wanted to show his virtue by restoring the bloodline of his brother, so the Crown Prince's status was preserved. Yuan Wan. That must be quite an awkward position for the Crown Prince. So what happened next? Did Lu Shicheng agree to charm the Crown Prince? Did they develop a tragic romance? System, no. Lu Shicheng initially refused, but when she was abandoned by everyone, she turned dark. She pretended to be weak in front of the Crown Prince and agreed to everything, but after leaving prison, she chose a different path and decided to pursue the Emperor of Qin instead. Yuan Wan gasped. What? The officials of the Great Xia dynasty. What? Opening a new path. System. She is using the contrast of her identity as a daughter. She plays the trick of the highest-level hunter often appears as prey. The Emperor of Qin thinks he is the only one who discovered that the envoy Lu is a woman, so he tries various tests and gets closer. Do you understand? This kind of thrill and taboo is a guaranteed win. The Minister of Rights wishes he could hit the system. Don't teach our small country these tricks. Yuan Wan looks puzzled. I don't understand. Shouldn't the Emperor of Qin be questioning the selection of officials? Shouldn't he dismiss the recommended officials? Shouldn't he arrest and interrogate those who would lose identity? Why is he starting to play love games? The Minister of Rights feels very satisfied, can't help but sip his tea, and then sharply criticizes the Qin envoy group for being ungrateful. The members of the Qin envoy group are stunned. It feels like what? It's like facing a skilled player who has been toying with you, suddenly delivering a decisive blow that hits you right in the face. The Qin envoy group remains quiet for a while before awkwardly speaking again. Yuan Wan notices this and can't help but comment. No wonder the Emperor of Qin is playing love games. The Qin envoy group stutters when they speak. Their political skills are really... System. That makes sense. The old emperor is completely smitten. Even when Lu shyly says, I want to maintain my male identity in court, not just for him but also to play with him, the Emperor of Qin actually believes it. Then Lu continues to attend court, and they exchange glances. Yuan Ruan's eyes widen. The officials of Qin haven't noticed? Wait, didn't several already know her true gender? Onlookers, yeah. Aren't they afraid of exposure? System, they know. Especially the black-clad person who initially wanted to use Lu's female identity to control her. He noticed something was off and wanted to go mad, but when he tried to threaten Lu, she deliberately led him to the old emperor, using him to get rid of the black-clad man. Yuan Wan, oh my. System. But because of his death, some people in Qin vaguely guess Lu's gender. Yet, they all pretend not to know and act like they can't see. Yuan Wan twitches her mouth. I think they probably have a lot in common with the officials of Shu, especially when it comes to covering up royal scandals. Officials of the Xia dynasty. No comparison, no harm. The secrets of the Emperor of Chu are unknown, but when it comes to the current emperors of Qin and Shu, they suddenly feel their own emperor is much better. Even the past tyrant who committed many murders is far better than this disgusting emperor who plays with court politics. System. Haha, Erwan makes a good point. After that, the crown prince angrily found the envoy Lu again, who smiled and handed over information about the crown prince, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate." The crown prince was left speechless. Then, the envoy Lu shared the crown prince's plans and information with the old emperor of Qin, repeatedly expressing her loyalty to him. Yuan Wan thought, smart and exciting. But it's like walking a tightrope over a cliff. One misstep, and it's all over. The onlookers nodded in agreement. If this operation goes wrong, it could upset everyone involved. System. Don't worry. This sister is very charming and becomes even more skilled after turning dark. For example, she adopted an unappreciated prince in the palace, intentionally causing the crown prince to feel threatened, and then teamed up with the crown prince to eliminate the rival. She pretended to be pregnant and tricked the crown prince into believing the child was as after a night of drinking, claiming the emperor was incapable. Yuan Wan, huh? The crown prince believed her? System. At first, he didn't, but Lu bribed the royal physician and lied about the pregnancy timeline. Additionally, there hadn't been any newborns in the palace for years. The crown prince didn't think Lu would dare to slander the emperor, so he began to trust and support her more. Then Lu went to the emperor and claimed the crown prince was inappropriate with her, finding an opportunity for the old emperor to catch him in the act. The old emperor was furious and exiled the crown prince, who never realized he had been deceived until his death. Anyway, her acting skills were exceptional, and she manipulated 3 generations effortlessly. The Minister of Rights and the officials were furiously taking notes. Of course, they weren't noting down romantic matters, but rather the gossip about the civil officials of Qin mentioned in the system. Yuan Wan noticed this scene and couldn't help but sigh. This person has a knack for handling relationships with the opposite sex, comparable to the former second prince. The officials of the Great Xia paused. It was indeed true. One could stir up trouble for 3 generations in Qin, while the other had already caused chaos in the Shu royal family. System. Haha. Yuan Wan. So what happened in the end? Did she rule from behind the scenes? System. No. She terminated her pregnancy, saying, "I don't want to sacrifice my talents for the harm of Qin country." Then she set fire to the palace of Qin country and retreated to the countryside. The quick conquest of Qin country by Chu country was partly due to that fire. The Minister of Rights was shocked. This action is hard to evaluate. He quietly crossed out some notes. He didn't dare replicate such a character in Xia country. Yuan Wan was stunned. Huh? If she doesn't like Qin country, she could take the throne and change the dynasty. The system fell silent for a moment, right? Yuan Wan was also silent for a while. I can only say she might be tired. Everyone has their own ambitions. Wait, what about the romance? Didn't you say there were male and female leads? Where's the male lead? The Minister of Rights perked up again. Indeed, if the female lead was hard to replicate, he could at least try with the male lead. The system had mentioned that there were no male and female leads in the Great Xia, which could lead to plot issues. So he thought, could he steal the leads from other countries? If that didn't work, he could create a pair, or even 10 pairs based on their templates. Maybe fate would grant him some luck. The system replied, that guy is just a background male lead. He's the guard who helped the envoy Lu set fire to the palace. What was his name again? Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched. You remember the female lead clearly, but you forgot the male lead's name? The system sounded a bit wronged. I can't help it. This male lead has little screen time, is of ordinary status, and does minor tasks. I thought he was just a supporting character for the female lead, not realizing he would end up being her partner. Yuan Wan quickly reassured. After all, this is a revenge story. Everyone is waiting for the female lead to turn the tables. If you suddenly write thousands of words about their sweet romance, the readers would be even angrier than ghosts. So, it's normal you didn't notice. The system was immediately comforted and said, "You're so good to me. I can do it. I'll get you some sweet moments right away." Then, the system began to search for event details. The Minister of Rights listened carefully, and after a while, he helplessly crossed out the record of the male lead from Qin country. This man was too ordinary. His personality, experiences, and background could be found in plenty in Great Xia. Next, the Minister of Rights diligently recorded some gossip about a certain official from Qin country. At that moment, another man from the opposing delegation stood up to argue that the territory should belong to Qin country. The Minister of Rights looked up and smiled. Wasn't this the same person who had just been involved in the land annexation incident? Then, the Minister of Rights directly mocked him using the facts of the land annexation crime. The man from Qin State was stunned and sat back down, trembling with fear. Yuan Wan also noticed that the Great Xia was gaining the upper hand again. System, pause the gossip. Let me see the might of our Great Xia. System, okay. The officials from Xia were reluctant to stop their lively gossip. The Minister of Rights, sitting at the edge, suddenly whispered to the Deputy Minister of Rights, "Sir, should we speed up the process and end the probing?" The Deputy Minister looked at him speechlessly. "Come on, are you really trying to rush just for gossip?" System. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention after she retired, she became the master of the female lead from Chu State." The Minister of Rights and others. According to the information the system had revealed, Chu State was the final victor, and their male and female leads had the highest reference value. This is great. We must remember this and try to replicate it. Yuan Wan, No rush. Let's watch the negotiations first. The gossiping crowd. Oh, little national teacher. You can watch while enjoying the gossip. The deputy minister and the minister exchanged glances, and then the deputy minister quietly passed a note to the minister. It read, "Minister, it's almost certain. Should we speed up the negotiation process?" The minister glanced back at his subordinate, but he also wanted to enjoy the gossip. So he nodded slightly and waved to the back. Just then, a representative from Qin State slammed the table and said, "These two cities originally belonged to Qin State. You shamelessly occupied them, and now you want 3 million taels for military supplies? That's outrageous. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world?" At that moment, several strong young men walked in. The representative from Qin State became cautious upon seeing this unusual scene. Yuan Wan observed carefully and blinked. Wait, aren't these people officials from the Ministry of War? Why are they all wearing the Ministry of Rights uniforms? Meanwhile, the officials from the Ministry of Rights, who were originally arguing with the Qin State representative, cleverly made way for 3 positions. The Qin State delegation looked confused at the newcomers. Then, several burly men from Xia stepped forward, each grabbing a Qin State envoy and placing a hand on their shoulder, smiling with fake friendliness while clenching their fists. They then had the following exchange. Xia's big man. "You want us to spit out the meat we've already eaten? No way. Not willing to pay 3 million taels? Fine, then offer your capital city of Chern in exchange." Qin State envoy, furious. "How can you be so rude?" The Han envoy from the Summer Kingdom raised his fist and said, We are just too polite. General Lin wants to continue the Eastern expedition. If I were to kill the envoy, wouldn't that give the general a chance to achieve more glory?" The envoy from Chun was panic-stricken. "We can discuss this further." An official from the Ministry of Rights smiled slightly. "Of course, we can talk more. Considering how many of you have died, a care fee of 2 million should be paid." The envoy from Chun turned pale. The originally elegant atmosphere was instantly shattered. The civil officials spoke cruelly, and the military officials acted viciously, leaving the Qin envoy team defenseless. Yuan Wan watched in shock, her mouth twitching. This. So exciting. Indeed. No matter how artistic it was before, in the end, it's all about the grandeur of a great nation. The system was excited. This is what I wanted to see. So thrilling. But why isn't Qin resisting? Are they just going along with it? Yuan Wan looked at the Qin envoy team, who were angry but silent, and suddenly remembered what the emperor had said before sending her here. As the winner, there's no need to hold back. You can do whatever you want. She sighed, because the Summer Kingdom is strong and is the winner. The system suddenly became excited. Exactly. A one, you will always be a winner.
Woof.
Yuan didn't quite understand why the system was suddenly so excited, but she still cooperated and responded with a woof. The onlookers were almost melted by the cuteness. Several strong men showed amused smiles, making the Qin officials, who were being choked by them, tremble in fear and reluctantly drop some benefits, then repeatedly requested to discuss things again in a few days. Seeing the envoy team about to leave, Yuan yawned. All right, system. Can you explain how this involves the main characters from the Chu Kingdom? System. It's likely a series where the main characters make guest appearances in each other's stories. The story mentions that the female lead from the Chu Kingdom also disguises herself as a man, but her ambition is to serve as an official in her true identity as a woman. So, she comes to seek advice from Envoy Liu. At first, he ignores her, but eventually sees in her a reflection of his past self and a courage stronger than his own, so he teaches her many strategies. The Minister of Rights quickly noted down the character of the Chu Kingdom's female lead, enthusiastic, kind-hearted, and wanting to serve as an official in her true identity as a woman. The system continued. The master and disciple have been in contact through letters. After the female lead from the Chu Kingdom returned, she faced gender threats again, but the fourth prince helped her out. Later, the fourth prince successfully ascended to the throne and established a new inner court, where more than half of the officials were women. Their rank was slightly lower than that of the outer court, but since the inner court had constant access to the emperor, over time, the people of Chu took pride in being part of it. Thus, female officials welcomed a new era. The Minister of Rights was taken aback. Reform, female officials, a dual court system? Yuan held her face. That's impressive. Not only does she do well for herself, but she also fights for the rights and benefits of others in her class. People who bring about change, regardless of gender, are exceptional. No wonder she is the female lead. System. Indeed, she is outstanding. I think Minister Liu's vision cannot compare to hers. Yuan raised an eyebrow. They're all impressive. If someone else were in Minister Liu's position, they might not even be able to seek revenge, let alone succeed. System. That's true. By the way, Yuan, do you want to know the name of the female lead from the Chu Kingdom? Onlookers. They could actually know the name of the female lead from Chu. That would be great. If they could find her and bring her to the Great Xia, it would be even better. Yuan, I'm a bit curious, tell me.
System, wann knew.
Yuan was surprised. Huh? The female lead? That name? It's so down-to-earth? The officials of the Great Xia slumped their shoulders. This name is too ordinary. Trying to find someone by their name is like looking for a needle in a haystack, nearly impossible. At that moment, the Minister of Rights stood up and carried Yuan out of the meeting room. They happened to see the Crown Prince and his group waiting at the door. Yuan was surprised and reached out, calling brother, big brother. The Crown Prince smiled and picked up Yuan, softly saying, Yuan, you've worked hard. Yuan shook her head repeatedly. Not hard, not hard. Minister of Rights, she gave a thumbs up, impressive, very impressive. The Crown Prince nodded with a smile, and then said to the Minister of Rights, Father is waiting for your report. The Minister of Rights was taken aback. He knew the Emperor was listening from the second floor, so why was he in such a hurry for him to report back? He had planned to first handle the Qin Kingdom's envoy. But the Minister of Rights did not dare to ask. After seeing the Crown Prince and his group leave, he quickly headed up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as he arrived, he was startled by the intense gazes inside and took a half-step back. Upon closer inspection, the corners of his mouth twitched. Not only was the Emperor present, but nearly all the important officials were there, except for those with urgent matters. The Minister of War was the first to speak. That person dressed as a man, is she the heroine of a tragic story or the heroine of a feel-good story? The Minister of Justice also asked, what is that person's name and surname? Prime Minister Li couldn't help but pinch his beard and said, is there any detailed information about the main characters from Chu country? A series of questions came pouring in, leaving the Minister of Rights almost bewildered. He couldn't help but say, aren't you all listening here? The Minister of Revenue sighed softly. It's a bit far, so I only heard bits and pieces. I didn't understand anything clearly. The Minister of Rights understood. No wonder he felt the intense gaze and resentment as soon as he entered. He quickly took out his notes, simplified the conversation between Yuan Ruan and the system, and recounted it in detail. After the Minister of Rights finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the room. Prime Minister Li gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Xia lacks the luck of main characters, so we always face threats from the plot. I believe we can use the luck of these main characters to stabilize the Great Xia." The Emperor asked, "How do we do that?" Prime Minister Li replied, "Find the birth dates of these main characters and have a Taoist perform a ritual to borrow their luck." Upon hearing the words Taoist ritual, the Emperor lost all interest. He now completely distrusts any Taoist except for the young national master. He waved his hand and asked the other officials, "Do you have any other suggestions?" The officials exchanged glances. Suddenly, the Minister of Rights spoke up, "I have an idea. Instead of borrowing luck, can we deceive the heavens?" Bold. The Minister of War was the first to defend. "How can we deceive the national fortune? Do you have no conscience?" The Minister of Rights twitched his lips and muttered, "What a reckless man," before saying, "It's not about deceiving the national fortune, but about misleading the heavenly path that wants to destroy the Xia. Your Majesty has said that other countries are protected by the heavenly path because they have main characters. If we bring the main characters from other countries here or replicate similar main characters in Great Xia, can we deceive the heavenly path and make it share some luck with us?" Prime Minister Li scoffed, "The heavenly path knows everything. If you do this, won't you be making the heavenly path blind?" The Minister of Rights was taken aback. At that moment, the door was pushed open again, revealing the slightly sweaty crown prince, who was hurriedly bringing in the third prince. He first bowed to the Emperor, indicating that he had safely returned Yuan Ruan, then took the notes from the recorder and carefully read the content that the Minister of Rights had just recounted. The expressions of the crown prince and the third prince were stunned, as if they were constantly feeling a thunderstrike. Suddenly, the crown prince clasped his hands and said, "Father, I support the Minister of Rights' suggestion. We can try using the template of the Chu country female lead." Prime Minister Li was unhappy and murmured, "Your Highness, do you think the way of heaven can be deceived?" "Prime Minister, I do not believe the way of heaven can be deceived. I am just considering another question. Why are these people recognized as the main characters, and why can they bring fortune?" The prince respectfully addressed the Emperor, saying, "I have looked at the information and initially guessed that it is because they are exceptionally talented and can represent positive changes for the country. For example, this Envoy Liu, after entering the palace, severely punished greedy officials who took land and freed a group of wronged loyalists. Then there is the female leader from the state of Chu, who allowed women to take exams and hold official positions, which somewhat changed the recommendation system." After mentioning a few more examples, the prince concluded, "I believe we can try to replicate the Ministry of Rights approach. However, we should not only replicate their romantic traits, but also the beneficial actions they took." The Emperor appeared thoughtful. The Minister of Rights felt a bit nervous, as this involved political reform, which is a significant issue. He cautiously said, "Your Highness, I cannot guarantee it will be effective." The prince replied calmly, "No worries. Let's try it. It won't hurt." Other officials wanted to speak, but the Emperor looked at the spirited prince and suddenly made a decision, saying, "Prince, how do you plan to proceed?" The prince spoke loudly, "Father, I believe that if we are to replicate, we should first choose the female leader from the state of Chu, imitating her approach to promote female officials and conduct selections for them within the Great Xia." Many officials frowned. Adding another gender meant more competition. They exchanged glances, hoping someone would lead the protest. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue stepped forward. The group of officials looked on eagerly. The Minister of Revenue said, "Your Highness, every additional official will increase the burden on the national treasury. How many female officials do you plan to promote?" The prince replied, "There will not be drastic reforms. We will follow the example of Chu and establish a court for female officials. The number will not be large." The Minister of Revenue sighed in relief and calmly stepped back, as he had no objections to the gender of officials. To him, they were all working for the country's benefit. Some officials were taken aback. "Wait, are you backing down so easily?" At that moment, the Minister of Personnel suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, with the division of inner and outer courts, will the assessment of female officials be the same as that of male officials? Also, since women rarely attend private schools, should the recommendation requirements and processes be the same as for men?" The prince said, "We will discuss this in detail later, but generally, we need to be fair and consistent. After all, both men and women serve in the court, and there should be no difference." The Minister of Personnel seemed to ponder this and fell silent. Other officials were confused. One person couldn't hold back and said, "Your Highness, traditionally, men handle external affairs while women manage the household." He wanted to elaborate, but the prince made a gesture for silence. The prince replied, "Father, I have researched many ancient texts and found that in ancient times, women served as generals, marquises, and even held official positions. Although it was rare, it did happen. The female ruler of the Chu state even promoted women to official roles. Why should we hesitate to take the first step?" Another official stubbornly tried to continue speaking. The prince raised his voice. "Father, the Great Xia promotes merit over gender. The system even considered allowing officials to change their gender for the sake of female officials. If we truly need women to enhance our nation's fortune, would those who oppose it be willing to change their gender? Who else is against this?" The third prince, unaware of the situation, exclaimed, "Oh my, is the ninth sister really that bold?" The officials who were about to oppose quickly withdrew, regardless of their thoughts. At that moment, they all appeared supportive. The emperor lightly tapped the table with his fingers and after a moment said, "If we are to follow the example of the female ruler of Chu, do you have a candidate in mind who can implement this?" The prince paused. Suddenly, Minister Li stepped forward and said, "I believe the seventh princess is beautiful, intelligent, and of noble birth, making her very suitable." Other officials twitched their lips, realizing the flattery. "Did you forget that the seventh princess has focused all her skills on martial prowess?" Only Minister Wang looked thoughtfully at Minister Li, sensing he had other motives. The emperor waved his hand. "She is not suitable. Are there other candidates?" Minister Li hesitated and then said, "Your Majesty, I think if we are to seize fortune, we should choose someone who surpasses the female ruler of Chu. So aside from being wise, beautiful, and educated, she should come from a prominent family, unlike the ordinary background of the Chu ruler." Minister Wang suddenly snorted, half smiling. If Minister Li wants to recommend someone, he should just say so. Other officials quickly understood that the mention of the seventh princess was a way to draw attention to someone else. In the Great Xia, the family with the most outstanding daughters is indeed the Li family. Otherwise, Minister Li wouldn't be known as the Li half-court for his connections through marriage. Prime Minister Li said slowly, "I have no selfish motives. I just believe that selecting female officials from daughters of noble families would be better. After all, commoners, especially women, have limited education." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously gloomy court officials began to reconsider. Yes, it wasn't unacceptable for their daughters to take their sons' places. The crown prince suddenly interjected, "Father, I disagree. If we are to replicate the heavenly order, we should find someone who fits the qualities of the female leader of Chu. She is Wang Erniu. For our Xia kingdom, we can look for Li Erniu or Zhou Erniu, but we cannot choose Zhou Yinrua." The court officials were immediately taken aback, and just as they were about to argue, they heard the emperor slam his hand on the table. The emperor gave the crown prince a deep look and said, "Let's do as the crown prince suggests." The officials were confused. After that, the emperor stood up and waved to the crown prince, "Come with me." The third prince looked at the crown prince with concern and followed him. The emperor glanced back, but did not stop him. Seeing the emperor leave, some officials gathered around Prime Minister Li, whispering, "Prime Minister Li, you understand His Majesty best. What do you think His Majesty really thinks about female officials?" Yes, Prime Ministerly. Which family do you think His Majesty prefers? This is tricky. The others who did not gather around also formed small groups to whisper among themselves. Only the lonely elder, Prime Minister Wang, and the busy Minister of Rights left the crowd first. The emperor and his family walked toward the Yangxin Hall. Just before they arrived, they saw a palace maid trying to lead Yuan Wan by the hand, but Yuan Wan was determined to sit on the ground, showing no desire to move. The emperor and his family were puzzled. At that moment, the palace maid noticed the emperor and quickly bowed. Yuan Wan, who had been reluctant to sit, perked up. System. Oh no, Erwan, your brother and nephew have returned early, and will find out you skipped class. Quickly act cute. Pretend you just wanted to come out for a snack. Yuan Wan, okay. The emperor and his family. The adorable little one reached out her tiny hand. Father, I missed you. Yuan Wan said happily. The emperor effortlessly picked her up and affectionately said, Joer, how much did you miss me? A lot. Very much. I'm hungry. The third prince seemed momentarily stunned by the loving father and devoted daughter scene, and whispered to the crown prince, brother, we both skipped class, so why am I the one getting punished? The crown prince replied quietly, it's about appearances. The third prince. After Yuan Wan and the emperor managed to sneak past, they initially planned to leave, but were instead embraced by the emperor and brought into the Yangxin Palace, where he gently patted Yuan Ruan's head. As he continued to do so, Yuan Ruan felt sleepy and her eyelids began to droop. At that moment, the emperor looked at the crown prince and said, speak up. What do you really want to do? The crown prince bowed and replied, Father, I wish to use the opportunity of expanding the recruitment of female officials to fully open the doors for more commoners to enter the court and serve as officials. It should not be limited by gender. Those who are capable should take the positions. The emperor showed a knowing expression. Yuan Wan was suddenly startled awake and covered her cheeks, letting out a small sound. The emperor and the others looked over. Yuan Wan pretended to yawn and then vigorously tapped the system. Yuan Wan. Wow, I didn't expect my gentle big nephew to have such a fierce side. System. Huh? Why do you say that? Yuan Wan, because my big nephew wants to make changes. Especially regarding promotions, this is very dangerous. System. I understand that, but I don't get why you say the crown prince is fierce. Yuan Wan looked speechless. My big nephew isn't foolish. He surely knows that this action will face opposition from the noble families, and even those who once supported him might turn against him. Yet, he still brings it up without any hesitation or fear. What gentle and honest person would dare to do that? The system nodded seriously. Right. I get it. Honest people definitely wouldn't do it. But the crown prince only suggested selection. He hasn't proposed eliminating the opposing officials or anything extreme. Isn't that still quite gentle? The emperor subtly nodded. The crown prince and the third prince exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched. System, who is your last host? A tyrant? The system immediately protested. How can you doubt my loyalty? I only have you. Yuan Ruan and the system laughed together. The emperor turned to the crown prince and asked, so, how do you plan to use the recruitment of female officials to open the way? The crown prince glanced at Yuan Ruan and replied, a few days ago in the Imperial garden, I heard a conversation between the 9th and 7th princesses. I think the 9th princess's idea of a widely publicized recruitment advertisement is good and can be modified for use. Yuan Wan was surprised. Oh, a recruitment advertisement? System. Wow, isn't that an idea you gave to the 7th princess? Your big nephew actually heard it. Let's see how he plans to modify it. The emperor said, please explain in detail. The crown prince said, I think we can issue an official document to the counties of the Xia kingdom stating, no restrictions on gender, and we welcome talent from all backgrounds. After that, we can choose an excellent commoner female official as a model and write a story about her transformation, allowing storytellers to share it in various taverns. System. Wow, isn't this what you wanted to do? Writing a story based on part of Chiyue's past to encourage women to join Chiyue's army? Yuan Wan was also surprised. I just thought female soldiers had advantages in many areas and mentioned it casually. I didn't expect my nephew to take it so seriously and develop it to this extent. The Crown Prince smiled and continued, of course, it would be best to create a play about a female official so that the theater troupe can perform not only in Dacia but also in the 4 countries. It might attract talented individuals from other nations. Yuan won. Wow, my nephew's idea is great. The theater troupe has a wide reach, and it might even attract someone like the female leader from the Chu kingdom. System rubbed its hands. If we can bring over female leaders from other countries, that would be interesting. The emperor, however, remained expressionless, showing no signs of approval or disapproval. He turned to the third prince. Do you have any suggestions to improve this? The third prince supported the crown prince's initiative and naturally said there was nothing to add. But the emperor's expression darkened, causing the third prince to feel anxious. He thought hard and finally said, the story may not be as widely spread as the theater troupe. The only issue is that training an actor is quite troublesome, and there aren't enough theater troupes. The crown prince replied slowly, did we not have a group of actors sent to repair the city walls? They can be used. Yuan Wan almost laughed out loud. My nephew's suggestion is excellent, but it might upset some officials who feel overlooked. The emperor pondered for a moment and then looked at the crown prince. Is there anything else? The crown prince mentioned more follow-up policies, such as how to build the female official cabinet and the differences between recommendations for female and male officials, etc. Yuan Ran felt increasingly optimistic about the feasibility and couldn't help but chat with the system. My nephew really has some good ideas. System, yes, indeed. Once the crown prince finished speaking, the emperor shook his head. If these are all you can think of, then simply recruiting female officials is not enough to create a pathway for commoners to rise. The crown prince was taken aback. The emperor chuckled and began to stroll around the hall. How many commoner women in Dacia receive an education? Those you recruit will only be the daughters of other officials and nobles or their relatives. Do you think Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang haven't noticed your true intentions? They realized it, but thought it wouldn't shake the foundation, so it didn't matter. The crown prince was about to argue when he heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts. Yuan Ruan. As expected of my brother, his political vision is long-term. Knowledge monopoly means the lower class can't rely on becoming officials for upward mobility. System. That's right. It's very difficult. Even during the Tang and Song dynasties, when paper became common and commoners started to read, and the imperial examination system emerged, we can't say there were completely equal opportunities, though it was much better than now. Yuan Wan clenched her small fist. So, system, can you help me find a paper task? Everyone was shocked by this statement. The emperor and the crown prince had heard about paper and the examination system before, but Yuan Wan had always been quite indifferent about it. They thought they would have to wait 2 or 3 years. Unexpectedly, today, Yuan Wan would actively propose to work on paper. The system exclaimed, Are you sure, Yuan Wan? Although you are almost stable in the national teacher path, I think your brother will still push you hard. If paper appears now, you will gain many reading points in the future. Yuan Wan, very serious, replied, It's okay. If my nephew is going to reform, especially in a way I like, I will definitely support it wholeheartedly. System. Hurry up and create a paper task. System. All right. But Yuan Wan, the paper tasks in my task pool have refreshed and are gone, but no worries, I will borrow from my system friends. Yuan Wan was very happy. Love you. After a while, the familiar system voice came online again. System. I'm back, Yuan Wan. But I have one good news and one bad news.
Sigh.
Yuan Wan, it's okay, system. No paper task is fine. Reform isn't urgent. System. There is a task. The one who has the paper task is the ancient romance system. This task seems too difficult to complete. Let me show it to you. Romance daily task. 4 handsome men with a beauty score above 8, completely naked, shouting, I am a pig, at you, not completed. Reward. Paper. Emperor, Crown Prince, and Third Prince. Yuan Wan was shocked. What is this? In the past, it was a system. Now it's something strange? She questioned. System. Are you sure this is a task from the romance system? Is it not from a strange system? The system's electronic voice was stuttering. I have mentioned it before. Really, but my teammate said I don't understand. He said something like, in difficult times we find new interests. What's just for? Maybe I should just give up. Yuan Ruan's little face turned pale. Pfft. The three emperors. This task is too embarrassing, how about? At that moment, Yuan Wan suddenly clenched her fist. I'll take it. I have a vague idea. The three emperors stumbled. Wait, where did you get the inspiration to complete the task, Jiawer? System, okay. I'll help you think too. Yuan Wan. Teammate, don't say anything yet, let me think carefully. After that, Yuan Wan became completely quiet. The disappearing pastries on the table proved she wasn't sleeping. The third prince was eager to know what Jiawer was thinking, but seeing the crown prince and the emperor so calm, he also settled down and listened to their discussion about state affairs. After Yuan Wan left, the emperor and the crown prince immediately set aside their state affairs. The emperor asked the crown prince, "Do you have any ideas on how to complete this task?" The crown prince thought for a moment and said, "If everyone is naked, I remember there's a great hot spring in the suburbs. How about inviting everyone to go there?" The emperor replied, "But how do we get them to say that line to Jiawer?" The crown prince hesitated, then looked at the third prince. "Third brother, do you have any ideas?" The third prince was stunned for a moment, then started to think hard. After a while, he hesitantly suggested, "How about just giving a direct order?" The emperor and the crown prince twitched their mouths. The crown prince couldn't help but say, "Third brother, if we give such an order, how do you think people outside will view our great Xia royal family? Naked and insulting. Indulgent and perverse dynasty?" The third prince rubbed his temples. "I was wrong. Let's think of something else." The crown prince and the third prince came up with more ideas. The emperor shook his head in disapproval of all of them. After a while, the chief eunuch suddenly announced that the second princess had returned to the palace, and the empress invited His Majesty to Kunning Palace for a gathering. The emperor seemed to remember something and said, "All right. It's a good chance to brainstorm." The crown prince asked in confusion, "Father, mother is gentle and doesn't speak much. Wouldn't this topic be too offensive for her?" However, before the crown prince could finish, he saw the emperor give him a "you don't understand" look. A question mark slowly appeared over the crown prince's head. The emperor chuckled twice, and then stood up to leave. The third prince couldn't help but ask the crown prince, "Elder brother, why is father like this?" The prince carefully recalled his mother's gentle and sleepy appearance and shook his head, saying, "I don't know. It might be because of something else." The emperor and the three others arrived at Kunning Palace, where the empress, consort Rong, the second princess, and the seventh princess were present. The emperor strode to the main seat, first stopping the empress from calling for a banquet and instructing the chief eunuch to take away the other palace maids and eunuchs. Then, he asked the prince to repeat the task regarding papermaking. The prince, considering the presence of the ladies, spoke vaguely when mentioning completely naked. Unexpectedly, the usually shy second princess quickly guessed what he meant and calmly looked at the prince before eagerly starting to brainstorm ideas. For example, she had heard the little princess mention beauty contests and Mr. Muscle competitions in the future. They could hold a similar event near the palace, inviting handsome palace guards and officials to showcase their physiques while shouting, "You are a pig." The three gentlemen present were shocked. Wait, isn't this suggestion from the princess a bit too bold? The emperor cleared his throat and said, "That's too deliberate." Seeing the emperor and the others looking so clueless, the empress chuckled and said, "A completely naked beauty contest is inappropriate and sudden, which could raise suspicions for Jiawer." The prince felt a bit relieved. As expected, his mother was more sensible. He couldn't help but glance at the emperor, only to see him with a blank expression. Then the empress suggested, "How about this? Gather the more handsome young men from the army and hold a martial arts competition. After they finish, they will definitely be hot and sweaty, so they can all jump into the river to bathe together, and if they lose, they must shout, 'I am a pig.'" The prince stumbled. When he looked up at the emperor, he saw the emperor's expression saying, Just as I thought. You are indeed clever. The Emperor said to the Empress, this can be kept. But with soldiers exposed to wind and sun, how many can be considered handsome? And what are the chances that these handsome ones will lose? Also, the system requires them to shout, I am a pig, to Jiawer. With so many soldiers competing, it will take too long. Can Jiawer stay there the whole time? Suddenly, the silent Chi spoke up. Actually, we could have someone else play the betting game. The Emperor immediately looked at Chiyu. Tell me more. Chiyu calmly explained, I once played a big spinning wheel game with Jiawer. In this game, punishments and rewards are written on a large wheel, and it spins quickly. The outside person throws long arrows, and whichever option the arrow lands on, they must follow that option. We can write, take off your clothes, I am a pig, and some other punishments on the squares. Just let the eligible handsome guys come and play the game, with Yuan Wan as the judge. It won't take much time, and we can definitely complete that task. The second princess was the first to clap her hands and say, Seven sister, you are so clever. Who can tell the difference between you and Confucius? Chiyu's mouth twitched. She was more used to Yuan Ruan's compliments, like Einstein. The Emperor pondered. This method seemed quite good at first glance. He habitually looked at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, is there anything we need to fix? The Crown Prince thought for a moment and added, is it one-time full removal, or just one item at a time? Everyone. Crown Prince, your focus is a bit strange. The Crown Prince noticed everyone's gaze. His face turned red, and he quickly explained no. If it's one item at a time, it might take too long and make Ninth Sister wait. The Emperor looked at Chiyu. Chiyu said, it has to be one item at a time, otherwise, no one will dare to play this game. If someone is slow at taking off clothes, the person in charge of the wheel can just report it randomly. Everyone. No wonder this person could be a rebel king in another timeline. They truly embody the idea of rules. The Emperor glanced at Chiyu with appreciation and then turned to the third prince. What about you? Any thoughts? The third prince thought for a moment and shook his head. The Emperor scrutinized the third prince again and said, all right. The royal family will let you take the lead in playing this wheel. Third prince. He pointed at himself in shock. Father, me?
Ego. This?
Take off clothes?
Wheel?
The Emperor nodded. Yes. The third prince continued to be shocked. Father, why? The Empress felt sorry for the third prince and gently said, Your Majesty, that task doesn't require royal family members to be completely undressed. Why must you send my son? The Emperor replied calmly, if he doesn't go, how will Ninth Sister have an excuse to be the judge and hear those people shout, I am a pig? Only the rivalry among the palace nobles makes it more reasonable. There are no onlookers, so it's fine. The Empress asked, then why choose him? The Emperor said because he is the right age, and he hasn't contributed any ideas this round. The Empress fell silent. After a while, she looked at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Soon, the Empress withdrew her gaze, and the third prince remained silent as well. The Crown Prince looked around and felt worried again, especially since the third prince had been unhappy in the past due to favoritism. After the Emperor and the seventh princess discussed some details, he turned to leave. The Crown Prince suddenly pulled the third prince in front of the Queen. Just as the Crown Prince was about to express his feelings, the third prince spoke first. Big brother, father is right to consider this. You are the heir, a symbol of our great dynasty, especially with the Qin Kingdom's delegation still here. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The second brother is not here, and the fourth brother is too young. It's only me. Seeing the third prince's expressionless face made the Crown Prince feel even more pained. For the first time, he wondered if he should ask the second prince to return to the palace quickly. At that moment, the Queen yawned and said gently, Don't worry, my dear. I have two strategies. First, I will arrange for someone I trust to handle the situation without you needing to take off any clothes. The Crown Prince's expression softened. Indeed, their mother was not like the stingy and biased concubine. She was thoughtful. The Queen continued, Second, let your older brother help you find a stand-in. We can cheat a bit and deal with the consequences later. If your father wants to cause trouble, well, let him go to the crown prince. He is your brother after all. The crown prince's lips twitched slightly. That makes sense, but mother, you don't have to be so blunt. The third prince was very surprised. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes widened, and they were slightly red. Soon, the third prince shook his head and said, "Mother, the first step is enough." "Thank you." The queen frowned, but the third prince pretended to be relaxed and shrugged. "It's really fine. If the first step doesn't work, it's not just me who'll be embarrassed." The next day, at the small national teacher's residence, Yuan bit her jade brush, trying hard to figure out how to complete the paper task. However, all the ideas she came up with stopped at the line "I am a pig," and she felt stuck. System. R1, why not just use your identity as the national teacher and say you need 12 handsome men to perform a ritual? Yuan bit the tip of her brush, looking helpless. I thought of that method long ago. But the problem is I have to say, "I am a pig." Can you imagine the people at the ceremony shouting that? It would be hilarious. Sigh, if only your love task could just say "I love you." System. Well, my friend used to be a broken system and just switched a few years ago, so the code might not be well integrated. Do you have any other ideas? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Is there going to be a fight in the palace?
Yuan, what?
No way. Yuan turned around excitedly and almost fell. At that moment, a pair of delicate, fair hands steadied her and lifted her up. Yuan thought it was Chiyu, and when she turned around to come down, she gave the person a big hug. Unexpectedly, she felt the hands that were holding her pause for a moment. She looked up and saw a handsome young man with somewhat familiar features, but it was hard to tell if he was male or female. He wiped the drool off his face. Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed she not only mistook the person, but also accidentally got drool on their face. Just then, Chiyu picked her up and seriously wiped her mouth. System. 8.8 points. This 8.8 points. You can take it off. The eldest princess was shocked by the words "can take it off" and started coughing. Yuan's mouth twitched. How did she end up with a system that only let her spend money on handsome guys? But she couldn't help but ask, "Sister Chi, what is this?" "Chiyu, not important." The handsome young man who had just wiped his face. Yuan said "oh" and turned her head, noticing a group of noble young men in the center of the arena, several of whom were confronting each other with weapons. Holding on to Chiyu, Yuan whispered, "Sister, are they going to fight?" Chiyu glanced coldly, and then gently said to Yuan, "Not really. It's just a child's game." Although Chiyu is not very old herself, when Yuan heard her say this, it didn't come off as childish but rather authoritative. Perhaps it was her strong presence. Suddenly, a voice with a duck-like tone interrupted. "It really is a child's game. Since there is a conflict, why not settle it with real weapons?" Hearing such bold words, Yuan looked over and saw it was the young man who had picked her up earlier. Upon closer inspection, he had very delicate features, with a small red mole on his forehead, resembling a youthful version of the Prince of Jing. Yuan leaned closer to Chiyu and whispered, "Sister, is he the son of the Prince of Jing?" Chiyu glanced at him. "I don't know." The young man raised an eyebrow and introduced himself. "I am the heir of the Prince of Yen." Chi Fangshun. System popped up. Heir of the Prince of Yen? With that appearance, how does he not look like that farmer uncle? Wait, could there be a scandal? The officials nearby who could hear the thoughts were stunned.
What?
He doesn't look alike? Is there a big scandal? Their attention all turned to Yuan. Yuan, huh? The system said, "Let me see. Oh, he really is the heir of the Yen King." He was born during a year of disaster, so the Yen King named him Fangshun, hoping for smooth land dealings. The crowd gasped, nearly stumbling. System. Do you have to speak so breathlessly? Yuan twitched her lips, waved at the Yen King's heir, and murmured to the system. Luckily no one else heard. Otherwise, you could be punished for disrespecting the royal family. The system chuckled. At that moment, Chi Fangshun noticed Yuan didn't respond, so he introduced himself again. Yuan waved at him too. Seizing the chance, Chi Fang's Hun stepped closer and whispered, "Ninth princess, I brought back many snacks from Yen. I wonder what you like. Would you like to come with me?" "Just bring them here," Chi Yu interrupted coldly. "The ninth sister has a noble status and cannot leave the palace freely." Chi Fang's Hun paused, wanting to continue speaking, but the seventh princess took Yuan Ron a few steps forward. Chi Fang's Hun pursed his lips and clenched his fist, following them. Meanwhile, Yuan Ron was listening to Chi Yu briefly recount the grievances between the third prince and the others present. Basically, the heirs of the Jing King, Yan King, Linjiang King, Hengshan King, and Shiping King entered the capital. While indulging in revelry at a tavern, they clashed with the third prince's attendant. The third prince stepped in to support his companion, leading to a fight involving palace guards, after which they were all taken to the ancestral hall for a lesson. Neither side was willing to back down, but due to the rules of the ancestral hall, they dared not continue fighting. Instead, they agreed to a game competition. Whoever lost would admit defeat. The system couldn't help but say, "The heirs of the feudal lords? The hostage group?" Nearby officials were shocked. "System, you are too blunt. This is not good for the unity of the Great Xia." Several court officials secretly glanced at the heirs, noticing their expressions remained unchanged, which meant they likely couldn't hear, and everyone sighed in relief. Yuan Ron said, "Cough. Luckily, I'm the only one who heard." "Oh, right. I should see what they look like. I hope they all score above 80, or the game will be pointless." As soon as she said this, an official quietly gestured to the third prince. The third prince paused, glanced over, and strode over confidently. When he got closer, he pinched Yuan Ruan's cheek and said to Chi Yu, "Seventh sister, have you thought of a plan? When your game starts, watch how I deal with these troublemakers." The system remarked, "The third prince is quite confident. Does he believe he will definitely be the last victor?" The prince's body stiffened, but he maintained a very stable expression, showing no signs of weakness. "Yuan Ruan, of course, you have to be confident. Young man, you must be full of courage, radiating an 'I am invincible' aura. If you worry about losing, you wouldn't have agreed to this duel in the first place." Chi Yu twitched her mouth. "No, Zhou Air thinks too highly of the third prince." At that moment, several young lords and princes approached. Yuan Wan looked closely. No wonder they were chosen by the royal family. Each one was quite handsome. The only chubby one looked cheerful and had distinct features. If he lost some weight, he would definitely be a handsome guy. Then, the system commented, "Yuan Wan, this is the son of Prince Jing, scoring 7.9. Even the chubby one has such a high score. Sigh. Why don't you learn from your father? If you had some abs and muscle definition, you could show off too." Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly as she suppressed a laugh and looked at the next one. The man on the left was also very handsome, with a typical strong build and a sun-kissed complexion. However, seeing him holding a scholar's fan felt a bit out of place. He seemed more suited to wield a weapon. System. Yuan Ruan, this is the son of Prince Linjiang. He scored 8 points. Not bad, right on the line. Yuan Wan almost laughed at 8 points guy, but managed to continue looking at the next one. The official recording almost wrote down 8 points guy for the son of Prince Linjiang and quickly crossed it out. The next one was a bit petite, with red lips and white teeth, resembling a beautiful young man who would be called wife in the 21st century. However, he carried a huge black and gold longbow, which created a striking contrast. System. Wow, this is the son of Prince Shiping, scoring 8.5. Contrast guy. Go for it. Afterward, Yuan Wan looked at a few more. Although they were handsome, they hovered around 7. 5 points, which made the system frustrated and complain about its evaluation system. Finally, when she reached the last one, the system screamed, "Wow, this young man scored 9 points. Turn around, let me see." Yuan Wan curiously looked over just as the person suddenly fell to the ground. Someone nearby calmly ran over, picked him up, and rushed outside. Yuan Wan. She tugged at Chi Yu and pointed in that direction. "Seventh sister, that person." Chiyu glanced over and coldly said, "That's the son of Prince Ingshan. He loves to faint 3 times a day. This time, I was just brought along to join the fun." Yuan Wan. What a male version of Dayu. The system continued to comment on the men and finally, 3 handsome guys scored 8.1 points each. The third prince understood the situation and asked both sides to present their 5 best-looking individuals. Then, the palace guards began to clear the area. Yuan Wan leaned close to Chiyu and whispered the word punishment one by one. Soon, a large wheel was set up in the open space, divided into sections with words written in them. The handsome guys lined up, all starting to read the words on the wheel. Except for the third prince, who had a feeling about what was coming, the faces of the other young nobles and princes turned pale. "Take off your clothes, shout I'm a pig. Take off your clothes, shout I'm a pig. Do both, congratulations, spin again. Take turns changing places, winning condition. After playing for an hour, the team with the most clothes left wins." Everyone. What kind of ridiculous winning rule is this? And what a terrible wheel. The only slightly better option for a break is only as wide as a thumb, while every other section is 3 hands wide. Unbelievable. System, haha. Yuan Wan, look at their expressions. Everyone is laughing so hard. Yuan Wan couldn't help but chuckle. A group of handsome guys showing expressions as if they were struck by lightning made it hard for her not to laugh. Yuan Wan touched her little heart, but I'm a bit worried. System. What are you worried about? That the task is too bold? Will it offend them? Chi looked at Yuan Wan in confusion. During the incident at the tavern, a certain official pretending to be a bystander to stir up trouble. An official hiding behind the wheel, ready to cheat. An official on the 3rd floor of a nearby loft, controlling the situation. The little national master doesn't need to worry about offending anyone. The entire Xia country supports you. Yuan Wan shook her head seriously. No. I'm not afraid of offending anyone. I'm worried that they care too much about their pride and won't want to play the game. At that moment, the son of the West Ping King pointed his long bow at the third prince, glaring. Are you trying to make a fool of us? The third prince smiled without sincerity. What? Am I not participating in this game? If you can't handle it, just say so. The West Ping prince paused. The third prince knew they were hesitant, but their success depended on this moment. He stepped forward and said disdainfully, if you don't want to play, that's fine. Just bow down and admit your mistake, and I'll let you off. The crown prince of Shiping immediately became angry. He pointed at the other noble youths standing with the third prince and sarcastically said, So this is how the noble youths from the capital play? Are you really okay with this? The expressions of the other noble youths turned sour, but they understood that the third prince was defending his friends. They had to support him, so they forced themselves to say, if you can't handle it, just apologize and admit defeat. That way, the third prince will surely forgive you. The crown prince of Shiping was once again at a loss for words. He looked at the crown prince of Linjiang, as this conflict had started because of him. The crown prince of Linjiang replied calmly, there are faults on both sides. If we are to admit defeat. The third prince realized this was not going well. They were indeed scared of the punishment. He coldly snorted. I said, admitting defeat is fine. From now on, when you see us in the capital, remember to lower your heads. The noble youths were shocked. So bold. So impressive. But, dear prince, could you tone it down a bit when dealing with the other side? This game should be fair for every player. The group of noble princes was nearly fuming. The usually cheerful Prince Jing also turned serious and said, all right, we won't lose. Since you're so confident, please go ahead. The third prince secretly laughed. He wasn't afraid at all. He picked up a long arrow and, without hesitation, shot it as everyone watched in surprise. The noble youths cheered. Wow! The third prince is fearless. When the wheel stopped, the third prince listened confidently. Then someone shouted, please take off your clothes. The third prince. Wait. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret operation? System. Haha, look at the third prince's face of disbelief. Yuan Wan looked over seriously and asked, really? He still looks expressionless to me. System. No, 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 there's a subtle expression. It's like he feels abandoned by the whole world.
Haha.
It's a bit strange. Without waiting for the system to express any doubts, Qiyuan naturally picked up Yuan Xuan and walked ahead, saying, Xuan, there's a better viewing area up ahead. I'll take you there. Yuan Xuan immediately hugged Qiyuan's neck, and they soon reached a small loft about 10 meters away. From this height, the view was excellent. Thud, thud, thud. Except for a few people, almost every arrow shot out was met with a cry from a young man. In less than half an hour, they had all taken off their shirts, their exposed skin glistening with a tan, and their sturdy chests and well-defined arm muscles were evident as they threw long arrows. Some young men even showed off their attractive waistlines when they exerted themselves. Perhaps it was because the only 2 women here had gone up to the loft. The young men, who had been shy about removing their outer garments before, now confidently chose the take-off clothes option again, changing outfits without a second thought and shouting "I'm a pig" louder than ever. However, when the Crown Prince of Sheeping was about to take off his pants, Yuan Xuan felt a hand covering her eyes. She tried to pull it away, but found that the hand was slender yet strong, and she couldn't budge it at all. Yuan Xuan pouted, "Seventh sister. I'm curious, I'm curious." Qiyue replied, "Be good, don't look, or you'll get pinpricks." The official in charge of recording silently gave a thumbs up to the 7th princess. Good job stopping her. After about half an hour, the system finally popped up with celebratory fireworks. Xuan, the task is complete. The perfect and simple papermaking technique is coming. Yuan Xuan, first tell me who won. System. Haha, it was the 3rd prince. He was the only one who kept his pants on until the end. The others had all stripped long ago. Xuan, I buried this papermaking technique underground in the outskirts of the capital. It's based on the idea that the ancient invention of papermaking was suppressed by the nobility and became a lost art. This way, it can also subtly criticize the nobility of Daxia. Remember to dig it up. Yuan Xuan. Haha system, you have a great idea. A perfect mirror of history. Don't worry. When I get back, I'll do a divination and say that place has a powerful treasure of Daxia's fortune. Seeing the young men below leaving with their clothes, Qiyue finally let go of her hand. Yuan Xuan was eager to return to the national teacher's residence to practice divination, so when the young lords came over to greet her, her attitude was a bit indifferent. However, she took the initiative to greet Qi Quan as he passed by. These young lords were quite clever, and even if they weren't, their friends kept them quiet. After Yuan Xuan left, the princes exchanged glances, and after stepping outside, they surrounded Qi Quan in the middle. Qi Quan remained calm, watching them cautiously. What would you like to ask? The chubby prince of Jing was the first to speak. Does the national teacher prefer valuable items or expensive herbs for alchemy? The tough prince of Linjiang, fanning himself awkwardly, leaned in with a friendly demeanor. What kind of books does the national teacher like to read? The prince of Sheeping quietly added, I've heard the national teacher can fly and break stones with his chest. Is that true? Qi Quan immediately realized they were trying to learn about Yuan Ruan's interests. He was not pleased with the national teacher being close to these princes. It was too dangerous. So he replied vaguely, valuable items, interesting stories. I don't know, I haven't seen them, but maybe. After saying this, Qi Quan crossed his arms and left. The princes looked at each other as he walked away. The prince of Jing took a bite of hawthorn candy and asked, Do you think what he said was true? The prince of Linjiang shook his fan. I don't think so. I've heard that the national teacher has classics like Spring and Autumn and The Great Learning on his desk. How could he like stories? The prince of Sheeping, holding a long bow, said helplessly, You can't judge someone by appearances. You play with your fan and call yourself a weak strategist, but when it comes to fighting bandits, you went up the mountain alone. The prince of Linjiang felt embarrassed and puffed up his chest. Ahem. Just tell me if I succeeded in fighting the bandits. The other princes were momentarily speechless, then found it amusing. The prince of Jing sighed. Our father wants us to please the national teacher, to ask for good fortune or blessings for our territories. But we've been in the capital for 2 months and haven't said 3 words to him. The Prince of Sheeping chuckled self-deprecatingly. Right? The most embarrassing moments have been seen by him. The Prince of Yen, with a hint of red on his forehead, stepped in to ease the tension. There's no need to panic, everyone. The Prince of Jing glared at him. What are you doing here now? What did we say when we first arrived in the capital? To set aside past grievances, support each other, and watch over one another. And yet, you didn't participate in the competition or the punishment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other four princes turned sour. The Prince of Yen smiled lightly, exuding confidence. Everyone, I have other matters to attend to. For instance, I have a way to find out what the national teacher truly likes. The three princes looked at him. What method? The Prince of Yen whispered, My father is the daughter of Scholar Zhao, who is a consort of the Crown Prince. The other young lords looked at him in disbelief, surprised by this connection. They quickly approached him with enthusiasm, saying, Brother, we are family. The Prince of Yen smiled gently. Today, he is hosting a banquet for the Crown Prince. Would you like to join us? The young lords immediately grabbed his hand, excitedly exclaiming, Good brother. Let's go together. At the same time, Chiyu accompanied Yuan Wan outside to search for treasures. Yuan Wan held a turtle shell in her left hand and occasionally drew on it with her right while making a heart gesture. As she walked, she suddenly saw a few young people in Taoist robes coming toward her, dancing and gesturing while studying bamboo slips. Respecting Taoist culture, Yuan Wan instinctively put away her heart gesture. Unexpectedly, one of the Taoists stopped, looked at her, and excitedly pointed at the silk cloth in his hand, saying, Oh my, it's really the National Master. I've seen the living National Master. National Master, may I ask about the Thunder Hand technique? He added, making a heart gesture. The system burst into laughter in her mind. You've seen the living National Master. Ha! And the gesture too. Yuan Wan, you should just create a heart gesture technique. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. System, don't be ridiculous. She quickly waved her hands to reassure the Taoists, encouraging them to strengthen their faith in their practice and not to switch to her heart gesture teaching. Chiyu waited patiently nearby, feeling that the small figure was shining brightly. At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind. Seventh sister. Ninth sister. Princess Seven glanced over, and Yuan Wan turned to see the Crown Prince striding toward her. Yuan Wan happily took a few steps forward, but before she could go far, Chiyu picked her up and carried her. Yuan Wan waved her hand, saying, Elder nephew. Cough, Crown brother. Brother. Little Nine, I missed you so much, Mua. The Crown Prince pretended not to hear her slip of the tongue and lifted Yuan Wan high, asking, Why is Ninth sister here? Yuan Wan grinned. I'm here to predict and find good things. The system chimed in. Of course. Not only do I have the formula for the paper, but I also included some surprises. Hee, it will surely shock the court officials. The court officials had a subtle expression, suddenly reminded of the time they were overwhelmed for half an hour by a single birth of 8 treasures. The prince tilted his body, almost dropping Yuan Wan. Fortunately, he was young and strong, quickly stabilizing her in his arms. The prince looked at Yuan Wan with a complex expression and after a while said, Well, as long as you're happy. Yuan Wan leaned closer to him and said, I'm happy. Wait here, brother. The prince smiled again. First, Ninth sister will accompany me to a place, and then I'll be with you, all right? I have good news to share with my sisters today. Thinking about sharing good news, Yuan Wan nodded. Seeing her nod, Chiyu naturally did not object. Soon, the group arrived at a place with 2 stone lions at the entrance, decorated richly with golden carvings and flying birds on the eaves. However, as they entered and passed a large landscape screen, they were greeted by a variety of bamboo groves, corridors adorned with flowers, ponds, and rockeries. They could hear the sound of flowing water, and a gentle breeze made everyone feel relaxed and comfortable. At that moment, the prince suddenly carried Yuan Wan up the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the palace guards opened the door to a room. Yuan Wan looked closely and was surprised to see the young lord she had almost met earlier. The young lord was also taken aback, but quickly showed a happy expression, standing up to greet them. After the prince returned the greeting, he sat down with Yuan Wan in the main seat. Yuan Wan curiously looked at a charming woman on his right. The prince smiled and said, "Ninth sister, you're going to be an aunt. Are you happy?" Yuan Wan was stunned and pointed at herself. "Aunt?" The prince nodded with a smile. Yuan Wan beamed. "That's wonderful. My nephew finally has his own child." The prince. Several of the prince's attendants lowered their heads at the round table. At that moment, the man sitting next to the charming woman suddenly looked up in confusion. The prince quickly gave the steward a look. The steward skillfully handed a confidentiality agreement to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao's pupils widened. He hadn't returned to the capital for a few years, and such shocking news had already happened. No wonder the prince asked him to follow orders and speak less before leaving. No wonder the Duke of Huainan knelt instantly. With such impressive abilities, who would kneel? At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. "Huh? Where is his child?" The prince. Onlookers. The prince's attendants tilted their bodies. "Wait, has His Highness been betrayed again?" Dr. Zhao blushed and suddenly stood up, saying no. Before he could finish, the young official next to him quickly subdued him. Everyone looked on in surprise as the young official bowed to the prince and said, "He just drank a bit too much and is probably drunk. Your Highness, may I take him aside to sober up?" The prince waved his hand expressionlessly. The young lords looked confused and then turned to the Prince of Yen in unison. "What's going on? Didn't you say he would be the best bridge? They haven't even crossed the river yet, and the bridge has collapsed on its own?" The Prince of Yen also felt awkward and could only raise a cup of tea instead of wine, saying some polite words to ease the situation. Yuan Wan didn't pay attention to the undercurrents at the table. Her inner voice exclaimed, "System, this can't be true. My nephew has been cheated on again? This can't happen twice. This is outrageous." The prince's face darkened. "System, huh? He hasn't been cheated on." The prince's officials, who had just felt embarrassed, suddenly perked up. The prince was puzzled. What? Not his child, but not cheated on? Isn't that contradictory? At that moment, the system spoke again. "No. This lady isn't pregnant. She just has an upset stomach, which made her belly swell. The other symptoms are similar to morning sickness. Plus, your nephew has been quite active at home lately, so she naturally thought she was pregnant."
Yuan Ruan. Ah.
Didn't the doctor notice? System. They just found out. The prince's officials were shocked. An unexpected reason had emerged. The prince sighed in relief. As long as he wasn't cheated on, that was fine. Yuan Wan relaxed. What kind of illness makes the belly swell? It can't be a tumor or ascites. Those can be deadly. System. Let me check. Oh, it's not that serious. This woman likes to eat raw fish, and she has schistosomiasis in her belly. The prince, who had just relaxed upon hearing not serious, immediately frowned again. Schistosomiasis is not easy to treat. It can be deadly. Yuan Wan, schistosomiasis? Isn't that hard to treat? Can ancient medicine cure it? The system replied confidently. R1. It used to be hard to treat, but with you and me in the Great Xia, it's different. I provided a book on pest control to treat locusts before. It contains remedies for schistosomiasis. By the way, if there's any disinfectant left, it can be mixed with the medicine for better results. Yuan Wan. That's good. The prince also felt relieved. Books and disinfectants have long been regarded as treasures by the Imperial Hospital, and they are studied every day. Soon, a visit to the Imperial Hospital will be enough. The system's voice sounded pleased. Don't worry, every reward I give is exceptional. For example, this time I included the process of making paper, along with various types of the imperial examination from the Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties. They can choose whatever they like. Yuan Wan. System, you included all of that?
This.
I hope the Tang dynasty's examination isn't anonymous. Otherwise, it could lead to corruption among officials. The Crown Prince paused. Huh? Is there still a concept of anonymous exams? But thinking it over, if one doesn't know the identity of the candidates, it does allow for talent to be prioritized. The system's voice suddenly sounded deflated. Ah, I thought I could include more options. What should I do? The reward has already materialized. Should I destroy it? Yuan Wan comforted. No need. I can attend court and I can protest then. It's okay, I've got your back. System. Wah, Yuan Wan, I love you. Yuan Wan smiled happily. Yes. Being able to contribute ideas to the rewards is already great. Excellent. In the future, I hope you can become a system that can give rewards without needing me to complete tasks. System, woo. I will. I'll start coding to upgrade right away. The Crown Prince chuckled and offered Yuan Wan another piece of pastry, thinking that a sweet mouth deserves more treats to keep the system happy. Later, Dr. Zhao was helped back by a young official, first punishing himself with 3 cups before rejoining the banquet. At the banquet, cups were raised and passed around. Several young nobles tried to get closer to Yuan Wan, but were gently pushed back by the Crown Prince and Qiyu. Half an hour later, Yuan Wan had eaten enough and left the table. The young nobles watched her departing figure with disappointment, whispering among themselves, "Ah, she only said 3 sentences. You're lucky. The national teacher only smiled at me once. Hey, the national teacher got my title wrong. It's Hengshan, not Huaishan." Upon hearing the last comment, the Yan Wang's son couldn't help but laugh, noticing his companion's gloomy expressions. He said, "There will be plenty of time in the future." At the same moment, the Crown Prince was carrying Yuan Wan outside. He arrived at the place she designated for divination and ordered the palace guards to dig into the ground. The prince lowered his head and saw Yuan Wan gently playing with a small jade bracelet that the Crown Prince of Linjiang had sent her. She wore a small gold chain given by the king of Hengshan around her neck and had several beautiful jade rings on her fingers from other princes. The prince picked up the jade bracelet that nearly slipped from his wrist and said softly, "Those young princes aren't very careful when they buy things, and they can be a bit noisy." Yuan Wan immediately shook her head. "Brother, that's not true. They are just lively." The system responded, "Exactly. We welcome all charming young men." Yuan Wan replied, "Haha." The prince felt helpless. He had intended to suggest keeping a distance from those princes with hidden intentions, but since Yuan Wan was happy, he didn't want to interfere too much. After all, with him and their father protecting her, those few wouldn't cause much trouble. At that moment, a palace guard excitedly turned around holding a brass box and shouted, "Your Highness, we found it." The prince's officials immediately cheered in excitement. "Truly impressive, Master Guesher. Your divination skills are top-notch." "That's amazing. There must be great treasures inside." The compliments poured in from all directions. Yuan Wan gradually got lost in the praise, her bright smile shining brightly. This adorable sight made the prince and Qiyu unable to resist hugging Yuan Wan affectionately again. Yuan Wan returned to the Guesher's residence for a nap, while the prince took the brass box back to the palace. Along with the officials from the Ministry of Works, who were happily carrying the paper-making techniques, they returned to the ministry to start producing paper. Other court officials stayed overnight in the palace. They debated tirelessly about paper and imperial examinations, surrounded by interests and power, without sleeping for the entire night. This debate lasted nearly 7 days. On the 10th day, the nobles finally took a step back. First, hand-copied and bound paper books quietly appeared in various bookstores in the capital. Second, rehearsed plays were handed over to the theater troupes to begin performances. After a series of actions, the people of Daxia cheered joyfully. However, the Qin Kingdom's delegation, which had repeatedly faced defeat, was truly feeling disheartened. Although the Qin Kingdom's delegation had anticipated that Daxia would be formidable, they never expected them to be this powerful. In 10 days, they had negotiated 3 times, mostly getting beaten badly. Not only did they fail to reclaim 2 cities, but they also nearly lost a lot of supplies. So when they received another letter from the Qin Kingdom, the delegation felt defeated and didn't dare to reply. Someone lamented, "It's so difficult. No matter how well we speak." The killing intent displayed by the generals of the Great Xia is unmatched. Other members of the delegation sighed in agreement. Seeing her colleagues exhausted, Minister Lu calmly took a sip of tea. She was not in a hurry. Negotiations never happen overnight. A true hunter waits patiently for the right moment. Minister Lu reassured them, "Everyone, let's proceed steadily. Before the next negotiation, let's try to use the National Master of Xia as our breakthrough." Suddenly, Minister Li stood up. "We can't proceed steadily any longer. We are running out of options. I will use my last resort. I have decided to contact the Empress Dowager." Minister Lu was taken aback. "What?" She quickly stood up. "No. It's too early." This was their trump card. If they used this connection, the state of Chu would have a reason to seize a piece of borderland. Minister Lu even thought the higher-ups were foolish. She had planned to never use this connection. However, Minister Li ignored her and left directly, followed by his assistant. Minister Lu frowned, preparing to discuss with her companions how to stop him. At that moment, a message came from outside that the Deputy Minister of Rights wished to see her. Minister Lu stepped outside and looked up to find the Deputy Minister of Rights smiling at her at the door. A subtle feeling crossed her mind as she cupped her hands and asked, "Is there something you need?" The Deputy Minister of Rights smiled. "Let's speak privately." Minister Lu sensed something was off. Instinctively, she took a half-step back and cupped her hands, saying, "Sir, please speak directly." "Are you sure?" The Deputy Minister leaned closer, speaking in a barely audible voice. "Sir, you wouldn't want her daughter's identity to be revealed, would you?" Minister Lu's pupils widened in shock. Who leaked her identity? Her uncle? Impossible. He would only want to kill her, not expose family secrets. Could it be that person? No, they wanted to keep her in the state of Chun, not let her be controlled by the state of Xia. So, who else could it be? Minister Lu felt a cold sweat break out on her back, but maintained her composure, saying, "Nonsense. You are challenging my state of Chun." The deputy minister interrupted softly, "No need to be agitated. Many know your true identity. Returning to Chun will involve you in a conspiracy, putting you at their mercy. Are you really willing to accept that?" Minister Lu. The deputy minister continued, "We also know that your greatest backup is the Empress Dowager. She will return to the palace tomorrow, and you have a few days to consider your options." Minister Lu's pupils widened in shock. What's going on? Even the Empress Dowager's collusion with the states of Chun and Chu is known? How advanced is the intelligence system of the Great Xia? The Deputy Minister of Rights didn't linger and quickly returned to report to the Ministry of Rights, getting busy. It wasn't about the diplomatic mission. There were two other matters to attend to. One was that the Empress Dowager's procession was already 10 miles away and would arrive in a few days. The other was to work with the Ministry of Personnel to strategize for the Imperial examination system. Note: today has been extremely busy. One update for now. 2 updates tomorrow. Sending you all my love. At the same time, the Chun state delegation successfully contacted the Empress Dowager. The carrier pigeons from the Chun delegation flew out of the city, while the Empress Dowager's replies flew towards the palace walls. The hidden guards quickly intercepted the pigeons, deciphered the messages, and edited the information, adding some official greetings before sending them back out. This led to the Chun delegation and the black-clad eunuchs cursing simultaneously. Never had they seen such absurd messages asking, "Have you eaten?" while delivering secret codes. They continued to send out pigeons to relay messages. That night, the pigeons flew so frequently that the palace guards were bombarded with droppings, leading one to finally return to wash his hair, grumbling in frustration. These messages were gradually delivered to the palace. The emperor, dressed in his inner robes, stepped out again, looking down at the messages from Chun with indifference, saying, to win negotiations, would they really give up territory to Chu? How boring. Then, he opened the messages from the Empress Dowager and frowned after reading for a while. Why are they so interested in Jior? Do they have ulterior motives regarding the national teacher? The emperor looked at Song Wei, who delivered the messages, and said, "Investigate further." "Yes, Your Majesty," Song Wei replied quickly. The emperor yawned and turned to go back to sleep. However, as he opened the door, he unexpectedly saw the queen, expressionless and wrapped in a large blanket. The emperor thought to himself that this was not good. The queen was in a very bad mood. He softly said, "Is there something wrong?" "Long live your majesty," the queen said, her eyelids drooping as she casually bowed. "I wouldn't dare disturb your affairs, so I request to wait in the side hall." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away, closing the door behind her. The emperor instinctively followed her, but when he tried to enter the study, he found he couldn't push the door open. The emperor. The chief eunuch nearby quietly stepped back a couple of paces, hiding in the shadow of a nearby pillar. The emperor raised his hand to knock on the door when hurried footsteps approached. He turned his head and saw the shadow of a guard, quickly retracting his hand. He said to the chief eunuch, "Clear out the study in Courtroom Palace." The chief eunuch paused, thinking, aren't they already locked outside? Why not return to Yang Exiled Hall? Wait, these days are fixed for coming to Courtroom Palace. Is the emperor worried about the empress's reputation? Not daring to think further, the chief eunuch replied, "As you command." The next day, the emperor and the crown prince came to greet Yuan Ruan. Yuan Ruan, as usual, rushed toward the emperor, who held her steady but did not lift her up. Instead, he subtly guided her toward the crown prince. Yuan Ruan. Yuan Ruan. System, does my brother not value me anymore? System, let me check. No, last night the empress wanted to sleep, but your brother kept bothering her. The empress got upset and sent him out, so he slept in the study all night. He hurt his back. Yuan Ruan's face turned pale. Oh. The emperor felt embarrassed. This explanation is problematic. The crown prince's expression changed quickly. He hurriedly picked up Yuan Ruan and moved forward, not wanting to hear more of his parents' private conversation. Soon, the three of them entered the morning court together. Today, they mainly discussed the framework of the Imperial examination system. The military officials had little say, while the civil officials, having reviewed the examination templates from the Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties, made some adjustments to fit the characteristics of the Xia kingdom without any heated arguments. It was a rare peaceful morning court session in recent days. System. R1, it seems you won't need earplugs today. Have a maid help you take them off later. Yuan Wan, okay. The Xia kingdom officials twitched their mouths slightly. After a little over half an hour, the framework for the examination was basically agreed upon. The emperor handed the coordination over to the crown prince and set a date for the first major exam to be held after spring next year. Yuan Wan was shocked. Wow, my brother is so decisive. System. As expected of a tyrant, it's quite impressive. The officials were also taken aback by the emperor's demands. Prime Minister Wang couldn't help but step forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty, holding the major exam after spring next year, isn't that too rushed?" "It's not," the emperor replied. "There are still a few months left, enough time for the preliminary, provincial, and county exams, and then we will have the final and palace exams next spring." Prime Minister Wang said, "The books are not yet widespread, and the students are not fully prepared." The emperor waved his hand. "Let them rely on their own abilities. By the way, let all the officials who passed through the recommendation system in the last 5 years participate in the exam. I want to see their abilities and the level of their recommenders." The civil officials were shocked. Although there are very few officials who can reach the 6th rank within 5 years, there is no need to worry about exams. But who hasn't recommended a relative, classmate, or someone from their hometown? Who hasn't let things slide a bit because of a personal connection? What if the person they recommended doesn't perform well on the exam? The feeling of not being able to control one's fate is very helpless. System, look at their expressions. They look like they've lost everything. Yuan Wan, If this were in the future, it would probably be trending on social media. Who understands this? After years of serving, suddenly having to start over. Yuan Wan and the system found it amusing as some officials couldn't handle the pressure. At that moment, an official stood up and said, "I am not feeling well." Yuan Wan analyzed from the side. "Look at his rosy face, but he's sweating. I guess he's not really unwell. He's just afraid of losing face in the big exam, so he wants to take sick leave and find an excuse to hide for a few months." The official, caught off guard, quickly changed the subject. but I am willing to contribute my small efforts for the selection process. Other officials. You're quick on your feet. Yuan Wan was a bit surprised. This person is determined despite his difficulties. With this example, the other officials who wanted to avoid the exam dared not speak up. However, those who knew there were issues with their recommendations or those of their political rivals were deep in thought. At this moment, the emperor said, "You all should recommend a few more officials to assist the crown prince in organizing our first imperial examination." The officials did not rush to speak up. The emperor casually pointed to the most handsome one at the front, the young secretary. The young secretary, feeling helpless, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I recommend Wang Yalan from the Shuntian prefecture. He has served for 6 years, is diligent and honest, and handles matters fairly." The grand scholar, who had a poor relationship with the young secretary, thought this was a good opportunity. "You think you can avoid trouble by escaping the exam?" The grand scholar stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have an objection." The emperor replied, "Speak." The grand scholar said, "I heard that Wang Yalan severely injured a strange woman last night and refused to admit his mistake." The officials gasped. What a coincidence. They all looked at the young secretary. The young secretary felt a pang of anxiety but quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I know Wang Yalan to be a gentleman, kind-hearted, and helpful to the elderly in our community. How could he possibly harm a stranger? There must be." What must there be? The woman has already written a letter. The grand scholar looked at the young official with determination. The Shuntian prefecture, or the Ministry of Justice, must have accepted the case. The young official anxiously said, "Your Majesty, he is really not that kind of person." Yuan Ruan's gaze also fell on the young official. "Isn't he the brother of concubine Rome?" Yuan Ruan thought, "You can't judge a person just by their appearance. I've seen people who seem honest, but are actually cruel." The system responded, "Let me see. Well, regarding concubine Rome's brother, I think he hasn't misjudged him." The grand scholar, who was just about to criticize the young official, froze. How could this be? Could the person who reported him be lying? The young official also showed a grateful expression, relieved to have the system on his side. Yuan Wan was surprised. "He didn't hit anyone?" The system replied, "He did." The young official's smile froze on his face. "The others?" Yuan Wan exclaimed, "Huh? When did you start supporting violence?" The system replied, "That woman is not a good person." Yuan Wan asked, "What do you mean? Is she a monster?" The officials gasped. The system clarified, "No, she is a person, but her character is very poor. She used to work in a brothel, deceived people, and offended powerful individuals. Before she died, she was saved by a young hunter from a nearby village. At first, she wanted to change her ways and promised to repay him, and they had a good time together. The young hunter worked hard during the day as a boatman and hunted at night, living on very little while saving up to buy her gold and silver as a dowry. But after she regained her health, she found life too hard and became greedy, seducing a small merchant from the neighboring village." Yuan Wan was shocked. "What? Isn't she a thankless person?"
She was saved.
The officials frowned. The system continued. "Yes. She even teamed up with the merchant to trick the young hunter into believing they were siblings, bringing him to their village to work for them, farming and being exploited. 3 years later, when the young hunter fell seriously ill and could no longer work, she completely abandoned him. When he went to confront her, he had his legs broken, and in despair, he hanged himself." The officials. "What? Did they drive him to death?" It's rare to see such cruelty. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. "Oh my, that's outrageous?" The system replied, "Yes. It was his neighbors who couldn't stand it and reported the case to seek justice for him. When Wang Yalan went to help, he found that the woman only said that the two had no matchmaker and claimed she didn't kill anyone. In a moment of impulse, Wang Yalan hit someone. Yuan Wan. No wonder Wang Yalan couldn't hold back. The officials clenched their fists. How can he have no remorse?
Good job.
The young official glanced at the instigating scholar and suddenly froze, as he heard the scholar mutter, "Why didn't he kill him?" Soon, Yuan Wan casually found a reason to speak up for Wang Yalan. The emperor gave the crown prince a look. The crown prince stood up and said, "This is not about Wang Yalan abusing his power. That woman was truly despicable." He summarized the system's words, emphasizing that it was understandable. The emperor no longer pursued the matter with Wang Yalan and arranged for him to work with other officials and the crown prince on the imperial examination. Once the arrangements for the examination were nearly complete, the emperor announced the end of the court session. The emperor left first. The crown prince stayed behind to briefly discuss matters with the officials. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly surrounded by officials from the Great Xia waiting nearby. The crown prince raised an eyebrow. "What do you gentlemen have to say?" The officials lowered their backs even more. "We dare not. Your Highness, we are fearful." The crown prince softened his tone and said, "Speak." One official stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, we have some doubts about the participation of officials below the 6th rank in the examination. May I ask what kind of results would satisfy His Majesty?" The crown prince replied, "Of course, the higher the better." After a pause, he added, "You all recommended them randomly, didn't you?" The officials quickly shook their heads, nearly swearing that they had sincerely chosen talents for the country. The crown prince said, "Then why worry?" The officials shook their heads and replied, "That's not it. But people can be lazy. I'm concerned that the people I recommended, who were once talented, might not perform well now due to complacency." The crown prince's expression turned serious. Such people should be stripped of their positions immediately. The official fell silent. The crown prince looked at the others. "You gentlemen don't need to surround me any longer. You may disperse." The officials immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." After the prince left, some officials still sighed. At that moment, Prime Minister Wang said, "Instead of wasting time on self-pity, why not push those who trouble you? Since they were once talented, half a year is enough time for them to regain their brilliance. No matter how poor they are, they can improve somewhat in that time." The officials. "That's right. Instead of internal conflicts, it's better to solve the problem itself." The court officials stopped talking nonsense and hurried home. Soon, almost all officials below the 6th rank of the Great Xia were invited to various high-ranking officials' residences. Initially, the lower-ranked officials were excited, thinking that their careers were about to take off, especially those with some family ties to high-ranking officials, who felt like they could almost fly with joy while waiting. However, when they entered the residences, their faces fell. Instead of beautiful banquets, they were greeted with stacks of books and a group of elderly scholars. They were told to study and take exams. Those who performed poorly had to stay overnight for extra lessons. At that moment, there were no complaints from the Great Xia. In any dynasty, higher-ranking officials held power over those below them, especially those who were many ranks above. The lower-ranked officials could only swallow their grievances and pretend to be grateful for this overwhelming sea of knowledge. Except for the officials from the Ministry of Rights, who were collectively overwhelmed. The Empress Dowager's procession had arrived at the city gate, but suddenly stopped. The Empress Dowager claimed that a mythical creature, neither cow nor horse, had been lost at the city gate and hoped the national master could personally find it, as this creature was a good omen she brought to the Great Xia. In response, the emperor left a 5-star review. Nonsense. After saying that, the emperor looked at the message from the Minister of Rights and slammed the table. He paced back and forth, saying, "What is the Empress Dowager thinking? What nonsense about a mythical creature? Anyone can see she is trying to make things difficult for Jiawar. If she doesn't want her turn, fine, just send troops to bring her back." The Minister of Rights, hearing this, pinched himself and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's return from Wutai Mountain to pray for blessings is a good thing. If we send troops to force her, the reputation." Moreover, the Empress Dowager was already at the city gate. If action was to be taken, it should have been done sooner. This matter at her doorstep would surely lead to accusations of disrespect. But then the Minister of Rights recalled the tyrant's reputation since taking power and fell silent. Sending troops does seem inappropriate, the emperor pondered. How about arranging for secret guards too? The Minister of Rights felt weak in the knees and said in distress, "Your Majesty, this kidnapping her would be even more outrageous." The Empress Dowager still held significant power in the Great Xia. If this reception turned out poorly, the Minister of Rights feared not only his career would be ruined, but also that the future prospects of his entire family would be affected. The Minister of Rights looked anxiously at the third person in the room, the gentle and refined Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was also at a loss. He understood his father's anger, as he believed the Empress Dowager was intentionally causing trouble. However, since both were elders, he clasped his hands and said, "Father, perhaps grandmother has been misled by some wandering sorcerers and wants to test Joer. How about we?" Just then, a voice from outside announced that the chief eunuch, Song Wei, wished to see the emperor. The emperor ordered him to come in. The Minister of Rights was about to step back when he saw the emperor's face darken after glancing at the letter Song Wei handed him. He slammed his hand on the nearby table. "Stop!" The Minister of Rights trembled. He tried to steady himself and quickly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, forgive me." "Forgive you?" The emperor's voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. "You dare to deceive me and use Joer for your own purposes." The Minister of Rights was confused.
What?
The Crown Prince, hearing this, stepped forward and said, "Father, the Minister of Rights is a man of propriety. There must be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" The emperor threw the secret letter at the Crown Prince. "You read it yourself." The Crown Prince quickly took it and glanced over it. His expression changed as he looked at the Minister of Rights. "Sir, how could you act without reporting first?" The Minister of Rights felt more wronged than ever. He exclaimed, "Your Majesty, if I am at fault, let me understand. I truly did not know I had acted without reporting regarding the national teacher." Soon, Song Wei's secret letter was thrown in front of the Minister of Rights. It stated that the seventh princess, along with Yuan Ruan, went hunting and encountered a Minister of Rights seeking help, asking Yuan Ruan to assist in finding the Empress Dowager's lost Qilin beast. Upon investigation, it was found that the Minister of Rights was indeed approaching Yuan Ruan. The Minister of Rights turned pale. He knew the Emperor and the Crown Prince would suspect him of secretly contacting Yuan Ruan, but he truly hadn't. Kneeling on the ground, he repeatedly bowed his head, saying, "Your Majesty, I respect the Empress Dowager, but I also respect the national teacher. I would never dare to contact the national teacher privately for help. However, this matter is indeed a mistake on my part." The emperor didn't even look at him and strode out. The Crown Prince followed closely behind. The Minister of Rights quickly got up, trembling as he followed, his face filled with frustration, wondering who was trying to harm him. The emperor and his entourage stormed out, and the officials, being clever, began to inquire about the situation. When the emperor and his two companions arrived at the city gate on horseback, some officials who were quicker on foot had already changed their clothes and rushed over. Others, who happened to be dining on Chang'an Street, put down their bowls and pretended to stroll, slowly approaching. Song Wei and the head of the palace guards informed the emperor about the officials following them. The emperor, uninterested, simply said, "Let them be," and Song Wei and the head of the palace guards stopped trying to intervene. Soon, the emperor and his group exited the city gate, and the Empress Dowager's procession cleared a path. A black-clad eunuch quickly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. May you have long life and peace." The emperor did not dismount, but looked down at him. "Where is Princess Jiao?" The black-clad eunuch replied respectfully, "Princess Jiao took some silver and has not returned yet." The emperor was taken aback. "Silver? Not here?" What was going on? He cast a sharp glance at Song Wei, who suddenly felt tense. What had happened in the meantime? Just then, a voice filled with doubt and surprise came from behind. "Father? Crown Prince, brother?" The emperor and the Crown Prince turned around, looking surprised. They saw Qiyu stepping down from a soft sedan, holding Yuan Ruan in one arm. With one hand holding Yuan Ruan, Qiyu had the other hand full of snacks like candied hawthorn, pancakes, and osmanthus cake. Yuan Wan held a warm meat bun with a bite taken out, her big eyes wide with surprise and delight. Long time no see, Yuan Wan said, instinctively taking a bite of the bun. After swallowing, she sweetly added, "Father, brother, I missed you the most." The emperor and the crown prince exchanged glances at the meat bun Yuan Wan wouldn't let go of. Yuan Wan noticed their gaze and nodded earnestly. "Really? Father, brother, I like you the most, even more than the bun." Seeing her nod and wave the meat bun, both men felt their hearts melt. A smile appeared on their faces almost simultaneously. The crown prince said, "Jume, let me help you with that." But before he could finish, Yuan Wan took a deep breath and opened her mouth wide, attacking the meat bun with enthusiasm, devouring it without pause. The emperor and the crown prince. The crown prince, both amused and exasperated, said, "You, oh you." The emperor walked over, picked up Yuan Wan, and gently rubbed her little belly. "Eating too much isn't good for little ones. We'll have the doctor prepare something to help with digestion." The prince was speechless. "Father, you." At that moment, the movements of the Minister of Rights and some officials caught Yuan Ruan's attention. Yuan Wan. System. Why do those two seem to be arguing quietly? System. Oh, let me check. The Minister of Rights is questioning an official about who sent him to invite the National Master to help find the Qilin. The official firmly says it was the minister's order, and the minister is getting very angry. They're facing off against each other. Yuan Ruan, System, could someone be causing trouble? System, it really is. The Minister of Rights and the official are not at fault. Someone stirred up the messenger, causing the mistake. It was the Empress Dowager, who wanted to see you in advance. The furious Minister of Rights. The aggrieved official. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. This Empress Dowager. If she wants to see me, why use such underhanded methods? At that moment, a black-clad eunuch stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Princess Jiao, you have returned." Yuan Wan looked at him with a strange expression for a second, then nodded, yes. The emperor suddenly said casually, "Jiao, the National Master of Daxia holds a respected position and is not bound by others' demands. If you don't want to do something, you don't have to." The black-clad eunuch paused. System. R1. It seems the emperor knows about the Empress Dowager asking you to help find the Qilin. Does he think you are being threatened? Is he here to support you? Yuan Wan. I knew my brother was the best. But since I've received money and gifts, I still have to do my job. The expressions of the emperor and others froze. Suddenly realizing, they understood that the money the black-clad eunuch mentioned was actually the fee for asking Jiao to find the Qilin. The prince couldn't help but step forward and gently poke Yuan Ruan's nose. The palace is short on money because of you. If you need some, just come to the East Palace. I'll give you as much as you want.
No need to get it from outside.
Yuan Wan immediately shook the money pouch in her hand. "I earn my own money to support my brother." She caught a glimpse of the emperor looking over and quickly added, "To support father and my sister. To make them happy." The emperor and the others, they knew they were being teased, but they still felt happy. Once Yuan Wan had appeased them, she took out a turtle shell and said to the black-clad eunuch, "Don't worry, I will find the Qilin soon. No, I will run away." The black-clad eunuch was taken aback and hurriedly bowed. "I wouldn't dare." Yuan Wan ignored him and took a turtle shell from Qiyu, striking a pose as if to read fortunes. Yuan Wan. System. First find something related to the Qilin. They paid a lot, so let's see what we can find. System. Okay, let me check. I'm looking for this animal described as a Qilin to see if it really exists. Yuan Wan posed in front of the turtle shell for a while and couldn't help but ask System. Are you done yet? System. Just a moment, there are too many leads. Ah, here it is. There's actually no Qilin, they just dyed a deformed sheep and added a tail. They claim it's a good omen for the Great Xia and let it roam in the back mountains. Let me check. Oh, I see. Your seventh sister shot it with an arrow. What should we do? Everyone. Yuan Wan calmly continued to turn the turtle shell. Is the animal's body still there? System. The official from the Ministry of Rights came by, but Qiyu didn't take the catch. Not long after, The Qilin was eaten by wild beasts. Even if we find the bones, there will be arrow marks. If we say your seventh sister killed it, would that be a problem? Yuan Wan thought for a moment. That makes sense. She lowered her hand and looked at the black-clad eunuch. I found it. The eunuch was surprised and quickly said, Please guide me, National Master. Considering the good omen, Yuan Wan avoided using the word dead. She spoke some vague phrases to the eunuch and finally concluded, The signs show it has returned to the heavens. The eunuch listened carefully and asked some tricky questions. Yuan Wan skillfully used her persuasive language, focusing on not answering directly. The eunuch was puzzled several times, but suddenly seemed relieved. His tone became lighter as he quickly bowed and said, Thank you, National Master. I will report this to Her Majesty. Before Yuan Wan could respond, the eunuch hurried back to the tent. Inside the luxurious tent, only the Empress Dowager was present. She slowly took a sip of tea and asked the eunuch as he entered, What did you find? The eunuch bowed and replied, Your Majesty, the National Master said the Qilin has returned to the heavens and did not reveal that it was fake. They had originally believed the National Master was a fraud. However, during their journey from Wutai Mountain to the capital, they gathered countless pieces of information, and the common people of Great Xia held an immense trust in the National Master. Moreover, it wasn't just the commoners. Even high-ranking officials and distinguished scholars spoke of the National Master as a blessing for Great Xia. Due to this news, the Empress Dowager hesitated several times before deciding to create a mythical creature, wanting to see if the National Master of the Great Xia truly had real skills or was merely seeking fame. If he was indeed impressive, she planned to pretend to be unwell and return to Mount Wutai once more. Now, the black-clad eunuch, seeing that Yuan Wan had not exposed the creature as fake, speculated that Yuan Wan was not a powerful national master and that everything might be a trap set by the emperor. The Empress Dowager laughed upon hearing this. Is that so? It seems I was too cautious before. The black-clad eunuch hesitated and said, Your Majesty, the emperor has also arrived. The Empress Dowager paused while drinking her tea. Oh, the emperor actually came? After a moment, she whispered, Do you think he has discovered something? The black-clad eunuch recalled the emperor's arrival, noting that it seemed to revolve around the National Master. He quietly said, Your Majesty, perhaps it's because of the National Master? The Empress Dowager was taken aback. For that young one? The eunuch nodded and recounted the conversation happening outside in detail, even mimicking the trembling voices perfectly. The Empress Dowager seemed somewhat sarcastic. Fondness?
Impossible.
There must be other secrets. After a pause, she calmed herself. All right, prepare to return to the palace for the welcoming banquet and continue with the plans. The black-clad eunuch quickly agreed. Meanwhile, the officials from the Ministry of Rites were in a frenzy. On that day, they had gone through preparations, cancelled ceremonies, and now had to rush to organize the welcoming ceremony and banquet since the emperor was present, and the Empress Dowager was willing to return to the palace. They could not keep the emperor waiting too long, and the procession for the Empress Dowager's return could not be reduced too much either. The officials were nearly at their breaking point. The grievances of ancient spirits were nothing compared to theirs, and even passing dogs seemed to be scolded by them. As for the officials of the Great Xia arriving one after another, they were secretly observing the tug-of-war between the emperor and Yuan Wan. The emperor said, Joer, go rest early. Yuan Wan replied, Jua wants to stay here with father. Unable to refuse Yuan Wan and not wanting to scold her, the emperor turned to the crown prince. The crown prince stepped forward to persuade them, but this time Yuan Wan didn't need to act cute. Chi Yu calmly returned to reasoning. After watching Yuan Wan and Chi Yu for a moment, the crown prince handed Yuan Wan over to Chi Yu and leaned closer to the emperor, whispering, Father, why must you send Jume back to the palace? The emperor lowered his voice. Crown Prince, your grandmother seems to have some connections with the forces of Chu. Subtext. Aren't you worried about family scandals being exposed? The Crown Prince and the Minister of Rites were taken aback. This. The Crown Prince quickly understood and felt a bit conflicted. But soon he whispered, Father, I think the royal family of Great Xia has already lost face with most of the gossip. As for grandmother, the crown prince's expression became serious. If grandmother truly has ties with enemy forces, the court will inevitably undergo a major purge. It can't be hidden. I even think that revealing this in the form of gossip might lead to a better resolution. At this point, the crown prince's tone became lighter. If that's the case, father, what do we have to worry about? The emperor thought for a moment and slowly nodded. A quarter of an hour later, the Ministry of Rites prepared everything for the Empress Dowager's welcoming banquet. The emperor and the crown prince boarded the carriage. Civil and military officials lined up in 4 rows, mounting their horses according to their ranks. To create a ceremony that respected the emperor, honored the Empress Dowager, and saved time, the Ministry of Rites searched through ancient texts and finally found the welcoming ceremony held by the founding emperor of the Xia Kingdom. At that time, during wartime, when the emperor welcomed the Empress Dowager, everything was kept simple. There were no ceremonial horses or music, but the emperor rode in front, with officials on horseback beside him, accompanying the Empress Dowager's carriage around the city. Yuan Wan admired the quick thinking of the Minister of Rites after hearing the arrangements. Soon, the welcoming ceremony concluded. After circling the city, they arrived at the palace, where the banquet would be held. Yuan Wan was helped down from the horse by Qi Yu. Curious about the Empress Dowager, she kept glancing at her carriage. At that moment, the dragon and phoenix palanquin carried by 8 men slowly descended. 2 tall, slender men climbed inside. Moments later, a light palanquin carried by 2 bearers approached. The person inside wore a long dress that was a shade of blue, adorned with dazzling gold hairpins. Backlit, Yuan Wan couldn't clearly see the person's face, but felt that they exuded an air of elegance and nobility. The bearers brought the palanquin next to the emperor. The Empress Dowager softly said, "Emperor, how have you been lately?" "Ahem." After bowing slightly, the emperor replied, "I am well, mother. How is your health after your trip to Mount Wutai for blessings?" "Good, good." "Ahem. These are just old ailments of mine, nothing serious." The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively, then her gaze fell on Yuan Wan. "This must be little Jewer. Come here, and let me have a look." Yuan Wan noticed the Empress Dowager looking at her and immediately smiled sweetly. The Empress Dowager gazed at Yuan Wan for a while and suddenly laughed. "Good, good, good. What a lovely child. Come, sit beside your grandmother, so I can take a good look at you." The emperor narrowed his eyes but picked up Yuan Wan, saying, "Mother, you just returned and need to rest. Jewer is grown up now. Don't crowd her." The Empress Dowager lightly coughed twice. "It's nothing. System. That's too much. Your brother actually said you were heavy. How can he say that about a girl? He should say you're plump instead." Yuan Wan looked at her own figure. Uffed. The system continued. "But Yuan Wan, it seems like the Empress Dowager is really focused on you." Yuan Wan calmly replied, "Just kidding. I'm the national teacher of the Great Xia. How could she not pay attention to me? But this Empress Dowager has a strong presence. She seems quite impressive." System. "I think so too. She might be the most powerful person after your brother." The emperor, who was talking with the Empress Dowager, paused. The Empress Dowager noticed and asked, "Why did the emperor stop? Are you feeling unwell?" Yuan Wan quickly looked over with concern and tugged at the emperor's sleeve. "Father, are you not feeling well?" The emperor casually made an excuse. "It's nothing serious, just a bit thirsty." The crown prince quickly handed him a water pouch. The Empress Dowager watched the emperor drink and then glanced at the crown prince and Yuan Wan, deep in thought. Seeing that the emperor was fine, Yuan Wan turned back to the system. Curious. "System, why do you say the Empress Dowager is so impressive? Did you see something surprising?" The officials perked up their ears. System, "I didn't see anything surprising. But in the Great Xia court, her influence is just slightly less than your brother's. With so much influence, she must be a powerful figure." Emperor. "That seems somewhat reasonable, but it also lacks logic." Yuan Wan. Just because someone has influence doesn't mean much.
But,
System, tell me more, tell me more. The officials became excited. They were all eager to hear more. System, let me just randomly open one.
wow.
That's outrageous. Yuan, Why are you so excited? Is it really that outrageous? Can anything be more outrageous than the second prince? The officials nodded in agreement. The little national teacher was right. Can anything be more outrageous than the second prince? That one is far ahead. System, the Empress Dowager is a man. Officials, oh wait, what? The Empress Dowager is.
What?
What is happening? The officials were shocked. Several people felt weak in the knees, and luckily someone behind helped them, preventing a scene where the officials of the Great Xia would sit on the ground. However, their orderly formation was already in chaos. Wait, this is not the kind of dangerous news we wanted. The emperor had just taken a water pouch to drink, trying hard to hold it in, but he couldn't help it and sprayed water right onto the Empress Dowager's face. Empress Dowager, now with a face full of water. Yuan, startled, couldn't help but sneak a peek at the Empress Dowager. When she looked for the third time, she was caught. The Empress Dowager elegantly wiped her face, remaining calm. Why is little Ju looking at me like that? Yuan stammered a reason. Because you are beautiful. Empress Dowager. Yuan felt awkward and gave the Empress Dowager a silly smile. The Empress Dowager went ahead to change clothes and freshen up. Yuan started frantically tapping her system. Yuan, help. System, is this really a man? System, yes. Yuan, look closely again. Is there any twist later? System, no. And I don't even need to look further. I know he is definitely a man because when you complimented him, the Empress Dowager's smile slightly faded. What woman wouldn't like being called beautiful? Only a reluctant cross-dresser would. Yuan, what should I do? A man has appeared in the harem. How do I tell my brother? Will they suspect that the harem bloodline isn't his? The emperor clenched his fists, the tension in his muscles, showing his intense emotions. The officials were even more panicked. They really wanted to say, Your Majesty, we believe you. We believe the royal bloodline is yours. Please, don't start a massacre. Among them, those with sisters in the palace as consorts were the most afraid. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, their mouths blistering. They never expected that just coming out to greet the Empress Dowager while casually enjoying royal gossip would turn into something that could endanger their families. They looked toward the Crown Prince for help. But the Crown Prince didn't dare to move. No one would risk anything regarding the royal bloodline. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, recalling how he had previously reassured his father that it was fine, saying the family's scandals had already been exposed. Even if more gossip came out, it wouldn't affect the royal family. Now, looking at the situation, he realized there was no least scandalous gossip, only more scandals. He had truly been too naive. How should we wrap this up? System, Erwan has a point. So what should we do? If you expose this, aside from the Crown Prince and the second prince, let me see, the younger heirs will be in danger too. The civil and military officials clutch their hearts. Yes, aside from. Wait. How could we exclude a few princes? The ministers from the Crown Prince's faction breathed a sigh of relief. The father of the High Concubine also clutched his heart, thankful that at least his daughter had avoided disaster this time. As for the father of the concubine, the city official wore a painful expression. Why is the concubine such a troublemaker? He can't escape again. Besides this, Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang exchanged glances, sharply realizing that this time gap might reveal some secrets. Sure enough, Yuan curiously asked, System, why are we sure that the big nephew and the others are safe? System, because the Empress Dowager has not always been a man. Yuan gasped and covered her face. What? Did he change gender? The Emperor and the Crown Prince, who had already guessed the answer, twitched their lips slightly, with the Crown Prince unable to resist pinching Yuan's cheek. The system couldn't help but comment. Erwan, are you confused today? It's not the future. How could someone change gender? Onlookers.
What?
Can people in the future even change gender? Several officials looked at a certain colleague in unison. Yuan Wan cleared her throat. I was stunned by your earlier news and couldn't think straight. So, system. Please explain in detail. System. Erwan, this male Empress Dowager is in cahoots with Prince Qin. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened. The system continued. The male Empress Dowager is from the state of Chu. When your brother led troops into the palace to force the former emperor to abdicate, the male Empress Dowager received a call for help from Prince Qin and rushed over to join him in rescuing the emperor. However, your brother's generals were too fierce. For example, the male Empress Dowager's mother held the narrow palace entrance, preventing 1,000 soldiers from moving. Their rescue attempt was as ineffective as a child's play. Yuan Wan gasped. So powerful? Didn't you say before that the great Xia lacks military generals and the male Empress Dowager ranks 7th? System. Erwan. That ranking compares all generals from all countries. The number is incredibly vast. The male Empress Dowager is very strong. Do you think his title as Human Slayer was earned in friendly matches? Hearing the system's praise, the emperor and others silently admired it. Indeed, the system's understanding was quite accurate. The system's excitement grew, and it finally shouted, Do you think a male mom's big muscles are just for show? The officials were speechless. This system was anything but serious. Yuan Wan said, Haha, that's a valid point. At that moment, the officials with royal concubines whispered among themselves, trying to find a way out. The father of concubine Da, an official in the capital, secretly leaned over to the brother of concubine Rong and asked, What you plan to do? Concubine Da was already out of the picture, and they couldn't rely on her 2 grandsons for the throne. But they couldn't lose the prince's position as well. The brother of concubine Rong replied in a barely audible voice, Since ancient times, there have been 2 methods for recognizing kin. One is blood recognition, and the other is bone recognition.
This
should help avoid trouble, right? The official from the capital nodded. That's true. Many disputed cases have been resolved using these 2 methods. However, bone recognition requires the son's blood to be dripped on the father's bones. That method can't be used now. The emperor is still alive. Other relatives of the concubines, hearing this conversation, felt a bit relieved. They silently prayed that their sister would stay true to herself and not be deceived, and that she could successfully pass the 2 blood tests. Just then, the system said, Yuan Wan, if you're so worried, I have a solution. Yuan Wan asked, What solution? The system replied, The Summer Kingdom has a few blood testing methods. One is bone recognition, and the other is blood recognition, right? Yuan Wan responded, Yes, but aren't those methods fake? The officials who had just been praying were shocked. What? The bone recognition method that has been passed down for hundreds of years is actually fake. The crown prince's expression turned cold as he glanced at his father on the throne. This was bad. The emperor looked even more displeased. The system continued, Yes, but only we know. Later, I will thoroughly investigate the Empress Dowager's past to see who she has been with and who she hasn't. Then, I will manipulate the blood test results. Yuan Wan asked, What manipulation? The system explained, for example, in the bone recognition method, the longer the owner of the bones has been dead, the easier it is for anyone's blood to mix with the bones. If the time isn't long enough, no one's blood will mix. The onlookers gasped. The system continued, and for blood recognition, a bit of alum can make the blood compatible, while a drop of oil can prevent the blood from mixing. I can also find other chemical agents that can achieve similar effects. Yuan Wan, there's a lot of room for manipulation. We will testify for the true heir and eliminate the false heir. Isn't that easy to do? The officials. Who knew there were so many tricks in blood recognition? Some officials couldn't help but feel tempted, even lamenting, Why did the system have to reveal this? It would have been better to act directly. At that moment, 2 elderly officials suddenly trembled uncontrollably, their hair standing on end. The young official nearby was taken aback and couldn't help but ask the capital's deputy, What happened to those 2? The deputy, who had just taken over their cases, replied sympathetically in a low voice, One recognized a child brought by a woman through blood, and the other recognized a younger brother through bone. Young official. Even though he was also in trouble, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for his colleagues. Yuan Wan frowned. Let me think about making false evidence. Let me think some more. System. R1, this is a harmless lie. You wouldn't want Chiyu to be trapped in a situation where she has to prove herself, right? After all, there is no DNA testing in this era. The crown prince pressed his lips together and looked at his father again. The emperor's expression was still grim. System. R1, don't worry. Your little hands are turning red from squeezing. If it comes to it, just don't tell your brother that the Empress Dowager is a man. Yuan Wan helplessly replied, that won't do. A man infiltrating wouldn't just want to enjoy the show. There must be a conspiracy. What if I don't say anything and my brother gets tricked? System. That's true. Sigh. This Empress Dowager is really annoying, even though he has a tragic background and is not well regarded. Yuan Wan suddenly got excited. Ah. System, you just gave me a great idea. I remembered another way to verify. Everyone's eyes widened. The officials with connections to the palace clenched their fists. National Master. Let's go.
We believe in you.
The system shyly said. Well, I just helped R1 a bit.
I'm glad to assist her.
Yuan Wan chuckled. System, it's about the illness you mentioned. Even if it's not 100% accurate, it's still about 80 to 90%. Plus, with those clues, it can barely serve as verification. Officials? What does the illness of a male Empress Dowager have to do with verifying identity? Everyone turned to look at Yuan Wan in unison. Yuan Wan looked up in confusion. At this moment, the emperor gave the crown prince a look, and the prince cleared his throat, saying something like the ceremony to welcome the Empress Dowager was nearly over, and the officials could leave first. The officials were alarmed. What? Crown Prince, you can't send us away at this time. Then, a junior official quickly stood up and said earnestly, the Empress Dowager is praying for the great Xia. How can we leave just because we want to rest? The city governor also spoke firmly. Exactly. If we leave, it would be disrespectful to the Empress Dowager and to the great Xia. Other officials with palace concubines supported this, and those who were curious also hesitated to leave, occasionally chiming in. Yuan Wan couldn't help but think, I didn't expect this male Empress Dowager to be quite popular in Great Xia. So many people care about him. The previously earnest officials suddenly turned pale. The system looked at these officials in confusion and couldn't help but think, yes, humans are really complicated. They say one thing but mean another. After this reflection, the system continued. By the way, Wan, please continue. Yuan Wan said, System, you just mentioned that the male Empress Dowager has a history of illness in his family, like how the male members are born with webbed toes between the second and third toes. This clearly indicates a dominant gene carried by the Y chromosome. Does my brother have any sons with webbed toes? If not, that's enough to prove that none of these princes are the Empress Dowagers. The curious crowd gasped, what? The male Empress Dowager's family has such a hereditary condition? The officials with palace concubines were excited. Yes, as long as the princes don't have this condition, it's a solid case. The crown prince immediately looked at the emperor and saw that the emperor's expression had softened considerably. The system remarked, Interesting, yes, a hereditary condition among the male members, but what about the princesses? Yuan Wan confidently replied, the princesses don't need to worry either. Besides this condition, the male Empress Dowager also has asthma, skin issues, and color blindness. I remember in the drama Dark XX, the male and female leads were normal, but their daughter was colorblind, which led to the conclusion that the female lead had an affair with a colorblind man. Wait, I'm being silly. That doesn't work. Halfway through, Yuan Wan suddenly felt down. I forgot. Color blindness can be traced from daughter to father, but if the father has it, the daughter doesn't necessarily have to have it. It also depends on the mother's hereditary conditions. Officials with only sons at home secretly felt relieved and even had the energy to comfort their colleagues. For those whose palace concubines had both sons and daughters, they felt anxious again. The system quickly reassured, Erwin, it's okay. Even without these, The blood test and bone test, combined with your famous reputation for divination, are enough to prove the truth for the princess and the prince. Yuan Wan replied, "Of course there's a difference. Technology will eventually evolve to another stage. People in the future will realize that the blood test is unreliable. When that happens, if a male empress is discovered, what will my brother's reputation be? He will definitely be mocked as the greatest cuckold in history. My nephews will also be misrepresented by various media, and I can't accept that." The emperor and the prince felt uneasy just thinking about it. The emperor's gaze sharpened. After Yuan Wan finished her complaints and took a moment to rest, she said, "But using genetic methods now is different. People in the future will only admire my brother and my nephews as smart individuals, and they won't think they were deceived. I must protect their reputation." The emperor and the prince were moved. The system hesitated for a moment. "But Erwin, how will people in the future know? Before the male empress is exposed, we could just eliminate him to prevent the scandal from coming out." The emperor nodded slightly. "That's true." The civil and military officials agreed. Yuan Wan covered her face. "Ah. But doesn't the system say he has ties to the Chu kingdom? If we eliminate the empress here, what will happen if the Chu kingdom exposes it?" The system replied, "It's fine. If the Chu kingdom reveals the male empress, we can just release an even more shocking story on our side. I remember the last emperor's illegitimate son from the Chu kingdom. We can fabricate a dramatic backstory, saying he is the son of a regent or something. By creating more sensational news, the male empress's story will just be seen as a historical footnote." Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. "Huh?" The system said seriously. "Erwin, those who play politics are ruthless. They won't just clear their names like you. They will eliminate threats and slander each other." The civil and military officials covered their faces. The system was right, but let's not say that in front of the national teacher. We have our own good sides. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. "Oh right, not getting caught in self-justification. I was worrying for nothing." The system immediately panicked and comforted her. "That's not it. Erwin is very well prepared. Excellent. Why not keep the male empress around to give Erwin more opportunities?" The civil and military officials twitched their mouths. "The system, you must have been a foolish ruler in your past life." Yuan Wan also slightly twitched her mouth. "Ha, I'm fine, system. You're really great. Let's continue enjoying the gossip." Yuan Wan quickly changed the topic. Your Highness, please tell me how he schemed to become the Empress Dowager. I'm really curious." Now that the matter was settled, the officials relaxed and were in the mood to gossip. They were eager to hear more.
System.
He didn't actually want to be the male Empress Dowager. Yuan Wan, why? Was it forced by circumstances? System. Yes, it was a kind of helplessness. He and King Qin rushed in to save the situation but found her brother too strong to confront directly, so they went to the inner palace, hoping to use the Empress Dowager's power to achieve their goal. Yuan Wan. The Empress Dowager? So, at that time, she was still a woman. System. Yes. Yuan Wan looked enlightened. No wonder you said that. So, what kind of hidden power did the inner palace have? Did the late emperor leave behind some secret guards or something? System. No, the late emperor was also a man and wouldn't have placed so many male guards in the inner palace. Yuan Wan coughed lightly, realizing that if any guard lost control, it would lead to a scandal. Yuan Wan. So, what was the hidden power? System. The Imperial decree of succession. The emperor expressionlessly squeezed his cup. The crown prince quickly drank 5 cups of tea to calm his nerves. The officials were shocked. Wait, when King Qin was imprisoned, his officials had loudly claimed that he had the late emperor's decree of succession, accusing the current emperor of being a usurper and hoping everyone would support King Qin's rise to power. But the decree never appeared, and since the emperor was strong and ruthless back then, everyone thought the decree was fake. So, there really was such a decree? The deputy minister of rights couldn't help but tug at the minister of rights and whispered, "Sir, could it be that there really was?" The Minister of Rights calmly reassured him, "Stay calm, it's not important anymore." The deputy minister immediately fell silent. Yes, that was many years ago. It really wasn't important now. Yuan Wan. Ah? Was it just to use the decree of succession? Did they want to pressure my brother to step down using public opinion? System, yes. After all, your brother is strong, so they could only use public pressure and gamble on his conscience. Luckily, your brother doesn't have one. The emperor's expression darkened. The crown prince and the civil and military officials all lowered their heads, counting ants. Yuan Ruan, system. When they rushed to the palace, they found that the Empress Dowager had already tried to leave but was forced back and injured, unable to speak. The male Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager were once an unappreciated princess and prince of the Chu kingdom. The Empress Dowager was married to the Xia kingdom as part of an alliance. They are twins, and apart from their height, they look very similar, so the Empress Dowager had the male Empress Dowager disguise himself to announce the decree. Officials. Is that really possible? Yuan Wan, what? The Empress Dowager of the Xia kingdom is a princess from Chu? System, ah? Yes. The Princess of Xia was also the last Empress Dowager of the Qin kingdom. These countries often intermarry among their leaders. But it's not very useful. The Princess of Han was once the Queen of Xia. The previous emperor still destroyed Han, but he soon faced a rebellion himself. Yuan Wan. I see. What happened next? System. The male Empress Dowager failed to announce the decree and returned to the Empress Dowager's palace, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager bled too much and died, and he was surrounded by palace guards outside, so he had to pretend to be the injured Empress Dowager, sitting in a wheelchair to disguise himself and save his life. Yuan Wan. His disguise was quite successful. System. Mainly because your brother didn't take the Empress Dowager seriously. He was busy causing trouble for the previous dynasty, which gave the male Empress Dowager a chance to gradually take on a more feminine role. Yuan Wan was shocked by the phrase gradually take on a more feminine role. Yuan Wan, with so many opportunities, didn't he want to escape? System, he did. But Chu didn't want him to. They made him stay in Xia to pass on messages. It's a bit cruel. The officials looked at the system in surprise. Yuan Wan, no way. Do you actually feel sorry for him? System. After all, he is your father. Some respect is necessary. The officials collectively gasped. What? The national advisor is the daughter of the male Empress Dowager? The prince nearly stumbled, looking worriedly at his father, only to find that the emperor showed no surprise or anger. The prince thought deeply. It seemed the emperor had long suspected Jewer's background, so he didn't need to worry too much. Yuan Ruan's expression was the most shocked. What? I'm his daughter. This can't be right. The system looked surprised. Yeah, I realized this when I saw the other party. Huh. Didn't I mention it? Yuan Wan was speechless. No, you didn't. System. R1, I forgot. But it's not important. Yuan Wan wanted to say it wasn't important, but after thinking carefully, it seemed that it really wasn't important. She was a princess because she was recognized as the adopted daughter of the emperor. As for who her biological parents were, did it matter? It didn't seem to be relevant. After all, people in ancient times couldn't verify such things. Yuan Wan. Then who is my biological mother? The emperor's expression tightened. System. Let me check. It's concubine who? Crown prince. Civil and military officials. The system continued. The male empress was originally very low-key in the palace, but it's hard to hide when your mother, concubine who, is stunningly beautiful, outgoing, and has an exceptional memory and knowledge. Each of these traits is impressive on its own, but together they create a powerful combination. The male empress spent some time talking with her and ended up falling for her. Onlookers leaned in curiously. Are we about to hear some romantic gossip? They wanted to listen, but were hesitant. They even held their breath, as if playing a game of freeze tag. Yuan Ruan, what? Is she my brother's biological mother? Does she know the male empress's true identity? The emperor clenched his fists. System. Concubine, who doesn't know. The male empress, fearing exposure, entered the palace disguised as a physician and had a few encounters with concubine Hu. The onlookers sighed in relief. The emperor slightly closed his eyes. It's good that my mother doesn't know the male empress's true identity. Yuan. That's a relief. If she knew, wouldn't my brother be even more heartbroken? System, yes. Concubine, who cares most about your brother? The male empress accidentally had you with concubine Hu, and you were sent away by your mother overnight to avoid disrupting the bloodline. The male empress was very angry. Yuan, I see. No wonder I was abandoned. System, exactly. So later, the male empress tried hard to make concubine Hu jealous by having another half-sister for you. But concubine Hu didn't care at all. In ancient times, people had more open views on relationships, and many concubines had secret affairs. She was even considering changing partners. The emperor suddenly coughed. Yuan was too shocked to react, but when she heard the sound, she turned back in concern. She saw the emperor slightly bending over, the crown prince gently patting his back, and other officials looking distressed, as if they had been hit. Just then, a eunuch in black hurried over. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Empress is feeling tired after a change of clothes, but she is worried about the 9th and 7th princesses. So, the Empress suggests that instead of a welcoming banquet, we hold a family banquet. The Emperor was taken aback. Yuan, I just remembered that the Empress Dowager is still in the palace. We need to deal with her soon. System. Is it okay, Yuan? She has been in the palace for so many years. If there were any issues, they would have happened by now. Don't worry. The Emperor and the Crown Prince. What are you talking about, System? The civil and military officials quickly lowered their heads, trying to hide their expressions. Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't know before, but now that I do, we have to take some action. Let me think about how to handle her. The Emperor looked at Yuan's chubby little face, which was almost squished like a bun. He smiled to himself and then said to the black-clad eunuch, Everything should prioritize the Empress Dowager's health, and we will keep the formalities simple. I will go to the family banquet with Jua now. The black-clad eunuch smiled and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials felt a bit reluctant. Was the melon master really leaving just like that? But they were all clever and knew the Emperor was about to explode, so it was impossible to join him for the gossip. They all bowed and watched the Emperor and his group head to the family banquet with sighs. Once the Emperor's group was out of sight, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia finally stood up, looking at each other. The Minister of War exclaimed, Oh my! I really didn't expect today's gossip to be so explosive. The Minister of Works quietly added, Yeah, I didn't think that after more than half a year, I would hear such shocking news again. Thankfully, we have the young national teacher. Otherwise, every little trouble would cause unrest in Great Xia. The Minister of War couldn't help but ask, What was the last one? The Minister of Rights rolled his eyes at the Minister of War and made a gesture indicating to, just like what the young national teacher said, You remember the good but forget the bad. Fish have short memories. Oh, so it was him. Cough. The Minister of War suddenly recalled and exclaimed, Truly royal. Even the gossip that comes out is top-notch. The Minister of Revenue was speechless. What kind of talk was that? Seeing the Minister of War still eager to speak, he lowered his voice. Keep it down. There are palace guards and spies everywhere around here. If this reaches the Emperor's ears, would you like to discuss family matters with others? The Minister of War awkwardly closed his mouth. Cough. I was being foolish. But I'm not just here for gossip. Gentlemen, how do you think the Emperor will react to those two once this news comes out? He pointed towards the direction of the national teacher's residence and the Sinang Palace. What are your thoughts? The officials' expressions grew serious. No matter how this was handled, it could easily turn into a scandal. Suddenly, the Minister of Justice whispered, Respond to changes with consistency. How the Emperor is, so are we. The Minister of Justice thought this statement would be accepted by everyone, but several officials showed serious expressions. Confused, he asked, Do any of you have objections? The Minister of Works took a deep breath and said suddenly, As for the one in Sinang Palace, I will definitely follow the Emperor. However, the National Master has done me a great favor, so no matter what the Emperor thinks, I will stand by the National Master." The Minister of Justice pondered this. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue also spoke up. "That's right. The previous generation was at fault, and the young one is innocent. If the Emperor wants to blame the young National Master, I will be the first to disagree." Although the Minister of Justice also believed that the young master should not be blamed, he found the Minister of Revenue's words quite frustrating. In the Great Xia, punishments like collective guilt and severe penalties were common, and he had not seen anyone complain before. Perhaps the Minister of Justice's expression of frustration led others to misunderstand him. The Minister of War suddenly placed a hand on the Minister of Justice's shoulder and whispered, "Sir, do you think the National Master should be implicated?" The Minister of Justice's mouth twitched. He did not believe the young master should be implicated, but he was unhappy with the threatening tone. So he frowned and asked, "What? Are you threatening me?"
Ha!
"Yes. The National Master has been very kind to us leaders, and we cannot let him be affected by such trivial matters." The Minister of War raised his fist and lowered his voice. "You wouldn't want the Emperor to find out about the past dealings with Prince Qin, would you?" The Minister of Justice.
How dare you?
"What are you doing? Threatening me?" That was all under the Emperor's orders. Otherwise, how could Prince Qin's plans have collapsed so quickly? The Minister of Justice impatiently pushed the Minister of War away. The Minister of War suddenly looked awkward for a moment. The Minister of Works keenly noticed that even though the Minister of War threatened him, the Minister of Justice was only targeting the Minister of War, not the National Master. He quickly realized that the Minister of Justice did not harbor ill will towards the National Master and could be brought onto the same side. The Minister of Works then glanced at the other silent but present senior officials and said loudly, "Fellow colleagues, why don't we find a private room in a tavern to discuss this?" The other senior officials exchanged glances. The situation was too explosive, and they needed to vent and gauge each other's thoughts. So they all nodded, and soon the officials arrived at a private room in a tavern. At the same time, in Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager stood straight, expressionless, as she put on her undergarment. As he finished putting on his outer robe and skirt and sat back on the long couch, the black-clad eunuch hurriedly returned. The Empress Dowager looked at the eunuch and took a sip of tea, asking, "What did you find?" The eunuch, a bit excited, replied, "Your Majesty, I carefully observed along the way. The young National Master indeed has 2 red moles behind her ears, just as the midwife described. Plus, she has those blue eyes. Your Majesty, the young National Master must be the little princess." The Empress Dowager calmly ate a bit of food and asked, "How does the Emperor treat her?" The eunuch recalled carefully, saying, "I saw that the Emperor treats the little princess very well." "Very well?" The Empress Dowager almost laughed in disbelief, looking at the eunuch with suspicion. That cold-hearted tyrant can treat the young National Master well? The eunuch hesitated for a moment and then recounted everything he had seen and heard. For example, the young National Master loves snacks, and when she sits in the Emperor's lap eating fruit, he even helps her catch the seeds she spits out. Also, the young National Master asked the palace maids to pick some flowers, not only putting them in her hair but also adorning the Emperor and the Crown Prince with flowers, which they both happily accepted. Furthermore, instead of wearing the dragon pendant, the Emperor had a small water bottle that belonged to the young National Master. The Empress Dowager's expression changed from disbelief to shock. Once the eunuch finished speaking, she almost exclaimed, "Are you really saying that person is the Emperor?" The eunuch immediately knelt and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I would never deceive you." The Empress Dowager lightly tapped the table, took a sip of tea, and suddenly burst into laughter. "How much longer until they arrive?" The eunuch replied, "The Empress is hosting the welcome banquet, and His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the young National Master are all outside." The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples, murmuring, "I should have known not to mention the welcome banquet. It would have been easier to invite them directly to the palace. But it doesn't matter. Go get the red lockbox and find a way to give it to the young National Master." The eunuch was taken aback, shocked. The powder inside the box was dangerous, and anything that touched it would not survive. He couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, do you want the young national master to use it at the welcome banquet?" The Empress Dowager looked at him coldly. "Why not?" The eunuch couldn't help but protest, "Your Majesty, she is the little princess." The Empress Dowager was quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "You will have many little masters in the future. To destroy the great Xia, you must first kill him." She pointed to the sky and sneered, "Only with complete destruction can I truly escape this androgynous body and live freely." The black-clad eunuch listened to the Empress Dowager's slightly feminine voice and sighed softly before bowing. "I understand. I will arrange it right away." The Empress Dowager lazily waved her hand. The cleansing feast the emperor brought Yuan Ruan to the side hall. The concubines and princes who arrived first stepped forward to pay their respects. Yuan Ruan thought the black-clad eunuch meant a small family gathering of no more than 10 people. However, when she looked up, she was surprised to see the empress, concubines, princes, and princesses all present, along with the maids and eunuchs serving them, making it at least 200 people. This meant the listening pavilion could hardly accommodate everyone. Yuan Wan glanced around and noticed that the maids who set up the banquet were clever. They used the flowing water from the pavilion to create a beautiful floating banquet that could hold over 100 people. Delicate dishes were placed on wooden trays, allowing them to float on the water's surface, while the attentive maids quickly served food to the guests. The main table's dishes did not need to be taken from the floating banquet, but Yuan Wan was curious about this dining style. She refused to sit next to the emperor and instead joined the 7th princess's table. Chiyu picked up a bowl of osmanthus soup from the floating table and gently fed it to Yuan Wan. Suddenly, Yuan Wan heard a soft grunt. "Still needing someone to feed you, so spoiled." She looked over and saw the 5th prince glancing at her. Then he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of osmanthus cake for himself. Yuan Wan said, "Are you jealous?" The 5th prince abruptly broke the osmanthus cake in half. He was initially annoyed, but remembering he needed to build a good relationship with Yuan Ruan, he held back and forced a smile. "Sister Jiao, you misunderstood. I'm jealous of Sister Qi. How about I feed you myself?" Yuan Ruan. Qi shot a cold glance at the 5th prince. "System, Ruan, this 5th prince is adaptable. He might be someone important in the future." Yuan Wan was busy enjoying her soup and just replied with an "oh." System nodded. "But Ruan, don't worry. No matter how he turns out, if he dares to treat you poorly, he'll face consequences."
Ah.
Yuan Wan suddenly choked on the soup. Qi Yu quickly patted her back, nodding in approval. Yuan Wan, "System, next time you say something so bold, wait until I finish eating." The system felt a bit wronged but obediently replied, "Okay." Suddenly, an announcement was heard outside that the Empress Dowager had arrived. The concubines quickly stood up as the black-clad eunuch pushed the Empress Dowager in slowly. At first glance, the Empress Dowager spotted Yuan Ruan but quickly looked away and took her seat. After the concubines had paid their respects, the Empress Dowager suddenly reflected on her journey of prayer at Wutai Mountain and then shifted the conversation to express her gratitude to the new national master of the Great Xia. At that moment, a concubine in a peach-colored gown sitting below the Empress Dowager stood up and said, "What the Empress Dowager said is true. My sisters and I just returned from Wutai Mountain and would like to present a gift to the national master." The Empress Dowager smiled and replied, "You are very thoughtful." The other concubines became alert, wondering what was happening. Was there another group trying to win favor with the young national master? Concubine Rong also spoke up. "What the beautiful lady said is true. I have prepared a gift for the young national master as well." With that, she took out several golden catfish sculptures from behind her. The other concubines gasped in surprise, thinking, "Where did you get that, Rong? Are you always ready to give gifts?" While they were whispering among themselves, the concubines discreetly removed their valuable items and casually said, "I have a small gift too. If the 9th princess doesn't like it, I'm willing to take the little princess back to the palace to choose something else." Yuan Ruan, who was enjoying her meal, looked up in confusion at the pile of gifts suddenly presented by the palace maids, glancing at the Empress Dowager and then at her own small hands, as if to say, "Isn't today the Empress Dowager's welcoming banquet?" Her adorable expression instantly drew quiet laughter from many of the palace ladies. The Empress Dowager, seated high above, thought, "What is happening? Why is this national master so popular?" But soon, the Empress Dowager smiled again, thinking it was better this way. With so many people giving gifts, it would be easier to hide. She gave a glance to the black-clad eunuch, who then approached with the gifts from several concubines. Suddenly, the system emitted a sharp alarm.
Ah!
The red melon has appeared. This thing could be dangerous. Yuan, huh? Who? Chiyu's gaze sharpened as she stood protectively in front of Yuan. The unaware empress and concubine Roan looked up in shock, thinking that an assassin had come from outside. The emperor and crown prince, who had already heard the commotion, stood up from their seats. The crown prince walked towards Yuan, while the emperor moved closer to the Empress Dowager. Under her puzzled gaze, he calmly placed one hand in a position that could easily harm her. Although he didn't know where the assassin had come from, the emperor understood the principle of capturing the leader first. System. It's that treacherous eunuch. 1. Do not accept any boxes from him. He knows your brother likes to hold you, so he swapped a gift meant for a palace concubine with powder that attracts bloodthirsty insects. Once you come into contact with it, those insects will relentlessly pursue your brother. That would be disastrous. The onlookers gasped in shock. The empress and concubine Roan felt their heads buzzing. Their expressions mirrored each other, like two lost creatures in a vast field of discarded melon rinds, filled with confusion and bewilderment. What was happening? How many events had they missed? Why would the Empress Dowager want to assassinate the emperor? Yuan, already tense, became even more anxious. This guy is so wicked. System, help me figure out how to avoid this. Which gift did he swap? System, not just one, but several. Yuan's eyes widened. Isn't he worried about hurting others? This is so heartless. The empress looked worriedly at the crown prince and quickly moved closer to him under the pretense of needing to clean her hands. Concubine Roan also approached the table where Chiyu and Yuan were sitting, claiming her dress was stained with pastries. Emperor, abandoned by the palace concubines. System 1. You are the Empress Dowager's daughter. If he is this ruthless, do you think he has any conscience? His conscience is worth less than a dog's. The empress and concubine Roan were stunned by yet another shocking revelation. What? The 9th princess is actually the Empress Dowager's daughter? A hidden gem? Concubine Roan, who struggled to conceive despite trying countless remedies, looked at the Empress Dowager's belly with envy. The Empress Dowager felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. System, stay away. Once this powder touches you, it won't wash off for days. 1. I've noticed that every time there's an assassination attempt on the emperor, those assassins like to use you as a medium. Before, they wanted to set you on fire, and now they want to use you as bait for the insects. Yuan, I'm just as helpless. The emperor and crown prince remained calm. The empress and others were once again shocked. What? The 9th princess has faced such dangerous situations before? At that moment, the eunuch in black placed his hand on the box and smiled at Yuan, saying, 9th princess, the Empress Dowager has sent me to assist you. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt his hand lighten. The eunuch looked up to see the red lockbox in the small hands of the 7th princess. He felt a pang of anxiety and thought about trying to snatch the box back or even knock it over if necessary. However, Chiyu was much quicker than him. She took 2 steps back, and the eunuch couldn't get close to the box at all. With no other choice, the eunuch tried again. 7th princess, the Empress Dowager specifically asked me to open this for the 9th princess. Chi looked down at Yuan and asked, do you want to see it? Yuan shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to see it. Let's eat. The eunuch paused, surprised to encounter a princess who directly rejected the Empress Dowager's goodwill. He almost didn't know what to say. Chi smiled to herself, thinking how clever Yuan was with her reasoning. So, Chiyu calmly tucked the box into her arms, not even glancing at the eunuch, and directly carried Yuan back to their seats at the banquet, saying, "She doesn't want to see it. Let's eat first." The eunuch was left speechless. Had it really only been a year since he returned to the palace? How had the demeanor of the Summer Kingdom's princesses changed so drastically? System. Haha, Chiyu is really impressive. She's the best.
Yuan, yeah.
I'm so lucky. Last time I had my strong dad protecting me, and this time I have my seventh sister by my side. Plus, thankfully, I don't have to go through 12 hours of dramatic events this time. System. How could there be no drama? Whenever your brother is involved in an assassination plot, it will definitely attract the attention of fate, which means there will be drama. The Emperor and the Crown Prince's faces changed suddenly, knowing the power of dramatic events. When drama strikes, it doesn't care if there are others nearby, everyone gets caught up in it. The Emperor, not wanting to involve the palace ladies and his children, suddenly stood up, saying, "I have state affairs to attend to, so I must." Yuan, this fate really isn't fair. Why can't it focus on bad people, like that wicked Empress Dowager? The system suddenly murmured, Now that you mention it, I realize your brother is very close to the Empress Dowager.
She might get hurt by mistake.
Just that one sentence froze the Emperor in place for a few seconds. At that moment, a group of palace maids approached, carrying trays to replace the dishes at the banquet. Suddenly, a woman's startled cry came from near the wall. Everyone turned to see a palace maid accidentally trip over her dress while carrying a bowl of soup. The hot bowl hit a nearby guard, who yelped in pain and waved his hands. As he turned, his sword got caught on a hook at his waist. With a swift motion, the sword was pulled from its sheath and flew backward. It shot forward with a sharp glint, heading straight for the Emperor's waist. The system blared a warning. Oh no, that's aimed at a vital spot. If it hits, you won't have any little nephews or nieces, Erwan. The prince, who was rushing to intercept the sword, stumbled. What is this system focusing on? The Emperor instinctively twisted his waist. At the same time, Chiyu kicked up a small stool nearby and sent it flying toward the sword. The force of the stool deflected the sword, which then whizzed past the Empress Dowager's hair and embedded itself into a tree trunk not far away. The Empress Dowager, caught off guard, had half her hair fall loose, looking quite disheveled. The nearby concubines and maids gasped, covering their mouths in shock, and worriedly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Is there an assassin? Empress Dowager, are you hurt? Oh no, how could a sword fly like that? What other dangers are there?" While the maids were in a panic, the black-clad eunuch, forgetting his plan to frame Yuan, rushed toward the Empress Dowager. As he passed the stool, he kicked it hard in frustration. The skilled eunuch intended to break the stool, but instead, it flew in a strange arc toward the Emperor and Yuan.
Ah,
My goodness! Your Majesty, be careful. Oh no! Fortunately, the Emperor was alert and easily dodged with Yuan in his arms. Just then, concubine Rong rushed out, and with a swift punch, shattered the flying stool into pieces. One of the largest fragments grazed the Empress Dowager's cheek, leaving a small cut. The Empress Dowager. Everyone. Noticing the strange looks from those around her, concubine Rong suddenly sat down delicately, holding her right hand and whining, "I'm in so much pain." Everyone looked at the tiny pieces on the ground, unable to find even a small fragment, their mouths twitching as they silently complained, "Rong Pin, is it possible that you just smashed the pieces with your left hand? Master, your Majesty, are you all right?" The anxious eunuch in black forgot his formalities and rushed toward the Empress Dowager, pulling out a handkerchief to gently touch her while shouting to others, "Call the doctor. Hurry, and get the doctor here." Only then did everyone notice that a quarter of the Empress Dowager's cheek was covered in blood. The palace ladies also panicked and quickly stood up. "Quick, call the doctor. Your Majesty, are you okay? Hurry, I have some hemostatic ointment. I'll bring it right away." The system quietly remarked, "Heavenly Tao must be furious with all this cheating." After such a fierce operation, The emperor is completely unharmed. Oh wait, the Empress Dowager is quite unlucky. It all fell on her. Yuan Ruan, because he is a scoundrel. It's karma. The Empress and Rong Pin were puzzled about how the Empress Dowager became a scoundrel. The Empress pondered, could the past deaths of children in the palace be related to the Empress Dowager? Rong Pin also wondered, did the Empress Dowager kill someone? System. Ruan is right. A man disguising as a woman in the harem is a rogue. The Empress, Rong Pin, and Chiyu. Chiyu instantly clenched her fists. The Empress almost gasped, nearly falling to the ground if the Emperor hadn't supported her. Rong Pin crushed the chopsticks in her hand, not even noticing the shocked and disbelieving looks from the other ladies, who were staring intently at the Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager was oblivious to the subtle glances of some people. Now disheveled, she wanted to harm the Emperor, but ended up in trouble herself, her anger nearly boiling over. The Empress Dowager dismissively told everyone to continue their meal and left first. Normally, the Empress, Rong Pin, and others would follow her. But knowing the secret of this male Empress Dowager, for the sake of the dignity of the Daxia harem, the Empress not only stayed put but also found an excuse to keep the ladies at the banquet instead of letting them go to Sinang Palace. The banquet continued. The Empress found an opportunity to lean closer to the Emperor and whispered, "Your Majesty, what is going on?" The Emperor patted the Empress's hand. "Don't worry." The Queen's eyes widened as she whispered, "Your Majesty, I manage the harem. How can I?" The Emperor lowered his voice. "Before coming here, I ordered someone to summon the relatives of the palace ladies. Soon, they will find a reason, like a winter hunt, to take the ladies home for a visit. You should go with them." The Queen understood. The Emperor was clearing the palace of women to prepare for removing the influence of the Empress Dowager. Yuan Ruan. Yes, he is a rogue leader. By the way, it's a good time to check on the concubines since they are all here. Look through them in order and see if any of them have children with the Empress Dowager. The Emperor and the Queen. Next door, someone was thinking about how to trick the palace ladies into going home when they suddenly froze. Oh no, it's a life and death situation. This is a death list. System. Alright, let's start with the Crown Prince and the eldest princess. Yuan Ruan burped. Okay. The onlookers tensed up. System. Crown Prince, eldest princess, no problem. The Queen took a deep breath but soon found it amusing. She had nothing to worry about. In the next room, the Queen's brothers remained calm, watching their colleagues who had not yet been called with serious expressions. System. Second prince, second princess. No problem. The biological father of the high-ranking concubine almost cried tears of joy. His friend from the Ministry of Personnel patted his shoulder and whispered, "Congratulations." The Ministry of Personnel official understood how much pressure the other felt. After all, the second prince had pulled off many stunts over the years, likely with some support behind him, possibly even the Empress Dowager stirring the pot. Now that the second prince had been demoted to a commoner, his future looked bleak, but the Emperor, recognizing his hard work outside, at least did not implicate the second prince's family. However, if any issues arose regarding the second prince's background, the high-ranking concubine's family would surely be in danger. The biological father of the high-ranking concubine gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. "Yes, you must be happy too." The Ministry of Personnel official smiled calmly. "Yes. My sister is timid." System. Third prince, third princess. Wait, there's a problem. The Emperor, the Queen, and others. The Queen immediately pressed the Emperor's hand, pausing to say that the third prince was innocent, but she feared further provoking him. The relatives of the palace ladies all looked toward the father of the favored concubine in the capital and the brother of the third princess's biological mother, the official from the Ministry of Personnel. The expression of the city official was pained, yet there was a hint of rationality, as if he had prepared himself for a bad outcome. The official from the Ministry of Rights was completely shocked, repeatedly whispering, "Impossible. My sister is innocent and timid. She could never do such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding." Halfway through, The Ministry of Rights official anxiously looked at the father of the consort. Sir, my sister is just a noblewoman, always living in your daughter's side chamber. You should have the consort testify. My sister could never. The father of the consort quickly interrupted him. I don't know, but I will ask my daughter. Don't worry. It's possible that your sister is not involved. He needed to calm the situation and avoid blaming his own daughter in haste. The Ministry of Rights official clung to this hope, whispering, Yes, yes. There is only one. It definitely isn't my sister. Just then, a voice from Yuan Wan echoed. Huh? Both have problems? System, no. Only one has a problem. The officials in the next room gasped. A thrilling, high-stakes choice. The Ministry of Rights official visibly perked up, excitedly clenching his fist. I knew it. My sister is definitely fine. Thank goodness. The city official remained indifferent, as if nothing could shake him. Yuan Wan asked, Who is it? System. The third princess has a problem.
Oh.
Not just the third princess. The fourth prince has a problem too. The smile of the Ministry of Rights official froze. The third princess and the fourth prince were both his sister's children. How could this be? He felt as if he had shattered, kneeling on the ground. At the same time, the city official suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had absorbed the energy of the Ministry of Rights official, instantly revitalized and stepping forward with renewed vigor. Yuan Wan commented, Wow, this male regent is shameless. He really let his brother be deceived. The emperor's face flushed slightly, his fists clenched tightly. The empress discreetly focused on counting ants. System. They are not his. The empress sighed in relief, realizing it wasn't. Wait, not the male regent's child? Is it someone else's child? Does that mean the emperor is not just wearing one green hat?
Danger.
Seeing the emperor's expression darken, the empress suddenly thought of finding an excuse to escape, perhaps a winter hunt, to avoid the storm until the emperor calmed down. Yuan Wan gasped. Not the male regent? There are others? My brother's hat can stack up. The emperor took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his composure. Those who heard the gossip fell silent. The prince discreetly glanced at his father's stern face and sighed, wondering how to cheer him up. Suddenly, he remembered what Yuan Wan had said about the theory of comparison in misfortune. The prince thought to himself, perhaps he could share his own unfortunate experience of being betrayed by his brother. His situation was worse than his father's, who was betrayed by a stranger. After comparing, his father might feel a bit better. System. No, I just checked on the other prince's gossip. The male empress hasn't touched your brother's concubines. Besides the third princess and the fourth prince, all other offspring belong to your brother. Your brother only has one betrayal, so you can relax. Yuan Wan sighed in relief. That's good to hear. The audience. Only having one betrayal is still okay? It makes some sense, but something feels off. Yuan Wan. System. Who is the person involved in the betrayal? I've been living in the palace for almost a year and haven't come across this gossip. System. Let me check. The woman involved is Lady Zhou. She lives in a side chamber belonging to the High Empress, who has been ill and hasn't left her quarters for over a year. Lady Zhou rarely goes out, so it's normal you haven't seen her. As for the man involved, it's the eldest son of Prince Qin Fu. Yuan Wan. The audience. The emperor and others suddenly became serious. This was more than just betrayal. It was treason. The officials in the neighboring chamber were stunned. They thought the gossip from a minute ago was bad enough, but now they realized their entire family was in danger. Yuan Wan, Prince Qin? The son that the late emperor valued, the one who led troops into the palace? Wait, system, you must be mistaken. Shouldn't this person's eldest son have the surname Qi? System. He changed his name. Qin Fu. Swore to usurp the throne, and then changed back to his original name. Yuan Wan. So this person will always be known as Qin Fu. So, is Lady Zhou a spy for Qin Fu? The officials were losing their minds. Young national master, why are you making this sound worse? My sister must have been deceived. She didn't understand. If you say this, what will the emperor think? In a moment of panic, The official rushed outside. Just as he was about to speak, the High Empress's father tripped him, and the city official jumped in to restrain him, while someone covered his mouth with a cloth. System. She isn't really a spy. She was ambitious and got pulled into a deep mess. The restrained official's eyes shone with hope. Yuan, can you explain this in detail? System. Not long after Lady Zhou entered the palace, she played tricks and revealed her true intentions. Your brother didn't like her and never approached her, which made her resent him. One time, Qin Fu disguised himself as a palace guard to discuss important matters with the Empress Dowager. Before leaving, he was discovered and happened to hide in Lady Zhou's chamber. At that moment, Lady Zhou was in a compromising situation. Qin Fu couldn't resist and ended up sleeping with her. Yuan, confused. Huh? Is Qin Fu okay? Even while fleeing, he sleeps with a concubine. Even a beast knows to avoid danger. Is this really the way to go? System. So, Yuan, you should stay away from men. When they act impulsively, they can be worse than beasts. Emperor and others. Concubine Rome, agreeing, took Chiyu's hand and looked at her with concern. Chiyu glanced at concubine Rome, breaking a chopstick with one hand, saying everything without words. Yuan, your comments. Okay, let's get back to the main topic. So, Lady Zhou was threatened by the eldest son of King Qin? System. Threatened? What are you talking about? Didn't I mention before? Lady Zhou resented your brother, and after being with Qin Fu, she suddenly had a clever idea and saw it as a chance for revenge. So, she threatened Qin Fu first. The onlookers nearly hurt themselves from shock. Threatened? Lady Zhou threatened Qin Fu first? Did I hear that wrong? Yuan was puzzled. System. Did you mix up the names? Isn't it Qin Fu who is plotting against her? What could Lady Zhou possibly threaten him with? System. I didn't mix them up. Lady Zhou wants to have a child and make your brother raise someone else's kid, hoping that child might ascend the throne. She would be happy, thinking she succeeded in her revenge. Yuan's eyes widened. What kind of revenge is that? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The onlookers were also stunned. What are you thinking? Just because the emperor doesn't favor you, you want to harm yourself while trying to harm the enemy? The official from the Ministry of Rights looked completely defeated, slumped on the ground without moving even when poked by others. System. I don't know. With so many people in the world, there are always some with strange personalities. Qin Fu originally planned to kill Lady Zhou, but after hearing her revenge plan, he was stunned and thought it was a brilliant backup plan. So, he helped Lady Zhou hide her pregnancy, using his connections to help your brother recognize her, and the timing matched up, so no one suspected anything. Yuan, my brother really is a tool. How unfortunate. What about his appearance? Didn't anyone notice? The system. Qin Fu is your brother's nephew. There is some family connection, so it's normal for the child to resemble him. The emperor's face turned dark. I can't stand this. But I have to force myself to listen. The crown prince rubbed his temples. This is a double betrayal. The comforting method I thought of won't work now. Yuan. So where's this Qin Fu? Can we find him? The system. That guy doesn't have a fixed place to stay and moves around too much, making him hard to track. However, next month, he will come to discuss matters with the Empress Dowager. Yuan, at that time, I will observe the Empress Dowager's actions, and you should find a way to inform your brother. Yuan patted her chest. Okay. We will visit the Empress Dowager more often to keep an eye on things. But we must protect my brother first. These 12 hours are dangerous. The system. Yes, we must stay alert. Oh no, Yuan, look above. With the system's alarm, everyone looked up. Suddenly, many fish jumped out of the stream at the banquet. They stirred the dishes around, causing nearby palace ladies and eunuchs to gasp and dodge. In the chaos, several people fell, landing heavily in the gift boxes sent to Yuan by the concubines. One large red box flew high into the air. As it got close to the emperor, the crown prince tried to open it with the hilt of his sword, but unexpectedly, the red lock broke, and powder spilled out. Yuan stared in shock. This plot twist is really out of control. They are going to such lengths just to make the powder fall on my brother. The system. Yuan, stop being amazed. The powder is coming, and the bugs will follow. The emperor prepared to pull out his outer robe for protection, but at that moment, the empress jumped onto him, covering his exposed skin to prevent the powder from landing on him. Everyone. The system. Yuan, run. This plot twist will definitely give those bugs an advantage. Yuan, I won't run. With a serious expression, she said loudly, Father, everyone leave now. The emperor was taken aback. Yuan made a heart shape with her fingers and, after a loud clap that startled everyone, declared, There's a disaster, a bug plague. Too many people, it's bad luck. The crown prince, who often took the blame, was the first to react, loudly directing everyone to leave. Many concubines stood up, while others anxiously looked at the emperor. Fortunately, the emperor reacted quickly and immediately ordered the chief eunuch to lead everyone away. Just as most had left, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside. Suddenly, the palace maid shouted, Insects.
So many insects.
System alert. Why are there so many? This plot twist is outrageous. The powder won't disappear quickly. Erwan, run. Or hold their hands and rebound to dodge. Yuan. I remember there's a limit to the rebound, right? 100,000 times a day. How many insects did this plot throw at us? Even if we could block them all, using the rebound would be disgusting. Think about it, they have to attack us for the backlash to happen. I'm scared of being buried under all these insect bodies. I won't be able to dig out. Let's try to eliminate them from a distance first. System, that makes sense. Let's try lightning first. Yuan, okay. She focused on aiming around the emperor, constantly making heart shapes. Suddenly, lightning flashed around the emperor, and many insects were instantly burned, but still, many managed to get through. Yuan took a deep breath. This isn't working. The lightning is too weak. System, can we borrow some points to activate the National Fortune Experience card? That could create a strong wind. Just then the system said, All right, I'll lend you points. Oh wait, no need to borrow.
Erwan.
A good man's National Fortune task is complete. You earned 5 points. Can you believe this? Yuan interrupted the system. Let's talk about that later. I need the points first. She calculated that 5 points wouldn't last long with the National Fortune Experience card. It definitely wouldn't last for 12 hours. It was better to take a gamble. If the new ability didn't work, she could borrow points later. So she said, with 5 points, I can trigger a new ability, right? System, yes. Do you want to activate it? Erwan needs to confirm. Yuan looked at the swarm of insects coming closer. Activate it. There's so many insects. It's almost as terrifying as the scarab beetles in the pyramid. System, all right, it's activated.
But,
I feel this ability isn't very useful. Yuan felt a tightness in her chest. What is it? System, special fragrance. The prince quickly pulled Yuan away from the flying insects. While zapping the insects, Yuan found a moment to respond. What is it? System, be more specific. The system was anxious too. Erwan, I summarized it. In simple terms, you can make all living beings within a kilometer smell of fragrance. That's it. Yuan nearly stumbled. That's it? Isn't this just a human-shaped perfume? No, it's an air freshener. What kind of nonsense is this ability? Give me back my points. The crowd helping to get rid of the bugs exchanged helpless glances. This ability was truly amusing. System, yeah. I told you this fragrance ability isn't very useful. Besides choosing a scent, it really doesn't do much. Yuan suddenly had an idea. Wait. System, I can choose the scent? If I name a fragrance, it will automatically spread, right? I don't need to know the recipe. System, I'm not sure, but you can try. Yuan got excited. Wow. This ability is amazing. The emperor, protecting the empress, looked confused. How is this amazing? Yuan rushed to the emperor and empress. Here we go. The scent of floral water.
System.
The crowd. What is the scent of floral water? They had to admit, It smelled quite nice and refreshing. Could it have some special effect? They watched in anticipation, and then the bugs hesitated for a moment, but continued crawling toward the emperor without any change. The crowd felt disappointed. The system was stunned. No way. It doesn't work? Yuan didn't give up. No worries. How about the scent of insect repellent? The smell changed suddenly. The crowd took a deep breath and nearly gagged. What was that smell? The difference from before was huge. However, their complaints turned into praise when they saw the bugs' attack slow down, starting to fly around chaotically. Taking advantage of this moment, the emperor pulled the empress aside to change her clothes, which were covered in powder. The prince also took this chance to arrange for others in the palace to leave. Meanwhile, the officials hiding in the next room exchanged glances, quickly took a detour, and ran from another direction, each carrying torches and bricks to deal with the flying bugs. System. It's working.
Erwan.
Wow, the officials from Daxia are quick. These people are really dedicated. Yuan observed closely and realized that manual extermination was still too slow. She frowned. This isn't very targeted. I wonder if a scent I haven't smelled before would work, like one that specifically targets blood-sucking bugs. The swarm of bugs showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they turned toward the empress and rallied. The sudden counterattack caught the officials off guard, especially those at the front, who were nearly overwhelmed. System. It seems that won't work. We can only create a scent that you've smelled before. Yuan frowned and said, let's try another one. Imidacloprid. The swarm of insects seemed confused, moving forward 3 steps and then back 2, almost like they were drunk. The prince and Chiyu took advantage of the chaos to kill and stomp on a group of them. A few newcomers frantically shook off the insects on them, cautiously retreating to safety before starting to stomp wildly again. System. This is good. Yuan aimed for perfection. Not enough. Let's try this one, acaricide. The swarm acted as if they were having a fit, with a few insects actually fainting and dying. Everyone showed surprised expressions.
System.
Yuan, this is great. Defeat them, kill. But Yuan, watching the insects die, suddenly said, Imidacloprid. The insects stopped their slow demise and seemed to get drunk again.
System Erwan?
Yuan gazed intently at the ever-growing swarm, complaining about the unfairness of fate while muttering, System, if they plot against us, they should bear the consequences. Onlookers. Wait, does the little national master mean? Now this is getting interesting. In the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager, freshly dressed and with her wounds bandaged, looked coldly at the black-clad eunuch. I feel something is off. The eunuch, holding a bowl of medicinal soup, hurriedly asked, Your Highness, what seems off? The Empress Dowager frowned and said, It's too coincidental. The red box can't be opened and I just happen to be injured and leave. Also, the queen and concubine Rong's attitudes toward me seem strange. Has the emperor noticed something? The black-clad eunuch thought for a long time and replied, Your Highness, if the emperor really knows your plans and identity, could he really tolerate it?
He can.
Even a 1,000-year-old turtle can endure. The Empress Dowager sneered. The late emperor also rose in rebellion. After stripping the emperor and crown prince of their titles, he tested the waters many times. If he couldn't tolerate it, the emperor would have been discovered long ago. A sharp glint flashed in the eunuch's eyes. Your Highness, if that's the case, I will take action first. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The Empress Dowager gave the eunuch a look. The eunuch stepped outside and angrily said, Why are you running around like that, showing no manners? The maid, panting and flushed, exclaimed, There are suddenly a large number of insects in the Xian Hall. Now, they are heading towards the Sinang Palace. The black-clad eunuch was shocked. An insect plague? No way. He shouted, What kind of insects? What do they look like? The palace maid said, I don't know much, but I've heard they look a lot like locusts, except they are entirely red and very fierce. Once they bite, it's hard to pull them off. The national teacher said we must pour some alcohol on them, wait for them to get drunk, and then slowly pull them off. The black-clad eunuch's eyes widened in shock. This was a characteristic of bloodthirsty insects. But he hadn't acted yet. And where did so many bloodthirsty insects come from? Was someone smuggling them in? Just as he hesitated, he saw a swarm of bloodthirsty insects rushing toward the main gate of the Sinang Palace, accompanied by the palace maids and eunuch's terrified screams. The black-clad eunuch. He felt weak in the knees and immediately fell to the ground in front of the swarm. System. I'm going to laugh myself silly. He actually knelt down. The little electronic figure simulated by the system was laughing uncontrollably. Yuan also looked embarrassed, and then she saw the black-clad eunuch scrambling away while shouting, "Master, be careful." Yuan let Chiyu hold her and move closer while complaining, "I thought they were so skilled at handling insects, but it turns out they are just as scared." Chiyu chuckled softly, occasionally lighting firecrackers to burn some of the faster insects that were getting too close. System. It's so funny to see them scared like this. Your killing skills are amazing, Yuan. Yuan was stunned for a second. System. Yuan, I understand your thoughts. They wanted to use the insects to harm the Emperor and Empress, so we must retaliate and let them know what it means to play with fire, making them fall victim to their own traps. Chiyu wholeheartedly agreed. Not only her, but the Emperor and the Crown Prince must think the same way. Otherwise, when Yuan quietly took her away with a swarm of bloodthirsty insects, the Crown Prince wouldn't have handed her firecrackers and torches. He would have grabbed her wrist instead. So, Chiyu gently adjusted her hold on Yuan to make her more comfortable and whispered, Cough, ninth sister. I'll lock the outer palace gate first, and then we can take a detour through the back garden to let the bloodthirsty insects swarm in. Yuan was momentarily speechless. She wanted to say she just wanted to scare the Empress and the others with the insects, not to kill anyone. But since the system was so excited about the plan and Chiyu was locking the main gate, she felt it might spoil the fun if she revealed her true intention. Thinking of this, Yuan replied with a slow and said, "Let's go." Chiyu noticed that Yuan seemed a bit down, so she slowed her pace while carrying her. The system quickly detected something was off with Yuan. Yuan, are you feeling soft-hearted? You don't have any father-daughter feelings for the Empress Dowager, do you? Yuan was speechless. Am I really that kind of person? I don't care whether he lives or dies, okay? The system replied. Then Yuan felt helpless. Not caring about someone's life and personally putting them in danger were two very different things. Yuan said, "It's fine. I'm okay. I'll cooperate." While in the assassin camp, Chiyu had taken many younger siblings on their first missions and quickly noticed Yuan's discomfort. She pinched Yuan's chubby little face and softly said, "Sister Jiu, how about we give them a tea break after the insects swarm in?" Yuan looked up in surprise. But a hand gently pressed her back down to Chiyu's chest, as if handling a small kitten. At that moment, Chiyu's gentle voice said, "A tea break is enough to force them to reveal their life-saving items. There might even be an antidote for the bloodthirsty insects. If we get the antidote, we can better help father and mother." Yuan was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister 7, so it's for mother's safety." "I thought. What is it?" came the calm voice. Yuan had to admit she felt relieved and nodded her round little head. It's nothing." Yuan thought. System, I misunderstood her. The system looked at the expressionless Chiyu, puzzled. Even though her killing intent was clear, why was she speaking so gently while saying contradictory things? But as a good family system, it didn't understand but respected her, not wanting to think too much. The system replied, "Yes, Princess 7 might have other thoughts." Yuan said, "Quick, system, check if the Empress Dowager has brought out the antidote for the bloodthirsty insects. If she has, we should retrieve it soon." The system responded, "Let me see. The Empress Dowager really has insect repellent powder and detoxification methods." She ordered the eunuchs to sprinkle the repellent powder around the palace. Luckily, we didn't bring the insects in directly, which would have exposed us and caused them more harm. Yuan said, Check the specific hiding places of the repellent powder and antidote. The system replied, "Oh, the Empress Dowager has hidden it next her bed. The black-clad eunuch also has some. Yuan, should we change the time to sneak in?" Yuan, are you just rushing in?" Yuan signaled Chiyu, who kicked open the big door. The black-clad eunuch, whose eyes were filled with fear, and the slightly pale-faced Empress exchanged glances. Yuan immediately made a heart gesture. Sparks of electricity flashed above the Empress's head, and some landed in her hair, catching fire. "Oh my goodness!" The black-clad eunuch rushed to the Empress's side to pat out the flames. The small flames were easy to extinguish, but Yuan kept making heart gestures, causing sparks to fall continuously. Some even landed on the Empress's collar, igniting it as well. The black-clad eunuch was shocked. "What is happening?" "Your Highness, the Empress." The Empress also looked stunned. She stared at Yuan's heart gesture and the sparks above her head, as if trying to solve an incomprehensible puzzle. Her hoarse voice suddenly spoke up. "This is impossible. What kind of trick is this?" Yuan rolled her eyes. Her abilities were well known in the kingdom, and it was surprising that the male Empress was so shocked. The intelligence system must be lacking. At that moment, the black-clad eunuch raised his voice. "Princess 7, Princess 9, what do you mean by this? Are you insulting the Empress?" Yuan quickly replied, "No, I'm here to help." The black-clad eunuch, still recovering from the sparks hitting his face, replied in disbelief, "Master, these sparks are hitting me. How is this helping?" Yuan said seriously, "Because they're harmful insects, and I'm here to deal with them." The black-clad eunuch was almost infuriated, thinking, "Does she mean we are the harmful insects?" He glared at Yuan and noticed her slightly raised round face, which resembled the male Empress. Suddenly, he realized she was just a young girl. She probably didn't understand the implications of her words and must have been influenced by others. Just then, the Empress yelped in pain and finally came to her senses. Her hair and clothes were a mess, and she looked at Yuan with calculating eyes for a moment. "Soon," she said gently, "did you listen to someone's slander, my dear?" Yuan ignored her, noticing the Empress instinctively dodging her heart gesture, and showed a proud expression, increasing the sparks even more. The Empress was instantly furious. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, her clothes caught fire. The anxious black-clad eunuch patted her 3 times in a row, leaving the Empress unable to speak and causing her to hit her head hard against the back. "System. Haha, well done." Yuan. "Just collecting a bit of interest." Chiyu looked at Yuan with affection. The black-clothed eunuch was overwhelmed by the swarm of insects and finally gave in, saying, "Your Highness, the 9th Princess, I beg you, if you can spare us, I will do my utmost to help. But please." Yuan felt it was about time, especially since the Emperor had 12 hours of dramatic tension left, and the Empress had taken a lot of powder. She was also in a hurry. Yuan said, "The antidote for the bloodthirsty insects hidden in the bed, and the insect repellent powder." The black-clothed eunuch was shocked. How did Yuan know so much? Was there a traitor? The black-clothed eunuch wanted to resist, but Yuan didn't give him a chance and threatened him directly. The Empress Dowager was already in poor health, and after a few back-and-forths, she coughed up blood. The eunuch panicked even more. He turned to Yuan, only to see her insistently saying the medicine. The eunuch felt hurt by Yuan's indifference. While he searched for the powder to give her, he looked at her with despairing eyes and muttered, "How can you treat the Empress Dowager this way? If you find out, you will definitely regret it." Hearing the eunuch's mumbling, Yuan's little head was filled with big questions. Yuan thought, "What will I regret knowing? Could it be that the powder is fake?" System, check quickly. System, don't worry, I'll take a look. It's all genuine, no problem. Yuan asked, "Then what is he mumbling about?" Just then, she was suddenly picked up by Chiyu, who pressed her cheek against hers. Chiyu's cool voice said, "Ninth sister, let's go save people first." Yuan's attention was instantly redirected by Chiyu. Yes, the emperor and empress were the most important. Who cares what an unimportant old lady thinks or does? Yuan Wan quickly changed her scent to that of the insect repellent and had Qi lead her through the insects, avoiding a path that split off, leaving without drawing attention. The insects that had been attracted were now confused, looking around, with most lingering in the Sinang palace, circling around the powder scattered by the black-clothed eunuch. The eunuch's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but shout, "Hey! Over here! Get these insects away! If anything happens to the Empress Dowager, you, ninth princess, will definitely regret it." As the eunuch began to shout, Qi pressed Yuan Ruan's right ear against his chest and gently covered her left ear with his other hand. He looked down at Yuan Ruan's confused yet trusting eyes and smiled reassuringly. At the same time, she glanced disdainfully at the black-clad eunuch, thinking how ridiculous it was for someone like him to try to use family ties to make the little bodhisattva regret it. What nonsense! Yuan Wan hurried to the listening pavilion. When she arrived, she gasped in shock. No wonder the emperor was the focus of the plot. The once clean and beautiful listening pavilion now looked like it had been hit by a storm, with fallen branches, broken stones, and some bloodstains everywhere. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the blood. She quickly grabbed Qi Yu and rushed inside the listening pavilion. There, she saw the emperor sitting in the center of the room, his head slightly bowed. When he suddenly looked up, his gaze was sharp like a tiger ready to pounce, exuding an overwhelming presence that was frightening. However, the emperor's expression softened a bit, though his voice remained cold. "Leave quickly. Father." Yuan Wan reached out. "I can help." The emperor waved his hand again. "System, your brother is right. He is a dangerous weapon now. Anyone who gets close to him is in trouble. Thanks to the secret guards, nothing serious happened." "Wait, Yuan Wan, I just thought of a brilliant idea. Why not lead your brother to the Empress Dowager? That way, you protect the emperor, and the Empress Dowager is left to fate. This way, no one gets their hands dirty, and the Empress Dowager might just meet her end." The emperor and Qi Yu. Yuan Wan. That could work. System. The only problem now is how to get the emperor to go to the Sinang palace. After all, he is staying in the listening pavilion alone to avoid involving others in the harem. Do you have a way to make him go to the Sinang palace willingly? Before the system could finish, Yuan Wan was already struggling to get up and was stumbling toward the emperor. Qi wanted to follow but was stopped by Yuan Wan, who shook her head vigorously. Qi was taken aback and took a few steps back, not pursuing her. System. Yuan Wan, what do you want to talk to your brother about alone? The emperor also looked at Yuan Wan. Yuan Wan, I want to lead my brother to the Sinang palace. She moved closer to the emperor, tugged at his sleeve, and when he bent down, she whispered in his ear, "Father, I found out that the Empress Dowager is a man." The emperor.
Wow, wow, wow.
He really didn't expect Yuan Wan to privately reveal such a big secret and lead him to the Sinang palace. Caught off guard, the emperor struggled to show the right emotions of shock and anger. After a moment, he slammed his hand on the nearby table and shouted, "How infuriating! So infuriating!" The system completely failed to notice the emperor's exaggerated acting and only praised Yuan Wan, saying, "Wow, Wan, you're so clever." Which emperor? No. Which man in the world could resist this news? Yuan Wan watched the emperor stride away proudly and then chased after him. Just a few steps in, she was picked up by Qi Yu. Yuan Wan tugged at Qi Yu, saying, "Sister, I want to chase after father." Qi Yu replied gently, "I'll carry you to him, it will be faster." The emperor moved quickly. By the time Yuan Wan reached Sinang Palace, the emperor was already confronting the male Empress Dowager, holding a long sword. It wasn't really a confrontation. It was more like the emperor was single-handedly scolding the Empress Dowager. The black-clad eunuch was clutching his chest, looking panicked as he tried to intervene. When he saw Yuan Wan, he even pleaded, "National Master, Princess Jiao. Your Majesty, the emperor seems a bit off." "Princess Jiao, please persuade him." The system said, "This is a mess." Your brother has gone too far. This could ruin the Empress Dowager's reputation, leading to accusations of violence and disloyalty, which is terrible. Yuan Wan anxiously thought. My brother is angry. Maybe I should give him a good reason to be angry. Yuan Wan struggled to get down and ran over, saying, Brother, this poison was brought by the Empress Dowager. The black-clad eunuch's expression froze, and then he broke down, saying, Your Highness, didn't you promise to spare us? I've fulfilled your request. You are going back on your word, being ungrateful. Do you know who the Empress Dowager is? How can you do this? Yuan Wan shivered at his pitiful tone. She glanced at him, wondering why he looked so betrayed. The emperor was disgusted by the black-clad eunuch and coldly said, Someone, take him away and execute him. The shadow guards appeared instantly and captured the black-clad eunuch. The Empress Dowager gasped in shock. Your Majesty, you won't even listen to my side of the story. Before she could finish, a beam of wood fell straight down. The emperor didn't even look up. He swung his sword backhandedly, striking the wood with a sound like metal clashing. Although he didn't break it, he deflected it, and it crashed heavily onto the Empress Dowager's head. Thud. The Empress Dowager was knocked unconscious and spat blood. The emperor. Yuan Wan gasped, This plot twist is completely shameless? Even a beam can fall. The system. It seems that the plot has strengthened some termites and similar insects. They have chewed through the beams. Yuan Wan almost laughed in frustration. 6. System. When will this plot end? The system. I don't know. The plot wants to maintain the worldview of more than 10 melodramatic novels, aiming for the Chu Kingdom to be the ultimate winner. But your brother is the biggest obstacle. Without his death, it will be hard for the Chu Kingdom to dominate. Yuan Wan fell silent. Is it going to take forever? The emperor's expression darkened completely. This was a feeling of helplessness, fighting against an invisible and frustrating plot. But soon, this frustration turned into fuel that burned fiercely in the emperor's heart. With a blank expression, he tightened and relaxed his grip on the sword. The plot treasures the Chu Kingdom. I must take it down. Although the emperor wanted the Empress Dowager's faction to be eliminated, he was worried that the plot might harm the officials of the Xia Kingdom, so he decided to pause government affairs for a day. After 12 hours, he summoned some officials for a small court meeting in a side hall. A day was enough for the officials of the Great Xia to learn about some incidents that had emerged during the banquet. Officials below the 6th rank were confused and debated whether to prepare generous gifts for the emperor and the Empress Dowager. Officials above the 6th rank discussed privately that the emperor was eager to hold a small court meeting, likely to discuss how to deal with the Empress Dowager. Soon, some court officials arrived at the palace after lunch. The chief eunuch led a group of 30 officials toward the side hall. The quiet group passed by a rockery corridor and happened to see the listening pavilion. Goodness, if it weren't for the sign that read Listening Pavilion, they would hardly believe this was a palace within the royal grounds. The columns on both sides were not only marked with knife marks and burn marks, but even had claw marks from wild animals, making it hard to imagine what this palace had endured. The Minister of Revenue sighed, This needs major repairs. How frustrating. The Minister of Rights whispered, His Majesty brought us here directly, probably hinting that we will face severe penalties. Other officials nodded in agreement. As they were about to reach the listening pavilion, they encountered the emperor standing in the corridor, gazing into the distance. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The officials bowed deeply. The emperor turned around and waved his hand. You may rise. I have a matter that requires our collective wisdom. The officials felt a tightness in their hearts. Indeed, it was time to address matters related to the Empress Dowager. The emperor said, regarding how to quickly attack the Chu Kingdom and completely eliminate the royal family of Chu, turning it into territory of the Xia Kingdom. The court officials were startled. What? Attack the state of Chu? They felt confused, as if they had opened a math test only to find a language exam instead. The Minister of Personnel thought he had misheard and couldn't help but clasp his hands, saying, Your Majesty, attack the state of Chu? The emperor nodded slightly, yes. Do you have a good plan? The Minister of Personnel wished he could slap himself and replied awkwardly, I don't have any ideas at the moment. Not only did he have no ideas, but he also wanted to complain. Your Majesty, I know you are upset about the Empress Dowager, but please don't be so angry right now. The state of Chu was larger than the state of Xia and had a stronger military. They also had natural defenses that were hard to breach. Attacking Chu would be extremely difficult. You want to mobilize troops and also target the Empress Dowager's family, but this approach could easily backfire. The Emperor glanced around, and no official spoke up. He frowned slightly and looked at Prime Minister Li Aiqing. Do you have a good strategy? Prime Minister Li felt anxious and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, attacking the state of Chu involves significant interests. I think we should avoid acting too hastily. The Emperor replied, I am not asking whether we can attack. I am asking how we can attack. Prime Minister Li felt choked up and wanted to cry, but since he had chosen to be the Emperor's loyal supporter, he couldn't let the Emperor's words go unanswered. He decisively said, Your Majesty, I believe we can use that bald Grand Master of Chu. The officials stumbled and glared at each other. Prime Minister Li, you traitor. This is not the time to flatter the Emperor. We need to advise him. The Emperor asked, Oh?
Him?
Has he submitted to our great Xia? Prime Minister Li replied, Not yet. But as I know, every month, Great Xia sends letters written by the Grand Master of Chu's granddaughter. Although he hasn't replied, his steward comes to collect the letters regularly. I believe we can use these letters to sow discord. The Emperor pondered this and waved his hand. Ming Wei, what do you think? Ming Wei, in charge of espionage, stepped forward, bowed, and said in a firm voice, Your Majesty, the timing is not right. The Grand Master of Chu is very cautious. He always hands the letters to the fourth prince to open. I believe we need to wait until the fourth prince and the Grand Master become more lax about the letters. Then, we can send a letter with intelligence to completely stir up conflict between them. The Emperor nodded slightly, all right. Proceed with your plan. With a wave of his hand, Ming Wei vanished like a shadow. Prime Minister Li fell silent again. The Minister of Revenue, looking serious, fiddled with his abacus. With the ongoing battles against the Xiongnu, palace repairs, and now plans against the Chu state, he felt that if he didn't speak up, the national treasury would soon be empty. Suddenly, the Minister of Revenue stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, instead of discussing an attack on the Chu state, why not first talk about how to deal with the Empress Dowager? The officials gasped. Good. The Minister of Revenue dares to say no to all wasteful spending. Yes, let's deal with the Empress Dowager first. Forget about fighting the Chu state for now. The Emperor paused and frowned. What is there to discuss about the Empress Dowager? The court officials looked confused. Your Majesty, isn't the Empress Dowager the one you are upset with? Isn't it because of her that you want to attack the Chu state? The Minister of Revenue couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, should we capture the Empress Dowager or kill her? The Emperor replied coldly, showing some impatience. The Chu people who came with the dowry to the Xia state can be judged according to the law. Capturing, exiling, or executing her are all options. The Xia officials were shocked. Your Majesty, don't you think this punishment is too harsh? It is true that the male Empress Dowager has committed unforgivable crimes, but she still holds the title of a princess from the Chu state, which is currently the strongest nation. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Just then, a loud announcement came from outside, saying that the Crown Prince and Yuan Wan were arriving. Everyone paused. The Emperor took a few steps forward and saw the Crown Prince carrying Yuan Wan as they entered, followed by a palace maid holding a wooden box. Yuan Wan glanced around. Why are there so many people? System. Your brother is holding a small court meeting. Yuan Wan paused. My brother works so hard. He just went through a dramatic event and now he's starting a court meeting. How tiring. Hearing this, the Emperor softened a bit and stepped forward to pick up Yuan Wan. What brings you here? Yuan Wan snuggled against the Emperor. I have a gift, and I want you to be happy, father. The emperor's anger faded a little as he replied with a soft Yuan Wan snuggled closer to the emperor. The Minister of Revenue noticed the emperor's mood had improved. He took a deep breath, ready to speak about the Empress Dowager and the Chu state, emphasizing that the Xia state should not create more enemies. The Empress Dowager should be punished, but it must be done wisely. Harmony is important. System. Arwan, I think your brother needs to be more diligent. This dramatic event is trying to make the Xia state a stepping stone for the Chu state. As long as the Chu state exists, your Xia state will never find peace. The Minister of Revenue gasped, and his words got stuck again. What is happening? The state of Chu will not perish, and my great Xia will never find peace? Yuan Ruan. But brother, hard work may not be enough. The plot is targeting Great Xia because it wants to see the fall of our nation and the rise of Chu as the supreme power. Great Xia official. Is the plot favoring Chu so much? System. But Yuan Ruan, isn't there an old saying, man can conquer nature? If your brother works harder to strengthen Great Xia and weaken Chu, the plot might lose hope for Chu's dominance and just give up on targeting Great Xia. Yuan Ruan. That's tough. I feel like the officials of Great Xia are focused on infrastructure and making money. Historically, when we fought with Han, it was Han that provoked us first, and with the Xiongnu, it was because they invaded us first. Great Xia people really prefer peace. System. True, but since you are part of Great Xia, I worry the plot might end up harming you. Great Xia official. Seeing the system looking sad, Yuan Wan quickly reassured, don't worry, I'm strong. There's also a possibility that in over a decade, when the main characters are older, the plot might lose interest in the dramatic story? System. That makes sense. But what if the plot thinks a midlife romance drama is still interesting? Yuan Wan was momentarily speechless. System. But aren't the Taoists working on gunpowder? If it comes to that, we can wait a few more years. Once we can produce stable gunpowder in large quantities, we can blow up the capital of Chu inside and out. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. If they really did that, Great Xia's reputation would be ruined. She replied dismissively, that sounds good, but let's not think about it anymore. At that moment, the emperor slowly glanced at the ministers behind him, as if to say, now you all understand why I am targeting Chu, right? The officials of Great Xia exchanged worried glances, tightening their fists. Then the system said, Yuan Wan, look, the Minister of Revenue is cupping his hands. He seems ready to give advice. Yuan Wan looked over as well. The Minister of Revenue, looking quite troubled, knew well that the relationship between Chu and Xia was one of either you die or I die, so he wouldn't advise against targeting Chu. Under Yuan Ruan's gaze, the Minister of Revenue steeled himself and said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has made a grave mistake and has been punished by heaven with strange phenomena. This may be a disaster for Great Xia. I believe we should. System. As expected, once you take action, the Empress Dowager must bow down. I guess the Minister of Revenue wants to detain and interrogate the Empress Dowager. Yuan Wan proudly straightened her chest. Of course, my previous abilities were not shown for nothing. I also think they won't let her go easily. Hearing this, the Minister of Revenue seemed relieved and said, as for detaining. At that moment, the Crown Prince's tutor suddenly stepped forward and said, I believe this is not appropriate. The system displayed an electronic cat face. No way, no way. Are we really going to be kind and generous? The Crown Prince's tutor tightened his muscles and continued, we should eliminate the root of the problem. It would be best to kill her. The system. Wow. The current Empress Dowager, just like that. I feel like the officials of the Great Xia aren't as peaceful as you said. Yuan Wan hesitated. Well, there are always some in this group. The Minister of Rights quickly stepped forward and said, Wait, we can't kill her. The Emperor and others frowned and looked over, while the Crown Prince's tutor slowly rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to persuade with virtue. The Minister of Rights said seriously, Killing the Empress Dowager is a crime against family, which would harm the reputation of the Great Xia and Your Majesty. I think it would be better to send her to Wutai Mountain first, and then arrange for her death. while also holding a funeral to show filial piety. Everyone. The system. Ha! One, what a peaceful great Xia official, talking about eliminating the root of the problem and then mentioning funeral rites.
Yuan Ruans mutwitzlichtli,
At that moment, the Minister of War suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, "Wait, Your Majesty, may I suggest that the Empress Dowager should not die just yet?" The Emperor cast a cold glance over. Other officials looked at the Minister of War in surprise. He was usually the most reckless and loved fighting, so why was he against killing? The Minister of War scratched his head and said, "Yesterday morning, I received news that the young general from the Shi family successfully captured Wuhua City, which has about 70 to 80,000 people from Qin. I want to use the Empress Dowager to send false information to the Qin delegation. Once we completely take over the 3 cities of Qin, then we can kill her?" Everyone. What? The military has such great news. The Emperor pondered. The Minister of War added, "Also, I think the reason for the Empress Dowager being executed for offending heaven is not very appropriate, as it would tarnish the reputation of the little national teacher. So, I was thinking we could use the excuse of her colluding with the Qin delegation to betray the country. Wouldn't that reason be better?" Other officials looked at the Minister of War in surprise. He even considered maintaining the little national teacher's reputation. They looked at him with new respect. System. Wow, this is great. It also maintains your reputation, Erwin. By the way, do you remember the national fortune task that the Shurjia completed before? The root of the story is right here. Yuan Wan, huh? Is it related to the previous national fortune task? I remember it was about finding a good man for Shurjia's mother. How was it determined that it was completed, considering the mental state of those 7 sons? Please tell me. Everyone, what? Is there a story related to the national fortune task? Even the excited Minister of War lost focus at the mention of the story. System. All right, do you remember the officer, Zhao Xian? Yuan Wan paused and pinched her chin. Is he the one who ended up with the daughter of his runaway fiancé? System. Yes, that's him. Your nephew uncovered the fact that his mother once hit a rebel. But since Officer Zhao Xian admitted his mistake and had a good attitude, your nephew gave him a chance to redeem himself by achieving merit on the battlefield. Yuan Wan. And then he became a hero on the battlefield? Did Shurjia's mother notice him because he was so handsome? The expressions of the court officials became awkward. System. Not exactly. Officer Zhao Xian has some skills and quickly took down a few enemies from the Qin Kingdom and Xiongnu, rising from a commoner to a squad leader. One day, while on patrol, he encountered a surprise attack from the Qin army and saved a pregnant woman. After repelling the attack, the woman went into labor due to the shock, and he clumsily helped her give birth. Court officials. What skills are these? Helping with childbirth? Yuan Wan was surprised. Is he really that skilled? Did he learn midwifery? System. Not really. He was the only one in the entire supply team with some first aid experience, so he ended up helping. That pregnant woman is the mother of Shurjia's 7 sons. Court officials. Wow, this is a classic hero saving the day story. Yuan Wan. Wait, 8 sons? A heroic mother? So they went through a trial together and found true feelings? System. Still 7. The last one was a little sister. No, they didn't spark any romantic feelings this time. It's actually this little baby who is the reason for their connection. Everyone was curious. How does a baby create connections? System continued. Shurjia's mother and her 7 sons all dote on this little sister, and she especially likes to cling to Officer Zhao Xian. If he doesn't hold her, she cries. Shurjia's mother has no choice but to visit Officer Zhao Xian often. Zhaoshan, a military officer, has many younger siblings and is great at taking care of children and babies. In modern terms, he has the qualities of a devoted dad. After observing him for a while, the mother from the Shi family became curious and asked someone how old Zhaoshan's children were, given his skill with kids. Yuan Wan. This situation seems familiar. Did the person being asked reply that Zhaoshan has no children, has never been in a relationship, and hasn't even been married? System. Haha. Yes, that's right. The Shi family mother became very curious about him. Even though ancient society was somewhat open, they still appreciated people who maintained their integrity. Yuan, got it. So, did the Shi family mother start to like him? System, a bit. She was drawn to him because her daughter was fond of him, showing a bit of affection for him. After all, Zhaoshan is tall, handsome, and friendly, making him quite charming. Then, 10 days ago, the army from Qin country surrounded the supply routes of the Great Xia. Someone needed to manage the supplies, and the Shi family mother pushed her daughter towards Zhaoshan and took charge herself. Yuan, oh wow, a beauty saving a hero. But that seems a bit reckless. System, not reckless. The Shi family mother saw her eldest son signaling from a distance. She wanted to impress the man, so she rushed forward. Yuan smirked. Haha, a clever move. What happened next? Did they develop feelings for each other? System. Well, Zhaoshan also felt something for the Shi family mother, especially since she is a beautiful woman. They worked together in a harsh environment, which helped their bond. Later, when Shi Zizi angrily pursued the Chen army and captured Wuhua City, the Shi family mother confessed her feelings to Zhaoshan. Yuan. And then the national mission was deemed complete? At that moment, the system nearly laughed out loud. No. Haha. At that time, Shi Zizi thought Zhaoshan had bad intentions and went to confront him. He ran into the Shi family mother, who, in her anger, ordered them both to kneel. Then Zhaoshan came out and said, I heard you grew up without a father, so I'll be your father. The onlookers almost burst out laughing at that line. Yuan, is he serious? Isn't that a provocation? So funny. System, yes. If he hadn't knelt down to show sincerity afterward, things could have gone badly for him. But that kneel made Shi Zizi accept him. Yuan continued to gossip with the system about their stories in the harsh land. The emperor withdrew his gaze and reconsidered the words of the Minister of War. He looked at the other court officials and asked, What do you all think? The officials exchanged glances. The Crown Prince's tutor was the first to speak. Your Majesty, I believe it is inappropriate to use the reason of the Empress Dowager colluding with the Qin Kingdom's envoy to justify her execution. This could lead to future troubles. If it were someone else, the emperor might have thought they were trying to absolve the Empress Dowager of blame and would have been angry. However, seeing the strong and capable Crown Prince's tutor, the emperor remained patient and asked, What does the Crown Prince's tutor suggest we do? The Crown Prince's tutor replied, I propose that we directly say the Qin Kingdom's envoy killed the Empress Dowager and shift all the blame onto them. The emperor was pleased. The other officials were taken aback. This is quite a bold accusation. Minister Li couldn't help but speak up. Crown Prince's tutor, if we use this reason, will we spare the relatives and servants who followed the Empress Dowager from the Chu Kingdom? The Crown Prince's tutor looked at Minister Li in surprise. Why would you think that? Minister Li was confused. Isn't this the reason you provided? If the Empress Dowager was killed by the Qin Kingdom's envoy, won't we need to appease her supporters? At that moment, both the system and the Crown Prince's tutor almost simultaneously scoffed. The system said, Just accuse the Empress Dowager's supporters of colluding with the Qin Kingdom's envoy to kill the Empress Dowager and confiscate their properties. After all, they are not innocent. The Crown Prince's tutor replied, Accuse the Empress Dowager's supporters of colluding with the Qin Kingdom's envoy to kill the Empress Dowager and confiscate their properties. Minister Li was shocked. All right, so this is how we're going to play it. It makes sense and is hard to argue against. However, when the Crown Prince's tutor finished discussing the confiscation of the Empress Dowager's supporters' properties, a few officials stood up to voice their opposition. They argued that the Empress Dowager's supporters were numerous and influential, and confiscating their properties would be a blow to the governance of the Great Xia. While they spoke, they quietly tried to rally support, especially since the Minister of Revenue had initially not suggested executing the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the Minister of Revenue avoided the others and claimed he supported the resolution. The official responsible for rallying support was stunned and instinctively said, Minister, didn't you oppose the execution of the Empress Dowager? The Minister of Revenue looked at him strangely. I was thinking of imprisonment before. I didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Great Xia and the young national teacher. But now, it won't tarnish the reputation, and we still need to confiscate properties. The official from the Ministry of Imperial Household was even more confused. Huh? The Minister of Revenue lowered his head and fiddled with the abacus, ignoring the others. One of the officials, seeing he wanted to speak again, couldn't help but pull him back. More than half of the confiscated wealth has gone to the treasury. What are you trying to advise him for? You might as well talk to the Minister of Justice. There are too many criminals. He might be annoyed if you ask him to help. The Vice Minister of the Imperial Household. The Emperor let the officials argue among themselves. He glanced over and then took Yuan Wan to another side to enjoy the flowers. Yuan Wan, is my brother not going to intervene? Isn't he curious about the outcome of the officials' argument? System. What outcome does your brother care about? Once he makes up his mind, no one can change it. He just provides a way for the officials to vent their emotions. The officials know he is quite considerate. Yuan Wan, haha. They know that themselves? Then why argue? System sighed. People need to have dreams. What if something they say touches your brother and changes his mind? Yuan Wan. The Emperor was caught off guard by Yuan Ruan's words and started coughing. Yuan Ruan, seeing the Emperor unable to stop coughing, worriedly touched his cheek. Father, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Yuan Ruan. System, do you have any medicine rewards for treating the body? System, not at the moment, but my friend does. Last time we completed the daily romance task very well, and he is eager for us to complete more tasks. I'll be right back. Yuan Ruan was taken aback, but quickly realized what the daily romance task was. Full/naked? Highly praised? Oh no! She couldn't imagine what kind of reputation she and the system would have. Soon, the system returned. System. Ruan, my friend checked the reward pool, and it's all rewards related to beauty and fragrance, except for one that fits, a cough remedy.
But
This task. Yuan Ruan, go on. System, all right. Daily romance task. The prince has 4 encounters in one night. Reward, cough remedy. The prince nearly spat out blood, staring intently at the Emperor. Father, this is impossible. I can't complete this task. The Emperor fell silent. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. System, this is too outrageous. This is too difficult. The system hurriedly replied, Ruan, my friend is definitely not making it hard for us. You know he comes from a story where any man with the title of prince, even if not the main character, can have 7 encounters in one night. He chose an easy task, but didn't consider how sensitive the Crown Prince of Xia would be. The Crown Prince suddenly straightened up and walked into Yuan Ruan's line of sight, flexing his muscles. The Emperor was speechless at this scene. He stepped forward, pulled the Crown Prince back, and whispered, What a shame. Why show off your muscles? Do you really want to complete this task? The Emperor didn't want the Crown Prince to take on such a task just for a cough pill. So, he decided to change Yuan Ruan's focus. The Emperor held Yuan Ruan and said softly, Why did you suddenly come to see Father today? He joked, Is the money you earned before enough? Father can give you some more. Yuan Ruan's attention was diverted. She replied, Because I want to spend money to buy a gift for Father. The Emperor was surprised by this answer and paused for a moment. After Yuan Ruan finished speaking, she waved to the maid behind her. Soon, a maid holding a wooden box approached quietly and knelt to greet them. Yuan Ruan pointed at the maid with a wooden box and said, It's a surprise for Father. Do you want to guess what it is? The Emperor caught a whiff of ink and remembered how Yuan Ruan had been eagerly eating chicken legs, big buns, and various snacks before. He thought to himself, could she be giving him a drawing of different foods she made herself? The Emperor asked, Is it related to paper? Yuan Ruan, who was about to reveal the surprise, paused and couldn't help but say, Father, do you already know? The Emperor raised an eyebrow and gently tapped her forehead. He replied, System. Wow. Is the intelligence system of the palace really this impressive? The Emperor guessed it. Is someone leaking information? Yuan Ruan. It can't be. I just asked the maid to help me prepare it. She probably doesn't understand. System. She may not understand, but she could have mentioned what was inside. Still, your brother connecting it to paper is quite impressive. Yuan Wan nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, he is my brother. Maybe he already knows how to use it. At the same time, Yuan Wan enthusiastically praised the emperor. Yes, father is amazing and smart. Here, look at the finished product. After saying this, she waved to the maid behind her. The maid immediately stepped forward and quietly opened the wooden box. The crown prince walked over and, upon closer inspection, found many wooden blocks inside, each engraved with characters from the Xia language. At this moment, Yuan Wan picked up a wooden block and placed it in the emperor's hand, looking a bit shy as she said, "Father, this is for you." The emperor. He looked down at her trusting, round eyes. Oh no, this was different from what he expected. But the emperor composed himself and calmly tossed the wooden block, saying seriously, "Joer, it's great that you thought of carving the characters of the Xia kingdom." Yuan Ruan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father, you are great too." At the same time, she thought to the system. "See, Big Brother really guessed it. He understands me." The system sighed. "I have a new appreciation for the tyrant." The crown prince's expression was a bit strange. He knew his father well and understood this was a guiding remark. Sure enough, the emperor calmly held Yuan Ruan's wrist and said, "Come. Show your father." Okay. Yuan Wan naturally picked up several blocks and arranged them into a sentence, "I love father the most." Then, she proudly declared, "Father, this is my heartfelt message." The emperor was taken aback, some thoughts flashing through his mind, but he hadn't grasped it fully yet. However, he still clapped in encouragement. "Joer is amazing. Not only does she know the characters, but she can also form sentences." Yuan Wan was stunned, and in her daze, she realized something was off. The system stifled a laugh. "Oh, Yuan Wan, it seems something is a bit off. You are showing him book printing technology, but he thinks you are just forming sentences. Is this a case of talking past each other?" The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Books? Ink? Printing technology?" He understood instantly. Before Yuan Wan and the system could react, the emperor calmly took 4 wooden blocks, pressed them into the ink beside the box, and then stamped them down heavily 3 times on a piece of fresh white paper. Soon, the paper displayed 3 rows of the characters "I love father the most." Yuan Wan, initially a bit shaken, broke into a big smile. "Ha, I knew Big Brother would guess it." The system felt embarrassed. "Looks like I was wrong." The crown prince leaned over to take a look, instantly intrigued, and couldn't help but clap, saying, "Great.
Great.
Such a clever method. Little sister is truly brilliant." His voice was strong, and Yuan Wan was momentarily stunned. The system proudly remarked, "The big nephew has good insight. My Yuan Wan is smart. Not only has she solved the paper issue, but she has also addressed the printing problem. Now, the spread of books will increase 10-fold or 100-fold. The big nephew's reform has a chance to succeed." Yuan Wan shyly touched her nose and said, "Let's keep a low profile. I'm also standing on the shoulders of giants. After all, we can't forget the official printing techniques that come with the paper." Then, she tugged at the prince's hand and encouraged, "Prince, brother, let's go. Print the books." The prince nodded repeatedly, excited about printing books. Both the paper and the printing techniques that eliminate the need for manual copying save time and cost in book production. Seeing the prince's excited expression, Yuan Wan suddenly remembered something she hadn't shown yet. She quickly took out another carved board from the box. She struggled to pick up a small brush and apply ink to it. Noticing her difficulty, the prince hurried over to help her with the ink while focusing on the board that had carved text on it. Yuan Wan pointed at the wooden board and said seriously, "This is woodblock printing. It allows for mass printing, and it's more uniform than movable type printing." The prince nodded even faster. After examining the paper and touching it a few times, he quickly recognized the pros and cons of woodblock printing compared to movable type printing. In his mind, he began to imagine how to organize books, how to distribute them, and how to break through the bureaucratic system of noble families. Soon, The prince gently pinched her chubby cheek and said, "Ninth sister, you've really helped a lot. Truly, you've been a great help." Yuan Wan smiled and patted the prince's shoulder with her chubby little hand, saying, "We're family, no need for formalities." Both the prince and the emperor were amused by Yuan Ruan's mature demeanor, laughing heartily. The prince hugged Yuan Ruan and said, "Yes, we're family, no need for formalities. Come, let's go to the Ministry of Works together." The emperor paused and slowly asked, "Prince, are you going to the Ministry of Works now?" The prince responded with a bright smile and cupped his hands, saying, "Father, the Imperial examination is approaching, and I can't wait any longer." The system remarked, "The prince truly cares for the country and is very loyal." Yuan Huan also reflected, "No wonder he is the noble prince chosen in the novel. Honest, hardworking, and excellent." The emperor's mouth twitched slightly. The praise of being hardworking and excellent was correct. But honest. The prince was eager to leave, partly because he didn't want to stay and argue with the officials from noble families. The emperor had initially wanted to keep the prince to train him in dealing with the noble families and their tactics. However, upon further thought, with such a powerful tool as printing emerging, those nobles supporting the empress would likely adapt quickly and wouldn't pose much resistance. Just then, the chief eunuch came to report the situation, and the emperor allowed the prince to leave. The emperor looked at the chief eunuch and asked, "What is going on?" The chief eunuch replied, "Your Majesty, I believe the debate among the court officials has ended." The emperor paused and then walked over. At that moment, the court officials in front of the pavilion were divided into two clear factions. "Your Majesty, we greet you. May you have long life." The officials all bowed deeply. The emperor turned and waved his hand, saying, "You may rise." "Have you finished your discussion?" The officials exchanged glances and did not confirm that the discussion was over. They simply wanted to give the families supporting the Empress Dowager a chance to speak first, hoping to persuade the emperor. The deputy minister of the Court of Judicial Review took a deep breath and was about to step forward when the emperor suddenly said, "Wait, that is not important. First, look at this. Recommend a few people to me quickly, finalize the exam topics for the Imperial examination, prepare the materials and questions, and hold the preliminary selection ceremony as soon as possible." The officials were taken aback. "Your Majesty, weren't we discussing the Empress Dowager and her family's influence in the Great Xia? How did we end up talking about the examinations?" "Your Majesty, we understand your urgency, but can we not rush? Can we handle one matter at a time?" The Minister of Personnel could not help but clasp his hands and say, "Your Majesty, selecting talent for the Great Xia is a matter of great importance. We must avoid acting too hastily." The emperor responded with a simple then waved his hand, and a eunuch brought forward a box. The emperor personally took out 4 templates stained with ink and pressed them onto a piece of white silk. When he lifted it, 3 rows of the words, "Most beloved Father Emperor," appeared on the paper. The civil and military officials gasped in shock. Prime Minister Wang, Prime Minister Li, and others quickly gathered around to examine it closely. Those who had reached the 6th rank were not foolish. Before long, everyone realized the impact this printing technique would have on the noble families and officials. Among the high-ranking officials, there were those from noble backgrounds, those from clean backgrounds, and a few from commoner origins. Several noble officials who had wanted to speak on behalf of the Empress Dowager looked increasingly serious. In their view, the emperor revealing this printing technique was like placing a knife at their throats, threatening, "You want to protect the Empress Dowager? Fine, with books, I have no shortage of talent and can quickly find replacements. If you disobey, you will all face consequences." The more these officials thought about it, the more alarmed they became, especially the deputy minister of the Court of Judicial Review, who froze in place, caught in a dilemma. Of course, even those officials from noble families who were not directly related to the Empress Dowager felt a sense of urgency. In contrast, the expressions of the officials from commoner backgrounds were completely different. The Minister of Works was so excited that he almost leaned over the paper to read, exclaiming, "Good, good. So, it can be done this way. In the future, we won't need people to copy by hand. We just need to print like this." Our great dynasty will have countless books and nurture many talents. Your Majesty, this is truly amazing. The emperor nodded slightly. Of course. My dear Jora loves me the most, and what she desires will surely lead to the creation of such a useful invention as movable type printing. The Minister of Work's excited expression froze for a moment, and he couldn't help but quietly complain to those nearby, when did His Majesty become so idealistic? He wants to show off how close he is to the princess, but attributing it to love seems excessive. However, standing next to the Minister of Works was Chung Weining. He seriously leaned in and said softly, "Minister, I believe His Majesty is right. It is precisely because of my feelings for the princess that I can create so many agricultural tools." Nearby, the Ministers of Works, Revenue, and Military were left speechless. The emperor watched the ministers' emotions rise and fall. By introducing printing, he was warning those who wanted to use family connections. "I don't lack people. If you try, you might regret it, so be sensible." Once the ministers settled down, the emperor looked at Prime Minister Li and asked, "My dear minister, what are your thoughts on the imperial examination?" Prime Minister Li stepped forward decisively and said, "Your Majesty, I believe the sooner, the better." An official from a noble background stumbled, thinking, "Prime Minister Li, aren't you even going to put up a fight?" The emperor looked at Prime Minister Li with satisfaction and nodded, "Good. You keep a close watch on this matter. If it doesn't meet my requirements next year, I will hold you accountable." Prime Minister Li cupped his hands and replied, "As you command." The emperor then turned to the Right Vice Minister of Justice, smiling slightly, and asked, "Now, who else wants to discuss the Empress Dowager issue?" The Right Vice Minister of Justice broke into a light sweat. The emperor asked, "Nothing to say?" The Right Vice Minister of Justice jolted, feeling a surge of courage, and bowed, "Your Majesty, I believe the Empress Dowager has colluded with foreign forces to aid rebels. This crime is unforgivable and, according to the law, she should be executed along with her family. It should be carried out immediately." All the officials in the court turned to look at him. The Right Vice Minister of Justice had some connections with the Empress Dowager's faction, but not deeply, so his timely response surprised everyone, but not too much. However, several officials who were deeply connected to the Empress Dowager were completely alarmed. The Vice Minister of the Imperial household stepped forward, his voice trembling, Your Majesty. The Empress is guilty, but we are innocent. I truly didn't know so much about her private matters. Moreover, didn't the Minister of War say we should keep the Empress to deceive the officials of Qin Kingdom? Your Majesty." The Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court added, "No need. The Qin Kingdom delegation won't see the Empress. They are just spreading false information. There's no need to keep her alive." The Deputy Minister of the Imperial household was furious, thinking to himself that some things are better left unsaid. But since the other party had spoken, he could only hold back his anger and say, "Setting aside the delegation, the Empress will likely communicate with the Chu Kingdom through secret letters, perhaps even with a codebook. We should keep her." The Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court cleared his throat. "It's fine. I will handle the deciphering." The Deputy Minister of the Imperial household was infuriated, unable to care about the Emperor's presence, and pointed at the Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court, sarcastically saying, "Why are you so eager for the Empress to die? Are you afraid she will expose you if she lives?" The Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court calmly replied, "Your Majesty, I have a clear conscience." The Deputy Minister of the Imperial household was outraged. "How can you say that?" The officials not connected to the Empress shook their heads in resignation. Why insist on pride at this moment? The situation is lost. A few officials connected to the Empress felt moved and silently supported the Deputy Minister of the Imperial household. At that moment, the Deputy Minister of the Imperial household turned to the Emperor, knelt down, and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to investigate the secrets the Empress is hiding with my whole family. I humbly request that you allow us to redeem ourselves." The other officials were taken aback. "So you were in such a hurry because you were worried the Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court would take your chance to redeem yourself?" The Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial household began to argue, both trying to undermine the Empress's influence, competing to see who could strike the most decisive blow. The emperor watched coldly. The officials had many thoughts in their minds. They might quarrel openly during the day, but secretly discuss matters at night, tending to their wounds. So the emperor only listened to some of their words and considered them moderately. Seeing that the time was almost up, the emperor slowly walked out of the pavilion. The officials straightened up, slightly bowing, waiting for the emperor's final decision. But the emperor did not speak. He only kept the 2 chancellors and the 6 ministers, sending the other officials home. The departing officials were reluctant to leave, while those who remained were extremely tense. The emperor signaled for everyone to sit down and then said calmly, "I have suppressed all obstacles. Within 3 days, those who should be executed will be executed, and those who should be exiled will be exiled. But after the death penalty, what suggestions and arrangements do you have, my dear ministers?" Even the ministers who were mentally prepared were shocked by the 3-day deadline, almost losing their balance. But when the tyrant says you have 3 days to die, who would dare to wait until the 5th day? The Minister of Revenue adjusted his kneeling position and took a deep breath, as if he were about to steal something. "I think we can announce that the Empress Dowager is feeling guilty, so she will close herself off to pray and will no longer manage state affairs. This way, we can transfer the Empress Dowager's and her relatives' funds into the national treasury. When the time is right, we can reveal the crime of her being attacked by the Qin Kingdom's envoy and take all the funds they brought with them." Yuan Wan. Isn't the Empress Dowager a princess from the Chu Kingdom? Does she have relatives here? System. She brought a whole entourage with her, including some unfortunate noble relatives from Chu. They are closely connected to the Empress Dowager. At this moment, the emperor looked up in surprise. "You are quite prepared." The Minister of Revenue humbly replied, "I only wish to ease your worries." Clearly, this is about making money. The Minister of War couldn't help but mutter. Then he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I request that we interrogate the Empress Dowager for 2 days before her execution. This way, it will seem more convincing when we use a false Empress Dowager to interact with the Qin Kingdom's envoy." The emperor nodded. "All right." The Minister of Justice bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I have compiled a list of crimes committed by the Empress Dowager's relatives, such as land grabbing and bullying. I believe we can hold a public trial, which will establish our great Xia's image of justice externally and serve as a warning internally." The emperor nodded. Agreed. After listening for a while, Prime Minister Wan's expression became increasingly complex. Those who knew what was happening realized they were discussing the Empress Dowager's death and handling related matters. Those who didn't might think a group was excitedly dividing a feast. In the end, the emperor made a decision, and everything was set. Immediately, Song Wei and Ming Wei rushed into the confined Xinang Palace and carried the unconscious Empress Dowager away. When the Empress Dowager opened her eyes, she found herself being carried and jumping around, completely confused. In midair, she shouted, "How dare you? Who are these assassins treating me this way?" Before she could finish, she was thrown to the ground and rolled over.
How dare you?
I am. A familiar voice dripped with disdain. "After being the Empress Dowager for so long, do you really think of yourself as a woman?" The Empress Dowager's expression changed as she quickly looked up, meeting the emperor's gaze from above. "Your Highness, you." The emperor gestured with his finger, and at that moment, Ming Wei silently approached and swiftly tore open the Empress Dowager's clothing. The Empress Dowager gasped and crossed her arms tightly over her chest. The emperor was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's instinctive reaction, and his earlier thoughts of interrogation and punishment faded away. He narrowed his eyes, stood up, and said to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of War beside him, "It's up to you now." The 2 ministers exchanged glances, and the Minister of Justice cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, when shall we inform you about the Empress Dowager?" "After the case is closed," the emperor replied disinterestedly as he walked out. "Right now, it's just catching a rat in a gutter. It's not worth mentioning." The Minister of Justice and the Minister of War understood and respectfully saw the emperor off. Then, the Minister of Justice held the arrest warrant, and the Minister of War carried the related documents of the Qin Kingdom's envoy as they walked toward the Empress Dowager, who was still on the ground, their shadows growing larger behind them. The officials who returned home early had not slept all night, barely keeping their eyes open until dawn. The next day, they got up with big dark circles under their eyes, skipped breakfast, and rushed to the palace, eager to hear the latest gossip. However, halfway there, they suddenly heard urgent shouts from the street. Fire! Fire! A big fire has broken out in the eastern district of the city. In ancient times, a fire was a serious matter. The founding emperor of the Xia Kingdom had issued an edict stating that if a fire broke out, officials were not required to attend court and must immediately go to help extinguish it. The officials quickly turned their carriages around and ordered their servants to join in the firefighting efforts. But when they arrived at the scene, they found that the rescuers were blocked by government officials. The Minister of War, inheriting his character from his superior, clenched his fists and was about to rush in, but was pulled back by the Minister of Revenue beside him. The Minister of War exclaimed angrily, "There's a fire!"
Fire! Calm down!
"Look at where it's burning!" The Minister of Revenue whispered back. "In the outskirts, there are so many large houses, yet only a few belonging to the Empress Dowager's relatives are on fire." The Minister of Justice just took some people inside for a moment. Let's wait. The Minister of War realized this too. Just then, the officials blocking the crowd suddenly moved, creating a passage. The Minister of Justice and the officials emerged, dragging a group of men dressed in simple clothes, their hair disheveled, and wearing ankle shackles. These men shouted repeatedly, "They will report to the Empress Dowager. This is treason. You will regret this." And other similar phrases. The Minister of Justice remained unmoved and ordered his subordinates to loudly announce the crimes of the relatives of the emperor. This stirred up the public, who began to throw whatever they could find at the offenders. The Minister of War quickly stepped back to stand beside the Minister of Revenue and whispered, "I see. It seems the emperor and the officials are quite decisive." The Minister of Revenue replied, "Yes, but I didn't expect the Minister of Revenue to be so willing." The Minister of War was surprised, thinking the Minister of Revenue had connections with the Empress Dowager. He quietly asked, "Willing to do what?" "To lose the houses." The Minister of Revenue looked sadly at the fire. "Rebuilding will cost a lot. If they hadn't burned, when the generals return from battle, we could reward them directly and save some money." The Minister of War put away his curious smile. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly spoke up, "Gentlemen, do you know what crime the Empress Dowager committed?" Both the Minister of War and the Minister of Revenue turned to see four well-dressed young noblemen. They were the Crown Prince, the Prince of Yen, the Prince of Linjiang, and the Prince of Shiping. Seeing them, the Minister of War recalled their features after they had taken off their clothes and instinctively clapped his hands, saying, "Ah, isn't there a mole, 2 scars, and—" The Minister of Revenue quickly kicked the Minister of War. They had secretly controlled the situation from a hidden loft and could not carelessly reveal the young prince's characteristics. The 4 handsome princes looked confused. The Minister of War then took a breath, greeted the 4 princes, and said, "Ahem, we just arrived and do not know the specifics of the crime. But with such a commotion, it could be a serious offense like treason." He said this to hint at the future announcement of the Empress Dowager's death. The 4 princes instantly became tense. They all thought, treason? Confiscation of property? Is this a warning to the feudal lords? Seeing the princes silent, the Minister of Revenue added, "Are you gentlemen here to see the Empress Dowager? Do you need—" No, we don't need anything. It's fine. We're just here to watch the excitement." The 4 princes waved their hands repeatedly. The Crown Prince casually handed over some pastries he had just bought, saying, "Gentlemen, this is from the Fresh Fragrance House, and I waited an hour to get it. It's still warm. Enjoy it while it's hot. You 2 are busy, so we'll take our leave." Hearing it was from the Fresh Fragrance House, the Minister of Revenue chose to accept it, swallowing back his refusal. The 4 young lords smiled and exchanged a few words, but once they turned away, their expressions changed dramatically. The Prince of Yen, with a small red mole on his forehead, looked serious. "Everyone, There must be something suspicious about the Empress Dowager's actions. I suggest we report this to our fathers to avoid being dragged into trouble. It should be fine, said the tall prince of Linjiang, shaking his folding fan with a relieved expression. We've been focused on the prince and the national advisor lately and haven't had time to seek out others. The prince of Shiping rolled his eyes and said, let's be more careful. We may not have sought others, but some have come looking for us. Have you forgotten about the Qin Kingdom's envoy inviting you for drinks? The prince of Linjiang paused. Oh no. I need to decline that invitation right away. We can't get involved with such things now. The other princes shared similar expressions. The officials did not directly state what the Empress Dowager and her faction had done, but this vague situation led many clever people to speculate. The officials of the Great Xia began to reflect on their actions, while the Qin Kingdom's envoy, who loved drinking culture, felt disheartened after being rejected again. At the meeting hall, envoys Zhou, Li, and Lu sat across from each other. The members of the envoy reported their situation with downcast expressions, mostly sharing bad news about the Great Xia officials' unwillingness to drink and socialize with them. Envoy Li couldn't believe it. No one even wants to drink? The other side. No, the Great Xia officials are avoiding us completely. Envoy Li frowned. What about the Empress Dowager? The others perked up a bit. There is still some news. The Empress Dowager said she could provide information, but after a pause, they whispered, it will cost more. Envoy Li was furious. He wanted to say, you greedy Empress Dowager, the Chu Kingdom is already demanding so much from us, and now you want more money? But due to the tense situation, he turned to Envoy Zhou. What do you think, Lord Zhou? Envoy Zhou pinched his fingers and replied, give it to her. Our goal is the cities of the Qin Kingdom. Money is not important, just give it to her. The other envoys exchanged glances, feeling it might be a waste, but also seeing the logic in it. At that moment, Envoy Lu suddenly said, gentlemen, this seems a bit strange. Since the Empress Dowager's relatives have been removed, wouldn't the Great Xia take action against her? Envoy Li looked at Envoy Lu in shock and scorned. How can you think like that? Which royal family would blame their own Empress Dowager? Aren't they afraid of being ridiculed for being unfilial and immoral? Zhou looked at Lu with a mocking expression and said, besides, the Empress Dowager is a princess from the Chu Kingdom. Isn't the Xia Kingdom afraid of being held accountable by Chu? Even if the Empress Dowager makes mistakes, I think the worst that could happen is that her relatives will be punished to set an example. Lu still felt something was off and argued back. However, the other envoys did not agree, leading to a heated dispute. In the end, Li and Zhou stood up angrily and invited their colleagues to leave, leaving Lu alone in the meeting hall. Lu was not upset. She took a sip of tea and thought carefully. Just then, a strange voice came from outside the door. Lord Lu, instead of being sidelined, why not seek a better opportunity elsewhere? Lu turned to see a Xia official she had previously spoken with. It was the Grand Scholar of the Great Xia and Qi Quan. Lu calmly probed, you flatter me, but there are many talented people in the world. I am not worth mentioning. I have no merits that deserve your attention. The Grand Scholar replied softly, because you have talent. And also because you are a living female protagonist with reference value. Lu scoffed lightly and set down her teacup. Sir, what you're suggesting is quite serious. Instead of being vague, let's be straightforward and talk about something practical. The Grand Scholar and Qi Quan exchanged glances. The Grand Scholar stepped forward and said, because the national teacher's divination shows that you have a connection with our Great Xia. Lu nearly choked on her tea. Cough, cough.
What?
She looked at them in shock, her eyes reflecting disbelief at how superstitious they were. The Grand Scholar continued, yes, the national teacher also predicted your past, present, and future. For example, the only people in Qin Kingdom who know your gender are the Crown Prince, the Prince, and the Emperor. After speaking halfway, the Grand Scholar suddenly felt that Lu's life was not tragic enough. To make her fear returning to Qin Kingdom, he intentionally altered some details of the story. He continued, they will all be detrimental to you. After you return to Qin, you will be imprisoned and used by the Crown Prince and the Emperor. eventually becoming a concubine of the old Emperor of Qin, dying alone in the end. Qi Quan's eyes twitched slightly. You might have gone too far with this alteration, turning a vengeful and cunning protagonist into a naive one trapped in a dire situation. At first, Lu listened seriously, but as she heard more, a smirk appeared on her face. Once the Grand Scholar confidently finished, Lu coldly replied, "You lack sincerity. Let's drop this matter." The Grand Scholar? He couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean there's no sincerity?" Lu Shurcheng glanced at the Grand Scholar and replied calmly, "I regard etiquette, hierarchy, and purity as nothing. How could I possibly make such a choice in the future?" The Grand Scholar felt awkward. Indeed, he hadn't considered Lu Shurcheng's true character when he made his changes. Not wanting to ruin everything, the Grand Scholar honestly shared his real thoughts and intentions. Lu Shurcheng remained expressionless, but sat down to listen again. However, once the Grand Scholar finished speaking, Lu Shurcheng thoughtfully said, "Thank you for the information. If I hold a high position in the Qin Kingdom in the future, I will repay you." The Grand Scholar felt uneasy. "So you actually enjoy facing challenges, huh?" He tried to persuade Lu Shurcheng, even using a bit of intimidation, but Lu Shurcheng firmly insisted that even if all secrets were revealed and she were killed, she would not betray her country. Such stubborn remarks made the Grand Scholar completely lose his composure. He blurted out, "If you're so resolute, why did you hesitate when I first threatened you while disguised as a man?" Lu Shurcheng chuckled lightly, looking at the Grand Scholar with wisdom. "One must test the waters." The Grand Scholar. Qi Quan observed for a while and thought he could only try a different approach. He then cupped his hands and said, "Lord Lu, the National Master did not expect you to provide much information about the Qin Kingdom. She simply feels you are a pity and wants to help you." Lu Shurcheng smiled but remained unmoved. Qi Quan continued, "I believe that with your intelligence, you must have already prepared for the troubles of your identity being exposed. The National Master has also said, with Lord Lu, even if a deal fails, there is still kindness. So I would like to extend another invitation. If one day you feel disappointed with the Qin Kingdom and wish to appear in the official world as a woman, you can anonymously participate in the Great Xia's female civil service examination." Lu Shurcheng paused while drinking tea and looked up. "Female civil service examination? In court?" Qi Quan replied calmly, "Exactly. Not the internal female officials of the Chu Kingdom." Lu Shurcheng scoffed. "You really think I'm foolish enough to fall for that?" Qi Quan raised his voice as a woman. "Do you really belittle yourself like this?" Then, Qi Quan recounted what he had heard from Yuan Wan about how Wang Erniu had successfully persuaded Lu Shurcheng to take her as a disciple. This experience, having gone through a test, made Lu Shurcheng's heart waver. In short, her resolve was shaken. She suddenly said, "Female examiner, how do you solve the issue of women's education?" Qi Quan directly took out 2 items, a copy of the Analects and a document from the Great Xia. Lu Shurcheng hesitated for a moment before taking the document. She first glanced at the official seal on the document, then looked closely at the content, which stated that both men and women could participate in the Imperial examination next year, detailing the examination process, question scope, and participation methods. Lu Shurcheng's eyes sparkled with interest. "You Great Xia are quite bold, but it's very difficult." Then, she took the copy of the Analects and, at first, her expression was calm as she softly asked, "Impressive. What's the cost?" "Affordable, and can be mass-produced." Lu Shurcheng paused, then continued to flip through the book. After several pages, she suddenly flipped back to the first page and compared the words on the first and fourth pages. She took a deep breath. "The handwriting is neat. No, it's exactly the same." "Sir, the text on this page is not manually copied?" Qi Quan admired Lu Shurcheng and nodded, saying, "You are truly wise, Lady Lu. Great Xia indeed has tools to assist. Perhaps in 2 months, you will see identical copies of the Analects in any corner of Great Xia." Lu Shurcheng, unable to hide her shock, was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Who told you the advice you gave me about female officials?" Qi Quan replied, It was I who suggested it. Impossible, Lu Shiqing said firmly. Qi Quan was taken aback. Why? The Grand Scholar also looked at Lu Shiqing in surprise, wondering how she could always guess correctly. Lu Shiqing examined Qi Quan and replied calmly, because you carry the air of an arrogant noble. You wouldn't do something that undermines your own foundation. The ones pushing for this can only be the royal family or common women. At this point, Lu Shiqing stood up. To be honest, what you said makes me long for it. But I have already pledged myself to Qin. Qi Quan patiently listened and said, Lady Lu, if after hearing this you still hold your view, I will leave immediately and never persuade you again. Lu Shiqing waved her hand. No need for more words. Nothing could shake me more than this. Qi Quan said, It's about the death of your adoptive parents. Lu Shiqing suddenly turned her head. Qi Quan continued, Your birth mother worried you would be exposed, so since childhood, she arranged for you to grow up with the Li couple in Li family town, near the border of Xia and Chun under the guise of studying abroad. When you were 14, the old emperor of Chun liked to hunt people. Your adoptive parents were treated like prey and thrown into the hunting ground to be shot. Your biological mother stirred things up and hindered your investigation. Qi Quan shared many related details and finally said calmly, If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. Lu Shiqing was so angry that he trembled all over, suddenly standing up and throwing his official cap to the ground. Darn. I won't serve this broken Qin country anymore. Qi Quan left his contact information for Lu Shiqing and then departed. The Grand Scholar followed him closely and, after a moment of silence, suddenly clasped his hands and said, You are impressive, young master. You managed to twist the information about the little national master, while I was left embarrassed. Amazing. Qi Quan continued walking and softly replied, When did I twist anything? The Grand Scholar chuckled. I can recite the information presented by the Minister of Rights. I didn't see anything about adoptive parents being treated as prey. Qi Quan stopped, turned back calmly, and asked, How about the part where Lu Shiqing accepted the new crown prince of Chen's goodwill?
Can you recite that?
The Grand Scholar was momentarily speechless. Qi Quan watched him for a moment and suddenly laughed. I was just joking. What I mentioned wasn't twisting the facts. It was the result of my investigation into the Li family's adoptive parents. The Grand Scholar was surprised. You really investigated? Qi Quan looked at him in confusion. Otherwise, what? Should we wait for the National Master to reveal everything? What would be our purpose then? The Grand Scholar suddenly felt a sense of shame and couldn't help but mutter. His Majesty said that the National Master is always right. His Majesty also said to be self-reliant and always check for any gaps for the little National Master, Qi Quan said, looking at the Grand Scholar. Everything about Lu Shiqing's relationship with his biological and adoptive parents is based on detailed investigation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the confidence to try to persuade a clever and determined top scholar. The Grand Scholar felt inexplicably looked down upon and retorted, Does the young master think we shouldn't try to outsmart those who are smarter than us? Qi Quan replied calmly, You should say that. Don't try to fool someone smarter than yourself. The Grand Scholar's smile froze. Qi Quan said, You need to recognize yourself. The Grand Scholar watched Qi Quan's carefree figure leave and inwardly cursed. Darn it, Qi Quan has already pushed aside the minor official and become the number one on his dislike list. At the same time, Lu, the envoy, felt increasingly disgusted as she read the reports. Her emotions were unsettled, and after pacing in circles for a while, she stood up and walked outside. As she exited the meeting hall, she ran into the returning envoy group, several of whom were still tipsy, with two of them playfully leaning on each other while playing a game. Upon seeing Lu's frown, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Those who were closer to Lu quickly turned away, lowering their heads in shame. Zhou, another envoy, felt jealous. He already envied talented individuals and disliked those who competed with him for power. He shot a cold glance at a few of his drunken companions. One of them, with a flushed face, shivered and pretended to vomit. When he looked up, still dazed, he whistled at Lu. Then he slapped the shoulder of the person next to him and said, Wow, what a beautiful lady. It's lucky you were born in our Qin country. Otherwise, in Shu, the old emperor would have taken you to his palace by now.
Ha ha ha.
As soon as he spoke, others joined in, mocking Lu's appearance and slandering her rise to power with various insults. Hearing this made Lu even more nauseous. What nonsense! The officials were pushing her aside, and her family was being harmed. She needed to leave Qin country as soon as possible. Lu's silence was misunderstood by Zhou, who, fueled by alcohol, couldn't help but make a snide remark. Heh, remember when a certain lord said we should take care of Lu? Li, another envoy, burped and chimed in, ha, is it that lord? I was told the same. I just can't understand how someone so tough can be like a woman.
Ouch.
Before he could finish, Li doubled over in pain, clutching himself. The others who were mocking her were confused. Suddenly, they felt a shadow pass by, followed by a sharp pain in their lower bodies.
Ah!
Help! I think it's broken. All the men who had insulted Lu clutched their groins, grimacing in pain. You. Zhou stammered, covering himself and pointing at Lu, you've gone mad. His emotions were a mix of extreme joy and intense anger. Lu turned and walked away. Zhou watched her retreating figure, imagining the day he would completely control the envoy group, a joy that even overshadowed his physical pain. He stood up, legs crossed, and exclaimed, "Run? You think you can run away?" Before the words were finished, Zhou Shiqing saw the other person pick up 2 long sticks from the side and charge at him. Zhou Shiqing realized he was in trouble, but he couldn't run fast with his legs trapped. Soon he was struck repeatedly, crying out in pain. Lu Shiqing not only attacked Zhou Shiqing but also gave Li Shiqing a good beating. As for the few onlookers who wanted to help, Lu Shiqing first threatened them with her family background, then promised them a large sum of money when she returned to Qin country. With one hand holding a gourd and the other a stick, the onlookers quickly surrendered. They only pretended to pull at her, letting Lu Shiqing hit them a few times before stepping back. Lu Shiqing thought that since she was going to run away anyway, she might as well collect some interest first. After a satisfying fight, much of the frustration she had been holding inside disappeared. Holding the broken stick, she coldly addressed everyone. Welcome to the Lu residence to cause trouble. I look forward to your visit. With that, she tossed the stick to the ground and walked away. Just as Lu Shiqing exited the meeting hall, she saw Qi Quan and the Grand Scholar waiting at the door. Lu Shiqing paused and smiled slightly. Worried I might run away? Qi Quan replied calmly. Some people heard commotion inside. I came to offer assistance. Lu Shiqing rolled her eyes, thinking that assistance was just a nice way of saying watching her. But she didn't mind. She was preparing for a fresh start, and being monitored was good for clearing her complicated background. Lu Shiqing walked down and said, "All right. Please help me find a place to stay in the capital." The Grand Scholar felt something was off. Lu Shiqing, what's going on? The spy mission isn't even finished, and you're already asking for benefits?
Who would agree to that?
To his surprise, Qi Quan directly said, okay. The Grand Scholar, that I can endure this. Lu Shiqing was silent for a moment before saying, I want to start a girls' school. Help me create a buzz, and hide my identity. The Grand Scholar's eyes widened. Wait, this request is getting ridiculous.
Who would agree to that?
Unexpectedly, Qi Quan was silent for a moment, and then said, Sure, but you need to teach them not just for education, but also how to apply what they learn for the Imperial exams. Lu Shiqing glanced at Qi Quan. Good. Arrange for my fake death or disappearance as soon as possible. Qi Quan replied calmly, fire, drowning or? Lu Shiqing thought for a moment. Drowning or disappearance might work. Right, remember to act first. Qi Quan smiled. Of course. This situation will definitely fall on your former colleague. The scholar stared in shock as the two began discussing how to escape the situation. He could no longer hold back. He politely asked, Lord Lu, may I ask when you plan to move to the Xia Kingdom? Lord Lu blinked calmly and replied, Today. The scholar gasped, Really? But didn't you just tell them to find you at the Lu family in the Qin Kingdom? Lord Lu looked at the scholar with a slight smile and said, Let them find the talented one from the Lu family in Qin. What does that have to do with me? Lu Mingxia from the Xia kingdom. The scholar was speechless. Lord Lu then turned to Qi Quan and asked, any more questions? Qi Quan smiled and shook his head, no. Welcome, Lord Lu, or rather Lu Mingxia, to the great Xia. Lu Mingxia stood straight and performed a respectful greeting, saying, I dare not. Thank you, my lord. Then she left without even glancing at the scholar, leaving gracefully. The scholar turned to Qi Quan and whispered, it's over. Does this count as a failure? If she doesn't return to Qin, how will we get information? Qi Quan patiently waited for the scholar to finish, and then said, my lord, we can recruit many spies, but it's rare to find someone as capable as Lord Lu. Emphasizing capable, Qi Quan continued, her willingness to completely sever ties with Chen and stay in Xia is a good thing. The scholar paused, realizing he had almost forgotten that studying the female lead was their original intention. Qi Quan added, moreover, the Emperor values the Imperial examination highly. She is worth it. The scholar nodded, I understand. But what does that have to do with her? The Crown Prince, Prime Minister Li, and Prime Minister Wang were all sent to monitor the selection of talents for the examination, showing how much the Emperor valued it. But what did this have to do with Lord Lu? Qi Quan was momentarily speechless, looking at the scholar as if he were a naive prince. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Qi Quan couldn't help but elaborate. If Lord Lu participates in the examination under a different identity, her gender and talent will become a great symbol for the examination. With such a figure leading the way, more people will be attracted to participate, making it easier for the Emperor to promote the examination for both men and women. The scholar was enlightened and sincerely said, yes, yes, yes. I was thinking in the wrong direction. At this point, the scholar suddenly froze. Yes, no wonder the envoy Lu spoke with such confidence earlier. It seems he has already figured everything out. Wow, truly a remarkable female lead in a revenge story. The turmoil surrounding the Empress Dowager's relatives is not only causing waves in the Great Xia, but is also being closely watched by Chen and Shu countries. The Emperor of Qin issued 5 orders in a row, instructing the Qin delegation to take advantage of the chaos to win over Xia officials and quickly reclaim 3 cities, offering compensation of gold and silver for this. However, before these orders reached the Xia kingdom, they were intercepted by the Jinyue under Lu's influence. The Jinyue changed 3 cities to 2 cities and can compensate with gold and silver to will spare no expense to compensate with gold, silver, and minerals, strengthening cooperation with the Empress Dowager of Xia. Meanwhile, the Qin delegation in Xia discovered the truth about Lu's suspected drowning, which terrified them because Xia officials came to investigate. They were the last people to have a conflict with Lu and feared being suspected as the murderer, wishing they could falsely claim Lu was just missing. Now, seeing Chen's anxious orders, they were even more flustered, like ants on a hot pan, completely in disarray. Finally, Envoy Zhou stepped in to take charge, saying, Envoy Lu is the Emperor's trusted aide and a talented young man. Since he is missing, we must achieve something before we return. So, let's increase the funds and offer more to the Empress Dowager to get favorable news for Chen as soon as possible. As a result, the Minister of Revenue in Xia looked at the stacks of gold bricks, grinning widely. He even told the Minister of War responsible for creating false information, mix in some true and false news. Keep the Qin delegation steady. We need to take our time with them. Don't scare the sheep too much. The Minister of War was speechless. But when he sent false information to Qin, he changed the ratio from 9 false to 1 true to 6 false and 4 true. Of course, he wasn't swayed by the promise of increased military funding from the Minister of Revenue. The Emperor of Chu ordered the 4th prince to contact the Empress Dowager of Xia. After receiving the order, the 4th prince quickly found the bald Grand Master and asked what to do. The Grand Master gently shook his head. The speed at which Xia dealt with the Empress Dowager's relatives shows that her situation is quite dire. Approaching recklessly could be dangerous. The 4th prince frowned slightly. So, are you suggesting we completely abandon our connection with the Empress Dowager? The Grand Master sincerely replied, exactly. The 4th prince fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Grand Master, has your granddaughter mentioned when she would be willing to visit you in Chu?" The bald Grand Master felt a heaviness in his heart and sighed. "I have no selfish motives in this suggestion. If the fourth prince does not believe me, then so be it." The fourth prince of Chu quickly realized his earlier mistake and hurriedly helped the bald Grandmaster up, saying, "Grandmaster, I mean no offense. It's just that my father has ordered me to engage with the Empress Dowager, and I hope you can offer some advice." The bald Grandmaster tried to gather his spirits and continue giving suggestions, but he sighed inwardly. The schemes of the Xia Kingdom. Even though he was honest with the fourth prince, their relationship could never return to what it was. As for the Shu Kingdom, just before the court session ended, an official reported to the regent prince about the misfortunes of the Empress Dowager's relatives from the Xia Kingdom. The Prince of Shu had only one reaction after hearing this. "Mao-Wutai? Send someone there." The official from Shu was puzzled. Why send someone to Mao-Wutai now that the Empress Dowager has returned? One ambitious official, "You too," cautiously said, "Your Highness, are you looking to investigate any remaining information? I had someone arrange for information near Mount Wutai years ago. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The Prince of Shu immediately turned to Yu Tuesday, quickly write up a report on the scenery, famous sites, and local delicacies around Mount Wutai. Also, by everything interesting nearby. All right, court is dismissed. With that, the Prince of Shu stood up and left. Yu Tu was left in shock, huh? His friend sympathetically spoke up. That noble from the Qin Kingdom has recently brought back many small items and stories from Mount Wutai, making several ladies very happy. Your Highness must be feeling competitive. Yu Tu was in despair. What? This foolish ruler. His friend quickly covered Yu Tu's mouth. Don't shout. At least in other matters, the prince is quite reliable, like handling land consolidation and trade taxes. If you let him step down, who knows what kind of emperor might take his place? Which would you prefer? Yu Tu suddenly felt a chill and, after a long silence, ripped off his official hat and turned to leave. His friend was stunned and quickly chased after him, only to hear Yu Tu say, "Forget it, I don't want to choose between two bad options. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place." The other three kingdoms were in chaos due to the Empress Dowager incident. The turmoil in the Xia Kingdom calmed down after about 14 days. Especially after the blood flowing at the gate of heavenly purity was cleaned up, there was no sound of discussion about the Empress Dowager's relatives, as if they had never existed. On this day, the emperor and the crown prince got up yawning, with the third prince following behind. It was his first time going to court with a small official role, and he felt a bit excited. On the way to pick up Yuan Wan for court, the crown prince couldn't help but say, "Father, I didn't expect the situation with the Empress Dowager's relatives to be handled so smoothly. The 6 ministries are working closely together, and even if there are minor disagreements, they are openly discussed." I can hardly remember the days of deceit and intrigue. The emperor replied, "With a big issue looming over us, if the political situation in the Great Xia cannot stabilize, it might be better to open the city gates and seek refuge with another country." The crown prince smiled awkwardly but kindly. The emperor then looked at the third prince. "Later, when you enter the room, call for Jior." The third prince replied loudly, "Yes, father." The emperor nodded and continued walking. This was not the third prince's first time at court, but it was his first time going with an official role, so he felt a bit more excited. As they were about to reach the national master's residence, the third prince couldn't help but ask, "Father, what should I do when we get to court? When should I present documents? When should I give my opinions? When should I?" The emperor casually replied, "You don't need to do anything. Just wake your sister up when the time comes." The third prince. The crown prince patted the third prince on the shoulder. "Don't think too much. It's always like this the first time at court. Just listen and observe and keep quiet." He felt embarrassed to say directly that their father was worried about Jior's recent bad mood in the mornings, so he had called the third prince to help handle her temper. At that moment, they arrived at the national master's residence. To everyone's surprise, Yuan Wan was already awake. No, to be more precise, a palace maid was carrying Yuan Wan and moving quickly, while two other palace maids were chasing after them, shouting, "Stop."
Wait.
The emperor and the others looked over, surprised to see the two maids carrying a pair of twins running after them. The emperor and the others. Suddenly, the maid carrying Yuan Wan dashed toward the emperor and the others. System. Wan, look. Your father and the others are back.
Quick.
Love doesn't disappear, but it can be redirected. Yuan Ruan.
Charge.
The emperor and the others were puzzled, but when they saw the adorable little one reaching out to them, the emperor naturally picked Yuan Wan up. Father, I missed you, Yuan Wan said happily. The dragon and phoenix twins who followed looked confused for a moment, then mimicked the crown prince and the third prince by reaching out their hands. At that moment, the emperor noticed Yuan Ruan's round little eyes looking sympathetically in that direction, especially at the third prince. The emperor looked over and saw the eighth prince slap the third prince's cheek hard, followed by a bite. The third prince remained expressionless. Just by looking at his wide-open eyes and his red ears, one could guess how much it hurt. As for the crown prince, he was also hit hard on the head by the eighth princess, making a loud bang sound. The emperor. The system nervously commented, Yuan Wan, being liked by little ones comes with some risks, especially from such powerful little babies who think, if I like you, I should bite you. Yuan Wan replied, yes, luckily they only release their biting energy every few days. The system suggested, actually, Yuan Wan can bounce back. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. I just don't want to be bitten. I don't want to ruin their baby teeth. The emperor chuckled and pinched Yuan Ruan's cheek, then said to the palace maids, take the eighth prince and the eighth princess back to rest. The dragon and phoenix twins, having released their biting energy, were now quite well behaved and fell asleep while yawning. The third prince eagerly picked up Yuan Wan. Yuan Wan was taken aback for a moment and obediently said, third brother, okay. Yuan Wan thought, isn't today a court meeting? Are we going to school? Oh no, I'd rather just sit in the court. Hearing this comment, the emperor raised an eyebrow and instinctively asked, what books has little Nine been reading lately? Yuan Ruan's chubby face turned awkward, replying to father, I read the Analects. The emperor raised an eyebrow, still the Analects? Can you recite it now? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened, huh? Recite? Father, no, I was just auditing. The emperor nodded, as if it were obvious, right? You've listened to it over 100 times these days. You should be able to recite it by now. Yuan Ruan's pupils shook. Wait, I was just listening to the teacher talk.
Who can recite that?
Then she tugged at the emperor's sleeve, looked up, and said softly, Father, I can't recite it. The emperor looked down and met Yuan Ruan's round, slightly nervous eyes. After a moment, he gently pinched her chubby cheek and said naturally, It's normal. The crown prince and the third prince can't recite it either. Crown prince and third prince. The system quietly added, your brother is actually quite good. He can recite it after listening to it 20 times. Your big nephew can recite it almost perfectly after listening to it 50 times, and the third prince's memory is also. The system saw Yuan Ruan's little face looking down and quickly added, but Ruan, you can summon lightning and control the wind. They can't do that. You're the most amazing. Yuan Wan choked up. Thank you. The emperor laughed and picked Yuan Ruan up, heading towards the Golden Lawn Hall. Today, the discussion in the hall was about the Xiongnu's recent defeat and the Qin Kingdom's delegation wanting to continue their negotiations. After listening for a while, Yuan Wan started to doze off. Suddenly, she heard some amusing news. In summary, a group of old princes in charge of the Zongjing office were ill at home and urgently needed a new acting Zongjing to handle royal family cases and maintain the stability and development of the office. After much deliberation, they chose the third prince and appointed Qi Quan and the third prince as assistants for Zongjing affairs. The system was also surprised. They chose the third prince to manage the Zongjing office? Do they want it to fail? The officials struggled to hold back their laughter. Nearby, the third prince, who was slacking off, was unhappy to hear this. Why would choosing him mean the office would fail?
But soon he cheered up. All right.
The system is right. With so many powerful relatives of the Empress Dowager gone, There are still plenty of opportunities left. Why wouldn't I want to take part? Yuan Wan almost choked on the system's words. Well, it's not that bad. The system replied, true. The third prince is probably just a mascot. The real work will be done by Qi Quan and the third prince. One is smooth and the other is strong. They might handle the office's messy affairs quite effectively. Qi Quan and the third prince. Yuan Wan suddenly perked up. Messy affairs of the Zongjing office? What are they? The officials instantly sensed some gossip. They all looked over. The system said, I haven't looked into the specifics, but many issues the Zongjing office has dealt with before are family conflicts among royal members, which can be quite dramatic. I believe with the third prince in charge, it will definitely be more dramatic. The officials were puzzled about why having the third prince in charge would make it more dramatic. The third prince also looked confused. Yuan Ruan voiced their thoughts. System, what's the connection between dramatic stories and the third prince? The system replied, Arwan, this is metaphysics. Let me put it this way. What's the connection between a murder case and Conan? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in realization. Got it. Everyone else was more confused. Murder case? Conan? Little National Master, what do you understand? What kind of riddle are you playing? Everyone in the Great Xia was curious about what the system had to say. After the morning court, all eyes were on the third prince. Feeling uncomfortable under so many stares, the third prince had goosebumps all over. Just then, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve and heard a soft voice. Uncle, uncle. He looked down and met the round, big eyes of Yuan Ruan. He smiled at her cuteness and, without thinking, said, Oh, little ancestor, I'm here. Yuan Ruan was taken aback. The third prince was also surprised by his own words. He quickly added, If you need anything, Uncle will help you with it. Yuan Ruan tugged at him again, saying, Uncle, I missed you. The third prince immediately sensed the emperor's brother's sharp gaze and quickly picked up Yuan Ruan to shield her from the emperor, whispering, Uncle missed you too. But Uncle knows you miss your father even more, right? The emperor, Yuan Ruan, and the third prince were all silent. Qi Quan sighed and stepped forward, his deep voice saying, You should rest. Let me carry her. Princess, do you want to go out to play? I can. Yuan Ruan interrupted, To the Zongjing, the official residence. Qi Quan's mouth twitched. The little national teacher wanted to go see something fun. Just as he was about to refuse, the third prince eagerly spoke up. Great idea. Let's all go to the Zongjing residence together. System. Yay. The third prince is really nice. Yuan Ruan, yay. Let's go see. Qi Quan and the third prince exchanged glances. The emperor gave the crown prince a look, and the crown prince understood that the emperor was worried that if something unexpected happened, the third prince might not be reliable, so he needed to go along to help. He stepped forward, smiling at Yuan Ruan's sister. How about I accompany you? Yuan Ruan happily reached out to the crown prince, saying, Yes, crown prince, brother, take me with you. The crown prince carried Yuan Ruan and moved forward. The third prince was about to follow, when Qi Quan pulled him back. Confused, the third prince turned to see Qi Quan's face filled with helplessness. Qi Quan lowered his voice. Why are you encouraging the little national teacher to go? The third prince felt a bit displeased and wanted to act tough, but thinking of his mother's strictness, he muttered quietly, I'm not encouraging her. She wants to go herself. Qi Quan's mouth twitched, and he said softly, Right. Then why are you so supportive of her going? Because she's amazing. The third prince looked surprised, as if to say, How do you not understand? He lowered his voice and rubbed his fingers together. The little national master is really impressive. If bad people want to do something wrong, they read the signs. If a criminal wants to hide something, they read the signs. Hey, with the little national master around, we have nothing to worry about. It's so easy. Just a moment ago, the third prince was ambitious and wanted to achieve something. Qi Quan's eyes twitched. He knew the third prince liked to be lazy, but he didn't expect him to be this outrageous. Taking a deep breath, Qi Quan spoke slowly, You know that with the little national master handling things, we have nothing to do. But this task was given to us because His Majesty trusts us. If we don't show our value, what tasks will His Majesty give us in the future? He emphasized the word "we" several times. The third prince patted Chi Quan on the shoulder with a knowing look. Don't worry, there are plenty of tasks. Chi Quan felt a lump in his throat. The third prince also looked over. You shouldn't doubt it, the third prince said with a weary expression, filled with reluctance. You see how useless I've been all these years, yet I'm still assigned these tasks. You should understand. Really, you don't need to be too eager because there will always be more work. As he spoke, a strong sense of resignation filled the air. Chi Quan. There was something off about this, but it also made some sense. However, when Chi Quan came to his senses and saw the third prince looking cheerful, he muttered softly, Hey, let's finish early today and go for a stroll. Maybe play polo. Chi Quan felt a mix of frustration and amusement. He patted the third prince's shoulder and pointed around. Do you see the people nearby? Have you noticed their gazes? The third prince looked over and met the intense stares of the officials. He quickly looked away and cleared his throat.
So, what if they look? They can't take a piece of me.
That's not it. I just wanted to say, don't think about finishing early. Chi Quan smiled faintly at the third prince. With the little national master here, we will actually have more work. The third prince confidently replied, That's impossible. The little national master is very reliable. Cases are handled quickly. How could I have more work? Chi Quan glanced at the eager officials and smiled without saying anything. At that moment, one of the officials spoke up. The Minister of War said, I'll go too. I happen to be visiting a general I served with third prince. Let's go together. The third prince actually wanted to refuse, as it would be difficult to sneak away with colleagues around. But since this social obligation was brought up, he could only nod in agreement. The Minister of War stroked his beard with satisfaction. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward and said, Prince San, I happen to have some matters to investigate regarding nobles helping others to fraudulently claim rations. I should go to the Ministry of Justice as well. Prince San's eyes widened in shock. An audit? This would add so much to his workload.
But,
with such a straightforward reason, he had to nod in agreement. At that moment, the Minister of Justice also approached and cleared his throat. I have heard that some petty criminals are impersonating nobles in the capital. I need to visit the main royal residence to check on the nobles' records. Prince San.
What?
Checking records from recent years? How long would he have to accompany them? Prince San looked at the slowly approaching Minister of Rights, Prime Minister Li, and the Minister of Personnel, feeling somewhat confused. Wait, something seems off. Chi Quan watched Prince San's silly expression and couldn't bear to see his grandmother's reputation suffer too much. So, Chi Quan stepped forward and softly said, They probably want a legitimate reason to enter the Ministry of Justice. Prince Sen suddenly realized some people's ulterior motives. Those meddling onlookers. If they want to watch, just watch. Why do they have to drag me into their official business? Do they think I would report them for sneaking in during work hours? I would only bring snacks to share with them. This is infuriating. Prince Sen gritted his teeth and said, How frustrating. Do they think I would force them to handle official matters? Chi Quan calmly replied, Perhaps they think, since they are already here, they might as well do something productive. Besides, staying a few extra days for official duties won't raise any eyebrows. Prince San fell silent. He noticed some court officials holding memorials, eager to act. Prince San whispered to Chi Quan, Is there still a way to send the young national teacher away now? Chi Quan smiled slightly. No, there isn't. Prince San, despair. The Ministry of Justice was large and not like ordinary offices set up on the street. Those who wanted to conduct business had to pass an identity check by the guards at the entrance before meeting with the officials to discuss their issues. Yuan Wan excitedly approached, but she had nearly finished a fruit platter and hadn't seen anything happening here. Most who came were just there to register their relatives in the royal genealogy. Yuan Wan, Sister, I feel like this isn't dramatic. It's just boring. The prince, carrying a pile of noble identity documents, nodded repeatedly, wishing he could loudly say, The national teacher is right. Why not go back first and take away all these onlookers? System. Could it be that I misjudged the third prince? That shouldn't be. Hiss. Maybe the trouble isn't with the newcomers. Yuan Wan. Then who is it? The Minister of Revenue, who was counting on an abacus, slowed down his pace. The other officials who had come for government affairs also perked up their ears. System. Could it be with these ministers? Look, there are 3 or 4 here today. Wow, except for the Minister of Works. Everyone is present. Should we check on them? The 5 ministers who wanted to gossip. The third prince suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Yuan Wan looked over in surprise and saw the third prince holding his stomach, laughing while patting the document in his hand. This is what we call losing out while trying to gain. Haha. Qi Quan's mouth twitched slightly. Before Yuan Wan could become suspicious and offend the 5 ministers, Qi Quan slammed a large stack of bamboo slips onto the table in front of the third prince, causing him to cough from the thick layer of dust. Qi Quan said expressionlessly, "It's time to get to work." Third prince. Unfilial child. Then he opened the bamboo slips and continued to review the materials. Yuan Wan. Suddenly laughing, then suddenly silent while working. Is the third prince okay? System. Wan. Don't you think this scene feels familiar? Yuan Wan paused, suddenly recalling her past as 007. Yes. How can a working person not go crazy? Triggered by the system's memories, Yuan Wan immediately thought of her unspent year-end bonus. Sob. She wasn't in the mood to gossip, just wanted to fill the emptiness inside with food. She kept eating and eating. After a moment, Yuan Wan suddenly burped loudly. Not good. I'm too full, feeling a bit uncomfortable. System. Then hurry and let it out, don't hold it in. The crown prince, hearing this, looked a bit anxious. He gently patted Yuan Wan's back and said softly, "Did you eat too much? How about some digestive food?" Before he could finish, Yuan Wan turned her head and, like a fountain, vomited. A couple who had just entered happened to get splashed. Everyone. Yuan Wan felt extremely embarrassed. She quickly got down and offered a handkerchief to the man who was wiping his clothes, apologizing, "Are you okay?" "That was my fault. I'll pay for your clothes." The young man was still a bit upset. "You little one. How could you?" Before he could finish, he was suddenly pinched by the woman next to him. Afterward, the thin woman squatted down and respectfully said, "Greetings, young master. It is a blessing for us to see you today. You don't need to worry about the dress." Upon hearing she was the master, the young man's expression changed immediately, and he quickly replied, Yes. So, it's the master. Oh my, this is a blessing for today." He spoke for a while and concluded, "This dress carries your aura. There's no need to wash it. It should be kept at home as a keepsake." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The system displayed a shocked expression. Oh my. Is he planning to keep it without washing? Yuan Wan, with her chubby face full of panic, hurriedly said, "You need to compensate. It must be washed." Seeing the man about to speak again, she quickly took a small trinket from her hand and handed it to the woman, saying, "Here, take this as a keepsake." The woman was taken aback and did not move. The prince gently said, "Lady Mingqing, there's no need for such formality. Jewar has a connection with you. Since she has given it, you should accept it." He also glanced at the dress. It should be washed. Lady Mingqing quickly bowed and accepted it. Yuan Wan was startled to hear the title lady, as only the daughters of princes or noble lords could have such a title. However, this woman, though beautiful, wore no headpiece or jewelry, and while her dress was lovely, it clearly did not match the status of a lady. Yuan Wan noticed this detail, and the prince did too. He frowned and gently asked, "Did you encounter some trouble today? Perhaps there are thieves at home?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lady Mingqing's face as she awkwardly touched her hair and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. Fortunately, I came today just to see my father." The prince found it a bit strange, but kindly reassured her, "There's no need to be so formal. Your father only has some financial dealings with the Empress Dowager. My father is worried about leaks, so he temporarily detained a few officials from the 8th prince's residence. They will be released in a few days." Lady Mingqing bowed again and expressed her thanks. After a pause, she suddenly asked, Your Highness, since there is no major issue, may I visit my father today?
Well,
The prince hesitated, not wanting to overshadow her request, and pointed to the third prince, Qi Quan, and the third prince behind him. Perhaps you should ask them. The third prince and the others had not planned to allow anyone in. At that moment, the system said, R1, if this lady doesn't see her father today, he might be gone in a few days. Yuan Wan replied.
what?
How to say it? System. Hey, do you remember the classic play Romeo and Juliet? Yuan Wan, yes. The courtiers gathered quietly like sharks sensing blood. What Romeo and Juliet? Can the system use a more common reference from our culture? System. She disguised herself as a maid to sneak out, hoping to gain the eighth prince's approval. But if she doesn't see him today, her family will take her back as soon as she leaves the Jingzong mansion, and she might end up in a tragic situation. Everyone. The third prince couldn't bring himself to refuse visiting the eighth prince. He cleared his throat and said, All right, but only for a short time. Princess Mingqing and the young man thanked him repeatedly. The third prince took the key and moved forward, with Princess Mingqing and the young man following closely. After a few steps, the third prince suddenly stopped and said, Servants cannot accompany us. Princess Mingqing froze in place. The young man, still following the third prince, looked confused and said, Your Highness, we didn't bring any servants. The third prince looked at him and fell silent. System, haha. The third prince's first task is a disaster. He must be panicking inside. His inner thoughts. Oh no, on my first job at the Jingzong mansion, I mistook a noble for a servant. How embarrassing. What should I do? The third prince leading everyone forward. Yuan Wan, haha. But I don't think it's the third prince's fault. This Romeo, although handsome, is dressed in dark, simple clothes and is with Princess Mingqing. Many servants in noble families look just as good. It's understandable to be mistaken. Everyone. Romeo? Are they suggesting this young man is close to Princess Mingqing? That's impossible. His hands are rough, and he doesn't have a family crest on his clothes, clearly from a common background. Only the crown prince, who has seen too many dramatic situations, cautiously asked, What is your relationship? The young man replied, We are married. Princess Mingqing said, We are engaged. After they spoke, they exchanged a glance. The young man looked a bit dissatisfied but quickly took her wrist when he noticed her distracted state. Everyone. At the same time, the third prince also stopped, signaling that they had arrived at their destination, the temporary residence of the eighth prince. The third prince unlocked the door and saw a figure standing at a table, pulling on a silk circle that was wrapped around a beam. The county lord suddenly screamed, Father! The man leaned forward slightly, his head caught in a loop, as if he was about to hang himself. The county lord became more anxious and ran forward uncontrollably, shouting, Father! Father! System! What is this eighth prince doing? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in shock. Is he depressed? The third prince, who had followed, heard this and immediately put on a pained expression. Little brother, what are you doing? Since you came here, I've given you everything you wanted, good food, good drinks, and fun. Is this how you repay me? Qi Quan's face turned serious as he quickly rushed inside. Other officials also hurried to persuade him. But no one was as fast as a dark shadow that rushed past. The man dashed straight to the eighth prince, stepping on the edge of a table, trying to reach out and hug him. The eighth prince, feeling nervous, stepped aside, causing his weight to shift onto the edge the man was standing on.
Crash.
The table tipped over with that force, and without anything to support him, the eighth prince's legs kicked out, and he was almost hanging. To make matters worse, the man lost his balance and fell as well. Falling was one thing, but he held tightly onto the eighth prince's thigh, causing the prince's neck to bear the weight of two grown men. The eighth prince's face visibly turned blue. Everyone. This is bad. Someone could really get hurt. Qi Quan dashed over and immediately lifted the eighth prince's waist. The fallen man quickly got up and used his knee to support the eighth prince's feet. Other officials rushed over to help, some holding the waist, others lifting legs. Within 5 seconds, everyone worked together to free the 8th prince's neck from the loop. The 8th prince began to cough violently, gasping for air. The county lord rushed over in tears, crying, "Wow, it was my fault. I didn't mean to make you so angry. Who dared to try to kill me?" The 8th prince shouted angrily, looking at everyone, "Who is the fool that knocked over my table and nearly killed me?" The county lord, sobbing and hiccuping, suddenly stopped. The 3rd prince, ready to scold the 8th prince for his foolishness, was confused. Everyone's eyes turned to the first man who had rushed out. "System, haha. I really don't want to laugh, but R1. Haha." They thought the 8th prince was hanging himself and rushed to help, but almost caused him to really die. Yuan covered her mouth with her chubby little hand. Stop, don't make me laugh too." But it's not surprising everyone misunderstood. The 8th prince really did look like he wanted to hang himself. What was he trying to do? "System. Let me see. R1, it's like this." The 8th prince was bored and read in a book that a strong person could hang a silk ribbon between the beams and lie on it to sleep, like the little dragon girl sleeping on a rope. So, he found some sturdy silk to hang from the beams and was just testing its strength. Everyone. They looked at the 8th prince with a strange expression. "You still have a childlike heart. You dare to try things written in a book." When the conversation between the system and Yuan came out, the previously furious 8th prince's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the national teacher of the Great Xia to be here. The 8th prince quickly straightened his clothes, and his expression softened a bit. A man suddenly knelt in front of the 8th prince, bowed his head, and said, "I was reckless and offended the esteemed 8th prince. I am willing to accept punishment." Princess Mingqing hurried over, glancing between her lover and the 8th prince, and whispered, "Father, are you okay?" He didn't mean it. The now calm 8th prince coldly pointed at the man and then at his bruised neck. "What are you saying? Who is this kid, and why are you protecting him?" Yuan gently covered her mouth. "Huh? This kid almost took the princess away? Why doesn't the 8th prince recognize him?" "System, yes. These two only meet during activities like spring outings and book clubs, so it's normal the 8th prince hasn't seen him."
Yuan. "Oh.
But aren't they enemies?" "System. Yes, but the 8th prince has many enemies. He doesn't bother to pay attention to what they look like." Everyone showed a look of realization. Now it makes sense. Hearing this conversation, the 8th prince felt like his brain had been trampled by a wild bull. What on earth? His daughter was taken away by some brat? Was this pig that stole his cabbage raised by an enemy? Yuan, I see. How did these two, who are from different social standings and are enemies, get to know each other? The system. The meeting between these two started with the man's careful planning. However, as he spent time with the county princess, he was touched by her innocence and fell in love, abandoning his previous revenge plan. Yuan. Huh? So this man had bad intentions at first? The system, yes. Later, he seemed to have a change of heart. The 8th prince's expression darkened. He nearly shouted at the system. What change of heart? This is just shamelessness and greed. The 8th prince glared at the young man, secretly wondering which enemy he was dealing with. After watching for a while, he increasingly felt, oh no, does this brat have a common face? Every feature seemed familiar. Just from the young man's eyes, nose, and mouth, he could think of several enemies. The 8th prince directly asked the county princess, what is going on with this person? What is his relationship with you? Since he couldn't avoid this situation, he might as well hear more from the young national master to avoid being deceived. He is from the Yun family, the county princess said, her face showing distress as she quickly knelt down. Daughter truly has feelings for him. Father, please calm your anger. The young man also knelt down. The 8th prince's expression suddenly turned very grim. The Yun family? No way. I absolutely do not agree. Yuan. Wow, it seems they have a deep grudge. Some older officials in the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel suddenly realized something. Meanwhile, some younger officials looked confused. wondering which powerful family in the capital was the Yun family to be considered an enemy of the eighth prince. The eighth prince clenched his fists tightly. The system, yes. The eighth prince and the head of the Yun family were once close comrades, sharing life and death together. However, the head of the Yun family's uncle was involved in a rebellion, which implicated him. He sacrificed everything, including his life, pleading with the late emperor to spare his family's lives. But just before he died, he suddenly blamed the eighth prince for everything. As the system spoke, the eighth prince's expression grew darker, and he struggled to calm his emotions. The system. Initially, the eighth prince thought the head of the Yun family was being threatened by a brother and rushed into the prison to talk, willing to help him. But to his surprise, the head of the Yun family refused to say anything and insisted on placing the blame on the eighth prince, causing great trouble for his mother and wife. This made the eighth prince very angry, leading to a feud between the two families. Yuan Ruan frowned slightly and said, "The father of the Yun family is not a good person." The old court officials exchanged glances, realizing that everyone knew the Yun family had had a good relationship with the eighth prince. It was hard to imagine how the two families could betray each other so deeply. The young officials were indignant about the Yun family head. What a scoundrel, betraying a close friend.
System well.
Let's just say that due to certain coincidences, the Yun family head's reaction is understandable. Yuan Wan became curious and asked System, "Can you explain more?" The onlookers were intrigued. What news could make the system think it's justifiable? System. Before the Yun family head was implicated, he noticed that his son looked more and more like the eighth prince. After observing that his concubine often inquired about the eighth prince's residence, he began to suspect he was being cheated on. The eighth prince looked confused. System continued. Later, the Yun family had subtly tested his concubine a few times, and her attitude was very suspicious. Then, he discovered a birthmark on his son that resembled the eighth prince's. Furious, and at the same time being imprisoned, he sought revenge against the eighth prince. Yuan Ruan gasped, "So, the Yun family son is the eighth prince's child?" The eighth prince clenched his fists and quickly shook his head, signaling that he was innocent. Everyone else found it hard to believe. The eighth prince and his wife were deeply in love, and he didn't even have a concubine. How could he possibly have an affair with his close friend's concubine? System. Yes, he is the eighth prince's biological son. The onlookers were stunned. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face. But now it was more than just embarrassment. Their eyes were fixed on the princess of Mingqing, who was tightly holding the young man's hand. Wow. Lovers turned out to be siblings? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth. Wow. Lovers become siblings? The third prince couldn't help but lean in and whisper to the eighth prince, "Little eight, your charm is fine, but don't go too far. It harms both you and others." Thank goodness for the little national master. Otherwise, what would your daughter be called? The eighth prince was completely dumbfounded. When did he sleep with the Yun family head's concubine? He had no idea. He wanted to loudly question the system. But thinking of the emperor's secrecy plan and the little national master's history of shocking revelations, he could only hold it in, while also starting to doubt himself. Did he really get drunk one day and make a terrible mistake? Thinking of this, the eighth prince rushed over with his eyes closed to separate the two, saying to Princess Mingqing, "I absolutely do not agree." Princess Mingqing stubbornly shook her head. "Father, he understands me." The orders of parents and the matchmaker's words, the eighth prince said firmly. "I have already instructed your mother to find you a suitable husband. The family will prepare enough dowry, and in a few days, you will marry him." Princess Mingqing's eyes turned red. "Father, you often tell us that no one is perfect. When the Yun family had their troubles, he was still so young. He is innocent." The eighth prince's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to forcefully take Princess Mingqing away, he was stunned by the conversation between the system and Yuan Ruan. Not only did the eighth prince's attitude change suddenly, but the nearby officials who were eavesdropping also struggled to suppress their surprise. Because the system said, Why did Wan say that lovers eventually become siblings? Yuan Wan replied, because the son of the Yun family is the 8th prince's son. Princess Mingqing is his daughter. Didn't they fall in love? The system responded, no, no, no. They did indeed fall in love, but they are not siblings. Because Princess Mingqing is not the 8th prince's biological daughter. The onlookers were shocked. What? Princess Mingqing is not the 8th prince's daughter? What is going on? The famous couple in the Great Xia, known for their deep affection, is actually involved in something else? Yuan Wan quickly covered her mouth. Wait, what? Princess Mingqing is not the 8th prince's daughter? Did the 8th princess consort cheat? The 8th prince felt a sharp pain at the thought of his consort possibly being unfaithful, freezing in place. The system clarified. No, the 8th prince and his consort have a deep bond. How could she cheat? The 8th prince, who had just been frozen, suddenly thawed, his eyes sparkling. Yes, he knew his consort would never betray him. Suddenly, he heard a soft tch from beside him. The 8th prince turned sharply to glare at his colleague, as if to say, Do you think my consort would cheat on me? The Minister of Revenue, who was trying to hold back a sneeze, thought, Am I sick? Yuan Wan felt a bit confused. Huh? System, can you explain everything clearly? The system responded, The 8th prince and the 8th princess consort have a very good relationship. The 8th prince is the best at leading troops among the former emperor's sons, and although the 8th princess consort comes from a scholarly family, she is also brave and capable. After they got married, the 8th prince often went to battle, and the 8th princess would follow to manage supplies at the rear. She even uncovered an enemy night attack and personally went to the city wall to boost morale and defend the city. The 8th prince felt proud and instinctively grabbed the neck of a nearby unfamiliar official from the Ministry of Revenue, ready to speak, but suddenly remembered Yuan Ruan's presence and closed his mouth, only able to clench his fists slightly. The official, almost choked, felt dizzy and became even more anxious when he noticed the 8th prince's tense fist. Then he was taken away by the Minister of Revenue. The minister spoke quietly, sounding helpless. Don't be afraid. He just wants to show off but can't say anything. It's just frustration. Official, is he crazy? Yuan Wan suddenly remarked. Oh, they're very similar to what you told me about the late emperor and the old empress. System, haha yes. The old empress really liked this couple and took good care of them. The late emperor also felt this way and often privately told the old empress things like me. The onlookers looked at the 8th prince in surprise. In their memories, the late emperor valued the 8th prince but was cold and would sometimes openly scold him. They never imagined the late emperor would say 8th prince is like me.
Yuan Wan. Wow.
Usually, emperors prefer sons like themselves. The 8th prince was probably a rival to his brother. The confused 8th prince twitched his mouth. Little National Master, you think too much. What my father gave me was mostly his back and his shouts. System. Haha well. Whenever the late emperor praised the 8th prince and his wife, saying like me, like us to the old empress, she would respond sarcastically. Once, she pointed at the late emperor and scolded, Shameless. You can't compare. The late emperor was furious but couldn't say anything, so he took out his anger on the 8th prince. Yuan Wan was surprised, really?
System, yes.
But whenever the late emperor got angry at the 8th prince, the old empress would get even angrier at him, saying, No way. This is breaking down. You're not broad-minded. The late emperor was furious, but could only cool off and avoid the 8th prince, trying to manage his emotions. Yuan Ruan. 8th prince. Others. Yuan Ruan. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is hard to judge. Now, back to your earlier topic. What happened with Princess Mingqing since there was no infidelity? System. I got carried away and forgot. Here's the situation. After the 8th princess married the 8th prince, they tried many ways to have children but were unsuccessful. Finally, the 8th princess's mother found a wise monk who said that the 8th princess was destined to have no children. She must first adopt a daughter and treat her like her own to deceive fate, which might allow her to have a son in the future. Yuan suddenly understood. Oh, so Princess Mingqing is an adopted daughter? The system replied, yes. To be precise, she was raised as if she were a biological daughter. This was arranged by the 8th princess's mother while the 8th princess and 8th prince were often away at war for months. It wasn't difficult to pretend to be pregnant. They kept this secret even from the 8th prince to deceive fate. Yuan asked, so even the 8th prince was kept in the dark. Then whose child is Princess Mingqing? The system explained. The 8th princess's biological mother wanted to have a relative's child, but the 8th princess firmly refused. Instead, she adopted the daughter of a guard whose parents had both died in battle. Hearing this, the 8th prince suddenly recalled a devastating battle that caused many casualties. At that time, he had even asked about the daughter of the guard who died saving him. No wonder his wife had vaguely mentioned that the guard's couple had done a great service and that their daughter was well taken care of, but she never specified where she went. It turned out she was placed in their own household. Yuan asked, then what about the Yun family? Did the 8th prince betray the 8th princess? The 8th prince exclaimed, no, I didn't. Don't say such things. The system clarified. No, at that time, the 8th prince was on a campaign. He was with the 8th princess, while the head of the Yun family had just brought a thin horse along. This thin horse became envious of the 8th princess and 8th prince's relationship, especially seeing the luxurious things prepared for the son. She wanted a better life for her own child, so she deliberately sought out people and herbs, timing it to give birth around the same time as the 8th princess, leading to a switch. The 8th prince shouted, what? His eldest son was switched by that hateful concubine? No wonder old Yun was so confused when questioning the concubine. The 8th prince grew angrier and stepped forward, but then he was held back by the Minister of Revenue on his left shoulder and the 3rd prince on his right arm, while the Minister of Justice stood in front, warning him with a look to stay quiet. Yuan gasped, this woman has issues. The Yun family is not lacking either. The system responded, some people just have strong jealousy. While the Yun family is well off, the 8th prince's household is clearly better. Moreover, the 8th princess's child is her legitimate son, the eldest, and the future heir. Her status is that of a lowly concubine. If she goes to the Yun family, she might only secure a position as a secondary wife and could easily be dismissed if she offends the main wife. Additionally, during that time, there were many conflicts, creating numerous opportunities for exploitation, which led her to take risks. Many court officials nodded in agreement. The Minister of Justice stroked his beard, having seen many tragic cases caused by greed. Yuan, with her soft, round face, expressed her thoughts. What a dramatic situation. However, that wise monk is quite interesting. He really welcomed the child. Ever since he adopted Princess Mingqing, the 8th princess has had 2 sons. Losing one son isn't a big deal. She can still bring him back as a son-in-law. Everyone responded, that's true. Just then, a young man knelt before the 8th prince, bowed his head, and after a moment of silence, said, 8th prince, I have a private matter to discuss with you. The 8th prince silently looked at the young man. This was the son he had painstakingly exchanged for, and the same boy who had taken his daughter away. The 8th prince's feelings became extremely complicated and hard to express. His silence was misunderstood by Princess Mingqing, who quickly knelt and said, Father, he has important business to discuss with you. He can help you. The 8th prince pulled at his face but did not speak. The Minister of Justice, keenly aware of the case, looked over with a thoughtful expression. Yuan remarked, the Yun family has fallen to commoner status, right? What can they do to help the 8th prince? The system replied, they may be down on their luck, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Especially someone from the Yun family with such a complex background, they are likely to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives, like the Empress Dowager and Prince Qin. Yuan asked, wait, does he have connections with Prince Qin? The system confirmed a little. Everyone exclaimed, what? This young man is involved with rebels? The 8th prince's lips twitched slightly. What a situation. The first time we met, he almost got me hanged, and now I hear he has ties to rebels. Is this really my son? Or have I found a living father? Yuan Wan couldn't help but lean on the crown prince's shoulder, trying to get a better look. What can he do to help the 8th prince? Wait, are you sure he has really given up on his revenge plan? The system replied he should be, yes. Why do you ask? Yuan Wan blinked. I just suddenly thought of a saying. A strategist with great righteousness has already entered the game. If he uses Prince Qin and others to help the 8th prince and then reports this to my brother, wouldn't the 8th prince be wary of your brother and face a crackdown? Wouldn't that be revenge? Everyone stumbled a bit, and it made sense when analyzed. Look, he charmed the enemy's daughter, and now he's connected to the rebels. If the emperor finds out, the powerful enemy could be taken down because of him. The 8th prince's expression darkened. He looked at the young man with a complex expression and said, "Speak your mind." The Yun family member glanced around at the many people present and hesitated. The 8th prince's face grew colder. He said, "I have lived my life honestly and have nothing to hide. If you don't speak now, you may never have the chance." Princess Mingqing became anxious and pulled the Yun family member, saying, Yun, just say it. Everyone here is a trusted official of the emperor. They won't care about such small achievements. The officials raised their eyebrows slightly, realizing the young girl was trying to set them up. The Yun family member remained silent for a moment, then clasped his hands and said, "The other day, someone came to me in the name of the Qinhuang army, asking for help to raise military funds. I didn't want to get involved with them. I also heard that the 8th prince was detained because of the Empress Dowager's issues, and they wanted to use this channel to gain merit and release the 8th prince early." Everyone was shocked. The 8th prince was surprised as well. Yuan Wan asked, "Is this true? Check it out." The crowd's expressions turned serious as they listened closely. The system replied, "It's true." With the Empress Dowager facing justice, Qin Fu lost a way to make money. They are casting a wide net to find another wealthy sponsor. Yuan Wan asked, "So soon?" "It's only been a little over 10 days. The system explained, "It's normal. Funding soldiers, horses, and tenants all require money. It burns through a lot of silver every day. Otherwise, why do officials in the Ministry of Revenue always seem to be counting money? They are forced to be frugal because of the silver that slips away." The Minister of Revenue looked on with tears in his eyes, feeling understood by the system. Yuan Wan wondered, but why would they approach the Yun family member? Is he very wealthy? The system replied, "Not really. But the Yun family member is good at making money. When he took over the Yun family, they only had 2 shops, but now, after a few years, they have over 20. Qin Fu noticed this. The Minister of Revenue's eyes lit up as he looked at the Yun family member, growing more satisfied. The system continued. The Yun family member is also clever, thinking of sending the message to the 8th prince. This way, he can please someone he likes while also solving a problem. The 8th prince's expression softened a bit. He immediately asked the Yun family member for more details. The Yun family member answered all the questions he understood and admitted when he didn't know something. Yuan Wan listened for a while and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "I was wrong to underestimate him." Fortunately, no one else heard. The system immediately replied, "That's not true. Even if someone heard, they would just praise you, saying you are smart and cautious, not easily fooled. By the way, do you want to tell the 8th prince about his biological son?" Everyone turned to look. Yuan Wan touched her cheek and said, "Why not? It's sad for a father and son to be enemies. I'll talk to the 8th prince privately. Whether he believes it or not is up to him. But I think if I mention the matter of Princess Mingqing, the 8th prince will likely believe it once he goes to confirm it with the 8th princess." The system replied, You think things through well, but how will you explain the source of the information?" Yuan Wan waved her hand. "I can tell fortunes. Have you forgotten my identity? My fortune-telling skills are always accurate. It will definitely work." Everyone nodded in agreement. The 8th prince glanced at Yuan Wan with subtle gratitude. Having the national master confirm things would save him a lot of trouble. After that, the 8th prince went to the 3rd prince to discuss news about the rebels, saying he needed to handle related matters. The third prince waved his hand and directly arranged for the eighth prince to leave the palace. So, the eighth prince took Yunjiazi and Princess Mingqing with him as they left. Yuan Wan leaned on the crown prince's shoulder, surprised as she watched the three of them leave. Huh? The eighth prince just left like that? This confinement seems so casual. The system replied, the eighth and ninth princes, who haven't gone to their fiefs as vassal kings, have gained your brother's trust. Although they haven't been involved in any scandals, I suspect the eighth prince is just staying quietly at the Zongjing mansion, possibly even fishing for evidence. Yuan Wan nodded in agreement. After this dramatic event, Yuan Wan thought the following days would be calm. So, she didn't go to the Zongjing mansion again. On one hand, she arranged for someone to send the fortune about changing sons to the eighth prince's residence, successfully receiving a large amount of gold and jewels in return. On the other hand, Yuan Wan accompanied the seventh princess to hunt and train in the Sherlin garden. Days passed like this until the third prince and Shi Quan suddenly came to visit. The third prince lowered his eyes and spoke in a slightly flattering tone. Little national master, when will you come to the Zongjing mansion to play again? Yuan Wan tilted her head in confusion. The third prince added in a tone like he was coaxing a child, the Zongjing mansion is really fun. Yuan Wan felt goosebumps all over system. The lazy third prince is actively inviting me to come? It feels suspicious. The third prince's expression stiffened. Qi Quan had a half-smile on his face. The system replied, let me check. Oh, it turns out he was sent here after being beaten. Yuan Wan asked, huh? What happened? System. Miss Lin, the good friend of Princess Mingqing, also has relationship problems. Seeing that Princess Mingqing's issues were almost resolved, she eagerly sought help from the Zongjing mansion. Unexpectedly, after hearing about their relationship troubles, the third prince spoke to her father, making Miss Lin's problems even worse. Now, she waits at the Zongjing mansion every day, asking the third prince to solve her issues. This reached the ears of the Grand Dowager Empress, who, without hesitation, scolded the third prince, saying he lacks self-awareness and pretends to understand matters of love. Yuan Wan almost laughed out loud. Haha. The third prince. Well, he kind of deserves it. The third prince looked distressed and tried again. Princess Jiao, would you like to take a look? I also prepared pure gold for you. Qi Quan couldn't bear to watch. Is he really trying to bribe her in public? Yuan Wan reached out. Let's go. System. Wan, don't you prefer jade and not really like gold? Yuan Wan. Gold can be exchanged for jade. System. Yuan Wan. Just kidding. I'm a bit bored, so why not go see? If we can solve it, great. If not, at least it will be entertaining. Besides, the third prince is taking the lead, so there's nothing to fear. Third prince. System. Right, since someone is taking the blame, let's go. News of Yuan Wan following the third prince spread quickly. The officials were stirred up, especially those who missed out on the eighth prince's news. They were tired of hearing from those who had experienced it but wouldn't share the full story.
Ugh.
They wanted to experience it themselves. Secondhand news isn't satisfying. The officials quickly changed into casual clothes and headed toward the Zongjing mansion. So when Yuan Wan arrived at the Zongjing mansion, she saw all the officials gathered, including the crown prince standing prominently. Yuan Wan was stunned. What's going on? Are the officials here for a team-building event?
System, yeah.
Why do these men always go everywhere together? They wouldn't even go to the restroom alone, would they? The civil and military officials felt a chill down their spines. People quickly created some distance between each other. At that moment, the crown prince strode over to Yuan Wan and picked her up. Yuan Wan gave the crown prince a friendly hug and then replied to the system. Maybe the officials of Daxia are just very united and like to stick together? The system, observing the officials' disdain for each other, murmured in confusion. Maybe. Yuan Wan was carried inside by the prince. Before they reached the main hall, a strong female voice exclaimed, "Bad people deserve to be struck by lightning." I don't expect to see the little national master, but at least the third prince should come out and talk to my father. Curious about such a strong voice, Yuan Wan peeked in. What she saw was quite unusual. The woman speaking was dressed in a sharp riding outfit, with a long whip and a short sword at her waist. She raised her left hand high above her head, holding a cup, and from behind, she resembled the Statue of Liberty. To her left stood a refined scholar with a jade flute at his waist. She tightly held the wrist of a high-ranking official in formal attire with her right hand. The official looked a lot like the woman, clearly related by blood. At that moment, the official's hat tilted, and when he tried to adjust it, the woman stopped him. She straightened the official's hat with her left hand while muttering, "Father, don't think you can sneak away in the chaos again." The official shook his head in silence. This movement caused the official's gaze to meet that of the prince and Yuan Wan. The official was shocked. Yuan Wan clearly saw the usually composed official making a face that looked like something out of an anime, resembling someone anxious and trying to hide but having nowhere to go. System. This guy's expression is so funny, I can't even code without laughing. Yuan Wan found it amusing, but the system's infectious laughter made her bury herself in the prince's arms, unable to hold back her giggles. Laughter is contagious. The prince and the officials following him struggled to think of sad things to suppress their smiles. The official looked even more desperate. After a moment, the official resignedly pulled the woman forward a couple of steps and said in a low voice, "Greetings, Your Highness." As the official moved, the third prince, along with the woman and the refined scholar, quickly came forward to bow. Yuan Wan laughed at the official's sudden change in demeanor and curiously thought, the Zongjing office only manages royal family members. How is he related to the royal family? System, he is. He's a descendant of the former emperor's princes, just the 14th son, without real power, who came to the capital to serve. The great Xia doesn't mind this. The prince signaled for them to rise, looked them over, and said, "The Zongjing office is not a place for you to cause a scene. Family matters should be resolved at home. Leave quickly." The following courtiers almost stumbled. "No, Your Highness, you didn't come here to enjoy the gossip. You came to stir up trouble." Hearing this, the grand scholar laughed instead. He wished he could go home immediately and said, "Your Highness is absolutely right. My daughter is reckless and doesn't understand. I will take her away right now." The system suddenly chuckled. If he could really take his daughter home, he wouldn't be standing here. Yuan Wan asked, "Why do you say that?" The system replied, "Haha, the grand scholar is a doting father. He can't resist his daughter's pleas and can't stand to see her cry. Do you believe he can be strict for more than half a day? Once his daughter starts crying, he will definitely come back with her soon." The grand scholar's face turned red, and he looked a bit uncomfortable. The crown prince felt speechless upon hearing this. His father had asked him to come and resolve the blockage at the gate, but if it was only a temporary fix, it wouldn't be meaningful. However, the person involved was a distant relative who hadn't done much wrong, and she was a woman, so he couldn't be too harsh. The crown prince pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Suddenly, he remembered his father's way of shifting blame. He turned his gaze to the third prince and lightly coughed, saying, "Third brother, it's time for you to step up." The third prince looked confused. The other courtiers were stunned. "Your Highness, you've changed. Are you starting to learn how to shift blame like His Majesty?" Miss Lin keenly sensed the awkward atmosphere and guessed that it would be difficult to return next time. She pulled the young man in front of her and knelt down, saying, "Your Highness, I know I was reckless. But I really just want to know how the Zhengfu persuaded the 8th prince to accept the Yun family." After speaking, the girl shyly glanced at the young man ahead, but he merely glanced back and then looked away. The system commented, "Haha, it seems she saw the case of Princess Mingqing. But that's not something you can learn from. She is a beloved daughter who also brought achievements in catching rebels as a token of loyalty. You are just someone who benefits from others' hard work. There's no need for comparison." Everyone was shocked. What? The one who benefits from others' hard work? Yuan Wan was taken aback. Huh? The one who benefits from others' hard work? Is he worse than the second prince? Everyone became alert. What? He can cause more trouble than the second prince? We must send him to the neighboring country immediately. The system suddenly hesitated. Ah, well. I didn't include the second prince in the ranking. Given his reputation for causing chaos in Shu, this weak scholar would probably only rank second. The onlookers sighed in relief, and Yuan Ruan's tone softened. Oh, then tell me how he benefits from others' hard work? The system. This man believes he is very talented, but he hasn't been recognized by the emperor due to his ordinary background. And didn't your brother announce the start of the Imperial examination? He thinks his chance has come, so he comes to the capital with a few friends. He actively participates in literary gatherings, and his talent catches the attention of Miss Lin. After some hesitation, he approaches her. Yuan Wan keenly senses an underlying implication. How is it that he is only half-heartedly approaching Miss Lin? Is there something more? Could it be that he had a partner before? The officials exchange glances, sharing the same suspicion. After all, it's not uncommon for common officials to abandon their families once they gain power. The system. Yuan Wan is very clever. He already has a wife and daughter back home. Yuan Wan shows a look of disgust. The system continues. This man wants to take shortcuts, but the books he has read tell him that this is wrong. So, after getting involved with Miss Lin, he tries to shift his guilt onto her, believing that she charmed him into making a mistake. A year later, he often shows a bad attitude towards her, gets angry, and even resorts to emotional neglect. The scholar's face darkens completely, his fists clench tightly. Yuan Wan is puzzled. Huh? Is he okay? He wants to take shortcuts and maintain his pride. How can he have it all? The system. He wants both. Especially someone as sensitive as the scholar, his thoughts are quite strange and extreme. For example, although he is skilled in poetry and literature, he lacks practical skills in agriculture and technology. So, during his first examination, he didn't even pass the preliminary selection. But guess what? He believes it was the scholar's fault for not accepting him. Everyone. Yuan Wan, is he okay? Not to mention that the scholar has no control over the examination process. This man blames others for his own shortcomings? The system, exactly. It's quite bizarre. Later, when he marries Miss Lin, the scholar, unable to bear it, recommends him for a minor official position. But guess what? Instead of being grateful, he resents the scholar even more. Yuan Wan. Huh?
Why?
The onlookers are also shocked. How can he be ungrateful and resentful? What kind of person is this? The system. Because he believes that his colleagues and superiors do not appreciate him due to the scholar's instigation and threats. He thinks the scholar looks down on his background, which leads to his unsuccessful career. The scholar was taken aback by this line of thinking. Yuan Wan was shocked and expressed her thoughts. Is this guy okay? Does he really have a brain? System. Actually, he knew from the start that he was being unreasonable, but people can convince themselves of things when they hold on to resentment for too long. He genuinely believes that he was forced into marriage by Miss Lin and oppressed by his father-in-law. So, during their 10 years of marriage, he took many concubines, treated his wife with coldness, and favored other women. Yuan Wan. How low? The scholar was furious upon hearing this. If it weren't for the emperor's confidentiality agreement, he would have rushed to Yuan Wan and asked her to help him end this troubled relationship quickly.
But now,
he could only approach the crown prince and bow deeply, saying, Your Highness, I know you have a secret intelligence network. This man is from another region, and I am unsure of his character. I kindly ask for your guidance to end this troubled relationship. Crown Prince. Miss Lin was surprised to hear this and stomped her foot awkwardly. Father, do I really seem like someone who can't judge character? The scholar remained expressionless and replied firmly, Yes, Miss Lin. The refined scholar felt a jolt in his heart. He suddenly tilted his head slightly, showing a determined expression. Though my family is poor, I have lofty ambitions and believe I am more suitable for Miss Lin than some wealthy young men in the capital. I also want to say, fortunes change over time. Do not underestimate the young and poor. Miss Lin's expression softened. System, haha. Do the second-generation elites prefer this kind of strong and resilient poor flower? Second-generation officials/military.
No, no, no.
The refined scholar expressed his thoughts about not underestimating young people, then looked at the girl with a wistful expression, his cool voice saying, "But I also know etiquette. If the Lin family truly does not allow it, then I—" The previously soft-spoken girl suddenly changed her expression. Her eyes shot towards the refined scholar like daggers. Wen. How dare you give up? Wen Zhili was instantly speechless. Yuan Wan, haha. After 10 years of a frustrating marriage, I thought this young lady had a soft temper, but it turns out she's quite fierce. System. In the Daxia culture, Miss Lin has been pampered since childhood, so her temper can be strong. Let me check. Oh, it says here that Miss Lin worked hard to get married, but it ended up in chaos. On one hand, she has a high sense of pride and doesn't want to be seen as a joke for getting divorced. On one hand, she closed her heart to love, thinking that even if she separated, she wouldn't find someone better, so it was better to just continue as is. After all, verbal insults from Wen Zhili could only hurt her feelings a little. On the other hand, she felt this might be a punishment from heaven for not listening to her parents. The scholar looked at Miss Lin with concern, thinking, "Silly girl, how could heaven hurt a child instead of protecting them?" At the same time, he was struggling to hold back his anger towards Wen Zhili. Yuan Wan sighed. What a load of nonsense. I might as well try to sort this out. She turned to the scholar and asked, "What do you want, the crown prince, brother, or what?" The scholar was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Yuan Wan, speaking rapidly, "National master, is this person a good match for my daughter?" The system responded, "Great question. Right to the point." Yuan Wan thought the same. She took out her little turtle shell and pretended to make a noise, then looked firmly at the woman and said, "No." The scholar excitedly exclaimed, "Look. My daughter said he isn't a good match, and even the national master agrees." Miss Lin hesitated, wanting to argue, but it was the national master speaking. Who wouldn't admire the national master of the great Xia? She fell silent. Seeing this, Wen Zhili felt a bit uneasy and softly said, "I am gentle and talented. Why can't I be a good match? The wind is blowing." Yuan Wan felt awkward, thinking, why is this guy suddenly singing while complaining? The system replied, he's trying to show off his charm. Miss Lin is falling for it. Just look at her increasingly excited gaze. Wan, he's already pulling out all the stops to impress her. What should we do now? Yuan Wan chuckled. Stay calm. We have the advantage. Let's observe first. With Yuan Wan so composed, the scholar also regained his calm. After Wen Zhili finished his original song, Miss Lin's expression became determined. She suddenly told the scholar about their meeting, how kind Wen Zhili had been to her, how he wrote her love poems, and how much time he spent on her. Finally, Miss Lin said, "If he isn't a good match, how could he invest so much effort in me?" The scholar was furious. This man was using too many tricks. What to do? Yuan Wan calmly touched her turtle shell and confidently stated, "Because you have money." Miss Lin, who had just been so confident, suddenly fell silent. The onlookers were also struck silent by the words "you have money." When Zhili stumbled and pretended to be wronged, saying, "No, I haven't done that, Miss Lin. All this way, I have never asked you for money." The woman paused and said to the young national teacher, "Young national teacher, he has never asked me for any money. He has always been the one spending." Yuan Wan calmly touched the turtle shell and replied, Let's take our time and catch the big fish." The woman was speechless. The crowd burst into laughter. When Zhili, feeling embarrassed, stepped forward and raised his finger, saying, "National teacher, please don't say such things. I absolutely do not covet the Lin family's wealth. If I break my promise, may I be struck by lightning." System. This is great. Yuan Wan smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Hee. At the same time, she made a heart shape with her fingers. Crack. A series of sparks exploded above Wen Zhili's head. When Zhili panicked like a mouse teased by a cat, occasionally crying out in distress and running around the hall. The onlookers could no longer hold back their laughter. Ha! How dare he make a false vow in front of the national teacher? He asked for the lightning. Pfft! What foolish person came from that mountain? Ha ha ha! This trip was worth it. Don't worry, great scholar. Your daughter will definitely not be harmed. As the lightning strikes increased, when Gilia finally couldn't take it anymore and knelt down, bowing with both hands, repeatedly begging, I won't do it again. I won't make false vows again. Hearing the vow, some noble ladies were moved. The great scholar smiled widely, and if he hadn't seen his daughter looking a bit sad, he would have cheered out loud. Yuan Wan stopped making heart shapes and noticed that he was cowering on the ground, with a resentful expression on his face. Yuan Wan grew more disdainful of him. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, System, I just realized if he is getting married here, what about his wife in the countryside? Isn't anyone going to expose him? System. Oh right. I forgot. Let me check the follow-up. Oh my, he actually caused her death. The officials and scholars, laughing so hard they were about to burp. What? This involved a murder case? The Minister of Revenue suddenly elbowed the Minister of Justice, whispering, Looks like we have a case. The Minister of Justice winced in pain, suspecting the Minister of Revenue was taking revenge for a salary increase. He rubbed his arm and took out a notebook to record the clues. At that moment, Yuan Wan gasped, What?
How dare he?
The system. After being noticed by Miss Lin, this man worried that his wife from the countryside would affect his image in the capital. So, he decided to take action and hired some local ruffians to harass his wife and spread rumors that she was unfaithful and had many men. Yuan Wan frowned. How could he spread such terrible rumors and push someone to the edge? That's so cruel. The system. No, Wan. He didn't push her to suicide. This man spread rumors to create an excuse after committing a crime. For example, if someone looked for his wife, he would tell them she ran away with another man. That way, even if she couldn't be found, it wouldn't raise suspicion or lead to a report to the authorities. Onlookers. The scholar couldn't help but shield his daughter, looking at the weak scholar with a murderous gaze. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. What a wicked plan. Has his wife already died? The system. Not yet. The ruffians have already gone over. Yuan Ruan. Thank goodness. I need to act quickly. Filled with righteous anger, Yuan Ruan launched another attack. Electric sparks gathered rapidly above the weak scholar, bombarding the shrinking figure below. At the same time, Yuan Wan casually pointed at the person below and said, He killed his wife. Punishment. The already shocked Wenjili, upon hearing killed his wife, surprisingly lifted his head in fear and shouted, I didn't do it. But the liquid seeping from his pants and his terrified expression revealed his guilt. Yuan Wan used clues from the situation as evidence, quickly naming the ruffians he hired and Wenjili's wife's name. Yuan Wan was parched and took a big sip from the cup the prince offered. Wenjili looked at Yuan Wan, not with panic anymore, but with sheer terror. He instinctively said, This is impossible. A monster. Is there a monster following me? Yuan Wan remained calm, but the system was instantly furious. The system exclaimed, How ridiculous. This is clearly the most beloved and talented person, Yuan Wan. What monster? Such poor taste. The prince and his companions also glared at Wenjili with displeasure. Miss Lin's expression changed from pale and confused to furious. She suddenly pulled out a whip and began to strike the shocked scholar. Yuan Wan also got excited when she saw the young lady getting into it. She increased her effort, and with this boost, the weak scholar surprisingly found himself moving to the rhythm created by the woman's long whip. The system, noticing Yuan Ruan's joyful energy, added some percussion as background music. Suddenly, this group of people from the Great Xia was swept away by the influence of K-pop music, unconsciously tapping their legs to the beat. Most of the officials managed to stay composed, but a few were so entranced by the rhythm that they secretly danced at home for days, leaving their wives astonished and almost sending them to the national master for help. With Princess Mingqing in front and the daughter of a grand scholar behind, especially the shocking story of the man struck by lightning. The young national master became famous in the emotional scene, and her name echoed throughout the great Xia's inner courts. Many lovesick individuals were eager to approach her. After that, Yuan Huan no longer needed to go to the Zongjing mansion for gossip. Many romantic tales reached her through the ministers and noble ladies. For example, the eldest son of an official, who was connected to the Minister of Revenue, came to her with great respect. The minister had been urging Yuan Huan for several days, hinting that this young man wanted to donate money for the country, so she allowed him into the national master's residence. The young man came in, full of excitement, and respectfully asked, "National Master, I truly love Kair, but our parents have different views. Can you help us?" Kair, who was with him, looked at him lovingly and vowed, "I will never let you down. If I break my promise, may I be struck by lightning." However, her father, who had forced her to come, rolled his eyes. Seeing the sparkles in their eyes, Yuan Huan decided to check the situation. After looking into it, she was speechless. The investigation revealed that the woman had a history of marriage scams, having deceived 2 men before meeting the nobleman. She had done this to pay for her sick father's treatment. After her father's death, she attempted suicide by jumping into a river, but was saved by the nobleman. Encouraged by him, she rebuilt her life and opened a shop, secretly returning the money she had scammed. On the other hand, the nobleman had also attempted suicide by jumping into the river, but saved her when he saw her drowning. As they spent time together, he fell in love with her, even after discovering her past. After much effort, the nobleman helped the woman open a shop and called his friends to buy things there, promising to cover all the costs. He also took the initiative to help the woman return money to the men who had been deceived. So when the woman went to repay the money for the first time, the nobleman learned about it and became even more determined to marry her. He sought the national advisor because he noticed that the woman had unresolved feelings about her past deception. He wanted to use the advisor's influence to help her overcome these feelings and spend the rest of their lives together. System. Heroine. These two seemed to be mutually invested in their feelings. Yuan Huan nodded. "I've already imagined a whole novel." At that moment, the man's father said, "Advisor, I am also a reasonable person. Regardless of who is at fault, my son is a man, so let the consequences fall on him." Yuan Huan shook her head and said, "She will not disappoint." After a pause, Yuan Huan touched the turtle shell and looked up, saying, "As for the rest, you should investigate and judge for yourselves." The expressions of the few, who could not hear thoughts, were still somewhat confused. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward, feigning impatience. "All right. You can leave once you get your answers. Don't bother the advisor with everything. Marriage involves not only love but also character and virtue, so check those yourselves." The woman felt a tightness in her heart, but her partner quickly held her hand and whispered a few words. She was taken aback, showing disbelief, but after a moment, looking at her partner's confident expression, her face relaxed, then became very determined. Soon, the 3 turned and left. After eating 3 pieces of fruit, Yuan Huan lost her appetite. After all, too much romance can become overwhelming. That day, Yuan Huan was cozying up by the stove with Qiyu, enjoying ginger milk. With each sip, the rich milk flavor flowed through her, warming her completely. Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected that her casual description of ginger milk, which was less than 20 words, would be recreated so well. "It's delicious," Yuan Huan said, pulling Qiyu's hand, her cheeks flushed with joy. "Seventh sister, you can handle the battlefield and the kitchen. This is great." Qiyu smiled slightly. "I'm glad you like it." At that moment, the eldest princess, carrying a large bundle, caught their attention. She placed the bundle on a nearby table so carelessly that a gold bracelet rolled out and fell without her noticing. The Grand Princess hesitantly stepped forward and said softly, "Ninth sister, I have been asked to deliver these to you, regardless of whether you want them or not. They are a gift for you, so it's not a loss." Qiyu frowned and replied unhappily, "What do you mean by whether I want them? Ninth sister doesn't need these." The Grand Princess quickly realized her choice of words was inappropriate, making it sound like Yuan Ruan was being sold off. She waved her hands and said, "No, no, no. I misspoke. What I meant was that the other party wouldn't dare to insist. This is their gift for meeting you. They are a good person." Yuan Ruan was just thinking about how to refuse when suddenly the system made a sound. System. R1, I just found a great reward. Do you want to take on a daily task? Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess, who had been actively making introductions, lost her focus and mistakenly said her best friend's name twice. Of course, no one else noticed except for the Grand Princess herself. Yuan Ruan was a bit interested but quickly became cautious. It's not another one of your little friend's daily tasks, is it? System. No, it's from the task pool. Didn't you say before that you wanted good rewards like paper and printing? I'm just letting you know. Yuan Ruan, what good thing is it? System. Glass. Chi Yu and the Grand Princess adjusted their sitting positions. Although they didn't know what glass was, since the system said it was a good reward like paper and printing, it was worth looking forward to. Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. Nice. I didn't expect it to be this. Wait, ancient sodium carbonate seems impossible to produce artificially. Does the Great Xia have suitable sand? System. Haha, Arwan, did you forget? This world is made up of many dramatic stories. Some traveler must have figured out how to make glass, so there will naturally be natural materials like sodium carbonate. The reward will include a detailed map. Yuan Ruan was momentarily stunned. Such an explanation was unexpected but made sense, so she couldn't argue against it. After her thoughts, she said, "Quick, what is this daily task? Let's give it a try." System. Daily task. Successfully connect 10 pairs of men and women. Reward. Glass-making suitable for the Great Xia. The Grand Princess's eyes brightened. Yuan Ruan was also surprised. This task sounds a lot like what I've been doing recently. The system chuckled. It's truly a coincidence. This task has been around for a while, but I initially thought connecting couples would lower your status, so I didn't mention it. Who knew that you recently gained fame in the dating world by using lightning to deal with bad men, so I thought we could give it a try. Yuan Ruan, but it's still different. This is about matchmaking for men and women. Does it also count for mending broken relationships? System. Don't worry, I specifically asked the main system. It said that considering your age, even couples who experience mutual redemption brought by the Minister of Revenue count. Yuan Ruan, you previously ate 3 pieces of gossip and ended up with a pair. The success rate is quite good. Yuan Ruan touched her chin. That's true. It's just about enjoying some gossip. I can give it a try. After finishing her chat with the system, Yuan Ruan immediately looked at the Grand Princess and nodded. Okay. The Grand Princess led Chi Yu and Yuan Ruan to her mansion. The Grand Princess's mansion was a bit far from the Great Xia Imperial Palace. As the carriage left the palace walls, the orange-red maple leaves along the riverbanks swayed gently in the autumn breeze. Just as Yuan Ruan peeked out, she caught a red maple leaf that had been blown down. Seeing this, the Grand Princess happily said, "As expected of my 9th sister. You are very lucky." Yuan Ruan was taken aback. The system explained, this is a local custom. If you find a maple leaf that hasn't fallen to the ground while wandering in the maple forest, it means you'll have a year of good luck. Yuan Ruan understood. She then extended her chubby little hand and offered the leaf to the quiet Chi Yu, saying, "7th sister, this is for you. Let's share the good fortune." Chi Yu was surprised, and a faint smile appeared on her usually indifferent face as she carefully kept the leaf close. The Grand Princess wanted to tease them a bit, but seeing Chi Yu's serious and cherished demeanor, she found it hard to say anything. At that moment, outside the carriage, specifically from across the small river, the sound of drums and gongs suddenly echoed. At the same time, someone was singing praises in a folk style. Yuan Ruan initially only caught a few words, but after listening for a while, her expression changed to one of confusion. Why were they singing her name? System. Why are these people chanting your name? Is it some kind of curse? Chi Yu immediately became alert. She frowned and asked the Grand Princess, elder sister, "What's happening outside?" The Grand Princess covered her mouth and smiled. Oh, they are followers of the great Xia National Master. Every month, they set up offerings in the countryside to worship the National Master, praying for good weather and peace for the country. She then winked at Chiyu. Chiyu frowned. National Master? I've never heard of this before. Of course not, the Grand Princess replied, eating a fruit. It was established by some citizens of Great Xia after the Spring Rain Festival. It is said to be a sect led by a national master, but in reality, it only worships the ninth sister. Yuan Wan felt strange and awkward, her toes curling. System. Good eye.
But, like...
Chiyu nodded in agreement, her sharp demeanor instantly softening. As the carriage passed through the maple leaf forest, the beautiful Grand Princess's mansion appeared before everyone. Chiyu jumped out of the carriage, holding Yuan Ruan. Just then, 2 doormen rushed out, each pulling on a bronze lock to slowly open the grand double doors of the mansion. Yuan Ruan took a closer look at the tall eaves and elegant buildings, the courtyard adorned with flowers and greenery. Although it was not as grand as the third prince's mansion, the exquisite decorations and the charming little bridge with flowing water still made the princess's residence look very luxurious. At that moment, the second princess and her husband came out, accompanied by a beautiful woman. The Grand Princess quietly introduced, Ninth Sister, this is my friend's aunt, Mrs. Wang, who has been widowed for several years. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. So beautiful and young. Can she really be 30? System. No matter the era, there are always stunning women. Just then, the elegant Mrs. Wang approached with a joyful expression. She expressed her satisfaction with Yuan Lang, introduced by Cheng Wei-ning, who promised to be a devoted partner for life. However, she felt a bit anxious and wanted to ask the National Master for help in predicting if he would keep his promise. Yuan Wan looked at Cheng Wei-ning in surprise, thinking, wow, this story even involves the top romantic minds of the Great Xia, and a promise for a lifetime together. System. R1, if the top romantic mind is matchmaking, then they're probably a romantic mind too. First matchmaking task, let's go. Yuan Wan. Let's do this. The second princess and her husband looked a bit confused. What? How did this turn into a task? They felt a bit uneasy, and the second princess kept giving the Grand Princess secret signals. After seeing a reassuring gesture from her, the second princess felt slightly relieved. Chiyu held Yuan Ruan as everyone made their way to the back courtyard of the Grand Princess's mansion. As they passed through the screen, a tall and handsome man joyfully greeted them, warmly serving the widow with bowls and chopsticks, showing great affection. Once he had attended to the widow, Yuan Lang politely greeted everyone, displaying good manners and poise. Yuan Wan watched with her hands on her face, noticing not only the widow's sweet smile, but also that the Grand Princess and second princess, aside from Chiyu, seemed to be quite taken with him. 5 people sat down, and the beautiful woman looked at Yuan Wan with anticipation, softly saying, "What do you think?" Yuan Wan directly asked the system, "Will he be with her for life?" The second princess and Cheng Wei-ning seemed to be eating, but they were actually very focused. The system replied, "Maybe. This man will marry into this beautiful woman's family and won't take other wives. A lifelong monogamous relationship should count, right?" Yuan Wan sighed and touched her chin. "Marrying in? Does that make him a kept man? But at least he knows his place, so it might not be too big of a problem." The second princess disagreed. "Marrying in? Even men from the lowest social class with a bit of pride wouldn't do that." She secretly glared at Cheng Wei-ning. Eldest sister asked her to find a match and she picked this? Cheng Wei-ning felt a jolt. Since he met Yuan Langjun, Yuan had been generous, witty, and most importantly, deep-thinking, with both literary and martial talents. He seemed like a capable man, so who would have thought he aimed to marry in? The system said, "Arwan, give it a try. Just speak the truth. Whether it works out depends on their fate." Yuan Wan nodded repeatedly. She pretended to touch the turtle shell, looking at the beautiful woman's eager gaze, and said, "Well, he thinks about marrying in." Yuan Langjun paused while serving food, shocked as he looked at Yuan Wan.
Oh my.
He didn't remember telling anyone about his desire to return to a luxurious life, wanting to marry a noble girl as soon as possible, even if it meant marrying in. Now that it was revealed he could accept marrying in, this noble woman would surely not value him, and he would have no chance for a proper marriage in the future. Yuan Langjun showed a sad expression and sighed. Since I met you, I've experienced a deep connection and bliss. I only wish to be with you, but if you can only accept me marrying in. Alas. Yuan Langjun continued, I still can't bear to part with you. Just thinking of being with you makes me feel no regrets. The system said, I still can't bear to part with you. Just thinking of being with you makes me feel no regrets.
Ha.
That's the line. Everyone. How could the system say Yuan Langjun's line? Yuan Wan widened her eyes in surprise. Wow. System, you're amazing. You understand people so well. The system proudly replied, Of course. While I was enjoying some gossip, I read through the quotes compiled by the second prince, and there was one phrase that was exactly the same. Erwan, let me tell you, those quotes even have different responses for various ladies. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Yuan Wan almost spit out her drink. Wait, is this gold-digging guy quoting the second prince? Could he be part of the flower house? Is he a hidden gem? The eldest and second princesses both felt their hearts race. Chung Weining nervously fidgeted. He can't even imagine. If he really introduces someone from the flower house, the second princess will be so angry. How long will he have to sleep in the study?
That's terrifying. System, no.
Although Yuan Langjun is down on his luck now, he comes from a noble family and has had many interactions with the second prince and others, absorbing a lot of knowledge. He also studied hard later. Otherwise, how do you think a teenager managed to enter the wealthy women's market? To impress wealthy women, you need to provide top emotional value. Yuan Wan. I've learned nothing. The others slowly relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. At that moment, Madame Wang gently sipped her tea, her surprised expression fading. In public, it's better to hold back a little. System, haha. It seems Madame Wang is a bit shy. I remember the standard response from the second prince is, followed by a lingering gaze at the other person. Let's see how much he remembers. Yuan Wan was surprised. Huh? This book even teaches actions? System, of course. Body language is also a form of communication. Everyone's lips twitched slightly. There was no need to explain this in detail to the ninth princess. At that moment, Yuan Langjun looked at Madame Wang with affection, appearing serious on the outside while subtly brushing her pinky finger with his hidden hand. The system commented with slight disdain. Good memory, but copying everything is still low level. This person lacks insight. He probably won't succeed in the future. Yuan Ruan's lips twitched slightly. The onlookers also looked awkward. It was better if he didn't succeed. If he could surpass his mentor, he should be sent to the Chu court immediately. The beautiful Madame Wang was pleased and smiled relaxedly. That's fine. I'm not short on money. The second princess, who had been angry, was stunned. What? My friend's aunt is actually happy? Others rely on money to live off others. At that moment, Madame Wang looked at Yuan Wan again. Does he only have to marry in order to fulfill his vows? Can't he do anything else? Yuan Langjun noticed something, but didn't ask or fight for himself. Instead, he pretended not to know and busily served Lady Wang. System, It seems she wants to give this man a proper title. Rich lady, it's not worth it. Yuan Wan was a bit puzzled. She pretended to touch the turtle shell and looked at the beautiful lady's hopeful gaze. No, he loves money more. Lady Wang smiled, but Yuan Langjun remained unmoved. The elder and younger princess showed a hint of disdain and worry on their faces. Yuan Wan looked around and suddenly felt like the emperor was calmly fishing while the eunuchs were anxious. It seemed that Lady Wang was quite satisfied with the term son-in-law, and the last question seemed to be pushing Yuan Langjun to give up completely. At that moment, an older maid carrying pastries approached. She bowed apologetically and said, Madam, I couldn't buy the banana leaf rain pastries. so I took the liberty to buy some from this shop. I hope you can forgive me. Lady Wang was in a good mood and replied, "Forgive you? You've grown up with me and know my taste best. What you bought must be to my liking. Please set them out." The older maid quickly placed the exquisite pastries on the table. Lady Wang then said to the others, "This is a new pastry shop in the capital, Kongshanhai. It's not very famous, but the names of the pastries are elegant and suit my taste. If you don't mind, you can try them." Yuan Langjun paused while serving the dishes, but quickly regained his composure. Yuan Wan loved pastries, but when she reached out, Chiyue directly held her chubby little wrist. Then, Chiyue waved to the side. In an instant, a few short, masked figures in dark tight clothing appeared from nowhere. They swiftly approached the table, used silver chopsticks to test the pastries, then took out silver knives the size of a thumb to cut a small piece from each pastry and tasted it for poison. Their sudden appearance shocked everyone, including Lady Wang's group. Yuan Langjun immediately glanced at Yuan Wan, his eyes darting around. After a moment of regret, he obediently poured tea for Lady Wang. Yuan Wan looked at the pastries in her plate that had knife marks. It was one thing to test for poison while shopping, but this seems unnecessary. "We're in the elder princess's residence." System. Actually, I think testing for poison while shopping isn't too necessary. There are too many people for them to poison. In the princess's residence, the target is obvious, and there might be enemies trying to harm you. Eldest princess. Yes. We must be cautious. If anything happens, I will be in trouble too. Second princess. Exactly. From now on, when visiting the second princess's residence, please ensure the poison testing is standard. Chiyu had no particular thoughts. She only paid attention to the few people testing for poison. Seeing that everything was normal, she began to help Yuan Wan with the pastries. Yuan Wan took a bite and really enjoyed it, eating happily. Madame Wang, used to grand occasions, quickly composed herself. She said to a nearby maid, "By the way, your child just came by, crying for you. I took the liberty of keeping her here. Taoyi has been working hard lately, so make sure to give her a reward and let her take a few extra days off to play." Taoyi was startled and hurriedly said she couldn't, but her attitude toward Madame Wang was friendly and not fearful, clearly not the first time she received such treatment. Soon, a cleanly dressed little girl, wearing a jade flower on her chest, stumbled over and hugged Taoyi's leg, hiding behind her skirt while peeking out to observe. Madame Wang handed a pastry to the little girl, who took it and started eating without hesitation. Suddenly, the system chimed in, "So, the other party is here." No wonder the phrase "a lifetime together" in the melon has a teasing tone. Now we see the whole picture. Everyone. Yuan Wan frowned. What? There's a twist? Her gaze fell on the little girl, and countless dramatic thoughts flashed through her mind. System. Don't tell me this little girl is the daughter of the maid and Yuan Langjun. Everyone. Chen Wei-ning's heart raced again. He secretly vowed never to be a matchmaker for anyone again. Ever. System. No. Yuan Langjun has aspirations and doesn't look down on the maid. Yuan Wan. Then why the sentiment? System. I admire the character of the noblewoman. No wonder the maid is willing to protect the lifetime together love of her mistress. Chen Wei-ning breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's not the worst outcome. The others raised their eyebrows in curiosity. Yuan Wan protect? What do you mean? System. Well, this Yuan Langjun's abilities are quite ordinary. For example, the poems that amazed everyone at the literary society were all taken from his mother. Tang Wei-ning. Yuan Wan frowned. His character is lacking.
System. Exactly.
He has a poor character, and, do you know, Erwan? His family has fallen on hard times, but to maintain his wealthy persona, he splits the beautiful verses his mother gave him into parts and sells them to other students. Everyone looked confused.
What?
You can sell poetry in parts? What is this? Yuan Wan was surprised. Selling good poetry in pieces to others? What's the point? System. It's very useful. In ancient times, talented scholars loved to gather and play games like poetry relays and word games, showcasing their talents. At that moment, Cheng Weining seemed to realize the answer, and his expression darkened. The system continued. Look, after selling the poetry in parts, Yuan Langjun first impresses everyone with the first half at a poetry gathering. Then he pauses, saying he wants to make friends through literature. The scholars who bought his poetry will then recite the second half to continue the conversation, also impressing everyone. One piece of poetry, 2 performances, creating 2 talented personas. It's a great deal. Everyone. What a twist. This is outrageous. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. Can it really be played like this? It reminds me of those social groups where wealthy ladies piece together outfits. Isn't this just the ancient version of a talented scholars group? System, exactly. After all, in Daxia, recommendations are key. Having a good reputation helps in getting recommended. These scholars must work hard to build their personas. Yuan Langjun is clever. He makes money while also gaining support from many talented scholars due to the quality of his poetry. Princesses. They were shocked. Is there such an inside story in the scholar community? Yuan Ruan gasped. System, you said that person is the top of the soft food chain. I feel like he can't even compare to Yuan Langjun. System. Well, that person is just living off others. Yuan Langjun is more strategic. I didn't rank them together. Yuan Ruan laughed. Haha, yes, yes. System, continue with the love defense. Cough, cough. Excited, she suddenly choked on a pastry. She coughed repeatedly, waving her hands, her face turning pale. The system panicked, sounding an alarm. Ah, what to do? Someone save her. She's running out of breath. Who knows the Heimlich maneuver? The eldest and second princess hurriedly got up and rushed toward Yuan Ruan. The eldest princess almost shouted at the system. Stop screaming. Just tell us the steps of the Heimlich maneuver. At that moment, Chiu suddenly turned Yuan Soft over, positioning her belly and head downward. Then, she pressed a few acupressure points on her back and gently patted it. Yuan Soft immediately exclaimed and vomited all the pastries, coughing as well. Everyone sighed with relief upon hearing her breathing return to normal. Madame Wang ordered the maid to move the pastries away from Yuan Soft, while the eldest princess sent someone to clean up and brought some safe snacks, like milk pudding. That wouldn't cause choking. Everyone felt uneasy, but the person involved remained calm. Yuan Soft took a sip of water and eagerly said, System, please continue. I'm really curious. The system sighed but replied indulgently. This gentleman, Yuan, fell into hard times at 16. Unable to bear the poverty, he sought wealthy women to support him. Now, at around 23 or 24, he has at least 3 illegitimate children, mostly because wealthy women found him handsome and chose to have children without needing him to support them. Yuan Soft remarked, Indeed, every era has its unique individuals. The system continued. Yuan was initially devoted to Madame Wang. However, after her family faced turmoil and her assets shrank significantly, he sought to climb the social ladder. One day, Taya discovered that Yuan was secretly flirting with a recently widowed noblewoman who had come to visit. Furious, Taya took action and incapacitated Yuan. Yuan Soft widened her eyes in surprise. What? Incapacitated? Castrated? The system clarified, not exactly. It's more like a chemical castration. This maid, from an ancient village in the south, has impressive skills in a certain technique. There's a medicine that can make someone strong or weak at will. This man can no longer be with anyone except for the beautiful widow. He can't perform with anyone else. After that, Yuan became obedient and lost his mischievous ways. Yuan Soft was left speechless. The 3 others were silent. Yuan Soft thought for a moment and decided to say a few words to avoid supporting this man, lest she be dragged down by him later. With that in mind, she pretended to be mysterious while fiddling with a turtle shell and said to Madame Wang, If he marries you, you will have 3 sons. Yuan felt dissatisfied but was visibly excited, tightly holding Madame Wang's hand and expressing his gratitude. Madam, I'm lucky to have you. Madame Wang blushed for a second. Yuan Soft added, but it has nothing to do with you. Yuan's smile froze. Madame Wang's expression changed dramatically. What? An outside child? Yuan soft nodded, yes. She counted on her fingers and pointed out the specific locations of Yuan's previous children. Madame Wang's expression had changed from displeased to angry. Yuan Wan originally wanted to honestly add, "This man has no illegitimate children since marrying in," but after thinking about the man's questionable character, she chose to remain silent. When Yuan Langjun heard the specific location, his face changed dramatically. Before Yuan Wan could finish speaking, he hurriedly approached the beautiful woman, only to be forcefully pushed away by her. Feigning a fall to the ground, Yuan Langjun lowered his gaze, exposing his fair neck like a swan, and softly said, "Guaner, you said the past doesn't matter." Madame Wang gritted her teeth and glared, "But I also said you must never lie to me." Yuan Langjun lightly bit his lip, his eyes fixed on her, and after a moment, a tear slid down his cheek.
System. Wow.
This I can't help but feel sorry for him scene. TSASK. My code is softening. Recording to save and watch repeatedly. Yuan Wan felt her heart soften. Send me a copy. The second princess, who was initially very angry, paused and instinctively looked at Yuan Langjun. Wow. Don't say. It's true. The tears, the gaze, that swan neck. Cheng Weining smiled without humor and quietly pulled the second princess back. However, Madame Wang remained indifferent. She suddenly glanced at Yuan Wan and then coldly said to Yuan Langjun, "Swear. If you dare to swear to the heavens, I will believe you." Yuan Langjun quickly raised his finger. "I swear, if I break my promise, may the heavens strike me." Madame Wang looked back at Yuan Wan. Yuan Wan felt it was a bit delicate, sensing that Madame Wang intentionally wanted to give the other party a lesson, or perhaps she wanted to let go of her feelings quickly. Yuan Wan sent a heart emoji. Crash. Yuan Langjun, asking for a thunderbolt, fainted and was dragged away by a servant. The appearance of daily tasks made Yuan Wan pick up her determination to deal with the scumbag. To observe emotional dramas. At first, she welcomed anyone who came seeking help. But as time went on, Yuan Wan began to feel a bit annoyed. The main issue was that the men and women seeking help seemed harmonious, but in reality, either the man was a scumbag or the woman was, and Yuan Wan couldn't in good conscience match them up. Additionally, some people's follow-up questions raised Yuan Ruan's blood pressure. For example, after learning from Yuan Wan that their partner was not a good person, they still stubbornly asked, "Is the National Master not accurate? National Master, what should I do?" And other questions. Yuan Wan wanted to point at the group of people surrounded by smoke and say, "After being struck by lightning like this, how can you still not give up?" But Yuan Wan didn't have the energy to argue. There were too many troublesome people, and her emotions were drained. In the end, she simply said, "Believe it or not," and let them leave. After nearly 3 months of effort and eating countless pieces of gossip, Yuan Wan finally completed the task of matching 10 couples. At the moment of success, she was overwhelmed with joy and lay down in the National Master's residence. The system worriedly circled around her. "Are you okay, Erwan?" Yuan Wan replied weakly, "I'm fine, just tired. I don't even want to see my big nephew and the others. Just thinking about those couples they recommended raises my blood pressure." As soon as she said this, the crown prince, who had just entered the residence, froze. The system said, "Erwan, your big nephew is here, and he might raise your blood pressure." Yuan Wan lazily yawned, turned her back, and pretended to sleep. The crown prince smiled helplessly, tucked her in, and then quietly left. Yuan Ruan's task of matching couples to earn glass was not a secret among the higher-ups. Several officials were eagerly anticipating the results. Seeing the ministers so eager, the emperor decided to take them to a side hall for tea while waiting for the crown prince's report. So when the crown prince returned to the side hall, he saw the Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue immediately stand up and greet him cheerfully. "Your Highness, you're back. Your Highness, did the glass come too?" The crown prince.
He shook his head and said no.
"The glass is not urgent." Hearing this, the Minister of Works became anxious. "Your Highness, I must speak frankly." The young National Master said that glass is as important as printing. How can I not be worried? The crown prince pressed his hand down to calm him, saying, yes, but Erwan is a bit tired. The emperor immediately put down his cup and raised his eyebrows, asking, what's going on? The crown prince thought for a moment and replied helplessly, she seems to be a bit emotionally drained from all the gossip. She even said she doesn't want to see her own son. The emperor felt uneasy upon hearing this. He had already been concerned about Yuan Ruan's exhaustion, but he couldn't go against her wishes, so he allowed her to indulge in gossip. Even so, the emperor had ordered the crown prince and the third prince to investigate and select couples. This helped Yuan Ruan increase her success rate, and in the last month, she successfully matched several couples and completed her daily tasks. The emperor stood up and said, if she doesn't want to see anyone, you should limit your visits. I will go see her. After saying this, the emperor dismissed the officials and hurriedly made his way to the young national master's residence. The courtiers. Watching the emperor's back, the Minister of Works couldn't help but reach out that glass. He turned to look at the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue crossed his arms. Let's wait. Not opening new sources is like saving money. If it really comes to it, we can cut back from other areas. The Minister of War felt a tightness in his chest, thinking about the horses in battle that were hungry and the dwindling military funds. He reached out and put his hand on the Minister of Revenue's shoulder, intending to say something like, don't cut military funds, keep pushing forward, but the Minister of Revenue suddenly grabbed him, flipping him halfway around. As the Minister of War landed safely, his expression was dazed, staring blankly at the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue sneered, I won't give anyone a second chance to sneak up on me. The Minister of War paused, suddenly remembering the time he and the Minister of Works had dressed the Minister of Revenue in women's clothing for a mission. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Why be so stingy, my friend? I also dressed up to accompany you. Besides, the 2 silver mines we were rewarded with have filled the treasury, haven't they? The Minister of Revenue sneered again. Yes, but half of that money went to your military funds. The Minister of War awkwardly turned away, forgetting what he was going to say. At the same time, the emperor had arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence. He was worried that Yuan Ruan would be feeling down under the covers. To his surprise, before he fully entered, he heard Yuan Ruan's cheerful laughter. The emperor suddenly stopped. He raised his hand, signaling the palace maids and eunuchs not to announce his presence. Then he gently lifted the curtain and saw Yuan Ruan nestled in the queen's arms, with the second princess and she sitting across from her. One was supporting her pregnant belly, while the other held the sleeping 8th prince and 8th princess. The second princess was sharing some amusing stories from the streets related to the Imperial examination system. She said, Sister Jiu, did you know? Those students are very superstitious about the exams. To get a good omen, they write lucky and unlucky characters on paper, crumple them up, and draw lots. If they draw a lucky one, they rejoice, and if it's just okay, they are fine, but if they draw an unlucky one, they cry loudly. The last time I passed by, I saw a student pouring mugwort water on himself in the street, asking passers-by to whip him, claiming it would ward off bad luck. Upon hearing this, the queen nearly doubled over with laughter, and the others smiled as well, creating a warm atmosphere that even made the emperor feel a bit pleased. However, in the next moment, he struggled to maintain his expression as the queen said, Haha, it seems the gentlemen are quite superstitious about these things. Do you know why the Great Summer Festival and even your father's birthday are not fixed every year? Because these dates are decided by the emperor drawing lots. Also, when the emperor goes to the study to read, he never chooses books. He likes to close his eyes and randomly touch the books, and whichever one he touches, he says that book is meant for him today, so he reads that one. Yuan Ruan almost laughed. Even the birthday is chosen randomly? Brother, you are quite superstitious. System, haha, actually your brother does this for some childhood reasons. Yuan Ruan was a bit curious, what reasons? System, your brother's birth mother, concubine who gave him to the empress when he was very young. But the empress was quite indifferent to him, and the palace maids and eunuchs would go with the flow, so your brother had a rather difficult childhood. Concubine who being his real mother, was very caring. Whenever she received good rewards, she wouldn't give them directly to your brother. Instead, she would play games with him, drawing lots, and then say he was lucky to have drawn a good day for the festival, and she would give him the nice things. Your brother remembers things from a young age, and although he didn't speak up, he gradually got used to not celebrating his actual birthday, but rather the day when concubine who would come to draw lots. He continued this habit as he grew up. Yuan Wan paused her smile. The person who was originally very happy. System. Also, your brother loves reading, but because he is very smart, he was excluded by a few favored princes at that time. The Empress didn't pay much attention, so concubine who would coax him with phrases like, reading at night brings better luck. He knows now, but he still kept that habit. The Empress. What she just said was really awful. Yuan Wan gasped. Although I knew my brother was impressive, I didn't expect him to be this impressive. Inspirational brother. The Emperor, who had been feeling a bit down, was taken aback. System, huh? Wan, don't you feel sorry for him? Why are you feeling inspired? Yuan Wan said seriously. Strong people never complain about their environment. They change it instead. My brother is a true strong person. Why should we ordinary people feel sorry for him? We just need to cheer him on. Everyone seemed to ponder this. The Emperor outside showed a faint smile. System, Wan, you are right. However, in terms of changing the environment, the third prince is also a strong person of the same caliber as your brother. Yuan Wan looked confused. Huh? The Emperor twitched his lips, comparing him to the third brother. System, haha. When the third prince was born, concubine whose wish for him was to become emperor, and she actively prepared for his first birthday celebration. But in the end, he ended up grabbing a lipstick. Yuan Wan, he grabbed lipstick? Isn't that just like job value? Everyone? The third prince was captured while trying to get rouge? Why has no one mentioned this before? System, yes. However, the Dowager Empress was not satisfied and actively organized a second ceremony. The third prince, passing by all the good things, found a fallen orchid from a corner. The Dowager Empress tried several times, but the third prince always picked the least valuable rewards. Once, when she only placed good items, the third prince simply didn't participate. The Dowager Empress had to give up. Erwan, don't you think he also changed his environment by himself? Everyone had strange expressions, trying to maintain their composure. Emperor. Yuan Wan, I suddenly understand why the Dowager Empress is so relaxed about the third prince. This must have been developed over time. However, the third prince is very filial to her, always bringing gifts during holidays. I think the Dowager Empress is not at a loss. System. That's true. Filial piety was very important in ancient times. Yuan Wan pinched her baby fat and suddenly felt energized. Just when I don't want to stay at the National Master's residence anymore, the glass rewards haven't been distributed yet, and those practitioners are under my management. System. What if I use the excuse of retreating to involve Seventh Sister and the others to surprise my brother? The system nodded repeatedly. If Erwan wants to do it, go ahead. As long as you're happy. The others silently nodded in agreement. Yuan Wan immediately took Chiyu's hand and whispered, Seventh Sister, I have a secret to tell you, and Second Sister. The second princess raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Yuan Wan to want to include her in the fun. She quickly leaned in, squatting down to let Yuan Wan whisper in her ear. A calm smile flashed across the emperor's face, and after a moment, he turned to leave. At that instant, the queen, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slightly opened them, and Chiyu glanced back at the curtain. The next day at court, the officials first discussed some political matters. When the emperor announced the end of the court session, he still did not mention the glass issue. The Minister of Works couldn't hold back and suggested that the glass should be handed over to the Ministry of Works for production. The emperor replied, let the ninth princess handle it herself. The officials from the Ministry of Works were taken aback, and someone couldn't help but speak up, suggesting that the young national master lacked experience in production and that it would be better for the ministry to take care of it. Additionally, a bold official suddenly asked when the national master would reopen the couple visit slots. At this, the hall fell silent. The expressionless emperor immediately furrowed his brows tightly. He first mocked the people from the Ministry of Works, saying they were greedy and only focused on picking up what others had discarded, lacking any innovation of their own. Now they even dared to openly steal glass. As soon as the words "openly steal" were spoken, the Minister of Works hurriedly knelt and said, "I would never dare to do such a thing." At the same time, officials from the Ministry of Works, including the deputy minister and other officials, all stepped forward and knelt down. After scolding the Ministry of Works, the emperor was still not satisfied and angrily criticized the other officials. He accused them of abusing public resources, failing to properly educate their children, bullying the young national teacher, and neglecting their duties, leaving the officials feeling ashamed. Officials whose children sought help with marriage proposals lowered their heads in embarrassment. Those who were innocently involved but enjoyed the drama also felt awkward. The emperor, still not done, ordered the officials to reflect carefully on the incident. Then he suddenly stood up, said nothing, and left the court. After the emperor left, the officials felt a bit dazed. After some thought, they realized the emperor was venting his anger and giving a warning. A young official, who had been in the court for less than a year, felt wronged. The emperor can also misplace his anger. To his surprise, many older officials nodded in agreement with his complaint. The young official was confused. The deputy minister of works patted his shoulder and said with a sigh, "Yes, you are lucky." The emperor chose to misplace his anger instead of resorting to harsh punishment. The young official gasped, suddenly feeling less angry and somewhat relieved. The officials began to write their reflections with a grateful heart. On the first day of submission, except for Prime Minister Wang, the emperor continued to scold them harshly. On the second morning, except for Prime Minister Li, the emperor angrily accused them of being insincere. On the third morning, except for the Minister of Revenue, the emperor directly mocked one official's reflection and demoted him. Aside from a few officials who managed to escape unscathed, the rest of the officials were left feeling lost. How could they write something that would please the emperor? The Minister of War, unable to hold back, approached Prime Minister Wang and asked, "Prime Minister, how should we write a self-reflection about being an official?" Prime Minister Wang looked confused and stared blankly at the Minister of War. "Why do we need to write a reflection on being an official?" The Minister of War naturally spoke up. "Didn't His Majesty ask us to reflect? Reflecting means we should write about our shortcomings as officials, right?" The Minister of Revenue, passing by, nearly stumbled and looked at the Minister of War in disbelief. "No wonder you can never get it right. You completely missed the point." "That's not what His Majesty meant," Prime Minister Wang said, looking closely at the Minister of War. Realizing the other person genuinely didn't understand the emperor's displeasure and hidden message, he sighed. "His Majesty wants us to take this incident as a warning, to guide the young members of each family, so they don't bother the national master every time something happens. It's not about our performance as officials." The Minister of War still looked confused. "Oh, I see." He began to think in circles. Prime Minister Wang could tell the minister still didn't get it, but didn't feel like teaching him. On his way back, the Minister of War scratched his head, deep in thought. So lost in his thoughts that he didn't pay attention to the road when leaving the palace, he bumped into several ministers along the way due to his large frame. The Minister of Revenue dropped his documents, and the Minister of Justice got stepped on by the Minister of War, causing all the pastries in his sleeve to fall to the ground. The Minister of Rights had it worse. His newly worn official hat fell off, along with the wig woven into it. The ministers, having successfully navigated through the palace, looked at the Minister of War's retreating figure, squinting their eyes. The Minister of Revenue was the first to act. He suddenly grabbed the Minister of War and said, "Seeing you troubled about what to write, let me give you a hint." The Minister of War was taken aback and nodded eagerly. The Minister of Revenue continued. "His Majesty once said, 'Don't take advantage of the young national master.' I think His Majesty is suggesting that certain people shouldn't seek help from the national master empty-handed. Even asking someone on the street for a fortune-telling costs money." The Minister of War? Could His Majesty really be that stingy? The Minister of Justice also approached, saying, "I believe His Majesty is using this incident to teach us how to judge cases. For example, the reasons behind those passion-related cases, family backgrounds." The Minister of War looked even more confused. Can His Majesty's words even be interpreted as advice on how to solve passion-related cases? Finally, the Minister of Rights suddenly walked over and quietly said, "Actually, His Majesty is criticizing us for not showing proper respect when visiting the National Master. You should reference classic texts in your report and reflect on becoming a person of propriety." The Minister of War's heart sank. Does His Majesty think I'm a brute? Prime Minister Wang's lips twitched slightly. Every one of these ministers was trying to mislead him, and the Minister of War didn't see it, taking notes earnestly. This content is truly troubling. The Minister of War is going to have a hard time. However, compared to the past, when the court was full of deceit, this noisy court is much better. Prime Minister Wang, in a good mood, pinched the tips of his mustache. As he turned around, he happened to see the Minister of Personnel walking out hand in hand with Prime Minister Li, but soon, the Minister of Personnel walked away. Prime Minister Wang seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, Prime Minister Li suddenly clapped his hands, signaling his colleagues from the palace to come over. He said, "Everyone, I have figured out why you cannot pass." The court officials rushed over. After a pause, Prime Minister Li continued, "Do you think His Majesty is using this incident to warn us about the students from various places coming to the capital to protest?" The officials were taken aback. Except for the Minister of War, who was confused, the other civil officials, especially those closely related to the Imperial examination, and the officials from the Ministry of Personnel, visibly turned pale. What Prime Minister Li said was that with the implementation of the Imperial examination policy, the first to cause a stir were not the low-ranking officials as they had thought, nor the group recommended this year, but rather the students from the fiefs of the princes. Their objection was that the Imperial examination only valued knowledge and not character, which could lead to the selection of harmful officials. Moreover, they were not just making noise verbally. Over the past few months, students from various places had arrived in the capital, loudly discussing the flaws of the Imperial examination in taverns. Yesterday, a student from the fief of the former prince of Huainan heavily beat a large drum, claiming he was petitioning for the people of Daxia, wanting to eliminate corrupt officials from the source and advocating for a recommendation system, among other statements. At this moment, the Minister of Personnel suddenly stepped forward and said, "Prime Minister, what does this have to do with the students coming to the capital? First, the students can hardly meet the national teacher, and second, they oppose the Imperial examination under false names, but the national teacher is not involved in the examination." Prime Minister Li replied, "I received news that a student who nearly died from illness was saved by the rain during the national teacher's spring ceremony. He has since become a fervent follower of the national teacher, constantly proclaiming that the best way to change the upper-level views on the Imperial examination is to find the national teacher. Only the national teacher can influence His Majesty." The court officials. His words were rough but made sense. However, the national teacher is the least likely to undermine His Majesty. The Minister of Personnel said, "Are they really that naive? That's fine then. Anyway, none of you here would recommend the students to seek the national teacher to undermine His Majesty." The other officials nodded in agreement. Prime Minister Li remained frowning. "Of course, you gentlemen would not. But what about the officials who do not understand national affairs? For example, the officials below the 6th rank in the capital and the subordinates of the feudal lords who have never been to the capital." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, those who are not involved might cause trouble. Prime Minister Li continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty has clearly stated today that we must be self-disciplined and respectful, and not disturb the national teacher. But if, in a few days, the national teacher is disturbed again, how do you think His Majesty will respond? Today, His Majesty can support the national teacher in cultivating his mind, but tomorrow he could take severe action." The court officials felt a chill. At this moment, the Minister of Personnel spoke again. "So, Prime Minister Li, what do you mean?" Prime Minister Li replied, "We cannot control the subordinates of the feudal lords. However, the officials below the 6th rank in the capital are all your subordinates. I believe you should manage your own subordinates well. The court officials exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Wang, the Prime Minister, suddenly chuckled. That's fine. However, Prime Minister Li, all of us here are loyal officials. You don't need to be so cautious. Just be straightforward. Prime Minister Li clasped his hands and bowed. I apologize for underestimating your intentions. I hope you can forgive me. Wang paused. With this exchange between the two prime ministers, even the Minister of War understood the implication. Prime Minister Li and the Minister of Personnel were hinting for the officials to manage their subordinates. The Minister of War muttered softly, Prime Minister Li is quite dull. Everyone knows His Majesty plans to abolish the examination system for outsiders, who would still support their subordinates. The Minister of Revenue looked at the Minister of War in silence, wanting to discuss theories like noble families exploiting the commoners or sending pawns to test the waters, but seeing the clarity in his eyes, he just patted his shoulder. Well, think of it that way. The Minister of War? The Minister of War asked in confusion, what? Are there really officials who would help those students from outside? The Minister of Revenue thought for a moment and said, at least not this time. Giving face to Prime Minister Li was one reason, but mainly it was about following the middle path and observing. The Minister of War didn't understand, but he knew he wouldn't do anything, so he just went along with it. He nodded and prepared to go back and manage his family members. Soon, the students from outside the capital, who could originally enter the homes of the powerful under various pretenses like being guests, classmates, or studying abroad, were politely and gently shown the door by the nobles. At the same time, the students from outside the noble families, who were being discussed by the officials, gathered in a hidden room. Their expressions were not good, and they started to complain. I recently wanted to visit the official in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. I sat in the guest room for almost half an hour, and then I was politely asked to leave. Yeah, I feel the same way. I really don't understand why the young nobles in the capital are so timid. They have no pride or courage. Exactly. When I was in the capital of the Jing Kingdom, everyone responded to my call. But when I came to the capital, they avoided me. It's ridiculous. We strive for the Imperial examination not to fail. Aren't we helping them too? It's absurd. The young scholars from outside the capital couldn't understand. Otherwise, the examination system would be a matter of everyone benefits, right? Why are the local youths so indifferent? Do they have such confidence that they will definitely pass? They felt unlucky, thinking that when it was their turn, they lost their privileges and had to share power with commoners. At that moment, a chubby man stood up and cheerfully said, since we can't rely on the officials and young nobles in the capital, why not seek help from the national teacher together? Many noble students face-bombed. Here we go again. This enthusiastic supporter of the national teacher is back. Someone couldn't help but mock, asking for help from someone who is barely 2 years old. You really are something. Even when you're feeling better, you can't settle down. Before he could finish, a shadow rushed in, and suddenly he was knocked to the ground by a punch from the chubby man. In an instant, the students all stood up, some trying to break up the fight, others just watching. The chubby man gathered his fists and cheerfully said, you all have benefited from the national teacher, so let's be a bit more respectful. The national teacher's power is immense. Instead of being troubled, let's leave it to her to judge. Whoever she favors, I will accept. The man who was hit grunted, filled with malice, you can't even pass the exam. What will you do if the national teacher supports failure? The chubby man replied, of course, I will support the national teacher. Everyone twitched their mouths. Are you willing to give up your future just to support her? But thinking about how the chubby man always tried to connect everything to the national teacher's favor, his actions didn't seem too surprising. At that moment, a young man sitting in the main seat, playing with a jade bead, looked up and softly said, the chubby man has a point. We can change our goal. The students were stunned and began to discuss. No, Wang Langjun, don't let the chubby man lead you astray. The national teacher of the Great Xia is great, but it's just too good. She has such abilities that she might know our thoughts. Ahem, what thoughts? We are taking the civil service exam to filter out those with poor character, to maintain the integrity of the officials, and to ensure the safety of the people.
All right.
There are no outsiders here, so why pretend? The gentle Wang Lang let his companions vent their frustrations. Once they finished, he said, "Your Majesty." The students were stunned, almost in unison, exclaiming, "What? Your Majesty? How is that possible?" Wang Lang fiddled with his prayer beads and softly said, "Today, I will share something with you, but once you leave this door, I will not acknowledge it." Hearing there was a secret, the students eagerly responded, "Of course. We are all sensible people." "Did Wang Lang speak today?" "I didn't know." Wang Lang continued, "Before my father left the capital, he looked for a young gentleman for the emperor. This gentleman's surname is Rong, but I won't reveal more about his identity. However, this Rong gentleman was quite bold, trespassing into the royal hunting grounds and accidentally shooting the emperor's game. Yet, due to his immense strength and outstanding appearance, the emperor did not blame him and instead appreciated him." The students exchanged glances, some looking uneasy. "Does Wang Lang mean the emperor is that person?" Others, particularly the charming young men from the neighboring Shu region, blinked with interest. Wang Lang nearly broke into a smile. He took a deep breath and continued, "What I mean is the emperor values talented youth. Even if the way you meet is a bit bold, if you have talent, you have a chance to be recognized." The students pondered, some eager but others anxious. Wang Lang concluded, "I will gather more information in the coming days, and you should pay attention as well. Those who are confident enough to approach the emperor can come to me to discuss important matters. Now, let's end the meeting." With that, Wang Lang elegantly stood up and left. After he departed, most of the students quickly followed suit. Among the remaining 7 or 8 students, one was clearly the leader, sitting in a daze. This young man wore a tightly wrapped blue headscarf. He looked up slightly, revealing himself to be Yuan Lang, who had previously been involved with the noblewoman from a prominent family, though he bore a noticeable bruise on his face and looked somewhat gloomy. At that moment, a young man with a bruised face hurried in. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wen Zhili, who had almost gained favor with the Grand Scholar. Wen Zhili also wore a tightly wrapped headscarf, his face filled with anger, but also showing some fear. When he walked in and saw the hat on Yuan Lang Jun's head, his heart skipped a beat. However, he remembered that recently at the tavern, the storyteller announced the list of people struck by misfortune, and Yuan Lang Jun's name was not on it. Surely, he wouldn't be suffering like him, losing hair for misfortune. He still hoped to rely on him. After a pause, when Zhili leaned closer to Yuan Lang Jun and said softly, "Yuan Lang Jun, I've heard that Lord Cheng Wei Ning thinks highly of you. Could you please help me with an introduction? I would be very grateful." "I'm not familiar with him," Yuan Lang Jun replied coldly, his voice sharp. Wen Zhili felt anxious upon hearing this. Ever since he was struck by misfortune, he had been detained by the Ministry of Justice for the crime of killing his wife. Fortunately, the thugs he had bribed had not acted yet and had forgotten who had approached them. After being beaten several times in prison, he was lucky to be released. But without the support of Miss Lin, he had to squeeze back into the crowded dormitory with others. Every day he was bothered by mosquitoes, the food was hard to eat, and the mocking looks from former classmates were unbearable. He even thought that being released might be another form of revenge. When Zhili wanted to escape the capital and leave all this behind, but he couldn't get out. As soon as he approached the city gates, the guards would beat him. With no other options, he learned that Cheng Wei Ning had a soft spot for people and was close to the national teacher, so he sought help from Yuan Lang Jun when Zhili refused to leave, saying, "Yuan Lang Jun, I have a serious matter to discuss. Besides, how can you say you're not familiar with him? He even introduced you to Madame Wang, who is..." Upon hearing Madame Wang's name, Yuan Lang Jun thought of the lost wealth, and his expression darkened.
No.
There was no introduction, he said impatiently. When Zhili was taken aback.
What?
Cough, cough. A man nearby kept coughing lightly. "Brother, when you know about that disaster, right? Yuan Lang Jun kindly let that person stay for a few days, and guess what happened? Misfortune struck. And he's gone." At first, when Zhili didn't take it seriously. He thought Yuan Langjun was being overly dramatic, and he himself was innocent. His half-brother was the unlucky one. He didn't want to get involved in such matters. But after hearing the rest, when Ji Li's lips twitched, "What? He's gone?" The ally he thought he could rely on was also abandoned? Misery loves company? In despair, when Ji Li exclaimed, "Have you been struck by lightning too? Why didn't the storyteller mention you?" Yuan Langjun instinctively protected his headscarf, looking even more upset. At that moment, the scholar who had been protecting Yuan Langjun quickly defended him, saying, "This shows the difference between a mature noblewoman and a young lady from a noble family. A noblewoman knows how to leave a good impression, which makes future meetings easier." When Jilai's face clearly showed his displeasure, Yuan Langjun also felt embarrassed. The idea of leaving a good impression for future encounters felt trivial. Lady Wang simply didn't care enough and treated him like a toy. "All right, enough of that." Yuan Langjun waved his hand and glared at Wen Jilai. "Why are you even out here? Haven't you had enough of your prison meal?" Wen Jilai's face turned bright red. Noticing the calm expressions of the other scholars, Wen Jilai felt even more overwhelmed. He stammered, he, but couldn't finish his thoughts. Yuan Langjun felt pleased. He suddenly realized that Wen Jilai's eagerness to succeed made him a perfect pawn for testing. He casually said, "Actually, if you want to turn things around, you can. As long as you can find out the examiner's preferences, we can support you." Several young men's eyes lit up. Yes. Yuan Langjun was right. They could trick Wen Jilai into asking the examiners about their preferences. What a perfect opportunity. But soon, someone whispered, "Unfortunately, the nobles are unwilling to meet." Before he could finish, Yuan Langjun interrupted him. He said slowly, "If some families don't want to meet, then we won't force it. But the Great Xia isn't just about noble families. Remember what Wang Langjun said before? If there's no opportunity to meet, we can create one." Everyone was stunned. Wasn't Wang Langjun talking about confronting the emperor? Then they realized what Yuan Langjun meant. He was suggesting they trick Wen Jilai into confronting the emperor. Yes. With the reckless Wen Jilai leading the way, they could later criticize him for confronting the emperor, which would help them gain attention while reducing their chances of being disliked by the emperor. The young men chimed in. "That's right. My cousin has some connections with the second princess. I know people in the Ministry of Personnel. I have a letter of introduction from a minister." After they finished speaking, they all turned to Wen Jilai. Wen Jilai felt a surge of joy. They want to support me? Do they think I'm foolish? But if they can help me connect with influential people, then what I say when I meet them is up to me. Thinking this, Wen Jilai immediately vowed to act well and create opportunities for everyone. The two stood facing each other with smiles, one holding an axe behind their back and the other hiding a dagger. A month later, at the back mountain courtyard, Chiyu pulled on the horse's reins, and Yuan Wan rode a small pony, trotting to the stone house surrounded by guards. Thick smoke billowed from the tall chimney. On the front yard, craftsmen were busy swinging large hammers, the rhythmic clang 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 creating echoes. Nearby, another craftsman held a tall clay pot, continuously pouring water into a mold, producing hissing white steam. Just as Yuan Wan wanted to get a closer look, Chiyu turned the horse's head and headed to the right, where a temporary building stood less than 50 meters away. Yuan Wan couldn't help but tug at Chiyu's finger, saying, Look. Chiyu nodded. "Once the furnace is out, I'll take you to see." System, haha. The seventh princess is right. That place is too dangerous, and you're so small. What if you fall in? Chiyu quickly pulled on the reins. Yuan Wan sighed. "I'm not really a clueless child. I just want to see what the scholars are researching." After all, a few days ago, the second princess rushed in, covered in dirt, angrily scolding Scholar Zhou for not following the rules and secretly making something else, which caused the furnace to explode. As they spoke, they happened to encounter the topic's main character. The second princess stood at the door, pushing Cheng Waning away, saying, "Why are you here again? I told you not to come. This is an internal royal matter. You don't need to help." Cheng Waning let the second princess push him, occasionally steadying her as she stumbled. Am I not part of the royal family? Why can't I come? The second princess felt a bit helpless and replied, Of course you are.
But
Each palace can only have one. Then it's simple. You go back, Cheng Weining said, looking at the second princess with concern. I'll stay here. At that moment, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, following Cheng Weining, nodded repeatedly. That's right, Your Highness. You were injured before, and Lord Cheng has been worried about you. Why not let him in? He can protect you. The second princess glared. If you keep speaking for him, I'll have him help in the Ministry of Revenue starting tomorrow. The deputy minister immediately fell silent. Yuan Wan watched in confusion for a moment and couldn't help but ask the system, why is the second princess's family putting on such a show? There's not even a fire in that house. What are they afraid of? The second princess and Cheng Weining turned to look back simultaneously. The second princess quickly waved her hand. Seventh sister, come in quickly. Now that you're here, I can lock the door. Haha. At first, I thought the second princess was blocking the door because she didn't want Cheng Weining to sit outside alone. I didn't expect she was just opening the door for you and Chiua. Cheng Weining looked upset. The second princess shyly looked away. Yuan Wan, haha, I see. But you haven't said what Cheng Weining is worried about. Cheng Weining is quite the romantic. He noticed that the second princess had hurt her finger recently and appeared dirty a few days ago, so he couldn't sit still, worried about her injury and insisting on getting involved. Yuan Wan looked confused. Huh? The second princess's finger injury seems to be from getting caught on a tree. If it had been any later, you wouldn't even see the wound. And the dirty appearance a few days ago was because of the strong wind and rain, not related to making glass. Didn't the second princess tell Cheng Weining? The second princess couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had explained several times, but Cheng Weining insisted on following her. The second princess explained. But Cheng Weining is very protective, especially since the second princess is pregnant. He wishes there were no bugs within a few kilometers of her. The explosion from the kitchen a few days ago made him alert. But this time, I think the second princess won't be able to resist Cheng Weining. Yuan Wan was curious. Really? Cheng Weining seems to be quite controlled by his wife. The second princess's face turned red. Cheng Weining looked firmly at the second princess. Arwan, do you remember the gunpowder? It's been made. Mentioning gunpowder reminded everyone of the grand plans the system had previously drawn. Chiua's gaze became sharp. The second princess eagerly clenched her fists. Cheng Weining's expression was serious. Indeed, with the explosion in the furnace, and Zhou Fengshi getting anxious while Li Fengshi is in seclusion, it's clear there has been progress. This is why he wanted to replace the second princess here. Yuan Wan was also excited. Can we use the gunpowder now? The gunpowder has been made, but both masters are still researching how to safely store and transport it. After seeing the glass formula, Li Fengshi had new ideas for making stable containers and went into seclusion. Zhou Fengshi, not wanting to be left behind, dove into glassmaking. As you know, he accidentally triggered the furnace early, and the ash blew into the second princess's face. Yuan Ruan's soft, chubby face tightened as she said, Tong, why didn't you mention such a serious matter earlier? What if it leads to a safety issue? Cheng Weining nodded vigorously beside her. Yuan Ruan touched her chin and continued, I didn't think this through. We need to order Zhou Fengshi to stay away. The second princess is pregnant, and if she gets startled, it could be a big problem. We need to go back immediately. Upon hearing this, the second princess became anxious and quickly said, No way. Yuan Wan turned her head in confusion. Chiyu glanced at the second princess. The second princess felt a tightness in her chest and was momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Weining suddenly covered her wrist, sounding a bit hurt. I was just trying to help you with the mosquitoes, not to force you to leave. Why are you so wary of me? The second princess sighed in relief, realizing that she had been given a temporary excuse. She playfully hit Cheng Weining and blushed, saying, I overreacted, but don't say anything more. No means no. I want to stay with my sisters. Yuan Wan thought, Cheng Weining really shouldn't scare people, especially pregnant women can't handle being frightened. The system hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yes, I suppose." At that moment, the eldest princess, fourth princess, and fifth princess came out one after another. The eldest princess waved her hand dismissively at Cheng Weining and said, "The second sister is pregnant, not sick. If you keep protecting her like this, she'll be stuck in her room all day and might get sick."
But
Cheng Weining started to protest but was cut off by the eldest princess. "You haven't given birth, so you wouldn't understand." Cheng Weining was speechless. The fourth and fifth princesses were together, one in a peach-colored dress, affectionately linking arms with the eldest princess, while the other wore light blue riding attire, supporting the second princess's arm. Their voices were gentle, but their words were a bit intimidating. "Why is the second prince stopping the sisters from gathering? Do you think we would harm our second sister?" Cheng Weining quickly waved her hands, saying, "I wouldn't dare." The fourth and fifth princesses continued their playful banter. "If you don't doubt us, then why are you insisting the second sister go back? Do you think she's an object that needs to be locked away?" Cheng Weining was sweating. She had many things to say in response, but considering their relationship, these two were her sisters-in-law and princesses of the Great Xia, she couldn't offend them. Yuan Wan looked curiously at the fourth and fifth princesses. Although she had seen them before, they had hardly spoken. Her impression of them was still shy, quiet, and well-behaved, so it was her first time seeing them work together to confront someone. Yuan Wan, the way they talk to each other is so in sync. They gently tease each other. System. They grew up together, so it's natural for them to have this connection.
Ah.
I live in Ruan's mind, and I have an even better connection with her. How wonderful! Let's celebrate. Yuan Wan watched as the system suddenly burst out with electronic flowers, like seeing her cat suddenly start to play wildly. She didn't understand but respected it and went along with it. Yuan Wan. Yes, we have a better connection. The system sent even more electronic flowers, woo-woo. While the system was communicating with Yuan Wan, the two princesses had already turned their attention to her. Yuan Wan looked up and met the gaze of the two princesses. Their expressions froze, and it seemed as if they were suddenly paralyzed. After a moment, they quickly hid behind the eldest and second princess, peeking out like cautious little kittens. Yuan Wan. System. After a moment of silence, Yuan Wan couldn't help but mumble. Am I scary?
Or do they dislike me?
System. Our Wan is not scary. She is the cutest baby in the world. They just have no taste. The fourth and fifth princesses shrank back a little, continuing to hide behind the two princesses. Yuan Wan. Then why do they react so strongly when they see me? System. Let me check. Oh. It turns out it's childhood trauma. Yuan Wan. What do you mean? The eldest and second princess were also curious. They had privately asked the fourth and fifth princesses, who said they didn't dislike or fear the little national teacher, but for some reason, they would tremble and instinctively want to back away when getting closer. System. The two biological mothers of the fourth and fifth princesses have a good relationship. They are both rare atheists. When the fourth and fifth princesses were young, they liked to play outside, and the maids told them that running around at night would get them eaten by ghosts. Their mothers were very angry when they found out and repeatedly told them there were no ghosts, then told them ghost stories every day to help them not be afraid. The fourth and fifth princesses seemed to remember something and turned pale. Yuan Wan thought it was quite normal at first, but when she heard the second part, her pupils shrank. Huh? Children are not adults. How can they use poison against poison? That's just making things worse. The fourth and fifth princesses peeked out like cats smelling treats. System, exactly. The more they told ghost stories, the more afraid the two princesses became, but it also somewhat established the idea that there are no gods or ghosts. And then, you appeared. Yuan Wan pointed at herself. Huh?
Me?
The system nodded. After Erwan showed her miracles several times, the mother of the two princesses began to doubt her beliefs. The two little princesses were even more shaken. Their understanding flipped to the other extreme. They not only believe you are a goddess, but also firmly think that the monster stories they read as children are real. So now, whenever they see you, they think of various ghosts and monsters, and they become scared, instinctively shying away and trembling. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. I'm getting caught in the crossfire. But I can understand. It seems I should keep my distance until they grow up. Protecting the mental and physical health of minors. Everyone looked a bit awkward. A little child seriously stating she wants to protect the mental and physical health of minors sounded quite funny. The system couldn't help but comment. It's their lack of vision. Erwan can use lightning magic. The stories say that lightning magic is the most effective against ghosts and monsters. They should be the closest to you. The fourth and fifth princesses' eyes lit up. Instantly, as if they had caught a whiff of catnip, their tails perked up. That's right. Lightning magic is the most effective against ghosts and monsters. In other words, being near ninth sister is the safest. The two little princesses immediately wanted to get closer to Yuan Ruan. But as soon as they took a step forward, the first and second princesses each grabbed them and shook their heads slightly, silently warning them. The two little princesses quickly covered their mouths with their hands and stepped back, but their eyes began to follow Yuan Ruan eagerly. However, Yuan Ruan didn't notice them. She pretended to take out a small turtle shell and touched it, then pointed to a palace near the rockery in the inner courtyard and said, "Let's go that way. It's lucky." Everyone suddenly fell silent. The system displayed an excited electronic label, Erwan. Good Erwan. That's the purification room. Yuan Ruan nearly choked on her own saliva. What? She randomly pointed and ended up indicating the place where eunuchs are punished? Chiyue, who had been holding Yuan Ruan, looked down and saw her chubby little finger trembling slightly. Chiyue felt a bit sorry and subtly adjusted her heel, just enough for Yuan Ruan's little finger to point to the stables, which were just a wall away. The others hadn't reacted yet. The Minister of Works, waiting nearby, noticed Chiyue's small movement and suddenly clapped his hands, saying, "I see. I thought the frequency of good horses being produced recently was high, because the stables are in a lucky position." The other princesses also caught on, secretly giving Chiyue an admiring look, and began to chime in. Yuan Ruan was momentarily stunned, blinking. System? It's not the purification room. It's the stables? The system was a bit puzzled, but didn't notice Chiyue's small movements. It observed closely. Oh dear. I misjudged before. Your finger was indeed pointing towards the horse stable, where they keep the best stallions. Thank goodness. Yuan Ruan also sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I would have ruined my reputation. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. No way. Even if you did point to the wrong place, we could easily turn it into a bathing area by clearing it out overnight. After this little mishap, when Yuan Ruan fiddled with the turtle shell and said to everyone, "Move over there, it's good," the princesses nodded in agreement. During the move, aside from the tightly covered wooden boxes, Cheng Weining carefully examined each item and wrapped several sharp corners with soft cloth. He not only checked the moving bags but also thoroughly inspected the new palace inside and out, applying plenty of insect repellent and realgar powder. The system couldn't help but complain, "Help. In this cold weather, where are the bugs and snakes coming from? Are they just figments of his imagination?" Yuan Ruan laughed. "You have a great sense of humor." The system replied, "I haven't even started joking yet. Look at the soft cloth strips on the edges of the table. Does he think the second princess is a baby?" Yuan Ruan chuckled. "Haha, that's funny. I love it." The eldest princess teasingly looked at the second princess, who blushed. Cheng Weining took pride in his actions, thinking that it was important to eliminate any possible threats, especially since winter hadn't fully set in yet. As Cheng Weining continued with the move, the princesses grew bored. Yuan Ruan rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit tired but not wanting to sleep. She decided to find something to do with her mouth. Yuan Ruan tugged at Chiyue's wrist. "Seventh sister, let's go out and have some fun. Maybe shop a little." Chiyue nodded, politely said a few words to the other princesses, and turned to leave. In that moment, as Yuan Ruan leaned on Chiyue's shoulder, she noticed the eager looks from the fourth and fifth princesses. Yuan Ruan thought, "System, Why are they looking at me like that? The system replied, maybe they want to go out shopping too. Yuan Wan understood. Got it. For safety, the Daxia princesses are strictly monitored and can't leave the palace until they come of age. As for me and Seventh Sister, she's on the path to becoming a general, and I'm the national advisor, so that's probably why. The fourth and fifth princesses both showed slightly embarrassed expressions. The eldest and second princesses were trying hard not to laugh. System, huh?
No.
Your brother is strict with the princesses, but not overly harsh. They can't go out simply because they misbehaved. At that moment, the emperor and the crown prince, who rushed over thinking something was wrong because Yuan Wan was moving, paused when they heard the system's words. The system's words reminded the emperor of a past incident. He calmly looked at the fourth and fifth princesses. The fourth and fifth princesses were like little rabbits caught by a fierce beast, completely stiff. The crown prince noticed the fourth princess's pleading expression and sighed, looking down at the wool cat paw hanging from his waist. Suddenly, he felt a force at his waist. Confused, he turned and saw his father signaling him to leave. Crown Prince, Father, I've been avoiding Ninth Sister for over a month for her well-being. Can I get close to her? At that moment, the system said, R1, your brother and nephew are here. Yuan Wan immediately waved at them, sweetly saying, Father, Crown Prince, brother. I really want to see you. The emperor stopped his gesture to send the crown prince away. The crown prince showed a touch of emotion on his face. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. Yuan Wan urged, Hurry, hurry, tell me the news. Emperor, Crown Prince. The system chuckled. All right, R1. A year ago, they secretly took a heavy crossbow cart from the backup store with a son of the Wu family, hitched it to horses, and went to the city gate to play. They couldn't control it well, and the 4 horses ran wildly, causing the 4 kids on the cart to tumble around, barely managing not to fall off and completely ignoring the pedestrians. This heavy crossbow cart raced through the city gate. Yuan Wan gasped, What? The fourth and fifth princesses lowered their heads even more. The system continued. Fortunately, Wu Yi acted quickly, riding after them, cutting the horses' legs while pulling them back by hand. That's how no one was seriously hurt. Yuan Wan sighed in relief. I'm glad nothing happened. The system replied, Yes, thankfully nothing serious happened. As a result, the emperor punished the 2 princesses by restricting their movement, and they cannot leave the palace until they marry. As for the Wu family's young man, he was punished severely by General Wu. If it weren't for his mother pleading for him, he would have been severely beaten or worse. General Wu was punished for not properly overseeing the weapons. Yuan Wan. He deserves to be punished. Such a heavy cart is running wildly among the crowd. System. Wan is right. Yuan Wan glanced back at the 2 little princesses, paused, and suddenly asked, Wait, System. You mean Wu Yi can stop such a heavy cart with his bare hands?
System, yes.
Is there a problem? Yuan Wan, bare hands? The system chuckled. Wan. The male figure is a fierce warrior. He single-handedly guarded a checkpoint and defeated thousands. Even with the terrain advantage, if he didn't have great strength and stamina, he wouldn't have survived the battle. Moreover, he first targeted the horse's legs, reducing the impact of the heavy cart. The system continued, Not just him. There are others in the Great Xia who can do it. Let me think. The emperor and the prince looked up with interest. Were there other strong warriors like Wu Yi? Yuan Wano? Are there such strong men in Great Xia? Could it be the Lin family's twin stars? System. In terms of strength, Wu Yi and Shi Yi are evenly matched. These 2 are at the top. Other sons of the Shi family can team up to stop a heavy cart. As for the Lin twins, they are impressive but not in the brute strength category. Yuan Wan nodded repeatedly. Seeing Yuan Wan chatting with the system about the strength of Great Xia's warriors, the emperor approached Cheng Weining, who was busy cleaning the table, to understand why Yuan Wan wanted to move. The emperor pondered and instructed Cheng Weining to take good care of her in the future. Then, the emperor turned to Qiyu, pinched Yuan Ruan's chubby cheek, and said, Let's go. Father will take you shopping. Yuan Wan rubbed against the emperor's big hand. Okay. The emperor, the prince, and Qi Yu carried Yuan Wan as they walked outside. As they exited a palace gate, they encountered the young official and the grand scholar, who had come to report on the Imperial examination matters. Yuan Wan keenly noticed that although the two were walking side by side, they acted as if the other didn't exist, not glancing at each other. The prince stepped forward to listen to their report. The emperor picked up Yuan Wan while taking a sweet soup from a maid's box, feeding it to her spoon by spoon. Yuan Wan ate happily and suddenly exclaimed, "Hee hee, I'm so happy. I thought my brother disliked me." The emperor paused. The grand scholar, who was reporting, twitched his mouth. How could the national teacher have such a ridiculous thought?
System. Huh?
Wan, why would you think that? Yuan Wan held her face and said, I don't know how to express this. I really dislike early morning meetings, morning studies, and physical training. But for over a month, my brother hasn't pushed me at all. It feels like he thinks I'm hopeless and doesn't want to bother with me. And my nephew, I've hardly seen him in this time, and whenever we meet, we barely exchange a few words before he leaves. It makes me a little sad. Emperor. Wait, didn't you say you wanted to rest? Crown Prince. Hold on, didn't you say you didn't want to see me? The two court officials who knew the situation looked awkward. No. Young National Master, you completely misunderstood. System. Now that you mention it. Emperor and Crown Prince. System. Don't analyze things at this moment. Yuan Wan, right. The system suddenly changed its tone. I think it's unlikely. Maybe your brother noticed you were tired and wanted you to rest. Think about it. Your brother and the Crown Prince are at the top of the hierarchy. If they didn't like you, it wouldn't be just small matters. At the very least, your treatment in the palace would drop significantly. The Emperor and Crown Prince nodded repeatedly. The system is right. You're doing well today. Yuan Wan nodded. The system added. Of course. Don't be afraid. Yuan Wan. If they really don't like you, I'll zap them. No, I still value friendship. How about I just paralyze them instead? We can get someone nicer to take their place, like Qi Yu. She would treat you really well. Emperor and Crown Prince. Yuan Wan felt helpless. Why does it feel like the system is my biggest fan? Yuan Wan, no way. Just because I feel a bit ignored doesn't mean I want to zap anyone. Am I some kind of rare oddity? Plus, dealing with a female emperor is tough. It's not enough to just take power. Such changes don't happen overnight and can lead to a lot of chaos. System, I know. Yuan Wan, I have a successful strategy for dealing with a female emperor. Emperor and Crown Prince. System, what have you learned from the other systems? Yuan Wan, haha system, the Tang Dynasty and the Summer Kingdom are different. You can't just copy it. System confidently replied. I'm not copying. I'm talking about the Summer Kingdom itself. In the storyline where Qi Yu becomes the opposing ruler, the Summer Kingdom had a female emperor. If she hadn't stabilized the situation, the Summer Kingdom wouldn't just have lost territory. It might have even lost the name Summer. Everyone. The young official was so shocked that he almost dropped the document in his hands. The emperor squinted, deep in thought. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. How could a noble lady become an empress? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in shock. What? There's such a powerful figure in the Xia Kingdom? Who is it? System. Hee. It's someone you definitely wouldn't expect. Yuan Wan raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't expect it, so I'll start with the unlikely candidates. Is it Consort Rome? Qi Yu's lips twitched. Thinking about his mother, who seemed charming but was actually quite bold, it didn't seem likely. The young official said, Impossible. My sister could never. System. Haha, that's not it. The young official sighed in relief. Yuan Wan touched her cheek. Could it be Qi Yu? I thought it was her at first since she is both smart and skilled, but since you said it's definitely not her, I wondered if Qi Yu helped Consort Rome rise to power. The young official's heart raced again. System. No, Qi Yu is indeed impressive, but the Empress's success doesn't come from her. Yuan Wan guessed several other people, like the second prince's mother, the sickly Empress Gao, or other consorts, but the system denied each one. Seeing that Yuan Ruan was getting tired of guessing, the system quickly revealed the answer. Ruan, it's the Empress. The Emperor's eyes widened. The Crown Prince nearly stumbled, but the young official and the scholar steadied him. However, the expressions on the young official and the scholar's faces were also grim. They were all allies of the Crown Prince, and if something happened to the Empress, it could shake the prince's foundation. Yuan Ruan's eyes grew wide. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Crown Prince took a deep breath. He also thought it was unlikely. His mother was the type who would rather lie down than sit up. She didn't even want the power of the harem and had often privately complained that the emperor was difficult to deal with, saying it was tiring and troublesome. He couldn't believe his mother would try to seize the throne. The system asked curiously, "Why do you think it's impossible?" Yuan Ruan began to analyze rationally. System. Someone who wants to be emperor must have a strong desire for power. Without desire, there's no motivation. But look at the Empress. She just eats and sleeps all day. I remember when she fainted, the doctor said it was due to lack of exercise, yet even when the emperor ordered her to be more active, she continued her routine. Her emotions are as stable as a capybara. How could she become emperor? The emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. What is a capybara? Is there something in this world that resembles the Empress? The Crown Prince's lips twitched slightly. I appreciate Ninth Sister's trust in the Empress, but there's no need to give so many examples. The junior official and the grand scholar were very grateful for Yuan Ruan's examples and secretly glanced at the emperor, eager to whisper, "Your Majesty, the Empress is very lazy and would never threaten your position." System. Yuan Ruan, do you really trust her? Have you considered that it might be a disguise? The grand scholar and the junior official gasped, covering their racing hearts. Yuan Ruan waved her hand. It's definitely not a disguise. If she really had many schemes and wanted to harm my brother, you would have told me right away because you know I care for him the most. System. That's right. The Empress becoming the female emperor happens in the storyline where both your brother and the Crown Prince die, and Shiyu becomes the rebel king. The grand scholar and the junior official sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Yuan Ruan looked up with interest. I remember that first the Crown Prince ascended, then the second prince, and then the third prince. So the third prince died. Was it the Empress? System. Exactly. Yuan Ruan. The Empress is indeed lazy, but she only relaxes in her comfort zone. Her personality is not one to passively accept things. I think she can be described as a sleeping dragon. Everyone was taken aback. To describe the Empress as a sleeping dragon was a high praise. The junior official and the grand scholar became tense again, this time sweating. The dragon is also a symbol of the emperor of the Xia kingdom. If the system says the Empress is a sleeping dragon, it's almost equivalent to saying she has the bearing of an emperor. The Crown Prince clenched his fists and glanced at the emperor, noticing his father's expressionless face, which made him slightly worried. Yuan Ruan was even more surprised. Sleeping dragon? Is it like, do not disturb the sleeping dragon? What a high evaluation. I'm really curious. Is she the Xia version of Wu Zetian? How did she ascend to the throne? Everyone was fully focused. They were eager to know how Empress Wang came to hold the emperor's position. System. You remember, after the third prince ascended, he worked day and night, capturing countless corrupt officials. After a few years, his health declined, and then the noble consort had her own plans, leading to the third prince's early death. Even having heard it once, Yuan Ruan still felt that the third prince was surrounded by people who held him back, with no real helpers. She sighed. Thank goodness my brother was there. The third prince awakened, and the noble consort was confined, preventing many unfortunate events. And then, system. After the third prince died, under the noble consort's encouragement, the aristocratic families and local lords that the third prince had suppressed began to stir again. Several feudal lords, led by the king of Huainan, clamored to enter the capital, claiming they wanted to support the emperor, but in reality, they aimed to become emperors themselves. The fifth prince refused, so he organized an army to confront the lords. At this moment, The state of Chu was also preparing to take advantage of the situation, seeing that the Great Xia might collapse on its own. The Empress felt that if she continued to lie down, she would die. She secretly allied with the three most powerful officials in the court, appointing them as regents. They dealt with the troublesome officials before the loyalist armies arrived in the capital and announced the 8th prince's ascension to the throne, making the Empress the regent. The emperor was surprised, but not entirely shocked. The young official had a complex expression. He remembered his sister complaining about how lazy the Empress was, too lazy even to peel sunflower seeds, yet she became the regent? Later, the young emperor was encouraged to rebel. The slaves of Great Xia fled, and various rebel leaders emerged. The Empress grew tired of the noble families who only sought power and created endless trouble. Following her brother's example, she decisively dealt with the noble families and then ascended as the Empress, implementing sweeping reforms. However, the Empress remained fundamentally lazy. She didn't want to lose her brother's legacy. 15 years later, she became lazy again and wanted to hand power back to the young emperor, preferring to live peacefully as the Empress Dowager without involving herself in state affairs. The crown prince felt a mix of tension and relief. Fortunately, his mother was still laid back and cared about his father, so even if his father could hear her thoughts, he likely wouldn't have major objections. The crown prince glanced at the emperor and was shocked to find that his father seemed not angry, but rather interested. Suddenly, the empress sighed. How come there's no harem? What a waste. The emperor's face twitched slightly. Erwin, remember that she is my empress. Not far away, in the Kuan-Ning Palace, the empress, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly sneezed and felt goosebumps on her arms. Strange. Who keeps mentioning me? Erwin and the system gossiped about how the empress reformed things in the previous timeline. The system shared many policies. Initially, the grand scholar and the young official were skeptical and even a bit resistant. But as they listened, they suddenly realized that this seemingly lazy empress actually had some substance. No wonder she could hold her position so firmly. Hearing the exciting parts of the system, the young official couldn't help but pull out a piece of white paper from his long sleeve and jot down ideas bit by bit. The grand scholar glanced over and muttered sourly, "You're just repeating others' wisdom." The young official scoffed lightly. As the national teacher says, this is about developing Xia by standing on the shoulders of giants. Do you understand? Stubbornly sticking to old ways will eventually lead to being forgotten in history. The grand scholar. At that moment, the casual carriage prepared for the emperor's outing approached with a sound of hooves. Qiyu first held Yuan Ruan and got into the carriage. Originally, the emperor was supposed to get in, but he turned and walked toward the grand scholar and the young official. Seeing the emperor's powerful stride and recalling the earlier incident with the young national teacher, both the grand scholar and the young official stiffened, thinking the emperor might silence them. They instinctively bowed deeply to the emperor. Nearby palace maids and eunuchs stared in surprise. Is this how formal court etiquette has become? No wonder they can hold such important positions. The emperor raised his hand slightly, signaling them to rise, and then said, "This matter must remain confidential." The grand scholar and the young official nodded repeatedly, as they were loyal subjects of the crown prince and were eager for this matter to stay hidden. The emperor continued, "In the future, when I assign tasks to the crown prince, you will each make a copy for the empress." The grand scholar and the young official were taken aback. What? Tasks for the crown prince will also be sent to the empress? The emperor went on, "You are responsible for delivering the empress's comments back to me." The grand scholar couldn't hold back and politely said, "Your Majesty, the empress is quite lazy and doesn't like handling these matters. I can't find a reason to bother her." The emperor replied, "In the name of consulting the crown prince." Both the grand scholar and the young official were stunned. "Your Majesty, this is a bit unreasonable." The grand scholar wanted to say more but was suddenly kicked hard by the young official. The kick was so strong that if he weren't afraid of losing face in front of the emperor, the grand scholar would have cried out. But at that moment, he forced himself to hold it in. Meanwhile, the kick also broke his courage to voice objections to the emperor. The emperor glanced at the silent duo. Handle this well. After saying that, he turned and got into the carriage. Soon, this simple yet cleverly designed carriage, filled with hidden weapons, slowly drove out of the palace. Once the carriage was out of sight, the Grand Scholar turned around angrily, grabbing his hair and saying, "What are you doing to stop me? Is it reasonable to show the Empress the Crown Prince's tasks? Does the Emperor want to personally train a—"
Keep your voice down.
That is the Queen, the mother of the Crown Prince, the Emperor's main wife, and a matter of royal family affairs. The young official looked at him speechlessly. If the Emperor doesn't mind, why should you? Besides, the Empress Dowager managed affairs before her downfall. What's wrong with the Queen doing the same? The Grand Scholar frowned. The royal family has no private matters. And you mentioned the male Empress Dowager. Look at the trouble he has caused. To maintain the legitimacy of the Great Xia, the harem must not. You really don't understand the Emperor. He is someone who values talent and is open-minded, the young official sighed. In the words of the little national teacher, anyone capable for the Great Xia can be utilized. The Grand Scholar wanted to argue but thought of the undercover officials who were promoted because of one dragging two and various officials who were misused. He also recalled the Emperor promoting slaves and female officials through the Imperial examination, which made his rebuttal hard to voice. The young official glanced at him and added, "Just in time. The Emperor is about to hold the Imperial examination to select female officials. If the Queen could help a bit, it would serve as a banner and reduce gossip." Before he could finish, the Grand Scholar suddenly looked up. "Oh, I see your little scheme. You claim it's for the Queen, but you're actually planning for your sister, the 7th princess, right?" The young official paused but maintained his composure. "Not at all." However, the Grand Scholar, a long-time rival, sensed the subtle pause and realized he might be right. The Grand Scholar sneered. "Let me think. You're worried about a new emperor bringing in new officials, concerned that the Crown Prince might abolish the female official selection system, and worried that the 7th princess will be the only woman in court, isolated and helpless. So you hope to establish a female politician he can't refuse." The young official scoffed. "My loyalty to the Crown Prince is unwavering. I dare to swear to the national teacher, heaven and earth can bear witness." The Grand Scholar was taken aback. The young official turned. "Stop using a petty mind to judge a gentleman's heart." The Grand Scholar observed carefully, then hesitated. Could he have guessed wrong? As the young official turned away, "I am loyal to the Crown Prince, heaven and earth can bear witness, but that doesn't stop me from caring for my niece and planning for her." The Emperor walked slowly along a stone path in front of the East Gate, holding Yuan Ruan. The unknown fluffy plant material flying around made Yuan Ruan sneeze repeatedly. The Crown Prince nervously took off his outer robe, but even though Yuan Ruan insisted she wasn't cold, everyone insisted on wrapping her in it. "System. Erwin, why don't we find a place to rest? Look, you're almost sweating on your forehead." Yuan Ruan's gaze fell on the upright prince. "We should rest, and it gives us a chance to buy a new coat for my nephew." The prince's cold fingers paused. Yuan Ruan quickly tugged at the Emperor, pointing to a nearby wonton shop with steam rising from its entrance. "Father, I want to eat, I want to eat." The cook, who was boiling wontons, looked up happily at the mention of food, but was startled to see the imposing Emperor, the expressionless Chiyu, and the gentle prince staring back at him. The cook accidentally spilled some broth, adding 4 extra wontons to the bowl he was serving. The boy receiving the bowl cheered happily and walked away. But the cook didn't have time to call him back. He looked nervously at the 3 of them and awkwardly said, "Esteemed guests, please come in." "Oh no, I'm just a commoner. We don't have private rooms. How about I ask my wife to tidy up the back room?" Yuan Ruan wondered. Why does he look like a mouse seeing a cat? Could he recognize my brother's identity? System, impossible. If he really recognized him, given your brother's reputation, he would scream, faint, and apologize. Yuan Ruan. Emperor. Yuan Ruan looked at the trembling cook and his wife. "Never mind, let's find another place." Before she could finish, an excited voice rang out nearby. "Everyone, would you like to debate with us? If you lose, Would you be willing to sign a petition to the emperor with us? Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. Is there going to be some excitement? The emperor, prince, and Qiyu exchanged glances and then walked away from the crowd. Yuan Wan was confused and shocked. Wait, are you all so rational? Don't you have any curiosity as human beings? Yuan Wan felt a bit down. I can't see the excitement anymore. System comforted her. There are too many people. The top leaders of the Summer Kingdom are all here. If you go in and get ambushed, even one injury would be a huge loss. Yuan Wan touched her neck. You're right. I rarely get to see things outside the palace. I almost forgot how valuable my and my brother's lives are. Maybe we should hurry back. System. Haha, Erwin, you're so sensible. The three emperors chuckled lightly. While they were indeed easy targets, the East Gate was a residence for high officials and nobles, with very strict security, making it quite safe. They didn't approach that area simply because they were worried that Yuan Wan might get pushed around. In other words, if Yuan Wan remained down for much longer, the emperor would surely take her over to see the commotion. At that moment, a hesitant voice suddenly came from ahead. Your Majesty, ahem, sir, you. Yuan Wan looked up and saw the Minister Li and the Minister of Personnel approaching in casual clothes, followed by a young man who looked serious and was walking quickly. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Wan realized that this young man seemed to be Minister Li's son. The emperor waved his hand gently, signaling them not to be too formal, and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Minister Li quickly replied, "Some students from outside have caused a stir. I plan to go see what's happening." The emperor narrowed his eyes. Another disturbance? Who is behind this? Hearing the emperor's tone, Minister Li and the Minister of Personnel felt nervous and nearly knelt in the street. Thankfully, they remembered the emperor was in disguise and didn't reveal his identity. They pinched their thighs to regain their composure. Minister Li hurriedly said they didn't go through anyone. They posted a notice at the East Gate, inviting students from the capital to debate whether the recommendation system or the Imperial examination system is better. The two sides are arguing fiercely. The emperor frowned. Yuan Wan stroked her chin. Something feels off. This could have happened a few months ago when court officials were still debating the examination system and the recommendation system, but my brother already issued an order that the examination system will be implemented, with the palace exam taking place next spring. What's the point of the students from outside suddenly bringing this up again? System. Because they're foolish? Yuan Wan twitched her lips. No. One person can be foolish, but a group acting this way is unlikely. I feel like they might have ulterior motives. System. What do you mean? Aren't they trying to promote the recommendation system? Yuan Wan. Exactly. I feel like the students from outside are not hoping for the restoration of the recommendation system. They might be thinking of a compromise that benefits them. By bringing up a more controversial topic first, even if they are countered, they can step back and then present their real request. The emperor and the crown prince nodded in satisfaction. Joer, you think like I do. Qi looked at her with admiration. Impressive. Prime Minister Li couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yuan Wan with admiration. Impressive. She's much better than his flustered son, who rushed to deliver the news. System. Wow. Wan is so smart. She reacted so quickly. Wait until you guide your brother and nephew. Yuan Wan felt shy at the system's exaggeration. Being smart was just normal reasoning. Yuan Wan. My brother and nephew must have known already. System. No way. Yuan Wan was confident about the emperor and the prince. See? The emperor and the prince exchanged glances. The prince stepped forward, ready to speak, but the emperor's calm voice spoke first. The emperor said, "Noisy? Just wait. It won't be long before they present their real demands." At this, he gave the prince a look. The prince paused for a moment, then realized his father wanted him to respond. He felt helpless. Ever since the arrival of the ninth princess, his father's attitude had become increasingly youthful, even making him play the supporting role. The prince naturally said, "What you say is very true, father. The examination rules cannot be changed." Their uproar must be to push for demands that favor the children of the powerful, such as increasing the number of those admitted from noble families. The prince went on to list several guesses about the demands of students from other regions. Then he added, "However, I feel like I might be missing something. May I ask for your guidance, father?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Li twitched his mouth slightly and stroked his beard. He thought the prince's analysis was good, but Prime Minister Li quietly glanced at the emperor. The prince is still too young. His Majesty clearly wants to show off in front of the young national teacher, and after the prince has made so many guesses, what else can His Majesty say? Wouldn't that undermine His Majesty's authority? System. You're right, Yuan, your brother and nephew have guessed it. Yuan. Hee, I told you my brother and nephew wouldn't need my guidance. At that moment, the emperor's expression was very calm as he said, "Prince, you are thinking too straightforwardly about those students." Everyone was taken aback. The prince's previous analysis had already shown the students' greed clearly. How could that be considered too straightforward? The emperor continued, "Their uproar won't be for trivial demands like increasing the number of admissions for noble children. If I'm not mistaken, they likely want a merger of two systems under the pretense of taking a step back." Everyone. The prince was also surprised and clasped his hands, saying, "Taking a step back? Merging the two measures? What do you mean, father?" Yuan couldn't help but mutter, "Fusion? Are they suggesting that all students eligible for the Imperial examination must be recommended from various places? If that's the case, even if names are mixed up during the exam, it would still protect the noble class from being challenged by common students. In other words, it's another type of recommendation system." Everyone. So this is what they mean by fusion. No wonder they call it taking a step back. The emperor looked at Yuan with satisfaction and then glared at the crown prince. The crown prince blinked. He had considered this approach, but didn't think students from other regions would dare to make such a bold suggestion. At that moment, some noisy voices came from behind. Yuan turned to look and saw the crowd that had gathered earlier slowly moving towards them. At the same time, a deep voice was calling out, "Do you all remember a passage from the Book of Rites, the Great Learning? Those who wish to illuminate virtue in the world must first govern their own country. Those who wish to govern their country must first regulate their family. Those who wish to regulate their family must first cultivate themselves. Those who wish to cultivate themselves must first correct their hearts. When the heart is correct, the self is cultivated. When the self is cultivated, the family is regulated. When the family is regulated, the country is governed. When the country is governed, the world is at peace." The speaker's voice was very persuasive, and he excitedly began. Nearby, the crowd echoed, "When the heart is correct, the self is cultivated. When the self is cultivated, the family is regulated." At this point, the leader finished quoting the text. He raised his voice, "Everyone, only those who govern themselves well and possess virtue can assist His Majesty in governing the country. Having knowledge without virtue will only lead to disaster. If we do not first recommend students, and if all commoners can participate in the Imperial examination, how many people of poor character will be admitted? What a great harm that would be to the great Xia." With that, the students below echoed their agreement. The crown prince thought, "This is reckless. These students are really bold." Suddenly, he raised his hand high. Yuan's pupil shrank. "Is that Wenjili?
How dare he say that?"
The system suddenly got excited. This person makes a good point. Those without virtue governing the world will bring misfortune to the common people." Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. If someone with virtue said this, I could reluctantly consider them a bookworm who is too rigid. But Wenjili, he is simply talking nonsense. However, Yuan's speechlessness made the emperor misunderstand that she agreed with a fusion proposal. The emperor immediately gave the crown prince a look. The crown prince said, "This statement is not wrong, but the biggest problem is that the recommendation system cannot effectively select officials with both virtue and talent. Otherwise, there would be no need for secret guards or the Imperial guards, and the Ministry of Justice would have far fewer cases of bribery, land grabbing, and abuse." Prime Minister Li nodded in agreement and analyzed a few flaws in the recommendation system. Yuan listened and nodded repeatedly. Cousin, my nephew is absolutely right. If the recommendation system were truly effective, there wouldn't be so many corrupt officials in the 4 countries. They all came through that system.
System, exactly.
This person is misleading others. Yuan Wan nodded again, right. And even if the recommendation system can select kind people who can guarantee that their goodness will remain unchanged after 10 years of power. Throughout history, there are countless examples of dragon slayers becoming dragons themselves. The emperor and the crown prince pondered. The idea that dragon slayers can become dragons is quite profound. System, yes, yes. Yuan Wan is very clever and sees through it instantly. Yuan Wan smiled shyly. Actually, I was moved at first, but then I saw that the person promoting this idea is Wenji Li. How can a man who relies on others for support dare to say such things? I quickly came to my senses.
System what?
He dares? Yuan Wan pointed in that direction. Of course he dares. Look, he even talks to the official from the Ministry of Personnel, TSK. System. The official from the Ministry of Personnel is smiling at him. Oh. Why is the official from the Ministry of Rights watching too? Wait, why are there other officials around? Do they all support Wenji Li? Hiss. Could it be that these officials are also relying on others? Officials observing the students from other regions. System. Don't say that. We are all good officials with a mission. Among them, the first official named by the system, who only maintained a polite smile, was the official from the Ministry of Personnel. He took 3 steps back and declined the handshake invitation, then quickly approached the emperor and the crown prince to report on the situation regarding the arrival of the students from other regions. In summary, although Wenji Li actively promoted his theories here, only the students from other regions supported him, while the local students either scoffed or didn't show up, with very few joining in the commotion. Yuan Wan listened for a while and then said to the system, "You got it wrong. They don't have a good relationship with Wenji Li. They just happened to pass by after work and came to investigate when they saw something was wrong. They truly have a heart for the country and the people." The officials, who were still a bit upset from being wrongly accused by the system, were instantly moved. Thank you. Luckily, we have the little national master to prove our innocence. The system replied, "It seems I misunderstood. Look over there. Something is about to happen." Yuan Wan instinctively turned her head. The emperor and the crown prince also looked over, their eyes wide with shock. Wenji Li was standing on a table, passionately arguing with a student across from him. He was advocating for the combination of the recommendation system and the Imperial examination system, claiming he had no selfish motives, only wanting to better select talent for the daxia. As he spoke, Wenji Li suddenly shouted, "There are gods above. I swear that everything I say is for the greater good. Today, I will jump down to prove my resolve." With that, he jumped into a nearby well. Everyone was stunned. Even the student who had argued most fiercely with him rushed forward, shouting, "Oh my! I believe you. Isn't that enough?" Before he finished speaking, others also rushed toward the dry well, with someone exclaiming loudly, "He sacrificed himself for justice. What a man!
Oh my!
Did he really just jump in? Quick, save him. Is there a rope nearby? Is it too late to knock on doors? Maybe we should take off our clothes to make a rope to save him." Yuan Wan, who had just raised her hand and was about to act, was left speechless. Was this really the same man who relied on others for a living? Could he be the type who has a messy personal life but is brilliant academically? But that didn't make sense. When Jilai was trying to commit suicide, with such low morals, could he really be so pure? For a moment, Yuan Wan was confused, forgetting to lower her raised hand. The emperor and others frowned but waved their hands to signal the attendants to rescue him, regardless of any tricks involved. Saving him was the priority. At that moment, the system said, "This person is really tough on himself, and his acting skills are top-notch. No wonder he can rely on others." The crowd watching turned to look. "What's going on?"
"Tell us more."
The system replied, "He carefully chose this well. There's hardly any water in it, just up to his waist. He is currently at the bottom of the well, busy pouring water on himself and his hair, worried that when he is rescued, people will notice his shirt is still dry. Onlookers. What is going on? The fastest official from the Ministry of Rights suddenly stopped, his face showing shock at being tricked. The official from the Ministry of War, who had already taken off half of his clothes to make a rope, looked speechless and started putting his clothes back on. However, their actions made the nearby crowd, who couldn't hear their thoughts, anxious again. The student who argued the most fiercely with Wenjili, while wiping tears with his sleeve, anxiously said, "Have you found the rope? Why are you just standing there? Hurry and save him. Throw the rope down." Someone stepped forward, and naturally, others followed. "Yeah, if you want to save him, come on. Standing there doing nothing is ridiculous. If you don't want to save him, don't block the way. I'll do it. I'm dressed warmly today. I can take it all off. My fur coat is long. I can take off my pants too. Hurry up and save him." Chiyu saw several men in fur coats starting to take off their clothes and covered Yuan Ruan's eyes in disbelief. At this critical moment, Yuan Wan didn't want to, but she couldn't push Chiyu's hand away. "System, R1, do you want me to help you with this?" Hearing the system's simulated sound, Yuan Wan quickly let go. No. Just listening is enough. Once they finish taking off their clothes, Seventh Sister will let go. Soon, Chiyu lowered her hand from covering Yuan Ruan's eyes. Yuan Wan saw 5 or 6 people standing by the well, pulling on a long rope made of different clothes, straining to pull it back step by step. The arguing student was still shouting, "Hold on tight. Don't let go. Keep going." Yuan Wan felt emotional. When Li really has issues, this cruel trick has hurt so many feelings. Look at that guy, he's about to cry. Forcing someone to jump into a well creates a lifelong psychological shadow. The system suddenly said, "Huh? Crying? R1. That person's tears are from the onion in his sleeve." The onlookers became alert. "What is this? Is this guy pretending to cry?" Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. "Wait, is this student arguing with Wenjili an actor?" System, yes. All the events today were set up by unwilling students from out of town. They believed the emperor valued talented young people, so every day they arranged for scholars to promote their ideas on Dongmen Street, hoping that the high officials would pass the news along to attract the emperor. This had been going on for over a month. Yuan Wan was surprised. "Huh? Promoting this idea for over a month? Isn't that strange?" The system replied, "Not really. What they say on the street is different every day, but they always include some personal opinions about the unfairness of the Imperial examination system. They take turns watching the street, and if they spot your brother, they will alert Wenjili to prepare for a big show to catch your brother's attention." The emperor and the crown prince frowned at the mention of watching. Prime Minister Li became anxious. Was the emperor really that easy to recognize? Were there any ambushes nearby? Yuan Wan also felt worried. "Watching for my brother? Isn't that unsafe? Do they all know the emperor?" The system responded, "Not really. Only a few noble youths have seen your brother. The ones who have been watching the longest have developed some health issues. One of them is even bleeding now. Look, it's the short guy in white on the upper left balcony." Everyone instinctively looked up. Sure enough, they saw a sneaky shadow on the upper left balcony. The person seemed nervous and, noticing their gaze, quickly shrank back. However, he lost his balance and almost fell from the second floor. The crowd below gasped in surprise. Fortunately, a hand reached out from the balcony just in time to catch him, preventing a fall. The man in blue, who caught him, shouted, "Help! Someone help!" Several scholars who were originally helping with the rope immediately dropped it and rushed up to the second floor, quickly disappearing from sight. In the next moment, everyone saw 4 or 5 male arms reaching out from above, working together to pull the person up. At the same time, due to several scholars losing strength, Wenjili, who was almost pulled up, fell back down again, letting out a sharp and frightened cry from the well. The strong men at the front, who were helping to pull the rope, were not pleased and turned to scold him. But as they turned, the strong men fell silent. Not only the strong men, but everyone upstairs and downstairs was silent. As the short young man was being pulled up, his white robe slipped, revealing a very noticeable bloodstain on his backside. Before the short young man could be fully pulled up, the crowd below suddenly erupted in discussion. Wow, did you see that? There are bloodstains over there. Could it be that someone is disguised as a man? Oh my, I heard they traveled all the way from the former territory of the Huainan king for their studies. Did something happen along the way? That can't be true. Why not? Part of the Huainan king's territory connects with the Shu kingdom. Anything is possible. Wow, I can't argue with that. The young man in white, just rescued, was furious upon hearing these comments. He popped his head up and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I am a man. A proper man." However, his voice was quite high-pitched, and being young made it sound even more neutral. In other words, his attempt to prove himself only raised more doubts among the crowd. As the chatter grew louder, the young man in white, in a fit of anger, began to take off his clothes, yelling, "A man can be killed but not humiliated. How could I disguise myself as a woman to deceive everyone?" He was quickly removing his clothes, and just as he was about to pull down his pants in anger, the stunned students nearby rushed forward to stop him, shouting, "That's not necessary, really. We believe you. Don't take them off. Put them back on. Calm down, Brother Bai, calm down." Yuan Wan watched with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. What a sudden farce. If they have this much energy and determination, they might as well go back and memorize a few more books. They might have already passed their exams. System. Yuan Wan is right. The emperor and his entourage. So embarrassing. At that moment, a strong man by the well shouted, "Quick, pull him up. Someone else grab his back." As soon as he said this, the crowd that had been watching the commotion turned their attention back to the well. Yuan Wan also looked over. System, they've come this far. What's the next step to get my brother's attention? He won't be easily fooled. The emperor was quite pleased with Yuan Ruan's insight. System, exactly. This is the clever part of the plan. Yuan Ruan. What do you mean? System. Once the farce with Wen Zhili ends, they will reveal that he was just acting, using that opportunity to approach your brother and gain recognition. Everyone. So, they plan to play a trick on the trickster. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. Stepping on Wen Zhili, it might really attract my brother's attention. No, I can't do that. The system watched Yuan Ruan and then started moving its arms. System. Ruan, what do you plan to do? Are you going to take him down? Yuan Ruan's eyes twitched slightly. Yuan Ruan hadn't had a chance to express her frustration. The system continued excitedly. This plan is good. Just take Wen Zhili down in the well. If he jumps in and gets hurt, the other students won't be able to step on him to rise to power because there's no one left to step on. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched. Did the system think she was some kind of troublemaker? Yuan Ruan, no. I want to take a different path so that others have no way to go. System. Huh? Yuan Ruan didn't answer and took out a small turtle shell, pointing it towards the well, saying, "Over there, there's no water, it's a fake jump." Yuan Ruan's voice wasn't loud, but the nearby townspeople heard her. At first, they didn't believe her and even thought about telling the emperor to move away with the clueless baby. Coincidentally, the students who had previously acted like it was a farce also calmed down and began to carry out their plan. Wang Lengjun pointed towards the well, almost in sync with Yuan Ruan, and shouted, "I just saw a net and rope in the middle of the well, and there's nothing at the bottom. This is just a staged act." Everyone, both groups, upstairs and downstairs, confirmed that this was a setup. Could it be that they had really been tricked? By the well, the strong man who had just dragged Wen Zhili close to the edge glared angrily. "Is there really not much water in this well?" Wen Zhili was startled and quickly replied, "There is water. There is water, strong man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be soaked." A man standing behind the strong man suddenly punched Wen Zhili in the eye. "I dug this well. How could I not know if there's water? I came to save you not because I was afraid you'd drown, but because I was worried you'd hurt your leg. I don't care about what they said about there being no water, but you're lying and deliberately soaked yourself from head to toe. I know those two weren't wrong. You're just putting on a show." Wen Zhili's heart sank, and his voice grew louder. What show? The heavens can witness.
Ah.
He was punched again by the man, giving him dark circles under his eyes and a painful scream.
Ugh.
What bad luck. The man pulled back his hand and said to the first strong man, Brother Tian, let's go. Helping such a deceitful villain really goes against what you said about universal love. Tian Langjun smiled gently and said, it's about mutual love and non-aggression. After saying this, he let go of the rope in his hand, glanced at the young national master and the emperor, and turned to leave. Only the frantic cries of Wenjili, who was clinging to the edge of the well, remained. Help me. Please save me. Tian Longjuan's actions caught Yuan Ruan's attention. To be honest, at first, she was focused on the group of students slowly coming down from the second floor. It was her first time seeing students from other places, and she thought their behavior was both silly and bold. She wondered if there might be some talented individuals among them. As the students got closer to the emperor, they became stiff. Some used their hands and feet, while others trembled slightly. The most outrageous was the short young man in white who was shouting. His angry voice directed at Wenji Li could be heard throughout the room, but when he stood in front of the emperor, he became as stiff as a wooden post. His mouth moved, but his voice was so soft it sounded like a mosquito, making it impossible to understand what he was saying. Yuan Wan felt a bit disappointed but thought since she was already there, she might as well let the system provide some insights. Yuan Wan, for example, this young man in white leading the group. System. Hemorrhoid guy. Oh wait, several of them are affected, right? He is from an ancient noble family in the territory of the Yen King. Their family believes that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. He is quite impressive in his family, but useless in exams. Yuan Wan raised her eyebrows in curiosity. What do you mean? System. He is the type who can talk confidently about theories, but when it comes to internal family exams, he always ends up at the bottom. Either he faints in the exam room, or shakes so much he can't write. His strong opposition to the Imperial examination system and preference for recommendation systems probably come from this. Yuan Wan. I understand. I have encountered students like that before. They perform poorly on major exams. We used to jokingly call it exam syndrome. The emperor, initially indifferent, lifted his head slightly upon hearing Yuan Ruan's words. So even the immortals have to take exams. The crown prince stroked his chin. So there are people with such personalities. System, exactly. Or 1. Will you suggest topics for your brothers and create special recommendation paths for these individuals? Minister Li's finger trembled.
Yuan Ruan, no.
The Imperial examination system is already difficult to implement fairly. Do you believe that if I open this door for 1 second, in the next second, most of the noble family's children will end up with exam syndrome? Moreover, the exam is just a small hurdle. If someone can't handle this kind of pressure, how will they deal with challenges like war and famine when they are in power? Can they really solve problems instead of falling apart? Minister Li showed a hint of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. The emperor and the crown prince nodded slightly, agreeing with the statement. After mentioning Lord Wang, Yuan Wan casually pointed out a few other young lords. System. This guy in black is from the Jing Kingdom and came here for the exam, but he lacks education. System. This guy in white is Lord Wang's little follower. He doesn't know poetry or music, but he can grill really well, so Lord Wang brought him along. System. What about this guy in dark blue? His talent is average, not outstanding. He isn't afraid of failing. He just believes that the recommendation system gives him a better starting point. The system went on to describe several people, but Yuan Wan found it uninteresting. It was too common and lacked novelty. So when her 2 older brothers by the well discussed the Mozi philosophy of universal love and non-aggression, Yuan Wan cast a curious glance their way. Although the Mozi school lost its heritage in later generations, the concept remained rich and frequently appeared in many games and anime. Seeing a living person representing it piqued Yuan Ruan's interest, and she asked the system to find out more. System, which one? Is it Brother Tian? Wow, this guy is amazing. He triggered a national fortune mission. Yuan Ruan. Everyone, what? He triggered a national fortune mission? Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. What? He triggered a national fortune mission? Please explain. System. National fortune mission. Brother Tian can focus on being a teacher. Not completed. Score +10. Wow. Erwan. This score is impressive. It's 10 points. The Emperor and the Crown Prince couldn't help but glance over. Minister Li was secretly shocked. Just being a teacher could earn such a high score of 10 points.
What is so special about this, Brother Tian? Yuan Ruan exclaimed, Ah.
This national fortune mission system, is the national fortune score going to inflate? Onlookers? What does inflation mean? The system explained very seriously. Erwan. That's impossible. National fortune scores can't be given out randomly. If it's 10 points, it must be because he deserves it. Yuan Wan tightly clenched her small fists in anticipation. Wow. Quickly tell us.
Hey.
Why are so many palace guards surrounding these students? Yuan Wan was shocked and turned her head. She saw more than 10 guards with swords rushing over, surrounding all the students. Soon, the Deputy Minister of Justice walked over confidently from behind the guards, glancing at the Emperor and bowing discreetly before striding towards the anxious students. The Deputy Minister of Justice said loudly, "Someone reported you all for gathering and causing trouble. Please come with me for an investigation." The students looked at each other, panicking, and almost all of them turned to the young man in white. "We are not causing trouble. We are discussing national affairs." The young man in white, facing the Deputy Minister of Justice, regained his composure and spoke confidently about many principles. However, when he turned to look at the Emperor, he became nervous again. Ahem, I have
something to say.
The other students anxiously thought, "Come on, use that confidence from earlier. Why are you stuttering now?" The Deputy Minister of Justice also looked at the Emperor. The Emperor didn't even glance at the young man in white, signaling the Minister of Personnel to handle the situation here, then picked up Yuan Ruan and walked confidently in the direction where Tian Langjun had left. The Crown Prince and Prime Minister Li followed closely behind. The Minister of Personnel looked a bit resentful. "Your Majesty, why are you leaving? I'm from the Ministry of Personnel, not the Ministry of Justice. Why am I not included in this?" At that moment, the Deputy Minister of Justice cautiously approached and asked the Minister of Personnel what to do next. The Minister of Personnel sighed and indicated for him to continue controlling and investigating the students. After a pause, he asked the Deputy Minister of Justice to register the names of these students and submit a copy to him. The Deputy Minister of Justice immediately understood. This meant the Minister of Personnel would keep a record of them. Even if these students passed the exam, their path to promotion would be more difficult. Thinking of this, the Deputy Minister of Justice waved his hand. "Bring them all along." Yuan Ruan, resting in the Emperor's arms, turned her head upon hearing the commotion and saw the students gathering in a flustered and hurried manner, like sheep being herded. She could faintly hear their complaints. "My father is the chief historian of the Yen King. You can't treat me like this. My brother-in-law is an official in the Ministry of Revenue. Be careful with me. Young master, if we are taken to the court, it would be so embarrassing." The system suddenly chimed in. "Wow. They all come from influential families." Yuan Wan withdrew her gaze. Not surprising. The more privileges someone has, the more they enjoy using them. The Emperor and the Prince paused for a moment, deep in thought. Suddenly, the system chimed in with excitement. "Arwan, this sentence has a philosophical flair. I need to remember it and share it with my friends." Yuan Ruan's lips twitched slightly. "Not really. If anyone else said that, I would think they were being sarcastic." Yuan Wan cleared her throat. "All right, let's get back on track. First, let's talk about Tian Langjun. Wait, is that person up ahead? The one who passed by Kongxin Jai? Strange, it looks like he changed his clothes. Did I see that right?" System. Yes. That's him. He is very good at disguising himself and has many identities." The Emperor and the Prince looked towards Kongxin Jai at the same time. This pastry shop has only become popular in the capital in the past year. They know about it because the young official often brings pastries from Kongxin Jai to concubine Rome, and they are well received in the palace. Yuan Wan. System. Is this person dangerous? Is there an ambush? System. Yuan, don't worry. It's safe. Yuan tugged at the emperor's sleeve and pointed to Kong Xinjai. Father, let's go there. The emperor knew Yuan was craving something and chuckled. All right. The system suddenly exclaimed, R1, you are so clever. Yuan was confused. Huh? System. How did you know Kong Xinjai was his? You are amazing. I want to show off to my other friends that I have such a smart companion. You can go ahead, it's safe. Yuan's lips twitched again. System. Are you making me sound overly impressive? I didn't think that much. I just thought Kong Xinjai's pastries are delicious, and since we're here, I wanted to buy some and then find someone. But seeing the system so excited, Yuan swallowed her explanation. At that moment, the emperor waved his hand to the beggars squatting by the street, the elderly man sweeping the road, and a one-eyed man with a missing arm. They quickly moved and disappeared into the nearby buildings. The emperor held Yuan and walked confidently towards the shop, saying, What do you want to eat? I'll buy you anything. Yuan leaned against the emperor. Yay! My favorite, father. The emperor laughed heartily, carrying Yuan as they entered Kong Xinjai like a typical father and daughter. Upon entering, they were greeted by a simple screen, decorated not with embroidered tigers or birds, but filled with the text of encouragement to study written in bold strokes. Walk to the right, and you will see an ink box filled with well-ground ink, a few brushes with ink on their tips, and several bamboo pieces about the size of half a palm. Ahead, there is a young boy in patched clothes, stiff and cautious, writing on the bamboo pieces. After a moment, he gently blows on the bamboo piece he is holding and nervously walks inside. Yuan curiously asks, Father, what is he doing? The emperor glances around and calmly replies, Perhaps it's a threshold. Yuan nods seriously, yes. Father, you are right. Then she quickly asks the system, What threshold? Li Qingxiang and the crown prince are initially surprised, then unable to hold back their laughter. The emperor also pinches Yuan's little nose, but says nothing more. The system responds, Let me check. Oh, this gentleman is a book lover. People who enter his shop either buy pastries or come to copy books for free. However, to enter for free, they must write their names at the door to prove they can read. Yuan exclaims, Wow, that's so generous. The system suddenly questions, but what if the visitors can only write their names? For example, what if they just write their names and then cause trouble inside? Yuan thinks for a moment. First, if someone can only write their name but really wants to come in and copy books, it shows a strong desire to learn, which aligns with the gentleman's goal of teaching. As for the second possibility, he must have considered that too, but he still insists on this rule, which is why I said he is generous. The system replies, I see. The emperor and the crown prince nod slightly, acknowledging that any measure can have loopholes. This gentleman may have faced difficulties before, but he continues to uphold his principles, which is commendable. At this point, the emperor, the crown prince, Qiyu, and Li Qingxiang have all written their aliases. The crown prince initially planned to help Yuan write, but she insists on writing it herself with a sense of ceremony, finishing the distorted characters of her alias. She also carefully shapes the bamboo leaves. The emperor carries Yuan as they walk inside. As they lift the beaded curtain, they see a small pastry shop with simple decor. A few noble-looking attendants are standing and placing orders, arrogantly commanding the shopkeeper to pack pastries. At that moment, the bamboo door at the back is pushed open, and faint sounds of reading can be heard, but as the door closes again, the sounds disappear. The gentleman they met before, dressed in simple cloth and wearing a sword at his waist, strides forward confidently. He paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and greeted them calmly, saying, Noble guests, what would you like to buy? The emperor glanced casually and replied, I'll take everything. The vendor was taken aback and said, Esteemed guest, these pastries are made with very fresh ingredients. If not consumed within a day, they won't spoil, but the taste will be much worse. That's fine, the emperor ordered directly. Just prepare them. The vendor hesitated, but then left to fulfill the order. Nearby, a blue-clad manager, who was packing pastries, looked over and suddenly mocked. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Buying things without knowing their worth. Before he could finish, a tall manager elbowed him. The blue-clad manager was shocked and in pain, and before he could speak, the tall manager grabbed him by the ear and hurried him away. Yuan Wan watched as they left but soon returned, with the blue-clad manager trembling and slapping himself repeatedly, saying, "I was blind and spoke out of turn. I was rude." After he finished, he stood dejectedly behind the tall manager. The tall manager, having seen something, silently bowed and then hurried away with the blue-clad manager. Throughout this, the emperor, the crown prince, and prime minister Li showed no reaction. Yuan Wan was puzzled. System. Did they recognize my brother's identity? System. Let me check. They didn't recognize your brother. But the tall manager is a buyer for Prime Minister Li and recognized him. These two managers are from the same hometown, which is why the tall manager pulled the blue-clad manager aside and scolded him for not recognizing someone important, saying things like, "There are many nobles in the capital who prefer to dress without family crests or other marks." The blue-clad manager was so scared that he came back to apologize. Yuan Wan looked at Prime Minister Li. "I see. Prime Minister Li probably didn't want to reveal my brother's identity and just gave a subtle hint for them to leave." System praised. "Yuan Wan is so smart, you guessed it right." Yuan Wan smiled. At that moment, the shop manager approached cautiously and said that some pastries needed to be made fresh and asked if they could leave an address for delivery in half an hour. Alternatively, they could wait in the private room next door, where tea and new pastries not yet sold would be provided for free. Upon hearing new pastries, Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. The emperor saw Yuan Ruan's gaze, picked her up, and said to the steward, "Let's go to the private room." The steward was taken aback, clearly not expecting this answer. He quickly led the emperor and his group to the next room. As they got closer, the sound of reading became clearer. Once they settled in the private room, they could see a courtyard nearby where several people were reading aloud, while others were kneeling at tables, copying texts without speaking but swaying their bodies as they wrote. System. Hey, these readers have a good rhythm. They sway 3 times and pause, and they don't make mistakes while copying. At that moment, the steward and a servant brought 3 plates filled with pastries to serve tea to the nobles. However, the son of Prime Minister Li took the initiative to serve tea to the emperor and his group. Yuan Wan. I guess he's used to it. The sweet soup is here, and there are new pastries too. You can tell me more about Tian Lang Jun now. I'm really curious. The emperor fed Yuan Wan pastries while listening attentively. System. Let me think about how to explain. Let's start from the beginning. This Tian Lang Jun's ancestor was once a knight-errant, and so is he. The emperor and the others paused. Prime Minister Li and his son looked slightly displeased. Clearly, they did not expect to hear such terms. Yuan Wan recalled carefully. Knight-errant? Is it a type of wandering hero? I remember it seems to refer to cultured and high-status heroes who can be called knights. System. Yes. Since ancient times, there have been many types of wandering heroes, including knights, chivalrous men, and a group known as assassins. Among them, many assassins and chivalrous men have low levels of education. Some only know a few core ideas of the MO school, but they are all skilled in martial arts, usually collecting money from society and then killing. Yuan Wan twitched her mouth. Your description makes it sound like a community organization. System. Well, I feel they really are because they often ignore the law and act based on loyalty, which is why many emperors reject them. Some even raised armies to eliminate larger groups of wandering heroes. For example, your brother once wiped out a group of wandering heroes active in the Great Xia, and it happened twice. The emperor's expression darkened. Prime Minister Li initially showed a look of deep hatred, but quickly became surprised. Li's son also looked over with curiosity. Yuan Wan, can you explain why? System. Your brother originally didn't have strong feelings about the wandering hero group. But at first, Qin Fu and his group spread rumors that your brother rose to power by killing his father and brother. This led some wandering heroes to approach Qin Fu's group, taking on the task of assassinating your brother, claiming they wanted to uphold justice. Then, the son of Prime Minister Li died. Prime Minister Li lowered his head, breaking a pastry with his chopsticks. Yuan Wan almost choked on this twist. Huh? The son of Prime Minister Li is dead? Wasn't he here? Wait. Did another son of Prime Minister Li die? System? Yes. The wandering hero who took the task wasn't very clever and got lost while trying to assassinate your brother. At that time, Prime Minister Li's eldest son was hunting nearby. The hero, along with some accomplices, kidnapped Prime Minister Li's son and threatened him to lead the way. Prime Minister Li's eldest son refused to cooperate and was killed by the hero. Yuan Wan gasped. How ruthless. Is this why your brother first eliminated the wandering heroes? System, yes. Prime Minister Li also completely submitted to your brother after this bold action. It's a pity about this young master from the Li family. He was nothing like the cunning members of his family. He was a shining light in the hearts of all his siblings, far surpassing their father. Your brother valued him greatly. It's truly a loss. Prime Minister Li's son looked worriedly at his father, noticing that his father's shoulders weren't shaking, just that he kept his head down. He sighed in relief, but soon felt tense again when he saw a tear drop onto the plate in front of his father. Thinking of his elder brother's cheerful demeanor made his eyes well up, and he quickly lowered his head, not wanting others to see his emotions. Yuan Wan sighed as well. Such a talented person, it's really a shame. System, yes. Then your brother eliminated some groups a second time, because of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was taken aback. I had no idea. When did this happen? The other court officials looked just as confused. Yuan Wan asked. Huh? The nephew? Was it also an assassination? System. This time, it wasn't an assassination. A few years ago, your nephew disguised himself as a wealthy merchant to investigate. Some wandering heroes approached him for money, but he refused, and they had bad intentions. Your brother learned of this and was furious. Without your nephew knowing, he ordered his male servant to lead troops to wipe out that group of wandering heroes. Because of these two incidents, along with some heroes and assassins charging fees to kill wealthy merchants and officials, your brother grew increasingly disgusted with wandering heroes. He established harsh punishments, making it nearly impossible for them to survive in the Great Xia. They either died or fled to Shu or Qin countries. Yuan Wan heard this, and many dramatic plots of national grievances filled her mind. She said, Is that right? My brother has a conflict with the rogue group, and Tian Langjun is one of them. So, if we don't handle Tian Langjun properly, he will cause trouble in the Great Xia as a rogue? The emperor's expression was blank as he tightened his fist slightly. Li Qingxiang, who raised his head again, showed a flash of disgust in his eyes. The system hesitated and said, No, that's not it. In the future, he will be taken away by Qin Fu and forced to become a top assassin. He will successfully assassinate the emperors of the Shu, Chun, and Chu kingdoms. The emperor. The crown prince. Li's father and son, unable to hide their disgust, were also shocked. Yuan Wan looked confused. Huh? Did you say that right? He ends up assassinating the emperors of the other three kingdoms? Not my brother? The system replied, No. Tian Langjun is a grateful person. He received your kindness during the spring festival and refuses to assassinate your brother. Qin Fu couldn't do anything about it, so later, he contacted the rebels of the other three kingdoms to gain their resources, which is why he arranged for Tian Langjun to assassinate their emperors. Because there are many rogues, and Qin Fu is a powerful figure from the Xia Emo lineage, he managed to accomplish the assassination of the three emperors through various coincidences. The emperor and his group fell silent. This doesn't sound too bad. Why bother with teaching when we could stir up trouble in the other kingdoms? In that moment, Yuan Wan voiced the thoughts of the emperor's group. She hesitated for a moment. System, I suddenly feel like this direction doesn't seem too bad. The system exclaimed, No, Yuan Wan, that's 10 points. Your new ability is coming soon. Yuan Wan began to nibble on the pastry in her hand, feeling shy about her dark thoughts. But seeing the system so excited, she awkwardly said, System, if the emperors of the other countries are gone, Doesn't seem to affect the Great Xia's fortune much, right? The system replied, no, it has a big impact. Yuan Wan lowered her head to eat her pastry. Understood, it has a very positive impact. The system continued, after those emperors die, the Great Xia's fortune will decrease a little. The emperor. The crown prince. Li Qingxiang almost choked on his tea. Li's son, who was cutting the pastry, trembled, and the untouched light green pastry fell to the ground. He knew he should quickly go to the kitchen to get a new one, but the system's words were too tempting, and he couldn't bring himself to leave. Li Xiang's son pretended not to have dropped the pastry and cut another piece. Yuan Wan was also surprised by the system's words and forgot about the pastry. Yuan Wan, this doesn't make sense. If the emperors of other countries are gone, why is the fate of our Great Xia affected? System. Because the emperors of the other 3 countries are all foolish. Everyone. The emperor felt the system's statement was biased. He had dealt with those emperors, and in his view, the emperor of Qin, an ambitious person who wanted to expand but lacked strength, yet capable enough to maintain stability. The old emperor of Chu. The prosperity of Chu was built by him. He firmly implemented a strategy of distant alliances and nearby attacks, always eyeing Great Xia, a cunning character. The old emperor of Shu, a superstitious old man. Although his abilities were lacking, Shu had many talented officials. This old emperor was good at governing without interference, so Shu was also thriving. Yuan Wan asked in surprise, if the emperors of these 3 countries are so foolish, why was Great Xia beaten so badly in the previous conflict? System. Because your brother, the crown prince, and powerful figures like Wu Yi are all gone. Our Wan. I'm not lying to you. Let me analyze it for you. The old emperor of Chen inherited his brother's position but appointed his brother's grandson as the heir. When he was assassinated, the heir was not yet of age, and with his death, Chen fell into chaos. Onlookers. Isn't chaos a bad thing? System continued. In this chaos, the person with the least power unexpectedly seized the opportunity and rose to power. This person has a unique talent for governing. Chen's rise is not good for our Great Xia. Onlookers. That seems to make sense. Yuan Wan, what about Shu? System. Shu has talented people and capable officials, but the old emperor was a burden, often harassing handsome officials. If it weren't for the Shu crown prince having some governing ability to help, many officials would have fled. So when the old emperor of Shu died, the officials didn't run away, and their unity became stronger. Even if the Shu crown prince is a bit love-struck, the officials are not, so Shu is doing better than before. Onlookers. That makes sense.
Yuan Wan, alright.
What about the old emperor of the Chu kingdom? I remember you had a high opinion of him, Tong. The crowd was focused, curious about the old emperor of the Chu kingdom, as it was under his rule that the kingdom began to flourish. System. He is like many wise and powerful emperors who become ineffective in their old age. This old emperor is very suspicious. He has arranged for several princes to fight among themselves. Officially, it's to choose a better heir, but in reality, he wants them to weaken each other so they won't compete for power. Moreover, when the 4th prince rises to prominence, the old emperor will initiate a campaign against him. If the old emperor doesn't die, this campaign could last for many years. Crowd. What is this campaign? They had never heard of such a thing. Yuan Wan widened her eyes. A campaign? Is it the kind where just one disrespectful word about the old emperor could lead to execution? System. Haha, the old emperor is very petty. Even a few words that imply the 4th prince is impressive could lead to imprisonment. For example, there was a scholar who was writing about the grandeur of rivers, but because the 4th prince's name has a water character in it, he was arrested on some pretext. During that time, scholars were extremely cautious and dared not write anything at all. Yuan Wan sighed. If such an old emperor were to die, wouldn't the Chu kingdom celebrate and thrive? Emperor. These old rivals could mock him as a tyrant. Li Xiang and his son were secretly relieved. Without comparison, one wouldn't know. But compared, the tyrant. No, your majesty is the best. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly, and after a pause, she remarked, Tian Langjun should stay and teach. That would be great. System, ha ha ha. But our Wan, he is not just a scholar. He is also a prominent figure in the Xia kingdom. Will your brother have any issues with him? Yuan Wan stroked her chin. That's hard to say. The emperor lowered his brow, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. The crown prince glanced at his father, but did not speak. Li Chancellor's fingers tightened and relaxed. He knew the task was important, but thinking of his son's death and the possibility of Xia rising again made his heart ache. Seeing Yuan Wan in a difficult position, the system quickly added, Our Wan, it might not be as bad as I thought. On one hand, your brother appreciates talent. On the other hand, this prominent figure from Xia is not interested in spreading his culture. He just wants everyone in the world to be literate and know proper etiquette, aiming to make the Xia kingdom a peaceful and prosperous place. He dislikes those heroes and assassins even more than you do. After a pause, the system added, Of course, if you're really worried about him promoting the MO school, you can just order him not to. After all, the requirement for the national mission is for him to be a teacher, not to promote the MO philosophy. Li, the chancellor, relaxed his tense fingers and took a gentle sip of tea. If he dislikes heroes and assassins, then they are not enemies. Yuan Wan suddenly looked up. That makes sense. If we set aside his wealthy status, he's just a pure teacher.
System, exactly.
The main thing is that Tian Longjuan's teaching talent is top-notch. I can't bear to waste it. Everyone. What talent? Top-notch? Yuan Wan was curious. It was her first time hearing about such a talent. Yuan Wan. System, tell me more. Everyone listened intently. System. Our Wan, Tian Langjun has a special teaching boost. To put it in numbers, when he teaches students, their talent development increases by 40%, focus improves by 50%, overall success rate rises by 30%, and morality increases by 10%. He's like a fantasy version of a gold medal lecturer. Everyone.
What?
Isn't this a talent catalyst? What does the dynasty need the most?
Talent.
A lot of talent. A glint of determination flashed in the emperor's eyes. The crown prince was also excited, clenching and unclenching his fists. A talent like Tian Langjun is so rare. How many talents will this add to the country? How much strength will it add to the great Xia? For the first time, Chancellor Li showed interest. Why not send my not-so-bright son to Tian Longjuan's school? Yuan Wan was shocked. Oh my. Tian Longjuan's teaching talent is so amazing. It really was a waste for him to be an assassin in the last side quest. System, isn't it? Qin Fu is wasting it. Yuan Wan, yeah. When I was studying, I wish I had a teacher like that.
So envious.
The emperor was pleased to hear this. It's rare for Jiaoer to enjoy studying. I'll have Tian Langjun come to the palace to teach her. Yuan Wan suddenly felt a chill, as if someone had malicious thoughts about her. She shook off the goosebumps on her arms and suddenly said, System, I just thought of something. Isn't there someone here studying? Hasn't he already completed his task? The emperor and others also looked at the students nearby, shaking their heads. System, no. He hasn't taught them. He just provided a place, so it doesn't count as being a teacher or completing the task. Yuan Wan took a sip of tea and said it's strange. He has a venue, students to teach, and the desire to be a teacher. He has all the right conditions. Why doesn't he teach himself? The system replied, let me check. Wan, he has some psychological issues. To complete the national mission, we might need to help him overcome his mental barriers. Yuan Wan was surprised. What psychological issues? The others were also curious. Just then, they heard some out-of-breath voices from outside. Is there any water? Manager, bring us some. The manager, who was bringing a plate of pastries, politely bowed to the emperor and quickly walked over, saying, coming right up. Yuan Wan initially ignored the voices outside but soon realized they were discussing the incident involving the emperor. Yuan Langjun, thank goodness you sent Wen Li. We're so lucky we didn't go. It's all thanks to you.
Yes.
It was so scary. Wang Langjun and the others were taken away. We're glad we stayed back. Yuan Wan put down the pastry and turned to look, but the curtain blocked her view. However, she heard a familiar voice say, "Was it luck today, or just not enough luck?" Yuan Wan wondered, "System, is that the man who relies on others? The Yuan family?" The system confirmed, "Yes, that's him. He is also the source of Tian Longjuan's troubles." Yuan Wan was shocked.
What?
Troubles? Is it really that coincidental? At that moment, the students outside suddenly began to argue. Yuan Langjun, I told you not to have breakfast with your brother this morning. Look, yesterday everyone was fine, the day before too. But as soon as we looked for Yuan de Langjun today, everyone got into trouble, and Wang Langjun was taken away. Yuan Langjun replied apologetically, "It's just a coincidence. No matter what, he is still my brother. Once is a coincidence, but if it keeps happening, then he's a disaster. Yuan Langjun, you're too kind, always keeping that disaster close.
Right.
You can't take care of your brother forever. He has caused you trouble countless times since childhood. Just look at this time. As soon as you brought him to the capital, he got you cut off from the second prince. Last time we went hunting, he showed up, and I was attacked by a wild boar. The time before that at the poetry club, as soon as he arrived, Zhao Langjun fell into the water. I have to say, I shouldn't have let him." Yuan Wan felt more and more ridiculous. How could these people blame all their misfortunes on Yuan Longjuan's brother? Was there something wrong with them? At that moment, Yuan Longjuan's voice came from outside the curtain again. "Shopkeeper, is the master at home?" The shopkeeper replied coldly, "The master is not here." Yuan Longjuan's gentle voice responded, "That's fine. Just tell him an old friend is visiting. I can wait." Yuan Wan suddenly had a thought. "System, is Tian Langjun actually Yuan Longjuan's brother, the one they call Yuan de Langjun?" System. Wow, how did you guess that, Wan? You're so smart. Everyone? Although Yuan Wan guessed correctly, she felt even more confused after getting the answer. Yuan Wan rejected the pastries offered by the prince. System. Did I really guess right? Is Tian Langjun really Yuan Longjuan's brother?
But
it's strange. How can these scholars insult people on the master's territory? Acting so boldly? System. No. Tian Langjun is very good at disguising. They don't know that the Yuan de Langjun, who always covers his face with hair, is actually the owner of the pastry shop. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. Such amazing disguise skills? Even his own brother can't recognize him? System. Exactly. If Yuan Langjun hadn't seen the new pastries at Tian Longjuan's house, he might never have guessed the truth. That's why Yuan Langjun deliberately brought everyone here to test. Everyone. Even brothers can't recognize each other? Such impressive disguise skills? The emperor gave the prince a knowing look. The prince understood. As long as Tian Langjun doesn't make any major mistakes, this person is valuable to the royal family. Yuan Wan burped, and Qiyu helped pat her back to ease her discomfort. While rubbing her head against Qiyu's shoulder, Yuan Wan asked, "Test? What does he want to do?" System. Threaten. Your brother dislikes the Mo family. He plans to expose Tian Langjun as the son of Xia Moju to blackmail him. I looked into it, and this is also why Tian Langjun fled a month later, only to be found by Qin Fu. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Yuan Wan suddenly felt a bit full and didn't dare drink the water Qiyu offered, quickly getting up instead. Qiyu supported Yuan Wan with one hand while naturally rubbing her little belly with the other. As Yuan Wan burped, she complained to the system. Does Yuan Langjun have some kind of problem? This is ancient times, where one person's gain is everyone's gain, and one person's loss is everyone's loss. If he exposes Tian Langjun, my brother might get so angry that he would ruin the family and harm 3 clans. Does he really think he can escape? The crown prince wanted to say that his father wasn't that cruel. He turned his head and saw his father sharing a knowing smile with Prime Minister Li, their expression saying, Joer/little national master sees through it all. Crown Prince. System. Yes, this person is quite bold. His courage must have been encouraged by the Yuan family matriarch. Let me tell you, Tian Langjun and Yuan Langjun are full-blooded brothers. Their relationship is like a folk version of the Da Fei story with the third and fifth princes. Yuan Wan gasped, nearly choking in surprise. The emperor's expression darkened instantly. The crown prince thought of his wronged younger brother, and his face also looked troubled.
Yuan Wan what?
Tian Longjun's birth mother is also a goddess? System, yes. I won't go into the long and messy love story of Tian Longjun's parents. The Yuan matriarch has always suspected that Tian Langjun is the result of her affair with her first love, fearing and resenting him. To avoid being discovered by the Yuan family, she deliberately portrayed Tian Langjun as a bringer of misfortune, causing everyone to distance themselves from him. With such an attitude from the family matriarch, Tian Longjun's life is predictably difficult. Yuan Wan took a deep breath. Is this lady okay? She makes such a mess, and instead of feeling guilty, she takes it out on the younger generation? System, exactly. It's quite irrational. I still find one thing puzzling. Yuan Wan hiccuped. What is it? System. It says here that the matriarch has always feared that Tian Langjun would be revealed to have a different father, so she secretly tarnished his reputation to keep the Yuan family away from him. But why, after Tian Longjun's father died and the Yuan family fell, when no one would expose his identity, did she not stop but instead escalate her actions? Yuan Wan held her face, slightly frowning. Huh? She never stopped? System, right. And she even intensified her attacks on Tian Langjun. For example, whenever he dined with someone, she would instruct her confidants to poison that person, causing trouble for Tian Longjun's friends. The impressive poems of Yuan Langjun were forcibly taken from Tian Langjun, justified by claiming that he was a disaster who harmed certain nobles, who then demanded these works as compensation, threatening to destroy the entire family otherwise. Yan Ran's thoughts on the situation. Oh my, this Yuan family's mother is such a drama queen. Did Tian Langjun really believe her? Everyone. System. Tian Langjun didn't fully believe her, but he wanted to repay Yuan's mother for raising him, so he gave her some poetry. Yan Ran's expression showed some disdain. This. It's hard to judge. System. Heroine, Tian Langjun did give her something, but in those poems, he hid his name in the beginning or end. He plans to reveal everything if Yuan's mother continues to threaten him. Yunran sighed in relief. That's good. Tian Langjun isn't completely naive. System. A top assassin who can write poetry and kill won't be naive. But Erwin, what do you think Yuan's mother is really thinking? Yunran frowned slightly. I can't figure it out. I remember a female celebrity once said that a husband might not be yours, but a son definitely is. What a good son. Why push him away? Qi liked this comment. The emperor and the prince twitched their lips slightly. Li Xiang and his son wanted to make a comment, but didn't dare to. Yunran thought for a moment and continued. Or maybe she has said it so many times that she really believes Tian Langjun is a disaster. The emperor and the prince exchanged glances. Little 9/Jiumei is still too naive, always thinking the best of people. In reality, many criminals continue their wrongdoings out of addiction. They enjoy the control and harm they inflict on the weak. Especially when their actions stem from guilt, they must continue to vilify others to avoid feeling guilty themselves. Yunran, but after hearing you say all this, I'm thinking Tian Longjun's issue might stem from feeling inferior about being called a disaster. For example, he might fear that teaching students will bring them bad luck. The emperor pondered this. Li Xiang showed a fleeting expression of I knew it. The system exploded with excitement. Erwin, you are truly brilliant. Yunran felt she had digested enough and stopped to sit down again. The system continued. Tian Langjun lost his confidence because of his birth mother. He fears bringing misfortune to others, so he always wears a mask, avoiding close relationships and not daring to take on students. Yunran couldn't help but say, System, he must have had a period where he was free from Yuan's mother's control to become such a prominent figure in the Xia and Mo lineage. At that moment, no one had intentionally arranged any misfortunes for him, so why did he still see himself as a disaster? System. He tends to overthink. For example, your brother has eliminated the MO family gang twice. And the one who has seen his true face is that one-eyed shopkeeper who lost his eye after starting the shop with him. Also, there are many natural and man-made disasters in ancient times. If the gentleman thinks about it a bit, he might feel like he brings bad luck. Everyone. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. He's really trying to take the blame for himself. I've never seen someone so eager to be the scapegoat. As soon as she finished speaking, the Emperor, Qiyu, and Prime Minister Li looked at the Crown Prince at the same time. Crown Prince. What are you looking at me for? I'm taking the blame for whom? System, exactly. It's astonishing. Yuan Ruan, how can we make him believe he isn't a disaster? People's hearts are hard to manage. Everyone fell silent. The system was right. It's difficult to understand people's hearts. The Emperor tapped the table with his right hand and glanced at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Yuan Ruan was the most relaxed among them and even chuckled. System. Why not give him some good luck? That fits perfectly with my expertise. Everyone turned to look at Yuan Ruan. System. All right. You're the national teacher, so give him some strength, like a thunderstorm or a small tornado. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched. No. That won't boost his confidence. It will just confirm that he is a disaster. System. Those powers aren't suitable. At least not right away. System. Puzzled. Then what does Yuan Ruan plan to do? Yuan Ruan, it's simple. Since he feels like a jinx, I'll first burst that jinx bubble, then give him plenty of confidence.
System what?
How will you burst it? How will you give him confidence? Yuan Ruan. To burst it, I'll use the gossip you told me. Just find a reason to tell his fortune, so he knows that those misfortunes were caused by the Yuan family's matriarch, not him. As for boosting the gentleman's confidence, I'll think about how to phrase it. With that, Yuan Ruan took another sip of tea and maintained a thoughtful pose. This was the first time the Prime Minister's son had a close encounter with Yuan Ruan. He was not only curious about her solution but also very interested in her as a person, unable to stop staring at her for quite a while. He thought to himself, she looks so cute curled up like that, just can't see her neck. Suddenly, the Prime Minister's son felt a jolt and looked up to see his father glaring at him, while the Emperor, Crown Prince, and Qiyu all had serious expressions, staring at him with disapproval. Li Xiang's son thought to himself, oh no, I accidentally said that out loud. Yuan Ruan quickly turned her head, her big round eyes blazing with intensity. Who doesn't have a neck? Li Xiang's son couldn't help but laugh at Yuan Ruan's effort to stretch her neck forward. His face turned red as he tried to hold back his laughter, nodding repeatedly, yes, such a beautiful and graceful neck. Qiyu glanced coldly at Li Xiang's son and gently picked up Yuan Ruan, pinching the back of her neck. Don't be upset. Some people just can't see well. At that moment, the door curtain was pulled open again. Tian Langjun walked in slowly, holding several new pastries, and began to arrange them respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Ruan suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Tian Langjun looked down in surprise and met Yuan Ruan's cheerful, round eyes. Yuan Ruan said softly, delicious, very delicious. Tian Langjun was taken aback. He instinctively touched his mask, still on, surprised that a little girl would not only accept but also be close to his appearance. Soon, Tian Langjun managed to smile kindly. I'm glad the honored guest likes it. Yuan Ruan nodded eagerly and took out a small turtle shell. Your pastries are tasty, so I'll give you a few free fortunes. You need to bring me some peaches, potatoes, and chestnuts that you like. The Emperor's group nearly burst out laughing. National Master, your reason for giving free fortunes is a bit lacking. Tian Langjun was confused. When he first met Yuan Ruan at the empty temple, he had a vague idea that she was the National Master because he noticed her using a turtle shell for fortune-telling by the well. In the Great Xia, even a 3-year-old knows that the little National Master is a child under 2 years old who enjoys using a turtle shell for predictions and is very accurate. But he didn't understand why the National Master suddenly asked him for a fortune. Did she realize he was from the Mo family? Was she warning him not to argue because he enjoyed a tasty pastry? Or warning him that he was surrounded Could it be that he would drag others down with him again? Tian Langjun forced a bitter smile and immediately knelt down, bowing his head. Thank you, National Master. I know I am guilty, but those around me are unaware of my identity. I hope for leniency. Yuan Ruan, who was about to make a witty remark, thought, Big brother, can you tone down your tragic backstory? I can't even pretend to help you. As Tian Langjun knelt, the one-eyed shopkeeper beside him also knelt down. Bowing deeply, he said, The master is not at fault. It is all my fault. The two of them took turns bowing, making a loud bang sound.
Stop,
Yuan Ruan said, extending her chubby little hand. If you keep bowing and making a fuss, there will be consequences. Tian Langjun and the one-eyed shopkeeper immediately froze in place. Yuan Ruan pretended to fiddle with a small turtle shell. Your mother thinks you are her child with another man. Tian Langjun looked confused. The one-eyed shopkeeper also looked puzzled and instinctively glanced at Tian Langjun. Yuan Ruan continued to play with a turtle shell. Your mother, fearing that her illegitimate child would be discovered, framed you, calling you a disaster, and kept others away from you. Tian Langjun. He straightened his back, forgetting about being polite, and said, Is this true, Master Guesher? The one-eyed shopkeeper was shocked and quickly clenched his fists. At the same time, the system was surprised. Erwin, did you just reveal everything about his mother framing him? No build-up at all? Yuan Ruan, because Tian Langjun is a smart and stubborn idealist. To bring him out, I must first tell him the truth and break the cage that traps him. The emperor nodded slightly. Joer, this idea is good, but the approach is a bit soft. It would be better to capture his mother and her accomplices so they can be confronted directly, allowing Tian Langjun to vent his anger and seek revenge. System. Erwin is right. Yuan Ruan then said to Tian Langjun, If you don't believe me, you can investigate. Tian Langjun quickly replied, How could I not trust the master? It's just that this news is too shocking for me, and I am a bit dazed, which led to my rudeness. I also calculated some fortunes for you, which you can verify. With that, Yuan Ruan continued to fiddle with the little turtle and turned over a piece of information from the system. The maid, Kai Dai, did not commit suicide. She was forced to swallow gold by her mother. Tian Langjun's face turned pale, and a look of shock and pain flashed in his eyes. The one-eyed shopkeeper jumped up, disregarding status, and shouted, What? Kai Dai was harmed by the lady. Tian Langjun looked at the one-eyed shopkeeper in astonishment. How do you know about Kai Dai? The one-eyed shopkeeper clenched his fists but did not speak. Yuan Ruan curiously asked the system, Why is the one-eyed shopkeeper so agitated? I remember you said that Kai Dai and Tian Langjun had feelings for each other. Because the Yuan family feared Tian Langjun losing control, they killed Kai Dai and made it look like a suicide, which severely impacted Tian Langjun's mental state. The system. Kai Dai was sold by her parents during a time of famine. The one-eyed shopkeeper has been quietly watching her. He never believed that Kai Dai would commit suicide, which is why he approached Tian Langjun to investigate the truth. Yuan Ruan, I see. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruan wanted to strengthen her authority in fortune-telling. She pretended to touch the turtle shell and said to Tian Langjun, He is Kai Dai's older brother. Tian Langjun was shocked. Really? The one-eyed shopkeeper trembled and couldn't look directly at Tian Langjun, but he quickly nodded. Yuan Ruan continued to pretend to touch the turtle shell and revealed all the information from the system in a 3-word format to Tian Langjun. During this time, Yuan Ruan drank at least 3 cups of water, becoming dry-mouthed as she shared most of the exciting news, such as the poetry and other highlights, with Tian Langjun, who then redistributed the information. As Yuan Ruan spoke, Tian Langjun's expression changed in various colors, resembling a painting continuously splashed with ink by a mischievous child, making it impossible to discern his true emotions. The one-eyed shopkeeper looked at Yuan Ruan with the same reverence one would have for a deity, even more fervent and devoted. In the end, Yuan Ruan touched the turtle shell and said to Tian Langjun seriously, You are a victim. You are not an unfortunate person.
Tian Langjun shuddered.
After a moment, He suddenly knelt down gracefully and said, "Thank you, National Master. I am deeply grateful." Then he let out a bitter laugh. "It seems I am guilty and have caused trouble for so many people." The system's voice was hesitant. R1, he doesn't think his existence has caused his birth mother to target those around him, does he? It wouldn't have backfired, would it? Yuan felt a jolt in her heart. That shouldn't be the case. Tian Langjun is a smart person. But even so, I'm not worried. I have a backup plan. However, before Yuan could use her backup plan, Tian Langjun, after kneeling in reverence, quietly stood up. When he raised his head again, although he looked the same, the atmosphere around him felt entirely different. It was as if he stood there like a tightly wound bow, ready to unleash at any moment. The system suddenly sighed. R1, I just thought of the assassin Wuliochi. One moment, he was downcast, and the next, he was a formidable man. Everyone? What assassin Wuliochi? Does the Mo family have such a skilled person? Yuan was also a bit stunned. Yes. He suddenly awakened? At that moment, Tian Langjun turned around, forcefully pulled open the door curtain, and reached out to draw a wooden sword from beside the doorpost. Then, with great momentum, he walked outside. Yuan noticed that Tian Langjun seemed ready to fight, so he paused what he was doing and stretched his neck to look. Fortunately, the empty hall was not very large. Tian Langjun stopped after opening the second door. Yuan could clearly see Tian Langjun's proud figure and the astonished faces of the students across from him. At the same time, the confused voices of the students could also be heard clearly. Is this the owner of the empty hall? What brings him here? Could it be that someone hasn't returned a book? Who is borrowing books here? They don't seem poor. Tian Langjun stood with the sword and shouted, "Li Langjun, you bought the second half of the Ode of Wuqing from Yuan Langjun and gained the recognition of the Ministry of Works, allowing you to become an aide." Yuan noticed that the students sitting there only stirred slightly before quickly quieting down, as if they hadn't heard anything. The named Li Langjun suddenly stood up but quickly sat back down calmly, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Langjun, you must testify for me. When did I ever buy it?" Yuan Langjun hurriedly replied, "I don't know where Tian Langjun heard such rumors. This is absolutely not true." Tian Langjun didn't look at anyone and continued, "Zhou Langjun and Xie Langjun together bought the second half of the Ode of Snow from Yuan Langjun, gaining the favor of the matriarch of the Jiang family, and got your brother out of prison." The named Zhou Langjun and Xie Langjun didn't even stand up. Yuan couldn't see their expressions but could hear their voices among the students. Zhou Langjun's voice was rough. "You're talking nonsense. I have never done that." Xie Langjun's voice had a sarcastic tone. "Yuan Langjun, are you allowing us to be slandered?" Yuan Langjun quickly stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Everyone, I assure you, none of you bought any essays from me." Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but comment to the system. Yuan Langjun's business seems quite big. Everyone around him should know he sells essays. System, yes. The people here are all buyers of Yuan Langjun's essays. They think he is talented, which is why they defend him. Otherwise, why would a fallen noble like Yuan Langjun sit in the center? The emperor's face darkened completely. He quietly signaled to the crown prince and prime ministerly, "Make a note of this." The crown prince and prime ministerly nodded. Such disgraceful people must never enter the officialdom of the Great Xia in the future. At this moment, the students began to make a commotion again. It turned out that Yuan Langjun stood up, pointed at Tian Langjun, and threatened, "Sir, please do not speak such nonsense again. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report you, as your hidden identity is not suitable here in the Great Xia." Yuan Langjun was threatening. But Tian Langjun remained calm and said, "Yuan Langjun, you have secretly bought poems and sold them to other gentlemen. But do you know that every poem you bought has my signature, Qian Chu?" Yuan Langjun's eyes widened in shock. The other students quickly stood up, unable to contain themselves, saying, "What?
Qian Chu?
Let me check. Frog fun, it really exists. Yuan Langjun actually bought someone else's poems? Oh my, How can he sell them to us at a high price? How can he still ask for our favors? Wow, this is actually an acrostic poem. I'm going to be ruined by this fool. The angry students surrounded Yuan Langjun. With a loud shout of hit him. Several fists came down on Yuan Langjun's head, leaving him in a pitiful state. Yuan Wan thought the students would argue a bit more or give Yuan Langjun a chance to defend himself. But no, the students immediately started hitting him. Yuan Wan was a bit confused. She tugged at the prince's sleeve, pointed at the chaotic scene, and asked, "Brother Prince, why aren't they listening to any defense? Why are they just hitting him?" The prince patiently explained, because the hidden words in the poems are solid evidence. If we let Yuan Langjun keep defending himself, it will only anger Tian Langjun, which won't help the students in handling the poem purchases. But beating Yuan Langjun might let Tian Langjun vent his anger and spare them. As he spoke, the prince analyzed the students' positions and expressions, figuring out who had bought more poems and who hadn't, as well as their family backgrounds and what gifts they might use to win over Tian Langjun. Listening intently, Yuan Wan couldn't help but look at the prince with admiration. The prince, noticing her gaze, instinctively spoke even more. Until Yuan Wan thought, "No wonder my nephew's information network is impressive. Just look at this insight, it's really amazing." The prince, who was very pleased, suddenly felt a bit awkward. System, yes. Speaking of which, these students are so opportunistic. They used to praise Yuan Langjun, and now they are hitting him without mercy. Yuan Wan, it's not surprising that someone who thinks of buying a privilege has such low morals. At that moment, the beaten Yuan Langjun suddenly shouted, "Stop hitting me. Do you think hurting me will please this person? Ha ha ha. Even if it did, what good would it do? He is a powerful figure in the Xia country, and the emperor despises him. You think you can still become officials by associating with him?" The students who were throwing punches immediately stopped. Then, a young man in a blue robe stepped forward and asked, "Are you the powerful figure from Xia?" Tian Langjun did not respond. Yuan Langjun sharply exclaimed, "Not only is he a powerful figure from Xia, but he is also my disaster-bringing brother. Ha ha ha. You think being connected to him will help you? It's all his fault, so why are you hitting me?" The students quickly stepped back a few paces, putting a meter of distance between them and Tian Langjun. However, they soon resumed hitting Yuan Langjun. Yuan Langjun, confused, even screamed, "He is the disaster bringer. Why are you still hitting me? He is the one who caused our trouble." Yuan Langjun was struck hard in the eye and rolled back a bit. At the same time, the students started to complain, "Darn it. They sold me the disaster bringer's work. No wonder I've been so unlucky. Hit him. We should keep hitting him. If he hadn't brought out the disaster bringer, we wouldn't be in this mess." Yuan Wan almost laughed at the scene. This Yuan Langjun thinks revealing the disaster bringer will turn things around for him. Instead, he's getting beaten even more. System. Haha, that's true. But he exposed Tian Langjun's identity. Given Tian Langjun's previous self-pitying nature, I wonder if he will feel sad or fear dragging others down with him. Yuan Wan stroked his chin and took a step forward. "No worries. I have my way of winning with words." Just as Yuan Wan was about to say something clever, he was stunned by Tian Langjun's next move. Tian Langjun drew a long sword. Although it was a wooden sword that hadn't been sharpened, it emitted a faint, sharp sound as it was drawn. In the next moment, Tian Langjun dashed towards the students with incredible speed. His figure seemed to teleport, appearing beside different students, the wooden sword slicing through the air with a swish. 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 It struck the students with great force, accompanied by cries of despair, as one by one they fell to the ground with loud thuds. Soon, besides the owner of the Hollow Heart Inn and Tian Langjun, there were no other students standing by the curtain. Everyone. System, stunned. Wait. Wasn't Tian Langjun feeling inferior? Didn't he just think he was guilty? How did he suddenly start fighting back? Is he swinging from one extreme to another? Yuan Wan was also a bit confused. It shouldn't be like this. Just then, Tian Langjun put away his wooden sword and turned to face Yuan Ruan and her group. His sharp, confident aura made everyone tense up. Qiyu protected Yuan Ruan by her side, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. From the beams of the hollow hard inn, behind wooden pillars, on the rockery, and outside the curtain, some hidden observers were watching with keen eyes. At that moment, Tian Langjun suddenly slapped his own cheek hard twice. Smack! Smack! After the two sounds, red handprints appeared on his cheeks. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, national teacher. I have come to an understanding." Yuan Ruan looked at the large red handprints on his cheeks. He was hitting both his enemies and himself. She really didn't understand what Tian Langjun had realized. Yuan Ruan straightforwardly asked, "What did you understand?" Tian Langjun confidently stated, "I finally understood the meaning of the phrase from Mozi. The wisdom of ghosts and gods is like that of sages, just as the hearing and sight of a wise person is compared to that of the deaf and blind." Yes, if we compare the intelligence of ghosts and gods to that of sages, it's like comparing a wise person to someone who cannot see or hear. Instead of following the ancient kings, it's better to respect and listen to the ghosts and gods. Only by respecting them and following their rewards and punishments can one cleanse oneself. At this point, Tian Langjun once again sincerely bowed to Yuan Ruan. "I am grateful to the national teacher for enlightening me. Only then can I punish the wicked and cleanse myself." Yuan Ruan looked at his sincere expression, bewildered. Wait, how did his realization turn into listening to ghosts and gods? Is he becoming superstitious? She pointed out that Yuan's mother was the root cause, wanting to tell him that he was not a disaster star and should not be swayed by superstitions. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but say, "It has nothing to do with me. You are not a disaster star. It's your birth mother who caused trouble." Tian Langjun replied very gently, "But without the national teacher's guidance, I would have suffered my whole life. It was the national teacher who saw me and told me to punish evil, saving me. I will only believe in the national teacher for my entire life." Yuan Ruan. Yuan Ruan. What does it mean to believe in me? Help. I remember that the Mo family was supposed to be masters of science and engineering, right? I thought he had realized how to teach bad people a lesson, but instead he figured out how to serve spirits? Why is he so superstitious? System. Mozi has always been fascinated by spirits. He even criticized Confucians for disrespecting them. Haha, now Tian Langjun is like a sword-wielding representative of Erwan in the community. He usually doesn't act on his own but follows your instructions. Yuan Ruan felt a chill from this overly dramatic description and couldn't help but say, "That's not true. He fought others before because of revenge." System. He realized you wanted him to fight. Yuan Ruan was taken aback. She seemed to have casually mentioned something about hitting. Yuan Ruan weakly said, "But why did he slap himself?" "I didn't tell him to hit himself." System. He noticed your distance after he fought for you, so to avoid making you feel uncomfortable, he slapped himself to show he wasn't a threat. Yuan Ruan. She took a deep breath. System. Erwan is amazing, gaining another little follower. Awesome. Yuan Ruan. She took a deep breath and tried to persuade him, saying, "Worshipping me won't help. I can't give you anything. It's better to be independent and strong." Tian Langjun was surprised, thought for a moment, and then bowed, saying, "Your Excellency, you misunderstand me." Then he told the one-eyed steward, "Quick, bring the house deed and the keys to the accounts. Our Xia Mo lineage respects spirits, not like some sects that just ask for money. Your Excellency, I am willing to support you and my family." The one-eyed steward clearly agreed with Tian Langjun and immediately shouted, "I'll bring everything right away." Yuan Ruan was stunned by this ancient version of "I'll support you," and couldn't react immediately. Just then, the prince stepped forward, looking a bit unsteady as if he had been pushed out by the emperor. The prince said, "No need.
We
We can support ourselves." Qiyu also stepped forward, picked up Yuan Ruan, and glanced at Tian Langjun as if to say, "Stay out of this." Prime Minister Li also stood up in front of Yuan Ruan, smiling slightly and saying, Your Excellency should be supported by the whole country. You should save your money for food. Yuan Ruan. Wait, why did this suddenly escalate? Yuan Ruan stretched out her hand, tried to lift her head, and said loudly, "No need for offerings. Don't feel inferior. Use your money to support your education." In her urgency, Yuan Ruan surprisingly managed to finish her sentence without stuttering. The emperor and his entourage. Tian Langjun was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat softly and said, as expected of the national teacher, even the common people's feelings of inferiority can be seen. After a pause, he suddenly broke into a bright smile, raised his hands and bowed deeply, saying, "I will follow the national teacher's orders. I will definitely run a good school." Yuan Wan noticed the topic had shifted and that 10 points were about to be secured, which lifted her spirits. She reached out and patted him, saying, "I wish you to become the best teacher in the Great Xia, with many students." Tian Langjun immediately knelt down again. As he did, Yuan Ruan's chubby little hand accidentally slapped his cheek. She was startled and almost said, "Sorry." Unexpectedly, Tian Langjun bowed his head even lower, allowing her hand to gently rest on his head, creating a scene reminiscent of a little fairy patting my head. Tian Langjun looked sincere as he said, "I kneel to thank the national teacher for the blessing. This kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I will dedicate myself." Cough, cough. Yuan Wan watched him begin to speak at length and felt her mouth twitch. Qiyu noticed that Yuan Wan was uncomfortable. She picked her up and let Yuan Ruan's cheek rest against her chest, decisively saying, "Let's go back." Then, holding Yuan Ruan, she bowed politely to the emperor and the prince before turning to leave. The emperor paused for a moment, then exchanged a glance with the prince and strode away. Minister Li looked back and also took his son with him as they left. At that moment, a group of soldiers rushed in, carrying away the students who were still lying on the ground, lamenting. Anyone who resisted, regardless of their status, was knocked unconscious and dragged away. Soon, the empty hall quieted down, leaving only Tian Langjun, the prince, and a one-eyed shopkeeper with his head bowed. The prince asked, "Are you teaching to promote the ideas of the MO school? To train wanderers?" Tian Langjun was silent for a moment, then clasped his hands and replied, "I recognize the ideas of the MO school. However, I teach only so that the common people can read and understand the emperor's will. Only by being united can we implement righteous governance, understand that everyone is equal, and respect and love one another, leading to a harmonious world." The more the prince listened, the more he wanted to leave. An idealist who does not align with royal interests. But thinking of his father's calm gaze before leaving, the prince steadied himself again. He looked at Tian Langjun and said, "In that case, I formally invite you to become a teacher at the official academy." Tian Langjun frowned slightly and replied, "Your Highness, my knowledge is limited. I do not dare to teach the powerful. I only wish to help the illiterate common people learn to read." The prince almost blurted out, "Don't worry, you have the student bonus buff mentioned by the system." But he managed to hold back and said, "They're all commoners." Tian Langjun was taken aback. The prince continued, "After the court announced the Imperial examination system, many commoners wanted to send their children to school. However, many private tutors refused to accept them as students. His Majesty specifically designated a piece of land in the Eastern Market to recruit commoner students. Most private tutors were recommended and trained by powerful nobles or came from minor noble families. They feared commoner students even more than the major nobles did, so many private tutors banded together to refuse to teach." After hearing this, Tian Langjun paused for a moment and then cupped his hands, saying, "As a commoner, I accept the order." The prince nodded slightly, wanting to chat a bit more, but remembering the other person's earlier talk about equality, he decided against it. The prince bought a large stack of pastries and was about to leave when he saw Yuan Ruan and Qiyu hurriedly turning back. The prince was quite puzzled. He approached Qiyu and Yuan Ruan and quietly asked, "Seventh sister, ninth sister, is there something urgent?" Qiyu didn't know either and simply said, Ninth sister wants to go back and see Tian Langjun. Tian Langjun had already kindly walked up to Yuan Ruan, speaking sincerely. May I ask what the national teacher wishes to convey? Yuan Ruan's sweet voice rang out. Do you have any requirements regarding the age and gender of your students? Tian Langjun looked deeply at Yuan Ruan and confidently replied, no. The prince. Hey, who just said they only wanted to teach commoners? Yuan Ruan smiled, revealing two sweet dimples, and tugged at Tian Langjun's sleeve. Good. The girls' school welcomes you. Tian Langjun was about to smile and say he was happy to serve the national teacher, but the mention of girls' school made his smile freeze in place. The prince also looked stunned. Yuan Ruan tilted her head and asked, what's wrong? Tian Langjun hesitated for a moment and said, since the national teacher has spoken, I shall certainly respect it, but I fear there may not be any students for this girls' school. Yuan Ruan shook her little head and earnestly replied, no. Because girls can also take the Imperial examination. There are female students. Tian Langjun. After a pause, he squatted down in front of Yuan Ruan and said, but, national teacher, men and women should not be too close. Yuan Ruan tilted her head and replied, Teacher Tian, the concept of mutual love from the Mo family is about hoping for everyone in the world to love one another, right? Tian Langjun. Yuan Ruan asserted, girls are also part of the world. Master Tian treats his parents and brothers equally, so he can naturally treat women equally as well. Seeing Yuan Ruan's cute expression, Tian Langjun had many arguments in his heart, but at that moment, he decided to stay quiet. He said gently, what the national teacher says is very true, but rumors can be fierce. Even if I don't care, those women's families do care. How about I recommend a female teacher instead? Yuan Ruan confidently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, with a female guard, your class once a week will be open, so there's no need to fear rumors. Tian Langjun was taken aback. System or Ruan, this support can only last for 2 days. Why not have classes 3 times a week? Yuan Ruan, having support is already good. I just thought that ancient women have a harder time with exams, so I wanted to help them a bit. But Tian Langjun is a man and seems to care a lot about his reputation. If I suggest 3 times a week, he might find a way to refuse. But once a week, he might find it hard to say no. The prince observed Tian Langjun looking at Yuan Ruan and thought that Jiumei's judgment was wrong. Perhaps if Jiumei spoke up, Tian Langjun would agree. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Tian Langjun nodded.
Great. Yuan Ruan happily rushed over to hug Tian Langjun's head.
After a couple of seconds, she was discreetly pulled back by Chiyu. Yuan Ruan continued, also, we need to introduce a female teacher. Tian Langjun was taken aback and suddenly laughed. All right. Next time when Teacher Lu brings students to copybooks, I will let you know to recommend her. Yuan Ruan nodded repeatedly. Okay. Hearing the surname Lu, Yuan Ruan thought, Lu? I suddenly remembered the female envoy who disguised herself as a man. System. Ruan, this female teacher is named Lu Mingxia, same name and surname. It seems to be her. Chiyu. Yuan Ruan was very surprised. What? She returned to being a woman in Daxia? Is she a spy? Or was she turned? System. Let me check. Hey, it's your nephew Chi Quan who sent her to be turned. They discovered a lot. Ruan, look. Oh my. They also found out that the Envoy's adoptive parents were deliberately set up by her biological mother to become prey in Qin country, just to silence them. Yuan Ruan. Wow, that's ruthless. System. Indeed, very cruel. The envoy loved her adoptive parents the most, and when she learned this news, she completely exploded. Then she learned that there were female imperial examinations in the Great Xia, and decided to become a female scholar. Yuan Ruan sighed softly. The main character, Lu Shicheng, has faced too many tragic trials. I suddenly feel that being a bystander is quite nice. The system suddenly started celebrating. Ruan, you are not a bystander. You are the strongest of the strong, the king of all. Yuan Ruan felt a bit shy for no reason. Clearing her throat, she changed the topic, but seriously, it's impressive that we can even find information about Lu Shicheng's adoptive parents. As expected of the big nephew, the information network is still incredibly powerful. The prince felt warm inside for the first time, because this information was indeed gathered by him, meaning he could finally take credit for it without guilt. Yuan Wan continued, "So how did she meet Tian Langjun?" The system replied, "Let me check." From Tian Langjun's perspective, Lu Mingxia is just a unique female scholar, the first to open a private school for girls in the Great Xia. Tian Langjun admires her, and whenever Lu Shuxing comes to copy books with her female students, Tian Langjun would have the shopkeeper serve tea and snacks, but they don't have much else in common. Yuan Wan said, "It feels a bit like a gentleman's friendship, calm and distant." The system asked, "R1, do you want to meet her?" Yuan Wan felt a bit tempted. After all, she was the main character in a revenge story, and she was quite interested in her. But after hesitating for a while, Yuan Wan declined. Never mind. She just arrived in the Great Xia, and should still be in a sensitive phase. Since I've met her at the negotiation site, suddenly meeting her in private might make her uncomfortable. It's better to wait. We will meet again, if it's meant to be. The prince also thought it was a good idea for Yuan Wan not to meet Lu Mingxia. After all, Lu Mingxia had only come over for less than a year, and for safety, it was wise to observe her for a few more days. After discussing the matter, Yuan Wan bought a large stack of pastries and left happily. The prince followed behind. As the three of them just walked out of the Hollow Hall's door, they happened to see Li Xiangsun walking leisurely while carrying some items. Li Xiangsun seemed surprised to see the prince, Qiyu, and Yuan Wan all together. His expression was awkward and he blurted out, "I didn't come to deliver a gift." The system laughed uncontrollably. "Haha, that's hilarious. He just confessed without meaning to." Everyone. They tried to hold back their laughter politely. At the same time, the letters for help written by the students captured in the local jail were being delivered to the homes of the powerful. Each household had different thoughts, but the vast majority were not in a hurry to rescue anyone. Some people, like the third prince, are eager to rescue others. He received the most requests for help, but before he could leave, he ran into the old Empress Dowager. The third prince was startled and pretended nothing had happened as he turned away. However, the old Empress Dowager approached him quickly and said, "Are you going to the Ministry of Justice?" The third prince hesitated and finally admitted, "No, I wouldn't dare. I just want to take a look." After a pause, he added, "Mother, they are all sons of family friends, so..." To his surprise, the old Empress Dowager did not get angry or hit him with her cane. Instead, she handed him a large bag and calmly said, "Go ahead." The third prince almost dropped the heavy bag. Soon, he exclaimed, "Mother, the blanket is big enough. You can all huddle together to keep warm," the old Empress Dowager replied. "Hurry up and go." The third prince was confused. The old Empress Dowager's tone suddenly turned cold. "Once you leave, don't come back. Stay with the sons of family friends in prison." The third prince was taken aback and sheepishly carried the bag back. Some officials, unlike the third prince who quickly backed down, felt embarrassed and went to the Ministry of Justice to take a look. Every one of these officials was greeted with smiles from the Minister of Justice, who found various excuses to keep them busy with tea. After 10 days, the detained students still had not been released. This made all the observing nobles realize that the emperor had firmly established the examination system as a red line that could not be crossed. They tossed and turned, unable to sleep at night, and eventually agreed not to mention the students again, especially not in front of the emperor. They decided to wait until the situation calmed down before privately pleading for them. Another day passed, and it was time for the morning court. Yuan Wan yawned as she arrived and turned to see the Deputy Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Revenue yawning at the back of the line. She couldn't help but yawn as well. To her surprise, the Minister of Works and his deputy also let out a big yawn, but they quickly covered their mouths afterward. At that moment, the emperor arrived, and all the officials bowed. The Minister of Works stepped forward and began by discussing how many farming tools had been built for various counties, then mentioned the need to expand the number of craftsmen due to a shortage. The Minister of Revenue quickly opposed this, arguing that the number of craftsmen in the Ministry of Works was already over 10,000 and there was no need for further recruitment. He suggested borrowing craftsmen from noble families, as each major family employed thousands of craftsmen. The Minister of Works expressed opposition. The water turning over and the carts are all confidential matters. The Minister of Revenue countered, "We can let those borrowed people work on unimportant parts." After that, the court officials began to debate the questions raised by the two ministers. Yuan Wan listened for a while and started to feel tired. She looked around and noticed that most of the officials seemed drained. Yuan Wan, the court officials look so exhausted today. Everyone is yawning, and they have such dark circles under their eyes. System. It does seem that way. Seeing them so sleepy, Yuan Wan couldn't help but yawn several times. Her yawns spread like a contagious disease. One yawn led to another. She leaned against the third prince's leg, and when she looked up, she was surprised to see an official hiding in the crowd, softly snoring. Yuan Wan was stunned. Is this person really serious? Are they that tired? Have they been working all night? The system responded skeptically, "No way. There can't be anyone as extreme as your brother. While others might eat 300 lychees a day, your brother handles 300 pounds of documents daily. In terms of work, your brother is truly extraordinary." The emperor's lips twitched. The other officials tried to maintain their composure, pretending they hadn't heard anything, and continued reporting their work. The system continued. "I'd rather believe they're out partying every night than think they're working late." The entire court swayed slightly. Yuan Wan coughed softly. "Well, there's no need to be so harsh. My brother loves his work, but he's not that extreme." System. Isn't he extreme? He can be in the middle of sleeping, hear urgent military news, and immediately get dressed to handle state affairs. The emperor's expression stiffened. The nearly sleeping officials instantly perked up, looking at the emperor with admiration. He works so hard. No wonder he's the emperor. That's something we can't learn. Yuan Wan covered her face. "Oh no, oh no." The system suddenly said, "Wait, but your brother can be stubborn sometimes." "Hee, do you know why he was half an hour late today?" The emperor suddenly slammed the table. The officials. The emperor is nervous. This must be something big. System. Hurry up and tell us to wake us up. Yuan Wan looked up in confusion at the sound of the table being struck. The emperor looked at Yuan Ruan's round eyes and instinctively glanced toward the crown prince, suddenly remembering that the crown prince hadn't come today. The emperor coughed lightly and turned his gaze to the Minister of Revenue, speaking firmly no. The Minister of Revenue flinched, realizing he was being blamed. "Your Majesty, it was clearly the Minister of Works speaking just now. Why did you point at me? Were you distracted?" At that moment, the Minister of Revenue suddenly thought of a way to cover for the emperor while also saving money for the treasury. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, why do you disagree? I understand that borrowing craftsmen from my colleagues for free is somewhat inappropriate. However, with General Wu leading thousands of troops in the north and the treasury running low, I have no other choice. I believe all the officials here are loyal to the country and would not mind lending a few craftsmen." The court officials were taken aback. "Wait, when did we discuss borrowing private craftsmen for free? Minister of Revenue, don't try to save money at our expense." The emperor was also surprised by the Minister of Revenue's bold suggestion. Borrowing from noble families for free? He waved his hand, saying no. The Minister of Revenue wanted to propose a few more ideas, but the emperor interrupted him again. This matter need not be discussed further. Borrowing craftsmen will be counted as tax in kind. Each family can handle it as they see fit. All the officials bowed in unison, pleased. Your Majesty is wise. The Minister of Revenue looked frustrated, as if he had suffered a great loss. Yuan Wan observed and felt a bit emotional. Look at the Minister of Revenue's sad face. He is genuinely trying to serve the public good, but let's forget about the free labor for now. At least for now, because the country is not at a life and death moment. System, haha. R1, the Minister of Revenue isn't really sad. He's just pretending. He's about to burst out laughing. Yuan Wan was taken aback. Huh? The sharp gazes of the court officials all turned to the Minister of Revenue.
What are you up to now?
The Minister of Revenue let them stare, completely unbothered. His expression puzzled many officials. Could it be that he really wasn't plotting anything? System. R1. The Minister of Revenue never intended to get a complete exemption for hiring private craftsmen. He said that to negotiate better terms. Who knew your brother would suggest a tax in kind, which seems fair. But the key is that tax has many advantages. Many officials suddenly realized, no wonder the Minister of Revenue wasn't worried. This tactic hit them right where it hurts. Several courtiers close to Yuan Ron wished they could interrupt her enjoyment in a funny way. However, they didn't have the chance. Yuan Ron. System. Please explain in detail. System. Because noble families have various privileges, they can often avoid taxes. So, in the eyes of the Minister of Revenue, using labor to replace taxes is somewhat like getting something for free. Yuan Wan frowned upon hearing this. Tax exemptions for privileges? Like tax evasion?
System. No.
Some exemptions are legitimate, like when someone achieves great merit or there's a big celebration. In such cases, your brother might reward them by reducing their taxes for the year. This is not tax evasion. Yuan Wan sighed in relief. System. However, a small number of cases involve exploiting loopholes to avoid taxes. For example, if an official achieves great merit, the emperor might say they are exempt from taxes for 3 years. The number 3 often represents many in ancient times, so some officials interpret it to mean they can avoid taxes for several years. The emperor's expression darkened. The Minister of Revenue remained calm. You lot, who are trying to take advantage of the treasury, should just repay your debts. Many officials in the hall felt anxious, afraid to show any resentment, worried that one wrong move could lead to a scandal, and they would be singled out as examples, which would be disastrous. Yuan Wan. That serves them right. No wonder the Minister of Revenue always complains about being poor. No matter how much he tries to earn, he can't compete with so many greedy officials. The Minister of Revenue felt touched. Little National Master, you understand me. The system immediately said, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. How about this? I will compile a list of officials who evade taxes, and you can deal with them directly. Several officials felt weak in the knees. System. Many of these issues are historical problems. Please give us a chance to make amends. Yuan Wan twitched her mouth. Confront them directly? Forget it.
System. Huh?
Didn't you say confronting people directly is the most satisfying? Yuan Wan pointed to her chubby face. It is satisfying. But if I have to mention these officials' names and explain why, I would need to write at least 1,000 words. I tend to stutter a bit, so it would take too long. System. That's true. Several officials sighed in relief, but the next moment, their faces turned pale again. Because the system said, if you don't want to read it, I can write it. Once I finish, I'll hide the booklet in a box, and you can just dig it out. Yuan Wan almost burst out laughing. Is this appropriate? Digging up a paper to report the officials? Or is it the bronze box that I predicted?
This.
It's really not even pretending anymore. The system was a bit puzzled, but Yuan Wan, you don't need to pretend. Does anyone in the Great Xia really think the bronze box has nothing to do with you? Yuan Wan paused, realizing how reasonable that was. She turned to the officials of Great Xia and noticed their serious expressions, standing tall and looking at the emperor in unison. With all the trouble she caused, and since she was the one who pointed out the bronze box, the clever high officials must have guessed it was related to her, probably imagining all sorts of things. Thinking of this, Yuan Wan looked away. Then, let's go ahead. They won't ask me directly, and I can pretend I don't know.
System. All right.
I'll arrange it right away. By the way, I almost forgot to mention the previous gossip. The reason your brother is half an hour late is because the Empress really, pulled a clever move. The Emperor, who thought he had successfully changed the topic, felt his face turn slightly red. Yuan Wan, huh? What did the Empress do? System. Your brother has been turned away by the Empress for several days. Yesterday, he insisted on going in, and the Empress had a palace maid bring the concubines to block him in the front courtyard while she rested in the back. The civil and military officials had strange expressions, collectively pretending not to hear. The emperor is actually so disliked by the empress? No wonder the emperor was so eager to blame the Minister of Revenue just now. Yuan Wan was stunned.
Huh? How could this be?
I thought the empress treated my brother well. Why the sudden dislike? The emperor's face changed colors, red and black. System, haha. Because your nephew has been sending people to the empress for advice on government affairs. The empress felt embarrassed to refuse, so she has been handling government matters during the day. Since she does it quickly and well, more and more matters keep coming in. Coincidentally, the eldest and second princesses are busy with the glass project, and the second princess, who is about to give birth, doesn't want to give up on the glass business. Seeing the empress helping the crown prince, she asked the empress to help with the glass too. Yuan Wan, haha. Did the empress agree? System. Of course. They are her own children, so the empress couldn't show favoritism and had to agree. Now, the empress, who usually just sleeps all day, has to review glass matters in the morning and the crown prince's affairs in the afternoon. She's so tired during the day that at night, she doesn't want to talk, doesn't want to be with anyone, and just wants to sleep. The officials were confused. The crown prince consulted the empress about state affairs? Was there some misunderstanding here? The courtiers who knew the truth exchanged glances and instinctively looked at the emperor. Isn't this like shooting oneself in the foot? The system added, your brother has been excluded too much and has developed a rebellious mindset. Yesterday, he refused to leave. He ordered all the palace ladies to return to their homes and then secretly snuck into the empress's chamber for a big fight. Hey, do you know, Erwin the emperors? The officials wanted to listen but were too embarrassed to do so. The emperor could no longer bear it. He suddenly stood up. Yuan Wan looked over. The officials also looked over. The emperor calmly scanned everyone and said, if you have something to report, do so. If not, you may leave. The officials were taken aback, and the hall fell silent. 3 seconds later, the emperor said, all right, you may leave. The officials felt relieved but also had a strange sense of regret for missing out on the gossip. The courtiers stole glances at Yuan Wan. Come on. Keep talking. You're not afraid. The system did not disappoint their expectations. The system continued. Erwin, let me continue. The empress got annoyed and directly suppressed your brother. The courtiers collectively stumbled. What? This is a tyrant. The empress is that brave? They instinctively followed Yuan Wan. The third prince, holding Yuan Wan, vaguely sensed some movement behind him. He turned around and met the eyes of a group of officials sneaking up behind them. The third prince twitched his mouth. Suddenly, the emperor cleared his throat. The officials, who had just lifted their right legs, froze in midair. The third prince understood his father's intention and hurriedly took Yuan Wan to the rear palace. The officials could only stand stiffly, watching Yuan Ruan's departing figure. They vaguely heard whispers in the wind. Oh my, did my brother really have a day of being suppressed? What? Cut off. Luckily, he can be saved. Your brother is yielding. Hiss, it can be like this? Interesting? The officials' eyes widened. What? System, speak louder. They all stretched their necks, but no more news came through the wind. This feeling of abruptly stopping the gossip was uncomfortable, as if little ants were crawling all over them. If there's gossip, let everyone hear it. Who hasn't been gossiped about? Who dares to laugh at whom? You can say that in front of the emperor. Who dares? I will cheer for you. At this point, the court officials exchanged glances, clasped their hands in farewell, and left the palace. Meanwhile, the third prince, blushing with embarrassment, finished eating the melon. So it turns out that the emperor and empress, well, they almost hurt themselves while living harmoniously and had to be thoroughly checked by the royal physician before being released. No wonder they were late, and no wonder the emperor hurried back to the palace. A few days later, the Ministry of Justice finally notified the nobles connected to the students from other regions to come and collect them. At the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, the students eagerly looked on, tears in their eyes. When faced with the accusations from their friends and family, the students no longer held their heads high with defiance. Instead, they nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Some even pitifully asked if their time in the ministry's prison would affect their chances in the imperial examination. This made it difficult for the nobles who came to pick them up to say anything harsh. They instead comforted the students, telling them to focus on their studies and not to think of any shortcuts. They could all participate in the examination. At the same time, the nobles discreetly withheld the fact that even if they succeeded in the examination, their future careers would still be challenging. On the same day, the emperor announced the establishment of an official school for commoner students, Tai Shui, and a school for girls, Yuan Shui. This news further confirmed the emperor's determination to promote education for commoners. No matter how conflicted the noble families felt inside, they all smiled and openly supported the initiative, even expressing their willingness to teach at Tai Shui and Yuan Shui in the court. The emperor noticed their subtle intentions to invest early in commoner students and form alliances. However, he gladly agreed. In the early stages, with the presence of Xiaojiu, the noble families dared not act recklessly even if they tried to recruit talented students. Later, as more commoner talents emerged, competition would naturally arise between nobles and commoners, creating a division, which was the situation the emperor wanted to see. In other words, this was a way to benefit from others, and the emperor would not mind having many borrowed resources. In fact, the noble families had analyzed the situation many times. Yet they still decided to be the ones to nurture these talents. Achieving a situation of too many monks and too little porridge would take a long time, and by participating early, they might still influence and change things. If they waited passively, their future would surely lead to failure. Note: it's the Dragon Boat Festival. I don't have time to write much today, so there will only be one update. Love you all. The examination system of Xia country had caught the attention of the other 3 countries before. However, the leaders of these countries dismissed it after some study. They looked down on commoners, believing that those without a strong background could not surpass the noble families in exams, making the reforms seem meaningless. When the Emperor of Xia announced the establishment of official schools to recruit commoners and women, the leaders of the other countries became uneasy. During a morning meeting in Qin country, the emperor reviewed the intelligence from Xia country and allowed his officials to discuss it. After they finished, he expressed his interest, saying, "Gentlemen, what do you think of Xia country's implementation of the examination system and the establishment of schools for commoners and women? Is it worth considering?" The officials exchanged glances, and many stepped forward to say, "Your Majesty, I believe it is just a waste of money. It is not worth considering. Your Majesty, how can commoners manage a country? They can't even handle a small piece of land. Commoners and women? I think the Emperor of Xia has lost his mind. He underestimates the power of noble families. How could they possibly compete with the children of noble families in exams?" The Emperor of Chun was displeased. As the emperor, he could understand what the Emperor of Xia was trying to achieve and recognize the benefits of increasing the number of commoner students for royal authority. However, he also understood why his officials opposed it, which made him unhappy. The emperor said sternly, "So you all believe that Xia country's examination system is not a threat? There is no need to stop or interfere." The officials exchanged worried glances, sensing the emperor's mood and hesitating to speak up. At that moment, a young official spoke up, "Your Majesty, I believe the Emperor of Xia's actions are very useful. Our Qin country should interfere, but not to stop it. We should fan the flames. For example, we could provide some funds to the envoy to support the noble families and encourage Xia to recruit more commoner students, increasing their participation in the examination system." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Finance became agitated and protested loudly. "I oppose. Your Majesty, I oppose giving more money to the envoy. Every time they send a message, we have to give them money. We've given so much, and we haven't seen any results." Another official from the military department chimed in, "Your Majesty, since the envoy went to Xia, the situation at our borders has worsened. Initially, Xia only occupied 2 towns, but now the 4th town is about to fall to those despicable bandits, and the envoy keeps asking for money, telling us to be patient. What kind of situation is this?" The most frustrating thing is that the spies I sent to those 3 towns reported that they have all been forced to learn the writing of the Xia kingdom.
What?
The bandits from the Sher family have taken another town? How dare they keep doing this? It's infuriating. What is the envoy doing? They are completely useless. The Emperor of Qin felt overwhelmed and waved his hand. Let's not discuss other matters for now. The border issues will be the next topic. Let's talk about the Imperial examination first. He frowned and looked at the man, encouraging the Xia kingdom to recruit common students and even giving them money? Aren't you helping the Xia emperor strengthen his power? The man cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I only want to quickly stir up conflicts among the Xia officials. The benefits of common students entering the court are clear to everyone. If a large number of common students flood into the official ranks in a short time, the noble officials will surely become restless. This way, there will be a chance for chaos in the Xia leadership. Your Majesty, the nobles and you are not united. The Emperor of Qin's mind stirred. He realized, if common students entered slowly, it would be fine, but if they surged in, it would definitely provoke a backlash from the nobles. At this moment, the noble officials from Qin glared at each other, unable to hold back. Bold fool. When have we not been united with your Majesty? Without our support, could you live in peace? Stop stirring trouble. Are you a spy from another country? You want to see Qin fall apart, don't you? Trying to divide us here. The young official remained unafraid and continued, Your Majesty, I am loyal. I only wish to see a new class emerge in the Xia kingdom quickly, leading them into internal strife. Wouldn't that be better? Your Majesty, I am willing to sacrifice myself to prove my loyalty. I have no selfish motives. Saying this, he ran straight into a pillar. The Qin officials, who had just been complaining, were stunned. Colleague, are you being too extreme? We didn't say anything. Why would you run into a pillar to die? The Emperor of Qin, who had some doubts, saw the man run into the pillar, and his suspicions vanished by more than half. He quickly stood up and said, Hurry. Go call the doctor. Save him. Quickly save him. When the doctor hurried over and tried to save him for a while, then shook his head in regret, all doubts the emperor had about the young official disappeared. While angrily scolding the officials, the Emperor of Qin shed tears. Loyal subjects are no longer here. Then, the Emperor of Qin said to the finance officials, Send some money to the Xia kingdom to incite the nobles to create chaos. Let's set a deadline for the beginning of spring. If there are no results by then, we will call the delegation back. The official from the Ministry of Revenue looked at the young official sentenced to death by the Imperial physician, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Afterward, the Emperor of Qin shed a tear and sighed. What a pity. This was a loyal service to the country. We must give him a proper burial. We cannot treat our loyal ministers poorly. All the officials bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the state of Qin held a grand funeral ceremony. Along the way, soldiers were assigned to escort the mournful funeral procession. Inside the memorial hall, the emperor sent the crown prince to offer some comforting words, and the ministers of Qin gradually arrived to pay their respects and bid farewell to the official who bravely spoke out in court. By night, 2 family members of the grieving officials quietly arrived at the memorial site. They struggled to push open the lid of the coffin, murmuring, Hurry up! We can't let the master suffocate in there. As they opened the lid halfway, the official inside struggled to sit up, mumbling, I'm starving. Why is it so late? The loyal aide quickly replied, Master, you were amazing. The state of Qin was deeply moved, and there were so many people to receive. We simply couldn't find the time. The official, pretending to be dead, said, All right. Do you have any pork knuckles? The aide replied helplessly, Master, the smell of pork knuckles is too strong to bring. I brought some pickled vegetable porridge and baked flatbread. The official sighed, Fine. I'll just lie here for a few days. That'll have to do. By the way, after I leave, remember to bury me in my original form. Since I borrowed someone else's identity, it's only right to let him return to his roots. The aide nodded, Yes, Master. Should we remove your disguise now? The fake blood on your face Must be uncomfortable. The official, while trying to drink the porridge, waved his hand, no need. That disguise can last for 10 days, according to the Mo family. Just to be safe, let's wait until we get back to change. As he spoke, he shared important details about court matters with his aide and instructed him to send a message back to the Great Xia as soon as possible. The aide quickly took notes, then suddenly said, "Master, I remember you mentioned wanting to use the examination system of the Xia state to provoke the Emperor of Qin into adopting it, creating opposing factions in the Qin court. Why didn't you use this plan? Instead?" The aide hesitated to ask, "Master, are you suggesting that Qin use this strategy against Xia? You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you?" The official replied, "Plans must adapt to changes. The Qin kingdom does not value the Imperial examination system at all. My suggestions will not be taken seriously. So, I have to make use of the situation to earn some money. It's not a loss for me." The trusted aide quickly asked, "What if the officials of the Great Xia are really provoked?" The pretending official chuckled lightly. He pointed at the sky and then patted the aide's shoulder, saying, "You don't understand. The situation in the Great Xia is different. Officials, at least those above the 6th rank, are definitely united. This tactic won't work on the Great Xia. It's just giving away money." The aide didn't understand, but thinking about the harmonious atmosphere in the Great Xia's officialdom over the past year, he swallowed his doubts. In the Chu kingdom, the old emperor of Chu also noticed the Great Xia's examination system, the involvement of commoners and women in official education, but he didn't mention it in court. Instead, he privately summoned a few of his sons for a family banquet. The old emperor of Chu took a bite of dried meat and glanced at the princes below, saying, "What do you think?" The eldest prince replied, "Father, I believe the actions of the Great Xia emperor seem good, but they are more likely to spark internal conflicts within Great Xia." The old emperor of Chu patiently listened to the eldest prince and then asked, "Besides that, what else do you see?" The eldest prince was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I see. The arrogance of the Great Xia emperor?" The old emperor of Chu became so angry that he started to cough. The princes immediately stepped forward anxiously, with some asking if the emperor felt unwell, while others shouted for a doctor. The old emperor of Chu slammed the table and said, "Enough.
I'm fine. Step back."
The princes instantly fell silent and obediently retreated. The old emperor then called upon the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th princes to analyze the actions of the Great Xia emperor. Their opinions were similar to the eldest princes. They believed that the Great Xia emperor intended to use the examination system to create a new class of commoners to compete with the long-established noble families for official power, which could backfire and was not wise. The old emperor of Chu watched coldly and finally turned to the 4th prince, asking, "What do you think?" The 4th prince replied calmly, "Father, I don't believe the Great Xia emperor is that foolish. I think the emergence of paper and this remarkable copying technique will lead to a large number of books being produced. In other words, as long as they can survive the initial phase, they might break the monopoly of the noble families." The eldest prince scoffed, "How can there be a large-scale production? Simply put, the noble families control the scholars. If they order the scholars not to copy books in large quantities, when do you think the Great Xia will? Elder brother, please look." The 4th prince of the state of Chu picked up 2 copies of the Analects from the state of Xia. These 2 copies have the same page. The handwriting and pressure are identical. This clearly isn't done by hand. Some tool must have been used. The 1st prince of Chu examined it closely and felt a sudden unease, but stubbornly said, "If that's the case, the state of Xia will face even bigger troubles. I don't believe the noble families there will allow common scholars to challenge their positions." The 4th prince sighed, "I wish that were true. But it's strange, the noble families in Xia haven't reacted much. I don't understand why everyone in their government is so united that even spies can't stir up trouble." The 1st prince frowned. "Why are you saying things that boost others while diminishing our own? You shouldn't." "Enough." The old emperor of Chu looked at the 1st prince with disappointment. "If you lack knowledge, just be quiet. Stop making a fuss." The The first prince immediately fell silent. The old emperor then turned to the second and fifth princes. You've always followed the first prince since childhood, yet you still lack your own opinions and just follow the crowd. The second and fifth princes lowered their heads awkwardly. The old emperor looked at the third prince with disdain. With your limited skills, you think you can just sit back and benefit from others? You're the most foolish of all. The third prince quickly knelt down. Father, I have no other intentions. I wouldn't dare. Finally, the old emperor looked at the fourth prince. You've always been clever. Handle the matter of the paper and books. Also, keep a close watch on the state of Xia. If their examination system proves effective, we can try it too. The fourth prince was taken aback and said, Father, I think that's unwise. The government in Xia has been unusually harmonious for the past year and a half. Their examination system working smoothly doesn't mean it will work here in Chu. The old emperor suddenly slammed down his chopsticks. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The fourth prince quickly knelt down. I wouldn't dare. The old emperor said nothing more, stood up, cast a dark look at the fourth prince, and turned to leave. Once the emperor was gone, the other princes gradually left as well. The fourth prince returned with a serious expression. After thinking for a moment, he wrote a coded letter and sent it to the state of Shu. Strangely, after the letter was sent, it seemed to vanish without a trace. Recently, spies monitoring the states of Chun, Chu, and Shu compiled the gathered information and sent it to the Great Xia as quickly as possible. When the news from the three states arrived, it was just evening. The emperor, the crown prince, the third prince, and two chancellors were having a meal in a side hall, sighing about the slow pace of silver mining and the need to find money from elsewhere to support the common students. So when they heard the news that the Qin kingdom decided to send money to the envoy, the worried minister of revenue suddenly stood up, happily took out an abacus, and said, This is great. The minister of war leaned in quietly and whispered, Sir, Generals Wu and Lin have been achieving great victories recently. Think about it, if you want the horses to run, you must feed them. Maybe we can get a share from this. The minister of revenue whispered back, Get lost. At that moment, the third prince looked at the information about the deceased official and said softly, Father, I didn't expect the disguise technique to be so useful. Thanks to Ninth Sister, we gained a great general. The emperor smiled gently and replied, Yes, we must reward them well. After reviewing the intelligence from the Qin kingdom, they began to look at the information regarding the Chu kingdom. As they listened to the conversation among the old emperor and the princes, the ministers remained calm, even finding the Chu prince's confident bets about the Daxia class conflict amusing. After all, the heavens of Daxia were always watching. With a powerful figure at the top, which class would dare to rebel? That would only lead to disaster for everyone involved. It wasn't until they heard the words of the fourth prince of the Chu kingdom that the ministers' expressions became slightly serious, thinking to themselves that this young man truly had potential. Suddenly, the minister of revenue spoke up, Your Majesty, should we secretly sell something to the fourth prince of the Chu kingdom to spark their interest in the Imperial examination? The emperor waved his hand, No. Too much is as bad as too little. After a moment of thought, the minister of revenue agreed. The old emperor of the Chu kingdom had much stronger control over the court families than the Qin kingdom. If they provided too much support, the old emperor might actually manage to endure the dark times before the examinations, which would not be good. The minister of war suddenly asked, Your Majesty, do we have any news from the Shu kingdom? The emperor's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, There is no news from Shu. After saying this, he glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince paused, quietly took out a piece of paper, crumpled it, and discreetly hid it in his sleeve. The minister of war sighed and scratched his head. It seems that the Shu kingdom hasn't done anything significant in the past year. I was curious about what information the Chu princes sent to Shu and why Shu would ignore it. Aren't they afraid of being attacked? A strange look flashed across the emperor's face. Just then, a loud announcement from the chief eunuch came from outside. The seventh princess has arrived, and the ninth princess too. The officials were shocked. As the chief eunuch's voice echoed, Chiyu entered, holding Yuan Soft. The emperor stepped forward to greet them, lifting Yuan Soft into his arms, and asked Chiyu, "Why have you both come? Do you need something?" Chiyu silently brought over a food box from a palace maid. Yuan Soft struggled to free her hands from the emperor's embrace, turned around, and took out a plate from the food box, saying, "Father, I want to share this with you. I made these crispy osmanthus cakes for you to try." Upon hearing this, the emperor lowered his eyebrows, glancing at the unevenly baked osmanthus cakes. The emperor was speechless. But when he looked into Yuan Soft's bright eyes, he quietly picked one up and took a bite, chewing a few times before swallowing it. The chief eunuch quickly handed the emperor a large cup of water. The emperor calmly took a big sip and then praised, "Ninth, you've worked hard." After a pause, he added, "It's delicious." Yuan Soft thought, after eating the cakes I made, it's hard for him to say anything bad about us. The system commented, "Haha, this is what they mean by being soft on those who feed you." Yuan Soft added, "System, it's actually about being soft on the lips and short on hands." The third prince felt a bit worried, fearing that their father might get upset with Yuan Soft for her slightly threatening words. He stepped forward, but the crown prince gently squeezed his shoulder. The third prince quickly leaned in and whispered, "Brother." "Little ninth." "Sure, don't worry," the crown prince replied with a calm look. The third prince was taken aback, following the crown prince's gaze just in time to see the emperor gently touching Yuan Soft's cheek, softly saying, "Since you made such delicious cakes, I must reward you. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." The third prince suddenly understood. Their father was making an unconditional promise. Yuan Soft, with her chubby little hand on the emperor's cheek, said, "Father, the cakes are delicious because, I added the meat of the goldfish from the pond." The emperor remained calm, understanding it was just a fish. "Wait, goldfish? Golden fish?" The emperor's pupils narrowed, nearly unable to control himself from asking, "But are they the three-dragon carp I love the most?" Yet he maintained his composure, glancing at the silent Chiyu and discreetly signaling the number 3 with his fingers. After a moment of silence, Chiyu secretly returned a gesture of 0. The emperor's head buzzed, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. But he quickly steadied himself and forced a smile, saying, "As long as Xiaoju likes it." Yuan Wan immediately hugged the emperor, feeling a bit guilty, and said earnestly, "Father, you're the best." System, Wan, I told you your brother treats you the best. He won't mind that you accidentally ate a few fish. But really, it was the 2 princesses who played tricks and caught the fish, otherwise. Yuan Wan, no need to say more, they didn't mean to do it. After hugging the emperor, Yuan Wan reached out for Chiyu to hold her, and then turned back to the emperor, saying, "Father, the cake is ready. We'll be leaving now." Emperor. Chiyu took Yuan Wan from the emperor and carried her outside. Yuan Wan chatted with the system. "By the way, didn't the court just end? Why are so many officials gathered again? Is there something important?" System. Let me check.
Oh.
They're here to look at the information from Chun, Chu, and Shu countries.
I see.
Haha, Wan, this is hilarious. Shu country is really something. The officials.
What?
They were curious about the news from Shu and Chu countries. This timely information could not be missed. The Minister of War suddenly slapped his thigh and was the first to speak. "National Master, since you're here, why don't we sit down and discuss?" Yuan Wan was taken aback and pointed at herself, saying, "Me?" The Minister of Rights shot a disapproving glance at the Minister of War. Then he turned to Yuan Wan and said, "National Master, the Minister of War means that there is always something to learn from others. You have great insights on fortune and misfortune, and if you could offer some guidance, it would be wonderful." Yuan Wan was not new to divination in political matters. So she didn't find it strange and naturally replied, okay." Saying this, she symbolically took out her little turtle shell. The officials acted quickly, completely unaware of the emperor and prince's sudden, helpless expressions behind them. At this moment, the Minister of Rights had already begun to actively introduce the detailed information from Chun and Chu countries to Yuan Wan. The prince took a deep breath and stepped closer to the emperor, whispering, "Father, this. The emperor was silent for a moment and said, "What is meant to be a blessing will not be a curse. What is meant to be a curse cannot be avoided." The prince choked. "Father, are you giving up?" The prince couldn't help but add, "But father, the image of the great Xia royal family. Shouldn't we care about that?" The emperor coldly replied, "You're dismissed." Prince. On the other side, Yuan listened halfway and heard that the state of Chu was trying to imitate the Imperial examination system, which made her a bit displeased. Yuan, such a scholar. System. Exactly, but don't worry, they won't succeed with the examination system. The officials of the Great Xia were curious. How can the system be so sure? Did it see something in the future? Yuan also asked curiously, System. Did you see something interesting? System. No, but the examination system is not that easy. With you watching over Great Xia, any disobedient ones can be dealt with quickly. The states of Chun and Chu will take many years to struggle through it. Who knows, they might even fail and learn from it. Yuan thought back to how long it took for the examination system to allow commoners to rise through the ranks, and she agreed with the system. Yuan, that's right. If the state of Chu really tries to learn, they will have a hard time. Anyway, if Great Xia encounters some annoying obstacles in developing the examination system, I know a bit about dealing with them. System. Haha yes, zap. The emperor, the prince, and the third prince smiled. The officials felt a bit tense and decided to tighten their family rules when they returned. Yuan, all right, System. Tell me, why did you laugh when you mentioned the state of Chu? What happened? System. The fourth prince of Chu is very interested in printing and papermaking. He knows it's hard for spies to enter Great Xia, so he wrote a letter to Chu, hoping they could open a passage for some spies to enter Great Xia. Yuan was curious. Is it really easier for spies to enter from Chu? System. Not exactly. But Chu shares a long border with Great Xia, and there have been intermarriages between the people, so there are many trade markets along the border. It's easier for people to come in under the pretense of visiting family or doing business. Yuan, I see. Did it work? System. Ha. No, ha. Quack. The system suddenly started making quacking sounds, leaving everyone stunned. Yuan couldn't help but say, System, are you okay? Did you catch a virus? System. Haha. I'm fine. I just think it's a bit too dramatic. Let me tell you. The fourth prince of Chu did not succeed. His letter was completely ignored by the upper class of Chu. The officials looked a bit confused. This is also something they can't understand. In recent years, the Shu kingdom has been very obedient to the Chu kingdom, and the requests from the fourth prince of Chu are not difficult to fulfill. How could Shu dare to ignore Chu's messages? Has someone wise emerged in Shu? Yuan was also surprised. Huh? Ignore? Why? Did they have a falling out? System. Haha, Yuan, you're right. The fourth prince of Chu has also suspected this. But no. Haha, Shu isn't intentionally neglecting things. They're exhausted from covering up royal scandals and have no energy to manage other state matters. Onlookers. Exhausted from covering up royal scandals? What scandal has emerged now? Besides the Minister of War, the other officials quickly took out their brushes, ready to take notes. The Emperor and the Crown Prince felt a sudden tension. Could it be related to the intelligence report? Yuan looked confused. A royal scandal in Shu? Haven't there always been scandals? Why the anxiety to cover it up? System. Haha. You're right, Yuan. But this time they really can't hold it in anymore because the Shu kingdom's main character's beloved is pregnant, and the child isn't his. The Emperor nearly spat out his tea. Wait, this wasn't mentioned in the report. Is there really such an outrageous situation? The Crown Prince stumbled and bumped into Prime Minister Li, both of them wincing in pain. Several officials trembled, dropping their brushes to the ground. They all remembered that the Shu kingdom's main character's beloved was the same person who had been romantically involved with the second prince. Now that this beloved is pregnant and the child isn't the Shu main character's, it is very likely to be the second prince's. Yuan realized this connection, her round glasses widening. Oh my, it's that beloved who sees the second prince as her ideal. She's pregnant. System, exactly. Yuan Ruan eagerly asked, is it the second princess? The onlookers held their breath, listening intently. System, yes. Who else could it be? They even registered their marriage. The officials felt as if 1,000 llamas were rushing through their minds. It really is the second princess. They couldn't help but steal glances at the emperor, risking their lives, curious about how he would deal with this already disqualified royal bloodline. The crown prince and third prince both wore complicated expressions, especially the crown prince, who showed many emotions on his face. Taking advantage of Yuan Ruan's distraction, he stepped closer to the emperor and whispered, "Father, this bloodline." The emperor took a sip of tea to calm himself, his expression unchanged. Stay seated. Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Yuan Ruan was completely unaware of the strange expressions around her. Her own emotions were also quite stirred up. Yuan Ruan exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my goodness. Although the second prince is a bad guy, I have to admit, he's impressive. How did he manage to marry a heroine from a novel with such a poor noble background? And not just sneak in, but face off against a powerful male lead from Shu and win.
How did he do that?
System, hee. Ruan, you're underestimating the second prince a bit." The onlookers nearly burst out laughing. What? The second prince even managed to steal the heroine from the destined male lead of Shu, and that's still considered underestimating him? What else has he done? Yuan Ruan widened her eyes and hugged Chu tightly. Am I still underestimating him? Wait, let me get comfortable first. All right, you can share the gossip now. I shouldn't fall. System chuckled. Ruan. The second prince is not just battling the male lead of Shu, he's also fighting against fate. Yuan Ruan was confused. What? What does fate have to do with this? System, just like what happened to your brother in his plot twist. When fate sees its destined leads about to fail, it gets anxious. To maintain the story, fate always adds some dramatic moments between the male and female leads, like heroic rescues or bathing in the woods. But the second prince is more skilled and always manages to win the heroine back at the last moment. The male lead from Shu, however, falls deeper for the heroine due to these dramatic moments, so when he finds out she's pregnant, he goes crazy. The crowd had strange expressions. Truly, the second prince's dramatic moments are about romance, while others face life-threatening crises. The second prince is quite impressive. He manages to steal the heroine even while dealing with fate's challenges. Yuan Ruan was curious. Wait, don't skip the details. Can you give an example of how the second prince defeated fate's plot and won the heroine back? I'm really curious. Everyone focused intently. The officials took out their notebooks. Even the emperor and crown prince opened their eyes, feeling embarrassed but still wanting to listen. System. The prince is using tricks like comparisons. Yuan Ruan became more curious. What does that mean? System. For example, in the hero saving the beauty scenario, the original script set by the heavens was that during a hunt, a beast attack occurs. The male lead from Shu leads the palace guards and bravely saves the female lead from Shu, which brings them closer together. However, since the female lead brought the second prince along for the hunt, he quickly senses something is wrong during the beast attack. Yuan Ruan asked with interest. He's quite perceptive. What happens next? Does he rush in to save her? System, no. The second prince is portrayed as a weak noble from Chun and cannot reveal his skills. He can't rush in to save the beauty. Also, he thinks that if he goes to save her alone while the Shu male lead leads 100 riders, he would be easily compared to the male lead and would end up in a humiliating situation. So he decides to do the opposite. The onlookers became curious. Do the opposite?
How?
Yuan Ruan wondered. How does he do that? Does he let the female lead save him? The emperor and the prince paused and thought. Wait. Let a woman save him? Is that something a man should do? They wanted to say it was impossible, but remembering the second prince's past shameless actions, they couldn't voice their thoughts. System, haha.
No.
The second prince understands one important principle. A man can be gentle, but must not be cowardly. Hiding behind a woman is a big no-no. He wouldn't do that. Yuan Ruan became even more curious. So, what did he do? System. Haha, he positioned himself between the man and the woman. Everyone. System. Please explain clearly what you mean by being in between. If you don't explain properly, I might have to report you for being inappropriate. Yuan Ruan weakly asked for clarification. What? Positioned in between? What does that mean? System. It refers to their positions during the encounter. Everyone. Positions? Is it really inappropriate? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. Huh? System. To put it simply, when the three encounter the beast attack, the second prince stays close to the female lead, and while avoiding danger, he sweetly says things like, "Even though I am weak, I would give my life for you." Their positions are the female lead, the second prince, the male lead from Shu, and the beast. In other words, while the male lead from Shu fights fiercely with the beast, the second prince and the female lead exchange sweet words in the middle, nearly driving the male lead from Shu to frustration. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The heroine of Shu is almost completely enchanted by the charming second prince, or else she wouldn't have secretly taken the marriage contract, married him, and become pregnant. Yuan Ruan. That's true. This second prince is charming, handsome, and caring. No wonder the Shu heroine has fallen for him. System. Yes, Yuan Ruan, I have more to tell you about the second prince. Yuan Ruan looked confused. Hadn't they just started discussing? The onlookers were also shocked. System continued. Because the Shu heroine is pregnant, the Shu hero has gone completely mad. One day, during a heavy rain, he rode out of the palace, stood in front of the Shu heroine's residence with a sword, and shouted for her to open the door, demanding she give up the child, or he would make everyone in Shu pay the price. Everyone. Is this really happening? Yuan Ruan's face twitched slightly. The Shu hero. Such old-fashioned behavior.
System. Exactly.
The officials of Shu were nearly driven to despair upon hearing this news. They rushed to the Shu hero, trying to reason with him, but it was no use. He stubbornly refused to leave and wouldn't attend to any matters of state. This is why no one responded to the letter from the fourth prince of Shu, because they were too busy. The emperor and the crown prince exchanged glances, slightly twitching their lips. When they were once shocked by the scandals of the Daxia royal family, they thought there were too many issues. But now looking at Shu, they suddenly felt that Daxia might not be so bad after all. Yuan Ruan. So what happened next? System. Then this group of Shu officials somehow ended up seeking help from the second prince, who successfully took advantage of the situation and made a lot of money, sending almost half of it to Daxia. Yuan Ruan was shocked. What? They actually sought help from the second prince? Did he manage to persuade the Shu hero? System. The second prince couldn't persuade him, but he had the Shu hero's mother and wife intervene, successfully bringing him back. Everyone. The emperor couldn't even drink his tea anymore. You're already causing trouble with the wife, and now you're going after the mother too? Yuan Ruan covered her face. System. I can't even imagine. Does the second prince have a close relationship with the Shu hero's wife and mother? System quickly replied. No. He has no relationship with the Shu hero's mother at all. The second prince has no limits, but he's not foolish or perverse. Some fish he doesn't dare to raise. Yuan Ruan sighed in relief. It's good that he has some conscience. System. Well, it's not really conscience. The reason he doesn't dare to raise them is simply that these fish are too close together. He's afraid of making a mistake. Yuan Ruan looked puzzled. Huh? These fish? System. How many fish does the second prince have in total? System. The second prince has always relied on others. The emperor, crown prince, and third prince. The crown prince and third prince took a deep breath together, with the third prince even covering his mouth, afraid of accidentally shouting. So embarrassing. Everyone. What a powerful breed. Yuan Ruan twitched her mouth. Relying on others? System. Yes. Yuan Ruan suddenly frowned. Wait, I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable.
This.
The second prince was clearly punished and sent to Shu country. How come he not only has children but is also living so freely? The officials suddenly realized. Right, How is this scoundrel getting more comfortable, with a harem even larger than the emperor's? System. Don't worry, Ruan. The second prince is not living freely at all. He is very tense every day and has lost so much hair that he needs to wear a wig. Yuan Wan recalled the handsome drunk man with flowing hair from years ago and wondered, his hair was so thick, and he needs to wear a wig now? Is it because there are too many people? Too overwhelming? Everyone. System. No. The second prince is very skilled at understanding women's emotions. He provides them with emotional support and hasn't been with many. Yuan Ruan. Then why is he losing hair? System. Ruan. The second prince is navigating among a large group of high-status women as a broken, lower-status individual. To win them over, he has acted out various scenarios like forced love, amnesia, and coercive tactics, often leaving him injured. Moreover, his fish pond is of such high quality that if any one of them wakes up, it could spell disaster for the second prince. So, he is constantly stressed, which is why he's losing hair. The emperor. The crown prince and third prince initially showed pity, but thinking of the second prince's past actions, they felt he deserved it. Yuan Wan stroked her chin. That makes sense. But I still feel something is off. Mainly because it seems unreasonable. System. No matter how much of a time management master he is, he can't possibly handle so many fish at once without making mistakes. We're talking about dozens. He doesn't even have instant communication devices. How does he manage? Does he have a shadow clone technique? Everyone. What are instant messaging devices? Are they magical treasures? Can they learn the shadow clone technique? System. Haha, did you forget his original business? He invested in a book club there and gathered a group of cultured, handsome men. Then the second prince wrote down the preferences of each wealthy lady and arranged for 3 handsome men who knew their likes to accompany them. Whenever the second prince was busy, he would send these men to keep the ladies company. Yuan Ruan was shocked. What? He even outsources? System. Outsourcing is not the right term. It's more like self-production. The second prince's method is very successful. The wealthy ladies are usually kept entertained by these handsome men for a while. If they can't hold their attention, the second prince will step in, and when he does, everything is fine. Also, humans tend to be attracted to appearances and often prefer novelty. Most wealthy ladies enjoy being surrounded by charming men, and even if they later find out something about the second prince, they feel conflicted and reluctant to let him go. Everyone. They instinctively looked at the emperor and the crown prince. The emperor and crown prince closed their eyes. They felt embarrassed after hearing reports that the second prince had also set up a handsome man information station in Shu, and they didn't want to discuss it. They never expected it to be revealed, or rather, to be exposed even more. If they had known, they would have just told the court officials directly. Yuan Ruan, I really can't believe it. The second prince is truly dedicated to his original intentions. But system, keep an eye on him. Even after being exiled, he is still so ambitious. I'm worried he might have ulterior motives against the great Xia.
System. All right.
From now on, I will scan anything coming from Shu to see if it's connected to the second prince. The third prince was taken aback, thinking Yuan Ruan was too cautious. If the second prince knew that the country's fortune had a gossip function, how could he have any other intentions? The third prince thought this and whispered to the crown prince. The crown prince, however, did not nod and pondered for a moment. Let's just wait and see. The third prince was surprised. Meanwhile, Yuan Ruan and the system finished gathering information and confidently began to make predictions. She took out a turtle shell and laid out intelligence papers from the 3 countries on the table. She pretended to measure them and said, Qin Kingdom. Good. Reliable. Yuan Wan pointed to the intelligence paper from Shu and said, 4th Prince has bad intentions. It's not good for Xia Kingdom. He's after the printing technique. Yuan Wan compared the information about the Shu Kingdom and said, Shu is caught in a scandal, which is great news for us. Working with Shu will yield great results with little effort. The onlookers were very supportive, especially the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Revenue, who praised Yuan Ruan with increasingly elaborate words. They flattered her until she was very happy and had said almost everything before letting her leave. Once Yuan Wan left, the hall fell silent again. The emperor tapped the table with one hand and suddenly said, "Regarding the Shu kingdom." He paused and fell silent again. The Minister of War couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Your Majesty, Shu borders the former territory of the Huainan king."
Should we take this opportunity to?
The Minister of Revenue interjected, "Your Majesty, we cannot. Waging war on two fronts is a major military taboo." The Minister of War whispered, "I know that." The Minister of Revenue shot him a glare, "No money." The Minister of War. The Emperor suddenly asked, "When will General Wu and the others return to court?" The Minister of War replied, "Your Majesty, the young general from the Shi family is about to capture the fourth city of Chen. General Wu and the young general from the Lin family are supporting him. I estimate they should return by the new year." The Emperor was silent for a moment and then said, "Good. We will discuss it again after the new year." The court officials all bowed and replied, "Yes." The Emperor of the Great Xia made a significant investment in resources, repairing 2 official schools based on the existing foundation. At the same time, news of the emperor building schools for commoners spread throughout the common people of the 4 nations. The reactions among the common people in the other 3 nations were very mixed. Some commoners with a bit of money and those not tied to noble families said, "How enviable! If only I were from Great Xia. Maybe I should ask how to join Great Xia and prepare for my children." The commoners tied to noble families in the other 3 nations said, "Impossible. Great Xia is just putting on a show. If they really cared about common students, they wouldn't tell me because I don't have that." Poor commoners in the other 3 nations scoffed, "Bah. It's all a scam." The commoners in Great Xia were different. They felt reassured collectively. Those without money thought about earning more to change their children's fate in the future. Those with a little money hesitated, looking at their children playing in the fields, debating whether to let them work in the fields or study to become officials. As for the common students who already had some literacy skills, most were very excited, with some almost rushing to the capital like pilgrims, braving the cold winter weather. In the court, officials were competing for positions, with some feeling anxious and even pretending to be ill to avoid attending. However, since the emperor announced the establishment of 2 public academies, Yuan Wan had not attended court for several days. The 3rd prince and the eldest princess were assigned tasks, with the prince responsible for repairing the Taishue and the princess for the Yuan Academy. During these days, Yuan Wan visited frequently, offering suggestions occasionally. A light carriage clattered along the palace walls, soon exiting the gates and heading north. After passing through a snowy poplar forest, they arrived at 2 lively buildings. The crown prince got out of the carriage first and then helped Yuan Wan down. They walked together across a small stone bridge, where they could see 2 beautiful buildings about 700 meters apart.
Wow!
Yuan Wan pointed at the building on the left. "It's magnificent. Father is amazing." The crown prince chuckled. "Ninth sister, you've said that 123 times already." Yuan Wan looked at him in surprise. "Really?" He smiled gently. "You've also asked really 92 times. Yuan Wan was taken aback and said to the system, "Is my nephew really that good at remembering? Did I really say it that many times?" The system replied, "A bit jealous, yes." "Wan, what's so hard to remember? I remember you calling me by that name 5,323 times. I remember even more than your nephew." Yuan Wan twitched her mouth at the system's strange competitive spirit but cooperated. "You're amazing too." The crown prince almost laughed at Yuan Ruan's playful banter with the system, even though he was still a little one needing care. He affectionately wrapped her up tighter and asked, "Where do you want to go today?" Yuan Wan replied, "I've seen everything else." The crown prince smiled gently. "That won't do. It's a light snow today, and staying outside too long will make you sick. As usual, we can only visit one place before returning to the palace." Yuan Wan paused and said, "All right, let's visit the Taishue, the West Palace." The system asked, "Aren't you going to see the Yuan Academy?" Yuan Wan replied, "The Yuan Academy is already repaired, and there are female students enrolled. I don't want to bring my nephew in. I'm worried he might be too forward with others. The crown prince found it amusing, realizing the situation was somewhat reversed. The prince was carrying Yuan Ron inside when he suddenly heard cheerful sounds coming from the corner to his left. Yuan Ron looked closely and saw many people having a snowball fight. Snow was flying in the air, and occasionally someone would fall into the snow, with others rushing over to bury them and rubbing their hands together. Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. No one from the south could resist playing in the snow, even those who had already participated several times. She pulled the prince's arm and pointed in that direction, saying, "Prince brother, let's play in the snow." The prince agreed. He looked at the clothing of the people across from them and handed over his jade crown and jewelry to a nearby eunuch, then stepped forward with Yuan Ruan. When they reached the crowd, the prince saw that Yuan Ruan was eager to join in. He quickly made a snowball and placed it in her small hands. Yuan Ruan was overjoyed, holding it with both hands, but then the snowball fell to the ground with a thud. The prince,
Yuan Ruan.
The maidservant attending to Yuan Ruan skillfully rolled several small snowballs and handed them to her. Yuan Ruan took the little snowballs and threw a few toward the less crowded side. However, to her surprise, the snowballs she threw were ignored. Whether it was her or the prince's snowballs, people would glance at them, but no one would respond. Yuan Ruan was puzzled. System, what's going on? Are they unwilling to play with a child? Being exclusive? System. Oh, let me check. Yuan Ruan, I really didn't expect this.
Yuan Ruan, what?
System. They are not playing a snowball game. Yuan Ruan looked confused and pointed at the snowballs flying through the air. You're telling me this isn't a game? What are they doing? System. Yuan Ruan, it's like this. This group of people is not playing for fun. They are trying to keep warm. Both Yuan Ruan and the prince looked bewildered. Keeping warm while playing in the snow? The system continued. Yes, they are common students who came to the capital to study after the Imperial examination system was established. They were originally being pushed to leave, but when they heard your brother was going to open a school for commoners, they became excited and didn't want to go home, fearing they would miss the chance to attend the school. The system added, since they don't have much money, apart from basic food, they can't afford firewood or warm clothing, and they can only stay in the cheapest dormitories. The shopkeepers in the common room do not use fire for warmth during the day, so it is very cold. Instead, they gather to have snowball fights, which helps them stay active and warm their hands. As for Erwan, you might have seen many people buried in snow, being rolled by several others. They are not just playing. Some people have become so cold that they lie on the ground, helping others by rolling snow to warm them up. The prince was shocked. What? If it weren't for the system, he would not have known how hard life was for the common students who came to study. No wonder when he took off his jewelry that represented his status, no one came to pay attention to them. Yuan Ruan felt heartbroken upon hearing this and was taken aback. System, what did you say? They are using snow to warm their limbs?
System, yes.
Yuan Ruan spoke quickly. System, please check for me. I remember seeing on a science program that if a person is too cold, they shouldn't use snow to warm their limbs, as it can cause permanent frostbite and even lead to infection or death. The prince exclaimed, What? Is it that serious? These are the future talents of the Great Xia. They must be protected. System. Erwan, don't worry, I will check.
Yes.
That is correct. They must be taken to a warm room immediately and soak in warm water to avoid rubbing the frostbitten areas. Yuan Ruan replied, Okay, I will ask my nephew for help right away. Yuan Ruan immediately tugged at the prince's sleeve and casually made up a reason. Big brother, they seem so lively and interesting. Can we invite them to eat with us? The prince quickly responded, Sure. You can do whatever you want, ninth sister. He then instructed the guards behind him to invite the others. Yuan Ruan felt touched. My dear nephew is so kind. System. Yes, very obedient. Yuan Ruan and the prince both twitched their mouths at the system's choice of words. While they waited, they suddenly heard someone calling out. Yuan Ruan turned around and saw a few people walking towards them from a house about 500 meters away. To her surprise, it was the eldest princess and the seventh princess. The eldest princess spoke first. You all came again? It's snowing today. Come on, the plum blossoms are blooming over there, and we can enjoy them by the fire with some drinks. It's quite beautiful. However, after she spoke, no one replied. She walked up to Yuan Ruan and placed her hat on Yuan Ruan's head. Are you cold? Your hands are red. Yuan Ruan shook her head, about to say she wasn't cold, but then thought of the group of students and the eldest princess's earlier words. Yuan Ruan then said, Big brother. The big sister said we should all enjoy the plum blossoms and have a meal together. The prince was not in the mood for drinking by the fire, but he noticed Yuan Ruan's small hand pointing at the students still playing in the snow. He quickly understood what she meant. The prince said, Is that place big enough? Is it warm? The eldest princess instinctively replied, Of course it's big. It's right next to a plum grove. It's not cold. If you're worried about the cold, my private hot spring is also very close. Why not go there instead? Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up at the mention of the private hot spring. Warm water. Yes. She remembered she also had a private hot spring. This was perfect. Yuan Ruan tugged at the prince's arm and said, Brother, let's go to my hot spring and then have a meal together. However, the prince thought differently. Yuan Ruan's hot spring was a bit far, while the eldest princess's was closer. So, he directly told the eldest princess, Thank you for your trouble. If you don't like it, I can prepare a new hot spring for you later. The eldest princess was taken aback. She was surprised and wanted to say, How could I not like it? It's a blessing to have you all come to my private hot spring. The next moment, she saw the prince's guards leading over 20 thinly dressed young men toward her hot spring. The eldest princess. Later, the eldest princess watched as these young men, who hadn't even bathed, headed straight for her hot spring. Soon after, she heard the sound of splashing water and their satisfied sighs. The eldest princess. After a while, Yuan Ruan saw the eldest princess with red eyes for the first time. With a choked voice but a stubborn expression, the eldest princess said, I'm fine. I don't mind. They are cold, but I don't mind them using the hot spring.
It really doesn't bother me.
As she finished her sentence, she sneezed, unexpectedly blowing a large bubble of mucus that popped loudly, scattering the powdered dessert in front of her. The powder splattered all over the eldest princess's face. Yuan Ruan quickly turned her head and buried her face in Qiyu's shoulder, trying hard not to laugh. The prince felt a bit guilty at first, but seeing the scene almost made him laugh too. Qiyu, being the most composed, handed the eldest princess a handkerchief to wipe her face. The eldest princess felt so embarrassed that all her sadness vanished. Just then, a gentle voice from outside announced that the students had come out of the hot spring and wanted to thank the host family. Yuan Ruan was surprised. How long have they been in the hot spring? Why are they already coming out? The system. Those students are afraid of dirtying the princess's private bath, so they pour water over themselves instead of jumping in, which would be faster. Yuan Ruan, these people are quite good. The princess felt warm inside, and her expression softened. She signaled the butler to bring the people over. Soon, more than 10 young men dressed in deep blue arrived, lining up neatly to bow to the prince and his group. The leader of the young men cupped his hands and said, I am foolish, and did not know that rubbing hands with snow water could cause injury. I am grateful to you for informing me and bringing us back to the residence for help. This life-saving kindness I will never forget. I will repay it in the future. After speaking, he bowed again, and the other young men followed suit, expressing their gratitude and bowing deeply. Yuan Ruan's gaze immediately fell on the leader, and she communicated with the system. System. I remember you told me these students don't know each other, right? System. Correct. They come from different regions, and their only common point is that they are poor. Yuan Ruan looked at the leader again. This one can be the leader. He must have strong leadership skills. Look at his demeanor. Could he be a great talent? The prince and his companions also looked over. If he can lead so many strangers, he must have some abilities. System. Let me check. This page gentleman is a decent person, but his talent is average, strong against the strong, weak against the weak. The prince and others were stunned. What? Is there really such a flexible talent? Yuan Wan was also surprised. System. Why do you evaluate him like this? System. For example, your brother and nephew lack this quality. Pei was recommended to become a county official. This county is a crucial military area, and the rebel leader above him changed 3 times in 3 years. But each time, Pei managed to help most residents avoid disaster and maintain order. In the later stages, he even opened up a forest area, helping other county refugees live better lives. Yuan Wan looked at the leader Pei in shock. He wasn't handsome, and his presence wasn't imposing, yet he was so capable. Yuan Wan, isn't that impressive? Protecting a group of people in chaotic times is truly remarkable. System, exactly. That's why I said he is strong against the strong. For instance, in this situation, Pei would get a mediocre score and become the scapegoat for several fellow townsmen. Hearing the term scapegoat, the prince instinctively looked at Pei. Pei Langjun felt uncomfortable being watched by 2 noble ladies. He forced a polite smile despite his embarrassment. Yuan Wan was surprised and asked what? Being blamed? Blamed for what? The system explained, when these people in the official circle have minor issues, they shift the trouble onto Pei Langjun. With so many accusations against him, he chose to resign and returned home to become a village leader. However, it's strange that those who caused him trouble didn't completely cut ties. Instead, they continued to offer some help, so he managed well after returning. Yuan Wan was confused, is that true? He was slandered and didn't seek revenge or get angry. He just went back home? The system reassured her, it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Hearing the system's urgency, Yuan Wan quickly replied, I believe you.
But
aren't those who framed him afraid of him exposing them? They not only didn't silence him, but also kept helping him. The system replied, that's right. They think Pei Langjun is easygoing and a nice person, so they believe he won't retaliate. They also feel a bit guilty, so after he resigned, they try to be nice to him. Yuan Wan was shocked. They have so much confidence in a nice person? The system confirmed, yes. It turns out they were right. Yuan Wan sighed, my feelings are so mixed. This is ridiculous. The others were silent, finding it hard to comment. It's quite absurd that one person dares to take the blame while the other willingly accepts it, and in the end, both sides remain on good terms. The prince noticed that the expressions of the young scholars were off. As they seemed more withdrawn, he controlled his expression and signaled for them to sit down. The scholars hesitated for a moment, then, guided by the butler, attendants, and maids, they took their seats one after another. With a wave of his hand, the prince had the attendants and maids bring in plates of rich roasted meat, steaming fish soup, and a large bowl of meat rice, filling each table in front of the young men. The young men tried not to look around, but their bodies betrayed them as several stomachs growled. The prince pretended not to hear, and stood up, warmly saying, I've heard you are all talented and knowledgeable. Meeting you is a stroke of luck. May I invite you to enjoy a drink and compose poetry together? Yuan Ru couldn't help but whisper to the system. The prince is so kind. He invites them to dinner and remembers to use composing poetry as a reason to preserve their dignity.